No. Don't open that treasure chest. Inside is not a reward, but a dragon. Tian shouted lowly, while the woman on the screen already touched the chest with her finger. The barrage kept rolling. What nonsense is the streamer saying again? That's a golden chest. How rare is it to get a chest monster? Standing in front of the chest is our Dragon Nation's 5th-ranked goddess, Chubaishue. Would she make a mistake? Just a clown, trying to get attention, right? This is a golden chest, Dragon Nation needs to gamble now. A small streamer, do you think you know opening chests better than goddess Chubaishue? Last month, Gangman Changchuan from Sakura country got a treasure from a golden chest, a divine toilet. His rank skyrocketed. Goddess Chubaishue can definitely get equipment too. Oh. Just trust the streamer. Sushin has streamed for 3 years, never failed a prediction. Nonsense. This time all 5 high tower managers approved opening. Aren't they more professional than a streamer? Tian shook his head, a deep helpless feeling spreading from his heart to his limbs. It's over. He stared at the golden glowing chest in the livestream. That was not opportunity, but a disaster that could drag Dragon Nation into endless ruin. Blue Star. 3 years ago, a phantom tower, defying all physical laws, appeared suddenly above the planet. Its top pierced the clouds, as if connecting to another dimension. From that day, the world was reshaped. Each country was invisibly divided by zones, its once proud industry system collapsing instantly. The land became barren, resources started to dry up. Everything needed to survive had to come from the tower. The right to enter the tower was called Pioneer. Each pioneer entering the tower for the first time would consume 10 national fortune points of their country. If the points reached 0, the whole country, along with its billions of people, would face the most terrifying end. Not death. But something worse than death, starving alive, then losing their souls, completely erased from existence. Tian, a transmigrator. 3 years ago he came to this world and awakened a unique talent, the all-seeing eye. Very simple, whenever a pioneer opened a chest in the tower, he could see the options inside in advance, and foresee their detailed information and potential value. A god-level talent enough to change the world's balance. The awkward thing was, he didn't have the right to enter the tower. For 3 years, he could only watch, as an observer, a live streamer. He watched Dragon Nation's pioneers being suppressed by Western countries in the tower. Sanctioned by Eagle Nation, he watched Dragon Nation's fortune points slowly drain. He watched this once mighty country step by step toward decline. And today, Dragon Nation was about to lose its last powerful pioneer. In the live stream, Chubaishue's delicate finger finally touched the surface of the golden chest. PFF. The chest did not open, but exploded violently. What emerged was not a radiant reward, but a dragon claw covered with fierce scales. The claw was too fast to react to, piercing through Chubaishue's chest in an instant. On the screen, gray subtitles representing death slowly appeared. The rolling barrage stopped at that moment. All of Dragon Nation, 3 billion people, fell into death-like silence. With her death, Dragon Nation fell into a real national crisis. Sakura country netizen, haha. Tremble, Dragon Nation. You are close to death, and then my great Sakura Empire will take over you. Eagle Nation netizen, Dragon Nation lost another strong one, looks like hundreds of millions will starve this winter, tariffs will rise again. Kimchi country netizen, before you look down on our kimchi. Now you all are too high for us to reach, you deserve it. Netizen from Mason Nation, what a pity, such a beautiful girl was killed by the giant dragon, too unfortunate. Netizen from Sun Never Sets country, increase the hunt, let Dragon Nation completely disappear from this world. Never let them revive greatness again. In the next second, everyone's communication devices and network screens were all taken over by a majestic intelligent brain, Pangu. A voice, emotionless and synthesized electronically, echoed through every corner of Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation's national fortune points are only 390 left, reaching the lowest alert line. Fire seed plan, execute immediately. Hearing this, Tian clenched his fists tightly. This was also his last chance. The so-called fire seed plan was to have the intelligent brain Panga select, through complex algorithms among 3 billion people nationwide, the last 20 people, consume 200 national fortune points, send them to the high tower, and gain the last chance for Dragon Nation. Tian streamed 18 hours daily, making terrifyingly precise predictions, all to show Pangu his value. He wanted to increase his chance of being selected. He had to be selected. Soon, a pure, undiluted white light, without any warning, enveloped him completely. The light was warm and domineering, giving him no time to react. Tian felt his body lighten, and the cheap apartment before his eyes turned into countless points of light in an instant. He actually, really got selected. From 3 billion people of Dragon Nation, he became one of the last fire seeds. At the same time, Within Dragon Nation, from the prosperous ruined cities in the east to the desolate Gobi in the west. From the wet rainforests in the south to the frozen snowfields in the north. 20 pure white pillars of light shot up to the sky, tearing through the gray clouds. The light pillars were so eye-catching, so sacred. Everyone stopped what they were doing. On the streets, all pedestrians stopped walking. The whole Dragon Nation fell into a solemn silence. Everyone understood what this meant. These were the last national fortune points of Dragon Nation, the last group of pioneers. This was the last hope of Dragon Nation. Also, the last fire seeds. After a dizzying spin, Tian finally set his feet on solid ground. He forced back the rising nausea and opened his eyes sharply. Before him was a box made entirely of silver metal, quietly floating in midair, its surface flowing with mysterious runic light. Beginner treasure box. Tian's heart throbbed violently. For countless days and nights, he had watched through screens, seeing the pioneers of his country facing such treasure boxes, repeatedly making wrong choices, losing chances, even dying. He had seen in the news the people starving for food, 3 days with 9 meals missed, thin to just skin and bones. He wanted to change all this, but was powerless. That deep helplessness almost tore his soul apart. But now. Tian stretched out his hand, looking at his thin but steady palm. Not too late. It's all still not too late. From today, the national fortune of Dragon Nation will continue by me. An unprecedented resolve exploded in his chest, burning battle intent flowing through his whole body. With a thought, a virtual panel visible only to him unfolded before his eyes. Name, Tian. Life level, 1. Talent, all-seeing eye, God level unique. Satiation, 100, affects recovery, combat power. Life points, 100%. High tower level, 1. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Supplies, weapon selection pack, beginner treasure box. High tower points, 0. Tian's gaze finally fell on the silver beginner treasure box. He did not hesitate at all. Beginner treasure box, open. All-seeing eye talent, activate. Chapter 2, S-level archery, the journey begins. Before him, 3 completely different streams of information, like 3 branching rivers of fate, clearly appeared in Tian's mind. Option 1, food category, 5 portions of 500 G bread, 3 punches of farmer's mineral water 10 bottles. 20 potatoes, ton mouse's favorite, can keep you from going hungry. Option 2, equipment type, a full set of beginner gear, including leather armor, leather pants, leather boots, short sword, enough to let you glide through early stages, traditional RPG, pick me please. Option 3, skill type, S-level skill archery, trash. Never choose it, otherwise the early stage will have no thrilling experience, no exciting adventure, everything will be dull. Meanwhile, across all the Dragon Kingdom's live screens, chaos erupted. The list and basic info of 20 new pioneers were made public, and the bullet comments flooded the screen. Why? Why not revive goddess Chu Baishuya? She bled for the Dragon Kingdom, her life level has already reached 21. These rookie soldiers, how can they be compared to goddess Baishuya? I do not agree. The piled-up sadness and despair, at this moment, turned into raging anger, sweeping across the entire Dragon Kingdom's network. In foreign live rooms, the scene was different. Sakura country, yo, the Dragon Kingdom's tower managers really know the situation, they know reviving is a waste of points, better to give up. Kimchi country, serves her right. If she didn't greedily take that treasure chest, which turned out to have a level 30 elite monster, could she die? She deserved it. Assam country, greedy Dragon Kingdom, the treasure chest is a gift from heaven, do you even deserve to touch it? Baton country, gift from heaven? Did you Assam country forget some players did indescribable things to the treasure chest locks? You, by yourselves, made all the tower treasure chests unlocked. Sakura country, not even leaving treasure chests alone, if the creatures in the tower can't beat the Assam players, their ending will be awful. On the Dragon Kingdom's network, the quarrel grew fiercer, and all the firepower strangely focused on one name. Tian. Let's focus on the new player, others may not know, but this Tian I know, I am still a fan of his live room, he's just a treasure appraiser. Treasure appraiser? A treasure appraiser streamer who brags online every day can get chosen? Are the Dragon Kingdom's tower managers really playing with our lives? Don't spread negative energy, why can't Tian do it? His treasure appraising is always accurate. Accurate? That's just his luck. Now he has to fight for his life, not commentate. It's over, Dragon Kingdom is doomed. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's highest command room. The atmosphere in the command room was suffocating. The second manager watched the screen, almost overwhelmed by negative public opinion about Tian, muscles on his face tense. He let out a long breath, carrying unhidden exhaustion and hesitation. Could it be we really chose wrong? He whispered to himself, more like questioning himself. Maybe we really should revive Chu Baishuya. Number 2. The first manager opened bloodshot eyes, his voice not loud, but carried an undeniable weight. Calm down. He slowly sat upright, thin fingers lightly tapping the desk. Trust Pangu's computing power, and trust Comrade Su Tian. I have watched all his treasure appraisal live videos. Every time, as long as the chest produces items, his description of the items is exact, word for word. Moreover, it hasn't even started, don't draw conclusions too early. Exact, word for word? The second manager repeated these 4 words, doubt heavier in his heart. How is that possible? Tower treasure chests are opportunity, but also danger. Some opened legendary divine weapons, swept everything, unbeatable clearance. Some, with high hopes, opened a chest, only to face an elite-level boss, instantly torn to pieces. The chance to get a monster is far higher than getting a reward. Because of this, now even high-level pioneers almost dare not open treasure chests lightly. Unless forced into desperation, ready to fight to the death. Xu Baixue was like this. After entering the 30th floor of the tower, she was immediately plunged into a life-or-death crisis. When she reached the point of no return, she gambled on her last hope and opened the golden treasure chest. But in the end, she lost the gamble. Inside the tower, Su Tian looked at the 3 options in front of him, and his mind was clear. Food, which could solve the most basic survival needs and also allow him to return to his country, alleviating the famine there. Equipment, which could provide solid defense, allowing a beginner to almost have no life-threatening danger on the first 10 floors, safely accumulating basic resources. It could be said that the first 2 options, no matter which one was chosen, would be an incredible start for any beginner explorer. But Su Tian did not hesitate at all. Every second spent here was disrespecting the S-grade skill. With a thought, his consciousness decisively touched the 3rd option. Skill type, S-grade skill archery. The moment the choice was confirmed, the other 2 options turned into light spots and vanished. A massive and pure flow of information, mixed with countless fragments of muscle memory, rushed madly into his brain and limbs. The posture of holding the bow, the force of drawing the string, the technique of aiming, the intuition of predicting, everything felt as if it had been innate, deeply imprinted into his soul. What no thrilling excitement. He can shoot the monsters' butts, let them feel the thrill. At the same time, he focused his mind on the weapon selection package in the materials section. A virtual weapon arsenal unfolded in front of him, with knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, forks, and everything you could think of. Su Tian directly chose the ancient-style longbow and a quiver with 30 standard arrows. With a flash of light, the bow and quiver appeared out of thin air and landed in his hands. The longbow felt slightly heavy in his hand, with a touch of metallic coldness. The bowstring was tough, filled with explosive power. At this moment, a grand, neutral electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind, and corresponding text appeared before his eyes. Welcome to the tower, welcome, Explorer Su Tian of Long Kingdom. Below are the rules of the tower, please remember. 1. After entering the tower, players can explore freely. There are abundant treasures and limitless possibilities, but be careful not to stay on the same floor for too long, or something bad will happen. 2. Each time an explorer clears a floor, they will receive a treasure chest as a reward. Opening the chest grants a large amount of materials, tower points, etc. Materials can be traded or returned to the home country using return cards. 3. After an explorer dies, their home country can decide whether to consume national fortune points for resurrection based on their life level. Each time the life level increases, the national fortune points required for resurrection increase by 10 points. National fortune points can be obtained through opening chests, participating in tower activities, killing elite bosses, and so on. 4. The explorers in the tower become stronger every moment. Stay alive. Wishing you smooth progress. The information flow dissipated. Su Tian slowly raised his hand, his fingers spread, then suddenly closed into a fist. Power, an unprecedented sense of power filled his body. He stroked the cold bow, a familiar feeling as if his bloodline was connected to it. 3 years. This damned tower had finally opened its doors to him. Su Tian raised his head, a faint smile appearing on his thin face. Finally, the journey begins. Chapter 3, How Dare He? A newcomer dares to open a bronze chest. In front of Su Tian, the space twisted, and 3 completely different glowing doors appeared. The door on the left was blood red, filled with sinister energy, but the text above the doorframe looked exceptionally playful. Combat. Exciting. Inside are 3 level 1 wild rabbit spirits. They look very cute, please make sure not to turn them into spicy rabbit heads, the rabbits are very cute. The middle door was pure white, emitting an intellectual glow, and the text had a tone of scholarly sarcasm. Decoding. The strongest brain. Inside are some relatively simple calculus problems. As a certain great man said, can a person be so dumb that they still can't learn calculus? The door on the right shone with blinding gold, with auspicious light stretching everywhere, almost coloring the entire starting space golden, and the words on it were full of temptation. Treasure chest. Full of rewards. The tower's benefits. Lucky pioneers, come in and open the chest, take a gamble and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. When these 3 doors appeared on every live screen in the Dragon Kingdom, almost everyone instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. It's a battle stage. Great, it's a battle stage. 3 level 1 monsters, just be careful, you can definitely pass. This is the safest start. Choose battle. You must choose the battle stage. The hearts of netizens instantly calmed down. Battle stages are the safest early choice, though risky, the monster levels are fixed, and as long as you handle it carefully, you can always pass, and the rewards are plentiful, perfect for new pioneers. As for puzzle stages, unless you are a top expert in the field, no one dares touch them. Though there is no danger to life, one wrong answer and the rewards are almost zero, pure waste of time. And that door glowing with golden light, the treasure chest door, to everyone seemed 10,000 times scarier than the blood-red battle door. Treasure chest stage. It was the tower's greatest trick. A flesh-grinding trap that devoured countless pioneers. In the 3 years since the Dragon Fortune Tower opened, pioneers dying in the treasure chest stage made up 90% of total deaths. Early pioneers were weak and had low stats. If even a level 10 elite monster came out of the chest, death was certain. Chu Baishue's black and white photo still hung on the leaderboard. That crimson cross marked the most painful lesson. Kill it instantly. You must choose the battle stage. Please, choose battle. Our Dragon Kingdom can't lose again. Even if you are a treasure appraisal streamer, do not choose the treasure chest stage. On the internet, the comment stream was almost entirely prayers. Everyone's hearts rose to their throats. They feared this unremarkable young man would be seduced by the golden light and walk a path of no return. However, under the gaze of billions worldwide, Tian moved. He did not hesitate at all, not even glancing at the doors on the left and right, walking straight toward the glittering treasure chest door. 1 step, 2 steps. His steps were steady and determined, as if he was not walking into an unknown danger, but walking home. No. What is he doing? Has he gone mad? It's over. Dragon Kingdom's A-level pioneer Chu Baishue died opening a chest, and now this newcomer voluntarily enters the treasure chest stage? What a hellish joke. I said it, a treasure appraisal streamer knows nothing about pioneering. Does he think this is a model in his livestream? The live room exploded. Despair spread instantly, countless people painfully closed their eyes, unable to watch the bloody scene coming. In the Supreme Command Room, the second administrator jumped up with a huahi, eyes red, pointing at Tian on the screen, trembling with anger. Nonsense. This is sheer nonsense. He is treating the Dragon Kingdom's fortune as a joke. Number 1. Is this the spark you believe in? A complete gambler. The first administrator did not speak, but his thin fingers dug deep into the armrest, knuckles protruding, veins bulging. He stared at the screen, heart pounding wildly. Believing in Pangu, believing in Tian. These words he had said now pressed on him like a mountain, almost suffocating him. In foreign live rooms, mocking comments flooded in. Sakura country, ha ha ha. I'm dying laughing. Do Dragon Kingdom people have a special obsession with treasure chests? 1 A level is not enough, they send a newbie in 2? Eagle Nation, is this their last hope? A fool blinded by greed, I can already foresee the ending. In at most 10 seconds, he will summon a goblin giant. Pickle country, looks like we don't need to worry, the Dragon Nation will soon disappear from history, Smita. Country 3, does he misunderstand the treasure chest? All treasure chests in the tower are scams, understand? Sun never sets country, how dare he? A newbie dares to open a bronze treasure chest. Everything outside, Tian could not know. He just found it somewhat amusing. Treasure chest barrier? Gate of death? No. For him, the name of this door should be exclusive ATM. He stretched out his hand, lightly pressing on the cold light door. Buzz. Light flowed, a suction pulled, completely swallowing his figure. The scene before his eyes changed again. It was a not very large stone chamber, walls smooth, empty of everything. Only in the very center of the chamber, quietly floating, was an ancient bronze treasure chest. Treasure chests in the tower are divided by quality: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, star, perfect, legendary. Tian's face was calm. In his heart he silently said, "Open. All-seeing eye, activate." In an instant, 3 streams of information flowed into his mind again. Option 1, open the treasure chest. Inside is a hungry treasure chest monster, elite. It will use its sharp teeth to show you what TM surprise really means. Option 2, open the treasure chest, gain C-level skill, basic combat, common junk. Learning it lets you fight monsters in primitive yet passionate hand-to-hand combat, if you can win. Option 3, open the treasure chest, gain A-level skill, Eagle Eye, passive. With it, your vision is greatly enhanced, dynamic vision increased by 500%, and you can see weaknesses of all targets below level 10. Best companion for sharpshooters, recommended not to choose, because it greatly reduces tower fun, trash skill, never choose. Seeing the third option, a smile appeared at Tian's lips. Not S level, it was A level. But it perfectly matched archery as a passive skill. It was like someone gave you a pillow when you felt sleepy. As for the later warning, Tian ignored it directly. I choose option 3. Without any hesitation, Tian made his choice. The moment he confirmed, the bronze treasure chest in front of him trembled sharply, emitting a faint light. Click. The lid slowly opened, a more dazzling golden light shot up from inside the chest, instantly piercing the dome of the stone chamber. At the same time, a grand, majestic, and thunderous sound of heaven resounded through the first floor of the tower. Congratulations to Dragon Nation pioneer Tian for opening the bronze treasure chest in the treasure chest barrier, gaining A-level skill Eagle Eye. Next time, whoever dares to say treasure chest drop rates in the tower are low, raise the difficulty. Boom! This sound not only echoed inside the tower, but through live broadcast, clearly reached everyone outside. The whole world instantly fell silent. Inside Dragon Nation's Supreme Command Room. Second Administrator's angry roar was still stuck in his throat, he froze on the spot, all his words choked back after this announcement. At this moment, he seemed like a clown. First Administrator's tense body instantly relaxed, he leaned back in his chair, murky eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance. And Dragon Nation's live broadcast room, after 3 seconds of dead silence, was instantly flooded with massive barrage of comments. Well, what? A-level skill? Did I hear right? Opening a treasure chest at the start and getting an A-level skill? Is this the drop rate of a bronze treasure chest? Even getting a C-level skill is a blessing from ancestors. God Su. From today, you are my only father. I take back what I said just now. Who said God Su is a gambler? This is strategy. This is God-level foresight. Treasure chest inspector? No, this is the god of treasure chests. All previous doubts, curses, and despair were completely torn apart at this moment. Transformed into the most fanatical worship and joy. Chapter 4. 3 arrows kill instantly. The moment the Hawkeye skill merged into his body, Tian's world changed. The floating dust in the air had clear trajectories. Even the tiniest cracks on distant stone walls seemed magnified right in front of his eyes. His eyes were like 2 ultra-precise detectors, absorbing all the data streams of the world. This feeling was strong. Just as Tian was adapting to this new vision, the light in the center of the stone chamber flashed, and the bronze treasure chest vanished. In its place were 3 light doors, completely different from before. The left door was shrouded in blood energy, with faint roars coming from it. The words above the door were simple and clear. Battle level, after entering, face 3 monsters of life level 1, eliminate them. The middle door emitted soft white light, giving a sense of calm. Rest level, after entering, gain a small amount of experience and restore all status. Safe, stable, humane care from the tower. The right door was a shadow leading to endless stairs. Directly enter Tower Level 2, pass Level 1, gain 10 National Fortune Points. Good news, you got your money's worth. The moment the 3 doors appeared, the Dragon Nation livestream exploded again. Rest. Choose the rest level. Exactly. Even though the battle level monsters are the same level, there are 3. At the start, without any equipment or skills, 1 against 3 is too dangerous. God just got the A-level skill, he's not familiar with it yet. Go to the rest level, get some experience to reach level 2, play safe first. What Dragon Nation needs now is safety. Right. Stay steady. We cannot lose another pioneer. After the roller coaster from hell to heaven, the Dragon Nation people's mindset became extremely cautious. In their eyes, Tian opening the bronze chest and getting the A-level Hawkeye skill was already a miracle. Now, the most important thing was to safely turn this miracle into power. The rest level was undoubtedly the best choice now. In the Supreme Command Room, Administrator 2 nodded unconsciously, and the tense face finally showed some color. Yes, choose rest, this is the most rational decision, upgrade first, then fight. Step by step. He had just been shaken by the thunderous voice of heaven, now he spoke to cover his earlier awkwardness. Sakura Nation Netizen, Baka. This Dragon Nation guy is so lucky, he got the rest level on the first floor. Kimchi Nation Netizen, Ashiba. Unfair, unfair. Our Kimchi Nation players have all 3 choices as treasure chests. Bear Nation Netizen, then aren't you lucky, choosing 3 A-level skills freely? However, Tian on the screen shocked everyone once again. He didn't even look at the middle or right doors. From the start, his eyes were locked on the left blood-shrouded battle door. He lifted his foot and stepped forward, his movements smooth like flowing water, without the slightest hesitation. What the hell? What is he going to do? No. Su God. Don't get carried away. Just got an A-level skill, this is the peak of luck, but you can't go wild like this. 1 against 3 is too risky. Exactly, stay steady, we beg you. The Dragon Nation audience's hearts tightened again. In foreign live streams, after a brief shock, the screen was instantly flooded with schadenfreude comments. Eagle Nation netizen, oh? Seems like his luck is gone, 1 A-level skill already makes him crazy, thinks he's invincible? Sakura Nation netizen, foolish Dragon Nation man, greed is in their bones. He will pay for his arrogance. 3 monsters will tear him apart, Kimchi Nation netizen, this is called unworthy of the position, Sumida. A newbie gets lucky with an A-level skill and doesn't know himself. Wait for the show. Third Nation netizen, the tower is sacred. It rewarded you, you should know gratitude and awe. Mockery, curses, and gloating. It was as if Su Tian was already a dead man. All the outside noise could not reach the high tower. Su Tian pushed open the battle door, his figure swallowed by the blood-red light. The scene changed. Around Gladiator Arena, the ground made of hard black stone, towering walls all around. Chirp chirp. A sharp, piercing scream rang out. Opposite the arena, 3 small, pale green goblins, holding rusty short knives, stared at Su Tian with their tiny, malicious eyes, drooling foul saliva. Monster, Goblin. Life level, 1. Talent skill, ignore reproductive isolation. Description, cannon fodder at the bottom of the tower, cowardly, greedy, likes to act in groups, but they are despicable and shameless. Must not lose. Otherwise, they will be made into puffs. To ordinary eyes, these were 3 vicious monsters waving sharp blades. But in Su Tian's eagle eye vision, it was a different sight. On each of the 3 goblins, several red light spots of different sizes appeared. The largest spot was on their forehead. Slightly smaller, on their heart. Even smaller, on their knee joints. Weak points. I see now. Su Tian muttered softly, a knowing smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. S-level archery gave him perfect muscle memory and shooting instinct, while A-level eagle eye gave him the sure hit eye that sees everything. Chirp. The 3 goblins shouted, flanking him from 3 directions in a fan shape, though low-level, they had decent combat instinct. At this moment, Su Tian moved. No retreat, no dodge. He just calmly raised the longbow in his hands. Draw an arrow, set the string, pull the bow like a full moon. The whole motion flowed in one, so fast it almost left an afterimage. Hum. The sound of the bowstring vibrating, clear as a dragon's roar. An arrow became a black line almost invisible to the naked eye, tearing through the air. Put. The goblin charging on the far left abruptly stopped. A bottomless blood hole appeared on its forehead, the arrow piercing through its back of the head, sticking into the distant wall, the tail still buzzing. The murderous light in its eyes vanished instantly, its body fell straight back, silent. Instant kill. Before the other 2 goblins could react, before the audience and the livestream could gasp, Su Tian's second arrow had already flown. This time, his target was the goblin charging on the far right. The goblin seemed to sense danger, instinctively holding its broken knife across its chest. But useless. The arrow seemed to have eyes, drawing an imperceptible arc, precisely bypassing the knife's block. Put. Another muffled sound. The arrow pierced its eye socket, passing through the entire brain. Second one, dead. Only the last goblin charging from the front remained in the arena. It was less than 5 meters from Su Tian. It raised its knife high, a savage smile on its face, as if it already saw splitting this human in 2. But the next second, its smile froze. Su Tian didn't even look at it, left hand holding the bow, right hand flashing out the 3rd arrow. No aiming, no pause. Hand up, string snaps, arrow flies. Instant shot. Put. The 3rd arrow, like a black lightning, struck the last goblin's heart precisely. The force sent its small body flying back, hitting the ground heavily, twitching twice, then silent. 3 arrows, 3 kills. From the first goblin's charge to the 3rd's fall, less than 3 seconds. Clean. Swift. Violent to the extreme. Yet elegant to the extreme. The whole arena returned to a deathly silence. Su Tian slowly lowered his longbow, his lean figure standing alone in the empty arena. He stood tall. And at this moment, the world outside the high tower had already fallen into a deeper, more profound silence. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, the barrage of comments, which had flooded the screen, disappeared. Everyone's eyes were wide open, their mouths agape, like ducks being strangled, unable to make a sound. Inside the highest command room, the second-in-command manager froze in place. The teacup he was holding fell to the ground with a loud crash, shattering into pieces, but he remained completely unaware. The first-in-command manager leaned back in his chair, his murky eyes fixed on the young man holding a bow in the screen, his elderly body shaking uncontrollably for the first time. It wasn't fear. It was excitement. It was ecstasy. In foreign live rooms, the mocking comments also vanished as if wiped away by an invisible hand. Viewers from Eagle Country, Cherry Blossom Country, and Kimchi Country, with mockery still on their faces, found themselves completely frozen. 3 seconds? A newcomer pioneer, taking down 3 monsters of the same level in just 3 seconds? What kind of monster is this? Some of the keyboard warriors who were about to make sarcastic comments hadn't even finished typing before the battle was already over. After the silence, there was an explosive eruption like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami roaring. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, the number of comments instantly shattered the server's threshold. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. 3 seconds, triple kill. Is this the god of archery descending? I take back what I said before. Lord Su, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you. You're not arrogant, you're confident. You're invincible. Mom asks me why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. I tell her I'm witnessing a miracle. So handsome. So damn handsome. This is the pioneer of our Dragon Kingdom. Decisive in killing. Unstoppable. Shout. All those haters, give me another shout. As the entire Dragon Kingdom plunged into a frenzy, inside the arena, the bodies of the 3 goblins turned into specks of light and vanished, leaving behind 3 unopened boxes. Chapter 5, A Million Times Return. The whole country boils. Tian stepped forward and slowly opened the boxes. In the first box, there were a bunch of potatoes covered in dirt, about 10 kilograms. In the second box, there were 3 diamond-shaped crystals, about the size of a thumb, emitting a faint white glow. The third box contained a card, glowing with a faint golden light. At the same time, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Killed goblin times 3, earn tower points 30. Obtain supplies, potatoes times 10 kilograms, energy crystals times 3, special item, million times supply return card times 1. Million times supply return card, a one-time consumable item, can designate any non-equipment, non-skill type supplies, magnify them by 1,000,000 times, and return them to the respective country. Note, the more people in the country, the greater the magnification. Tian looked at the card, his breath paused for a moment without him realizing it. 1,000,000 times. He had only killed 3 bottom-tier cannon fodder monsters and looted basic food. But with the effect of this card, just 1 kilogram of potatoes could be magnified to at least 1,000,000 kilograms. 1,000,000 kilograms. Enough to feed 5 million people. While he was digesting this huge amount of information, a warm current suddenly surged from his limbs and bones, quickly flowing through his entire body. His bones made slight cracking sounds, and the muscle fibers were torn and reorganized at an astonishing speed, becoming tougher and more explosive. His previously slightly thin body now seemed to have been injected with steel and iron, filled with explosive power. Congratulations, Pioneer Tian, your life level has increased to LV2. All attributes have been improved. Tian focused his mind and opened his attribute panel. Name, Tian. Life level, 2. Talent, all-seeing eye, divine level, unique. Satiety, 90, slightly full. Health, 100%. Tower level, 1. Skills, level 1, archery, S level, eagle eye, A level, passive. Equipment, longbow, arrows times 30. Supplies, energy crystals times 3, potatoes times 10 kilograms, million times supply return card times 1. Tower points, 30. Reaching life level 2, he could clearly feel that he had completely surpassed the scope of an ordinary person. Now, to punch and kill a cow is not an exaggeration. Outside the live broadcast room, after a brief silence, the screen was once again flooded with comments. But this time, the wind had changed. Eagle Nation, oh my god, I admit he is very lucky, but so what? He only killed 3 level 1 goblins, any experienced pioneer could do that. Sakura Nation, exactly. What's there to brag about? Look at his rewards, just a pile of potatoes. Ha ha ha, are the Dragon Nation people starving? Their eyes go straight for potatoes. Kimchi Nation, our great Kimchi Nation pioneers get standard longswords as first level rewards. Potatoes? That's just laughable, SS, Mata. India Nation, just some food, look at these Dragon Nation people, so happy. If they tasted our India Nation food, you can't imagine how exaggerated their faces would be. These sour comments were soon drowned out by the ecstatic Dragon Nation netizens. Who cares what drops? God is awesome, that's enough. Level 2. Damn. God reached level 2. He's only been in the high tower for a few minutes. Stop shouting ahead, you understand nothing. Compared to us, 10 kilograms of potatoes is Su Tian God's greatest confidence in the high tower. Su God, eat something to restore strength, we're not in a hurry. We can handle hunger. Exactly, prioritize our pioneers, food is crucial in the high tower. We can sleep if hungry, worst case eat some dirt. However, Su Tian on the screen did not touch the potatoes. He just glanced at his fullness bar, confirming he was still healthy. Then, he picked up the golden card. Under the watch of billions of people nationwide, he gently placed the card on the pile of potatoes. I choose to return the materials, potatoes. The moment he spoke, the golden card turned into a stream of light, merging into the potatoes. Return successful. 1 pound of potatoes amplified 5 million times. Returned 5 million pounds. Return successful. 1 pound of potatoes amplified 5 million times. Returned 8 million pounds. Total return, 46 million pounds of potatoes. The potatoes on the ground instantly broke into countless points of light, gathering into a brilliant pillar of light, shooting into the sky, disappearing above the arena. As a witness to the descent of the national fortune tower, Su Tian knew the importance of food too well. He would never forget the famine that swept the country after the tower appeared. He would never forget the human tragedies of people eating each other. Dragon Nation once had 7 billion compatriots. Now only 3 billion remained. After finishing everything, Su Tian collected 3 crystal cores into his bag, turned, and stepped toward the light gate to the next floor. His back was resolute and firm. Inside Dragon Nation's highest command room, the atmosphere was still tense. Administrator 1, Administrator 2, and 3 other high tower managers were all analyzing Su Tian's recent battle footage nervously. Every arrow of his hit the goblin's weak point exactly, this is no coincidence. His archery, combined with a rank eagle eye, this combination was born for hunting. Administrator 2's face was full of shock and confusion. Such archery, is he really an ordinary streamer? Administrator 1 also became unusually serious. Have Pango extract all of Su Tian's live streams. Arrange 1,000 researchers to watch repeatedly, make sure to find every detail. At that moment, the red alarm lights in the command room started flashing wildly, sending out a piercing buzzing. Report! Report! A technical staff in charge of data monitoring suddenly stood up, his voice changed due to excitement. Detected massive resource transfer. Source is the first floor of the high tower. Transfer channel opened. Receiving now. Resource type is food. Potatoes. Quantity. The technician looked at the screen with numbers jumping wildly, shouting excitedly, preliminary estimate over 40 million pounds. Boom. In the command room, the sound instantly disappeared. Everyone froze, standing still. 40 million pounds? What an international joke. The second manager was the first to react. He dashed to the monitoring station, staring intensely at the astronomical number of total resources on the screen, his eyes nearly popping out. Source. Find the source, he yelled. Found it, the technician called up the transfer log, pointing to a line of small text and reading it out loud, word by word, from Pioneer, Su Tian. Note, million times, material return. Million times. These 3 words were like a thunderstrike exploding in the minds of the 5 managers. They instantly understood. Quick! Quick! The first manager's aged body erupted with incredible strength. He rushed to the communication station, grabbed the microphone, his voice trembling with excitement. Send my order. Immediately issue a national announcement. Say. Pioneer Su Tian, on the first floor of the tower, brought back over 40 million pounds of food for Longwa. From tomorrow, the food rations in all regions of the country will double. All the people of Longwa who saw the announcement thought they were hallucinating. 40 million pounds? Starting with 40 million pounds of food? This is 1,000 times more ridiculous than starting with an A-level skill. After half a minute of silence, the entire Longwa network went completely crazy. I didn't see this wrong, right? So many potatoes. Rations doubled tomorrow. Whoa. I haven't had a full meal in 3 days. Su God. This is the real God. He didn't go to explore, he went to stock up. Where are those foreign dogs who mocked Su God for only bringing back potatoes? Come out and shout. Is your face hurting? What did your explorers bring back for you? Kimchi? 1 person. Saving the country. This is what it means to save the country. Countless people cried with joy, countless families embraced and celebrated. Hunger was the sharpest sword hanging over the heads of 3 billion Longwa people. How many people have died from famine in the past 3 years? And today, Su Tian, with his actions, has pushed that sword back a little. Chapter 6, Entering the Treasure Chest Challenge again, Rocket Scroll. Outside the tower. Because of the live broadcast, every action of the pioneer inside the tower was clearly presented in front of the whole world. At this moment, in the online strategic meeting of the Western Alliance led by the Eagle Nation, Tian's 3-second triple kill battle footage was being replayed in slow motion. His archery has surpassed the realm of skill, it's more like an instinct. The representative of Sakura Nation, a serious-looking middle-aged man, spoke first. Each shot targets a weak spot, without any unnecessary movements. Combined with the A-level eagle eye he obtained, this combo is very dangerous. He seriously suggested, I propose we immediately establish a special response department to analyze all of his battle data and develop targeted strategies. However, his words were not agreed upon by everyone. The representative of India Nation sneered disdainfully, a lucky kid. Doesn't he like opening treasure chests? The tower will teach him how to behave, no need for us to worry. I agree. The representative of the Eagle Nation, a blonde, blue-eyed general, leaned back in his chair arrogantly. We should focus our energy on more valuable targets. This Tian is just a fleeting mirage of Longwa's last struggle. Let him continue opening chests, maybe next time, we won't even have to discuss him anymore. In the meeting room, most people wore smiles of agreement. In their eyes, Tian's strength was based on the unreliable thing called luck. And luck was the most unreliable thing in the tower. Tian naturally didn't know that he had already become the focus of external discussions. After collecting the loot from the 3 goblin corpses, the light in the center of the arena twisted again, and 3 brand new light doors slowly appeared. On the left was still the blood-red, swirling battle challenge. In the center, there was a door emitting a soft glow, with a pattern of a gift box and a question mark carved above the doorframe, opportunity challenge. To the right, there was the treasure chest gate, gleaming with golden light. When the opportunity gate appeared, the entire livestream of Dragon Country was instantly flooded with huge surprise and sighs of relief from the bullet comments. Opportunity gate. It's the opportunity gate. Great. Finally, we don't have to worry anymore. The opportunity gate may have traps, but most of the time it's free rewards from the tower. Pick this one. Godsu, please. Pick this one. Let's play it safe, we really need to play it safe. Compared to the risks of combat gates and the terrifying treasure chest gates, the opportunity gate was the welfare gate that all pioneers dreamed of. It represented the smallest risks and stable rewards, the best choice for snowballing in the early stages. In foreign livestreams, there was a sour, lemon-like atmosphere. Eagle Country netizen, fuck. Why is this guy so lucky? India netizen, unfair. Our country's pioneers haven't even seen a rest gate yet, and he keeps encountering welfare gates. Sakura Country netizen, I hope he gets nothing. Nothing at all. Dragon Country netizen, you're just jealous, jealousy makes you ugly. In the highest command room of Dragon Country, the second in command looked at the opportunity gate on the screen, his tense face finally relaxed, and he let out a long, contented sigh. Comrade Tian's luck is really something. The other 19 pioneers who entered the tower have yet to see a single rest or opportunity gate, all of them facing combat gates. And he has encountered welfare options twice in a row. A good start can take him further. Beside him, the third in command, a calm and composed woman, nodded, but there was a trace of lingering sadness in her gaze. It's a pity. Comrade Chubai Shui, her luck has been a bit bad. After the 20th floor, almost all she encountered were combat gates and elite gates. Mentioning that name, the atmosphere in the command room grew heavy once again. However, just as everyone thought Tian would unhesitatingly choose the opportunity gate, which represented stability and rewards, Tian moved again. He stepped forward with a clear goal, his steps firm. He walked straight toward that golden, dazzling gate, the one that made countless pioneers tremble in fear, the one that made the heart of Dragon Country rise to their throat, the treasure chest gate. The whole world fell silent. Dragon Country's livestream, after a second of stillness, exploded into a frenzy of comments. Dragon Country netizen, no, why? Dragon Country netizen, why choose the treasure chest gate instead of the opportunity gate? Has he lost his mind? Is he a gambling addict? Dragon Country netizen, pay attention to your words upstairs, don't be pessimistic while eating the food Tian gave you. What qualification do you have? Dragon Country netizen, that's right, I believe in Tian. He probably just mistook the room. Dragon Country netizen, what's wrong with picking the treasure chest gate? Tian has a bow and eagle eyes, he might not lose. Foreign livestreams, on the other hand, instantly became a sea of joy. Sakura Country netizen, ha 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 ha. What do I see? He actually chose the treasure box gate again. What a top-tier clown. Eagle Country netizen, greed. This is the nature of Dragon Country people. They never know when to stop. In the highest command room, the second-in-command smile instantly froze, then was quickly replaced by a mix of anger and disbelief, turning his face dark blue. He stood up suddenly, trembling with emotion. Idiot! Idiot! He pointed at Su Tian's back on the screen, almost shouting. Why not choose opportunity? Why? That was a free reward. Why gamble on that illusory probability? What is he trying to do? He angrily paced back and forth, then suddenly stopped, pointing at the screen, making a solemn vow to the first-in-command and everyone. If he can still get rewards from that treasure chest. I am washing my hair upside down on a live national broadcast. Others might not understand, but as the tower manager, he knew too well. According to the smart brain Pango analyzing 3 years of massive tower data, the chance of a pioneer getting positive rewards twice in a row from a treasure chest is 0.0000001%. Almost zero. Everything outside, Su Tian knew nothing about. After 3 years of streaming, he of course knew how low the chance of consecutive chest openings was. But what does this have to do with him cheating? Time will prove the all-seeing eye. Pushing open the light door, he entered that familiar stone chamber again. In the center of the stone chamber, a simple bronze treasure chest floated quietly. No lock. Su Tian reached out, silently reciting in his heart. Open. All-seeing eye, activate. Option 1, monster type. Open the chest, 3 level 2 hellhounds will rush out, and they will enthusiastically wash you with inferno fire. Warm reminder, they love to jump in your face. Option 2, elite monster. Congratulations, luck is overflowing. The so-called newbie killer goblin giant, level 5, is on the way. It will use its huge wolf-tooth club to let you experience flying. Option 3, scroll type. Open the chest, you will get a random crafting scroll and a small amount of supplies, food and water. The most boring option, no fire-breathing cute dogs, no hospitable giant, bad rating. 3 streams of information flowed clearly into his mind. 1 bronze chest, 2 monster options, and 1 was an elite monster. Suddenly he completely understood how those pioneers died. With his current strength, if 3 level 2 hellhounds jumped at him, even if he could win, he would get hurt. And facing that level 5 goblin giant would be a real life or death battle. Without hesitation, his consciousness touched the third option. I choose the scroll. Click. The bronze chest opened in response, no blinding golden light, only a soft white glow. Inside the chest lay quietly a yellowed parchment, next to a few pieces of black bread and a jug of clear water. At the same time, the heavenly voice sounded again, but this time, it echoed only inside the stone chamber where Su Tian stood. Congratulations Dragon Country pioneer Su Tian, for opening the bronze chest and obtaining a special blueprint, rocket arrow. Received 10 kilograms of rice, mineral water * 10. Su Tian picked up the parchment. Obtained rocket arrow blueprint, do you want to learn it? Learn. The blueprint turned into a stream of light, entering his forehead. Instantly, a brand new knowledge was mastered. Learning successful. You have mastered the crafting method of rocket arrow. You received system-gifted finished products, rocket arrow ×5. Su Tian's heart moved. 5 arrows, completely different from normal ones, appeared in his quiver. Their arrowheads were streamlined, inside seemed to have intricate structures, and the arrow tails had tiny runes. To make more rocket arrows, materials are needed. To get materials, besides killing monsters or encountering gathering stages, the fastest way is through trading. Looks like it's time to go to the second floor. Chapter 7 Guardian, Wasteland Demon Wolf. When the yellowed parchment blueprint and supplies appeared in Su Tian's hand, outside the tower, it was already deathly silent. Especially those foreign livestreams that were just crazily mocking, now all silent. Eagle Country Netizen, again opened it? Sakura Country Netizen, impossible. Absolutely impossible. According to our most precise data analysis, the chance of getting rewards twice in a row is 0. He cheated. He must have cheated. India Country Netizen, was the tower god bribed by Dragon Country people? This is not fair. Kimchi Country Netizen, has the tower rule changed now? Did the chest drop rate go up? Bear Country Netizen, why don't you have that Kimchi Country idol Appa try to open one as an example? Do you not know how many people the treasure chest has killed? Netizen from Pickle Nation, why don't you Bear Nation pioneers go? Netizen from Bear Nation, I'm not jealous at all. In Dragon Nation's live stream room, after a brief crash, it instantly exploded with a nearly crazy joy. Ha 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 ha. Did you see that? This is my god Su. Treasure chest stage? That's Su God's exclusive supply channel. I declare, from today on, the tower treasure chests have only 2 types, one opened by Su God, one opened by others. Stop talking in front. I'm taking screenshots of those foreign kids' faces, the annual best clowns belong to them. The slap in the face came so fast, completely unprepared. And everyone's eyes, intentionally or not, gathered on the live split screen of the top command room. There, the second administrator still held fingers on the screen, roaring and cursing, looking like a weathered stone statue, face green as goblin skin. The heavy oath of washing hair upside down he made still echoed in ears. In just one day, he had already suffered 3 embarrassments. Ahem. Beside him, the calm third female administrator lightly coughed, breaking the awkward silence. She lifted her teacup, blew the steam, glanced at number 2 from the corner of her eyes, holding back a smile. Number 2, has your throat been irritated recently? Later I'll ask logistics to send you some chrysanthemum tea. PFT. Another administrator couldn't hold it and burst out laughing. The second administrator's face instantly turned liver-colored, he sharply withdrew his hand, stiffened his neck, looking like a clown. He opened his mouth but could not speak a single word. The slap came too fast, too hard, leaving him completely unprepared. The first administrator leaned back in his chair, looking at the young man in the screen calmly putting away the blueprints, his cloudy eyes filled with undisguised admiration and shock. He slowly spoke, voice with a hoarse smile, Number 2, I think this proposal is good. If washing hair upside down can bring us such an excellent pioneer for Dragon Nation, not just once, even every day, the whole nation would crowdfund shampoo for you. At these words, suppressed laughter erupted in the command room. The second administrator's old face flushed red. In the end, like a deflated balloon, he plopped back into his chair, grabbed the iced tea on the table and gulped it down, voice rough. Wash. Who said don't wash? As long as he can keep winning, not just washing hair upside down, even if I had to run naked at the tower gate, I accept it. Though the words still sounded strong, anyone could hear that the anger had disappeared, replaced by a complex mix of shock, joy, and a bit of acceptance. Inside the tower. After studying the blueprints, Tian stored the supplies. The light in the stone chamber changed again. This time, no opportunity, no treasure chest, only 3 battle doors emitting different auras remained. The left door, heavy as a mountain, made of rock, dull footsteps sounded behind it. Guardian, Rock Colossus, LV3. Traits, extremely high defense, health thick as city walls, but moves slowly. The middle door, green and lush, yet gave off a rotten stench, sticky liquid seeping from the cracks. Guardian, Swamp Slime King, LV3. Traits, super strong regeneration, as long as core is intact, can recover infinitely, extremely tricky. The right door, dark as a pit, seemed to lead to a devouring abyss, wind howling, a lone wolf engraved above the door. Guardian, Wasteland Demon Wolf, LV4 injured. Traits, extremely fast, excels in stealth and ambush, nightmare for many pioneers. Note, injured in previous battle, power slightly reduced, but beware, it's very cunning. Once the 3 Guardians' information appeared, Dragon Nation's live stream room immediately erupted into intense discussion. Choose the rock giant. God Su is an archer, hitting such slow-moving targets is just a casual kite, right? No, the Slime King is better. Though it recovers fast, it has almost no attack power, slowly wearing it down will eventually kill it. Am I the only one who thinks the magic wolf is no good? That thing is too fast. If it gets close, the archer is done. Even if it's injured, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. After all, it's level 4, no need to take risks. Most people lean toward the first 2 choices, safe and secure. But Tian just glanced and walked straight to the dark door representing the wasteland magic wolf. Damn. He chose the most dangerous one again. Oh no, my heart can't take this. God Su, can you be stable just once? But this time, some calm viewers noticed the clue. Are you guys stupid? Sneak attack? Hiding? In front of God Su's A-level eagle eyes, that wolf is like a naked beauty, nothing to hide. Exactly. High defense and high recovery are the worst for God Su's ordinary early arrows. This fragile wolf is the optimal choice. God Su is awesome. Clear thinking. First time. My thoughts synced with God Su, I am really awesome. Amidst the chaos outside, Tian pushed the door, his figure merging into darkness. Scene change. It is an endless grassland, dark green tall grass half a person high, evening wind blows, grass waves ripple, rustling, like snakes hiding in the shadows. In the air, a faint smell of blood spreads. For ordinary pioneers, this is a perfect hunting ground and a perfect grave. But for Tian. He opened his eyes, the entire world's data flow captured by his sight. Eagle eye, activate. Instantly, about 50 meters ahead to the left in the grass, a faint red glowing outline clearly appeared. On that outline, heart, throat, eyeballs, several spots were marked with deadly red points. Found you. Tian's lips curled slightly. He could feel the magic wolf had also noticed him, lowering its body, gathering strength, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. It was waiting for Tian to come closer. One hit, instant kill. Tian calmly took an arrow from the quiver. Not an ordinary arrow, but a streamlined arrowhead carved with tiny runes, a rocket arrow. Knocked the arrow, drew the bow. He aimed not at the magic wolf's body, but 10 meters ahead, at the driest patch of grass. Trying to hide and sneak attack? Let me show you what a roasted magic wolf tastes like. Whoosh! The rocket arrow cut through the air with a faint flame, falling like a meteor into the grass sea. No earth-shaking explosion, just a light puff sound. The next second, orange-red flames exploded from the point of impact. Dry autumn grass is the best fuel, fire borrows the wind pushes the fire, in an instant forming an impassable wall, rapidly spreading toward the magic wolf's hiding spot. What? The hiding wasteland magic wolf was clearly stunned. It didn't understand why this human didn't come closer but set fire from afar. The arrow was so crooked, looks like a free meal. The magic wolf chose to keep hiding. A little normal fire, not much blood will drop. This human is obviously just shooting randomly. It would look really stupid if it jumped out. It's a wise lone wolf. Would this trick work? However, all viewers in the livestream, from God's view, clearly saw the firestorm sweeping precisely toward the wolf's position. Comments exploded after a silent second. Holy crap! You can play like this? Set fire to the mountain, end up in jail. Oh wait, this is the tower, never mind. Magic wolf, I was lying there, watching the fire come. I don't even dare to move, I bet he doesn't know I'm here. Pity the demon wolf for a second, it will never understand, even until death, how it got exposed. Is this wolf stupid? Does it like dancing in the fire? Why hasn't it come out yet? Encountering Tian, unlucky for you. The flames mercilessly devoured the grassland, the burning heat making the air twist. -5, -5, -5. A series of tiny damage numbers began floating from above the demon wolf's head. Just hold on a bit longer, this human only needs to come a little closer, a little more. It ground its claws, confident that with its attack power, killing this human would take just one strike. However, halfway, Tian suddenly stopped, took a potato from his backpack, and slowly began to eat it. A faint smile on his face, he quietly waited for the wild demon wolf's mindset to collapse. Chapter 8, Killing the Wild Demon Wolf, Reaping Full Rewards. Finally, when nearly 1/3 of its health had been burned by the flames, the wild demon wolf could no longer hold back. A roar full of anger and pain, it leapt out of the fire sea. Its fur was burnt in many places, its once agile body looking clumsy, and its green shiny eyes full of boundless hatred for Tian. It finally realized, it had been tricked. This hateful human had known its location from the start. Yet waiting for it was an arrow long prepared. Poochie! The arrow precisely hit the weak joint of its front leg, just as it leapt, floating in midair with nowhere to leverage. Pain surged, the demon wolf let out a wail and crashed heavily to the ground. Before it could struggle to get up, Tian's second arrow, third arrow, came one after another. Puff! Puff! One arrow struck its rear leg joint, another grazed its waist and belly, leaving a deep blood streak. From the beginning, the battle had entered Tian's rhythm. He stepped back, keeping absolutely safe distance, calmly drawing and releasing arrows. Each arrow precisely hit the red weak points on the demon wolf's body. Poor wild demon wolf, only having speed and claws, couldn't even touch Tian's clothes, in repeated futile leaps and chases, losing blood, weakening, until with an unwilling wail, the final arrow pierced its eye socket, nailing it completely to the ground. The battle was over. Tian was completely unharmed, even his fullness had increased considerably. Killed wild demon wolf, LV4, gained 100 tower points. Congratulations to Pioneer Tian, life level increased to LV3. All attributes increased. The demon wolf's body turned into glowing particles, leaving some loot. Congratulations, obtained materials, complete wolf skin ×1, sharp wolf teeth ×2, energy crystal core ×5, experience book, intermediate, ×1, million times return card ×2. Tian used the experience book without hesitation. Used skill experience book, intermediate, your skill archery, S level, increased to LV2. You have learned a new ability, triple arrow, can shoot 3 arrows in an instant, hitting one or multiple targets. Feeling the surge of power inside him again, and the new shooting skill in his mind, Tian nodded with satisfaction. This time, killing the wild demon wolf brought great rewards, not only increasing archery and life level. He also gained a lot of trading materials, accumulating significant capital. Tian looked at his panel. Name, Tian. Life level, 3, 5%. Talent, all-seeing eye, divine level unique. Fullness, 65, slightly hungry. HP, 100%. Tower floor, 1, progress, 100%. Skills, level 2, archery, S level, eagle eye, A level passive. Equipment, longbow, arrows ×15, fire arrows ×4. Supplies, energy crystal core times 8, potatoes times 6, million times supply return card times 2, complete wolf skin times 1, sharp wolf teeth times 2, rice 10 kilograms, mineral water times 10. Tower points, 130. He glanced at the light gate to the second floor, but did not enter immediately. Instead, he sat cross-legged, preparing to rest a little and restore some fullness. In the tower, fullness was extremely important, low fullness. The battle power would be weakened by percentages, and even the mind would slow down. On the contrary, high fullness allows the pioneers to exert their full strength, and even automatically recover health, heal wounds, and gain experience. Of course, to increase fullness, eating is the fastest way, followed by sleeping and resting. Su Tian's rest attracted a barrage of comments. So steady. Su Xin is really too steady. That wild magic wolf is so miserable, it was directly kicked to death by Su Xin. If it had attacked at the beginning, though the result would still be the same, it could at least have consumed a bit. Now, compared to the wild magic wolf, I feel like Su Xin is more like the gatekeeper. Level 3 after clearing just the first layer, got a divine skill, learned a new blueprint. If it were me, I would have swollen up and forgotten my own name. But he's still resting. This is the true heart of a strong person. Not arrogant, not impatient, advancing step by step. Mom, I think I'm in love, this man named Su Tian is damn charming. Kimchi country netizen, it's just clearing the first layer of the tower. Is it that impressive? The clear rate for the first layer is 90%, is it necessary to hype it up? Sakura netizen, acting like it's clearing the 20th layer's final boss, but it's just the first layer? Just a newbie. Dragon country netizen, jealous. Look how jealous you all are. How many times have you been slapped in the face today? Dragon country netizen, wait until tomorrow, looking forward to seeing your faces when you get slapped again. High Tower Administration Bureau. Su Tian's performance on this layer exceeded everyone's expectations. Let alone the fact that he killed the wild magic wolf without taking any damage, just the operation of opening 2 treasure chests on the first layer is worth repeated study. The first administrator spoke, Su Tian's performance is unquestionable, very strong. But it's not very representative. What about the other 19 pioneers? Any outstanding performances? At this moment, they realized that after watching Su Tian's live stream for the whole day, they hadn't really paid much attention to the other pioneers. It's impossible. Su Tian's every move is so unexpected. The fourth administrator, a middle-aged man in military uniform, spoke in a deep voice, Pioneer Lin Lingfeng, the top special operations expert of the Dragon Country's entire war zone, the undisputed king of soldiers. Currently on Layer 1, progress at 50%. After fighting with 3 hunting dogs, he got a bit injured, but the rewards are good. Pioneer Qi Xiao, the eldest daughter of the Qi family, famous for ancient martial arts. It's said she ate quite a bit of high tower food and started with a life level of 2. Currently on Layer 2, sneaked up, and her life level has reached 3. Pioneer Zhang Tianyu, the next generation inheritor trained by Longhu Mountain, has completed 3 consecutive combat stages, and is seriously injured at the moment. However, his life level is currently the highest at 4. His displayed strength is quite good. He actually wanted to say very good, but when he thought of Su Tian, that freak, who hasn't lost any health today, it made Zhang Tianyu's performance seem quite average. As for the other pioneers, their situations are not optimistic. For a moment, all 5 administrators of the high tower fell silent. When compared, Su Tian's performance is simply stunning. A small treasure identification streamer managed to outperform the carefully selected elites of the country. The first administrator slowly spoke, tell them to stay steady, prioritize improving their life levels, and if necessary, ask the country for support. After speaking, the first administrator turned his head. His square face showed a slight fatigue. If only these people could be like Su Tian. Not to mention asking them to return a large amount of resources to contribute to the Dragon Country like Su Tian, but at least, they shouldn't be a burden. Right now, the Dragon Country is so fragile, the national luck points left for them are already few. And at this moment, Su Tian in the live stream moved. He had already stepped towards the teleportation portal to the second layer. Chapter 9, Traveling Merchant, Silver Treasure Chest. Su Tian walked through the light gate, and the scene in front of him suddenly brightened. In front of him, it was no longer the gray, dim initial space of the first layer, but a circular hall bathed in soft light. Congratulations on entering the second floor of the high tower, you have gained 50 tower points and 10 national luck points. Exploration, 0%. When exploration is full, you will automatically enter the third floor. National luck points increased by 10 again. This shows he has earned back the ticket price, and proves the nation's choice was right. Next is pure profit. Su Tian smiled lightly and looked forward. In the center of the hall, 3 tall light doors were lined up, each giving off a different aura. Elite Gate, inside are the elite guards of the second floor of the high tower, strong and fierce. Defeat them, and you will gain rich rewards and glory. With your strength, you can easily do it. Go in and experience the thrilling challenge. Challenge Gate, this is the trial ground for brave ones. You will face unknown tests, maybe of wisdom, maybe of strength. Succeed, and you will get unimaginable adventures. Fight. Fun. Rewards. More fun. Opportunity Gate, hey, traveler, are you tired? Here is everything you want. If fate allows, you might even meet an interesting merchant. Do not go in, just a tricky merchant who never makes bad deals. The information of the 3 doors was clearly shown before Tian. He just glanced at the 3 doors and walked straight to the one glowing with jade light, the Opportunity Gate. His early goal was stability. If he could avoid fights, he would, and even if he had to fight, it had to be the kind he could crush. He had the all-seeing eye cheat, who needed to risk themselves. Maybe the next floor would have a treasure chest. He pushed open the door. The scene in front of him changed again. It was a small circular room. In the center stood a low table made of unknown wood, with a rough animal skin on top. A short, fat creature wearing a pointed hat and carrying a huge backpack sat behind the table, watching Tian with rolling eyes. Traveling merchant, a special being in the tower, will not attack first. Prices of goods fluctuate with mood. Trade carefully, never offend lightly. He is a tricky merchant. A shameless tricky merchant. Oh. Another little one has come. The traveling merchant grinned, showing crooked yellow teeth. Welcome to my little shop. Fate is a strange thing. I originally did business on the 30th floor of the tower, but by accident, I fell to this bottom floor, really unlucky. He spoke while patting the huge backpack beside him. From the backpack came clanging sounds, as if it held many things. But since you are here, you cannot leave empty-handed. Look, I have all kinds of good things, all at fake prices, fair to young and old. He said and pulled out a dazzling array of goods from the backpack, filling the low table. There were weapons with faint glimmers, potions with soft herbal scents, scrolls carved with mysterious runes, and even a palm-sized, pitch-black pet egg, with a faint heartbeat inside. Tian's gaze was instantly drawn to the pet egg. Unhatched pet egg contains a creature with great potential. After hatching, it will become your most loyal partner, giving huge help in battle. Tian's heart stirred. A pet egg was extremely rare. In the pioneers, owning a strong pet often meant higher survival and stronger fighting power. But alas, his wallet was poor. He looked at the fat, big-eared traveling merchant, knowing he was surely being calculated against. Little one, what do you like? The merchant rubbed his hands, smiling like an old fox. These are all good things, outside you cannot buy them with points, especially this one. He pointed at the pet egg, a greedy gleam in his eyes. This is my treasure kept at the bottom. As soon as it hatches, it will definitely make you walk proudly in the high tower. The first 20 floors are easy, just go in mindlessly. Tian said nothing, just quietly looked at him. The traveling merchant felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze, and coughed lightly. Cough cough, little one, how many tower points do you have? Or, do you have anything good to exchange with me? I'm the type who loves making friends. I only have 180 points. Tian said honestly. When the traveling merchant heard this, he immediately curled his lips, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He casually packed up the rare items on the table, leaving only a few pieces of black bread and a few bottles of mineral water. Well, of course, a newcomer just arriving at the second floor wouldn't have that many points. Forget it, your points can't buy anything good. He looked Tian up and down again, his eyes suddenly brightened as if he had thought of something. But, seeing that you're a destined person, I have a special treasure here. You could try your luck. He pulled out a silver shining treasure chest from his chest and placed it on the table. This is a silver treasure chest. A rare good item in the tower. I was planning to open it myself, but recently I'm a bit tight on money, so I'm selling it cheap to you. You're sure to make a big profit if you open it. The traveling merchant spoke in a tone that never left room for doubt. The Dragon Kingdom livestream exploded in anger. Damn! This shady merchant. He's trying to scam Sushin. A silver treasure chest? Is that something people even open? No explorer above the 20th floor dares to touch it. Heartless merchant. Who doesn't know that the drop rate for silver treasure chests is even worse than for copper treasure chests? There's a 90% chance it'll summon a monster. Sushin, don't fall for it. That's definitely a trap. Treasure chests in the tower? Even dogs don't want them. He's really a shady merchant, no wonder he dropped down to the second floor. In the highest command room, the second manager looked at the screen showing the sparkling silver treasure chest and the shady merchant's cunning face, and burst into laughter. Do they really think our people from the Dragon Kingdom are easy to fool? No one would want this chest even if it was given away for free. Now, 3 years after the tower's arrival, even elementary school students in the Dragon Kingdom know that treasure chests are just traps, just random monster spawners. Moreover, Pangu has calculated that while the rewards in a silver treasure chest are rich, the chance of generating a monster is as high as 90%. The remaining 5% are various debuffs. Let's just say it's a complete ripoff. The first manager nodded. This point was unquestionable, and he also firmly believed Su Tian wouldn't buy it to open. Su Tian stared at the silver treasure chest on the table. A trace of hesitation appeared on his face. He remained silent for a moment, as if making a difficult decision. The traveling merchant saw this and his heart burst with joy, but he put on a troubled expression on his face. Little one, this is a rare opportunity. If you miss it, there won't be another chance. 180 points, you can't lose, you can't be tricked. How about this, I'll pack up all the food and bread for you as well. Su Tian finally nodded. Okay, I'll buy it. The traveling merchant's eyes lit up, and he quickly accepted the points, pushing the silver treasure chest toward Su Tian. Ha ha ha. Little one, you're truly a destined person. I wish you get something great. He smiled so broadly he couldn't close his mouth, packed up all his goods, threw his backpack on, and quickly ran toward a small door deep in the room. I have things to do, I won't stay with you. See you next time. He ran off quickly, fearing that Su Tian might open the chest on the spot and summon some monster to cause trouble for him. The Dragon Kingdom netizens were wailing. It's over, it's over. Sushin really bought it. He's not really going to open it, right? Sushin, you just bought it, right? You're not going to open it, right? You're going to save it and open it later, when you're stronger, you understand? Foreign netizens were laughing even harder. Eagle Country netizen, ha 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 ha. He really bought it. This idiot. Sakura Country netizen, open it quickly. I can't wait to see him get his intestines ripped out by a goblin giant. Kimchi Country netizen, 180 points may not be much, but change to a silver treasure chest. Is this pioneer from the Dragon Kingdom trying to kill us with laughter? Netizens from Bear Country, this scene feels a bit familiar. Weren't you all just slapped in the face like this before? Netizens from Cherry Blossom Country, Baka. I can be slapped in the face countless times, but if he makes a single mistake, he's dead for sure. If no monsters come out, I'll live stream eating Oreos. Netizens from Country A, me too. If no monsters come out, I'll eat Oreos as well. Netizens from Baton Country, a bunch of greedy little kittens, stealing snacks, come to me, I'll give them to you. However, what everyone doesn't know is that Su Tian picked up that silver treasure chest, and the hesitation on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a confident, calm smile. Traveling merchant? Thinking he found a bargain? His all-seeing eye talent is not a decoration. He only smiled because he saw the traveling merchant had already left this level. He had long seen the rewards in the treasure chest through his all-seeing eye. Chapter 10, Obtaining the Pet Egg, Shocking the Whole World. In the Dragon Kingdom's live streaming room, netizens were going crazy. No. Su God. You can buy it to collect, but don't open it. Are you new here? Don't you know the golden content of a silver treasure chest? The last one who opened this thing was that so-called Iron Fist A-class pioneer from Eagle Country, who opened it on the 15th floor, and the result? Result? The result was a level 20 devourer came out. That thing can do nothing but eat. The live stream didn't cut off, and billions of people worldwide watched as he was bitten down from his feet, inch by inch, screaming in agony for a full minute before finally dying. Hiss, don't say that, I can picture it. So, Su God definitely won't open it. He's so steady, he must be buying it to keep for later when he's stronger, right? It has to be that way. Exactly. The Tower Forum has a death compilation, and there's no decent way to die for anyone who opens a silver treasure chest. Su God would never open it. In the bullet screen, countless people from the Dragon Kingdom were comforting themselves, having just received potatoes returned by Su Tian, truly unable to accept that their benefactor would die in the next second. In the highest command room of the Dragon Kingdom, the calm and composed number 3 female manager picked up her teacup, gently blowing on it, the corners of her eyes glancing at the anxious number 2 beside her, her lips hinting at a smile. Number 2, why aren't you voicing your opinion this time? Don't you want to make a prediction? Upon hearing this, number 2's face flushed, he straightened his neck and snorted. He had been slapped in the face too many times, learned to be smart, and decided that silence is golden. But number 3 clearly wasn't planning to let him off. What's wrong, scared? Or do you also think Comrade Su Tian will act impulsively? This statement, with a bit of provocation, instantly ignited the little rationality number 2 had. Nonsense. He slammed the table, standing up as if to prove his judgment with volume. I admit. This kid does have some skill, his strength and brain are both there. That's why I firmly believe he absolutely won't open this treasure chest. he asserted decisively, his tone full of absolute confidence in his logic. He buys it, at most, just to take a look or see if he can study it. A truly smart person won't gamble their life and the fate of the Dragon Kingdom on that 1 in a million chance. After speaking, he seemed to feel it wasn't enough, and in order to completely regain the face he lost earlier, he pointed at the screen and made another heavy vow. If he dares to open it and get something good, I'll eat this table. Number 3 held back her laugh, slowly sipping her tea. This is a high-strength alloy table, your teeth might not be up to the task. And what about your upside-down hair wash? In the tower's stone chamber. Everything outside was of no concern to Tian. All of his previous performances were an act. If he had shown the slightest hint of urgency for success just now, that fat merchant would definitely have instantly raised the price, or even directly taken the goods and left. After all, a newcomer who just reached the second floor, with less than 200 points in total, still desperately wants a silver treasure chest, which is itself very unnatural. Fortunately, he bet right. That fat guy just didn't want to waste the opportunity, it was a free chance to earn. In Tian's mind, 3 streams of information were already crystal clear. Option 1, monster type, a hungry goblin troll, LV8 elite, will give you a warm hug and treat you as its appetizer. Fight. Exciting. Option 2, equipment type, a silver level chest armor, Heart of the Guardian, can withstand 1 fatal attack. Very practical, but wearing it will make you lose the thrill of adventure, not recommended. Option 3, pet egg, acquire an unknown pet egg, which has limitless potential but requires careful nurturing to possibly become your future assistant. Warning, this is the most boring nurturing game in the tower, extremely resource and energy consuming, strongly discouraged. Pet egg. Even Tian's composure almost made his heart leap out of his chest when he saw these 3 words. He forcibly suppressed the surging emotions so that the fat guy would not see through his cracks. Pets are rarer than S-level skills in the tower. A powerful pet means 1 more reliable companion, meaning an all-around boost in scouting, support, damage, and defense. Pioneers in the tower fear being isolated and helpless the most, and a loyal pet is a partner that will never betray. Over the past 3 years, among hundreds of thousands of pioneers worldwide, those who have a pet are few, and each one is a monster standing at the top of the pyramid. And now, an opportunity to obtain one is right in front of him. 180 points, in exchange for a legendary future. Tian weighed the silver treasure chest in his hand, a slight cold smile spilling from his lips. That fat guy, don't let me encounter him again next time. He no longer hesitated, his finger resting on the cold lid of the chest. At this moment, in live rooms around the world, everyone's breath came to a halt. Eagle Country Netizen, he's about to open it. He really is going to open it. Oh God, I can almost smell the blood. Sakura Country Netizen, ha ha ha. Finally, that moment has come. Let your greed go to the grave. I'm ready to record the whole process of you being torn apart. A country netizen, finally. He's finally going to die. Sakura Country Netizen, if he can open something other than a monster, I, Yamamoto Taro, will eat a kilogram of Oreo live. A country netizen, I'm in too. Count me in. The tower's treasure chests absolutely cannot keep producing. Bear Country Netizen, a bunch of idiots, my vodka is ready, just waiting for your eating broadcast to enjoy it with. Under the gaze of billions of eyes worldwide, Tian gathered his strength. Click. With a soft sound, the lid slowly opened. There was no roar of an elite monster as expected, no soaring bloodlight. Only a soft, moon-like, brilliant light quietly rose from within the chest. The light faded away. A perfectly round egg, covered with mysterious golden patterns, about the size of 2 fists, quietly hovered in midair. Time seemed to be paused at this moment. The whole world was utterly silent. After a full 5 seconds of dead silence. Sakura Country Netizen? Eagle Country Netizen, what? What is that? An egg? A country netizen, impossible. Where is the monster? Where is my shadow leopard? Those foreign live rooms that were just crazily shouting suddenly filled with sparse comments, full of question marks and disbelief, and then countless profiles turned gray, hastily logging off. In the Dragon Country live room, after a brief crash, it was completely overwhelmed by an avalanche of joy. Wow. An egg. It's an egg. It's a pet egg, ah 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 ah. Ha 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 ha. We won. Again we won. God is amazing. God of treasure chests. Forever God. Where did those foreign dogs just go? Where are they? The ones called Yamamoto Taro, and that Asan, don't run away. I've got the Olay ready for you. Fresh. It feels amazing. I've never felt this good in my life. My face is about to swell up from being slapped by Shun. But it's so damn satisfying. In the highest command room. Plop. The teacup in the hands of the second manager fell to the ground for the third time, shattering into pieces. He froze, his body stiff, staring intently at the floating egg on the screen, making a cluck sound from his throat, but not a single word came out. He had imagined countless possibilities. Maybe some food, some materials, or even, he had thought about getting an ordinary piece of equipment. But he never dreamed that Tian would open a pet egg from a silver treasure chest. A pet egg. In the whole world, there are no more than 10 pioneers who have pets. The voice of the first manager, old and trembling, exploded with an unprecedented light in his murky eyes. Arthur, the Dragon Knight of the Eagle Country, his dragon was stolen from the Dragon's Den only after completing the legendary task Dragon Slayer on the 40th level. Ivan, the Beast King of Bear Country, his giant bear was obtained after sacrificing an arm in a hidden dungeon in the extreme northern snowfield. Every one of them paid the price in blood, going through life and death trials to gain that opportunity. And he? The first manager pointed at Tian on the screen, unable to say anything due to his excitement. He, on the second floor of the tower, spent 180 points to buy a silver treasure chest from a shady merchant, and just like that, opened it? It sounds even more ridiculous than a fairy tale. This kid. The second manager finally found his voice. He looked at the screen, then glanced at the upside-down head-washing video on his phone, and finally looked at the undamaged alloy table. His old face turned pig liver color. He suddenly slapped his thigh and let out a wail. Did he save the entire galaxy in his last life? His ancestral grave didn't just emit smoke, it must have been a skyrocket. Inside the tower, Tian reached out his hand, and the pet egg gently floated into his palm. It felt warm, with a faint pulse. A message appeared before his eyes. Ancient beast egg, unhatched, ... Hatching countdown, 71 hours 59 minutes and 47 seconds. Hatching requirements, a large amount of energy-rich food. There were still 3 days left. Tian carefully placed the pet egg into his backpack. The priority now was to prepare enough food for the little one and also to strengthen his own combat power. The 5 rocket arrows used one when fighting the wild magic wolf, leaving 4 remaining, which had to be quickly manufactured as backup. He concentrated, and a brand new virtual interface appeared before his eyes. That was a feature unlocked only after clearing the first level, the tower trading market. Chapter 11, The Western Suppression, Tonight's Chicken Dinner. A brand new virtual interface appeared before his eyes. Manufacturing interface. Rocket arrow, blueprint ordinary arrows times 20, energy crystal times 1, satiety consumption, 2%. The crafting method was not complicated. Tian looked at the crafting recipe for the rocket arrow. He found that the crafting requirements for most equipment and items were not high. The difficulty was in acquiring the blueprints themselves. Crafting consumed satiety. This was clearly to prevent pioneers from camping in one place and endlessly farming materials to trade and hoard supplies. He pulled up the trading market interface. Tower trading market. At the top of the interface, a dazzling array of product listings scrolled by. Tian searched 4 arrows. Soon, a large number of transaction details appeared. Product, ordinary arrows times 100. Seller, Shaojuanzi, Sakura Country. Price, energy crystal times 1, potato times 10. Note, Dragon Country pioneers, need to pay an additional energy crystal times 1. Seller, David, Eagle Country. Note, Dragon Country pioneers, Extreme Alliance purchase, need to pay an additional potato times 30. Tian's heart sank. He looked at the glaring notes one by one. Dragon Country pioneer extra payment. Anger surged in his chest. This was a blatant suppression. Not aimed at him personally, but directed at the entire Dragon Country. In these 3 years, he had been a bystander. Countless times he had seen similar scenes in the live broadcast room. Pioneers of Dragon Country struggled in the tower. They were sanctioned jointly by the Western countries led by Eagle Country. The prices of supplies were maliciously raised. Trade channels were ruthlessly cut off. Now that he was caught in this situation, the feeling became even more intense. Tian took a deep breath. He suppressed the emotions raging in his heart. In that case, he must be self-reliant. He browsed the trading platform again. This time, he focused on the trading information of the Dragon Country pioneers. The trading area of Dragon Country was desolate. The quantity of goods was scarce. Prices were generally high. Tian discovered a trading request among them. Seeking, food. Selling, common arrows times 100. Trader, Xia He. Note, urgently need 5 potatoes for support, limited to our country's pioneers. Xia He. This name made Tian stop his actions. The sharpshooter of Dragon Country. The 3-time Olympic champion. The pride of the Xia family. It is said that she is also the granddaughter of one of the 5 managers of the tower. With such a background, such an identity. She was actually selling arrows and seeking food. Su Tian's heart tightened. In the tower, injuries consume a lot of satiety to restore health. Food is the foundation of survival. It is also key to recovering from injuries. As a top pioneer, Xia He's archery skills were extraordinary. Yet she was now selling arrows at a low price. This meant she must have encountered some kind of crisis. She was injured. She needed food. Su Tian did not hesitate. Since she was a compatriot, he chose to trade. Trader Su Tian initiated a trade request to Xia He, potatoes times 15, 1 energy core. Trader Xia He responded, common arrows times 100. Su Tian gave 10 extra potatoes. He just wanted to do his part, hoping these foods could help her through the tough time. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the bullet screen was instantly overwhelmed by touching emotions. Su God is righteous. Goddess Xia He must be injured. Su God is sending charcoal in the snow. He is a newcomer, and food is not plentiful, yet he gave 10 more. This is us, the people of Dragon Country. When one is in trouble, all help. I was just in Goddess Xia He's live room, now I am recovering in a cave on the 2nd floor. With Su God's potatoes, she can surely make it. So touching, I came from Goddess Xia He's live room. Thank you Su Tian for sending potatoes, Su God is mighty. Inside the Tower Management Bureau, the second manager looked at the transaction record on the screen. He rubbed his hands. Xia He. He turned his head to look at the third manager sitting next to him. Third, this should be your granddaughter, right? With your contributions to Dragon Country over the past 3 years, you can apply for assistance for her. The third manager remained silent. National Fortune Points. Its usefulness extends far beyond reviving pioneers. It can also be used to transport supplies into the tower, helping pioneers through difficult times. Its utility is immense. But the third manager shook her head. Her voice was calm. Since I've sat in this position, I belong to the people. I cannot intervene in the Xia family matters. If Comrade Xia He dies, I will remember and pay tribute. But I will never sacrifice public interest for personal gain. Every point of fortune in Dragon Country must be spent wisely. Her tone was resolute. The second manager nodded. He agreed with the third manager's decision. The 5 of them sat here, each with a common goal, each sharing the same belief. Back in the tower, Su Tian looked at the 100 extra common arrows in his backpack. He opened the manufacturing interface again. Fire arrow, blueprint common arrows times 20, energy core times 1, satiety consumption, 2%. He had 8 energy cores. His satiety was currently at 75%. That's enough. Su Tian crafted 100 fire arrows at once. Consumed common arrows times 100, energy cores times 5. Satiety decreased by 10%. Obtained rocket arrows times 100. Su Tian's satiety instantly dropped to 65%. A slight weakness spread through his body. The nature of rocket arrows. It made exploring the 2nd floor much safer. He now needed more food. Not just for himself, but also for the pet egg in his backpack. Su Tian walked forward. 3 light doors appeared again. Battle stage, inside lurks a group of bloodthirsty jackals. They are many, but each one is not strong. Defeating them gives a lot of experience and materials, and there is a bronze treasure chest as a reward. Experience babies, come farm me. Challenge stage, solve a puzzle that tests wisdom. If successful, gain a mysterious scroll. If failed, be randomly teleported to any floor of the tower. High risk, high reward. Do you dare? A lucky one was sent to the 99th floor, breaking the record. Food stage, there are a few plump wild chickens inside. They think they are phoenixes, evolving hard. If you can catch them, you get plenty of food. The scenery is nice here, also a good place to rest. Lazy. Very lazy. Tower rating says better to fight. Fun. Su Tian just glanced at the battle stage. Although it promised lots of experience, materials, and a treasure chest. Compared to adventure, the food stage was safer. Su Tian chose the food stage. He urgently needed to restore satiety. Also needed to stock food for the pet egg. Tonight, eat chicken. Su Tian pushed open the door to the food stage. A strong scent of meat hit him. He stepped into the room. Inside, several fat wild chickens pecked leisurely at the grains on the floor. They did not notice Su Tian at all. Chapter 12, The Tower Has Chickens, named Cohen. Su Tian stopped and looked at the few wild chickens before him. Their feathers were shiny, bodies full, looking twice as big as ordinary chickens. These creatures were no gentle beings in the tower. Tian would not be fooled by their harmless appearance. Even a level 1 creature in the tower could have unimaginable cunning and strength. Monster, Wild Koan. Life level, 1. Description: the tower has chickens, named Koan. Koan is so big, it cannot fit in one pot. Tian quickly focused his mind. He did not rush close to the chickens, avoiding melee injury. He drew an arrow and placed it on the string. The bowstring stretched like a full moon. To the left, the fattest wild chicken was pecking. Its neck feathers slightly flared, revealing a bit of pink skin. Tian's senses marked that spot with his eagle eye talent, a faint red dot. Weak point. Whoosh! The arrow left the bowstring. It sliced through the air with a barely audible sharp whistle. The wild chicken suddenly raised its head, sensing danger. It pushed with its legs, its body shifted sideways instantly, moving very fast, trying to dodge. But the arrow was faster. Splat! The arrow pierced precisely through the chicken's neck. Cluck cluck! A short cry of pain. The chicken's body stiffened suddenly, fell heavily to the ground, its legs twitched a few times, then lay still. Longwa Livestream. Whoa! God. Amazing. Cool. Great luck, tonight we eat chicken. This chicken is so fat. I feel it's bigger than my dog. God's archery is getting stronger. This chicken could be chased by a tiger in the northeast, still trying to dodge? In front of God, all dodges are useless. This chicken looks delicious. Last time when Goddess Jubaishu I returned the rabbit meat, I got 10 grams. One bite lasted me 3 days without needing food, full of energy. Whoa, how long has it been since I ate meat? God, shoot more. I am drooling just watching. This chicken is 3 times bigger than ordinary chickens, cannot imagine how tasty it is. In the bullet comments, countless Longwa people watched the fat wild chicken on screen, their emotions stirred. They were shocked by Tian's archery skills. Foreign live stream room. Sakura country netizen, it's just a few chickens. Why are dragon country people so surprised? Kimchi country netizen, what the heck? Their pathfinder, besides opening chests and killing chickens, what else can he do? Third country netizen, a bunch of naive bumpkins who have never seen the world, acting like they discovered a mythical beast. It's just a chicken, my third country has plenty. Eagle country netizen, isn't dragon country just living from hand to mouth? A few chickens can make them cheer, how sad. Kimchi country netizen, don't they know that in the tower, there are tastier foods than this chicken? Like our kimchi. Sun never sets netizen, this chicken looks so ordinary, of no value, I'm not envious at all, really. Mockery and disdain filled the foreign live stream room, as they could not understand the dragon people's obsession with food. But more so, there was jealousy. Deep jealousy. Why does this kid from Disya have everything go his way, not even getting a scratch? Why? Inside the tower. Tian was aware of the noise from the outside world. He watched the fallen wild chicken, excited by the increasing experience points. He didn't expect that killing a wild chicken would give nearly the same experience as killing a goblin. Cluck cluck. The remaining wild chickens scattered immediately as their companion fell. They flapped their wings, constantly making gawk alarm sounds, quickly running into the dense grass, disappearing without a trace. Tian frowned. These wild chickens were smarter than he imagined, although this space was not large, searching for them one by one would consume a lot of time and energy. But Tian didn't want to waste this hard-earned food opportunity. He opened the tower trading hall. He searched for fragrance. Item, monster attracting incense ×1. Seller, Lishanha, Dragon Country. Price, energy crystal core ×1. Note, when lit, low-level tower creatures within 100 meters will be attracted by the smell. Priority trading for Dragon Country and its allies. Without hesitation, Tian clicked to buy. 1 energy crystal core instantly vanished from his backpack. Congratulations, purchase successful. A black incense stick, about the length of a finger, appeared in Tian's hand out of thin air. It emitted a faint fishy sweet aroma. Tian planted the incense stick in the ground, took out a firestone from his backpack, and gently struck it. Hiss! A small flame ignited at the top of the incense stick. Black smoke curled up and began to spread in the air. Dragon Country live stream room. Wow! Monster attracting incense. God is going for a big catch. Steady. So steady. No wonder he's God, every step is calculated. He's treating the food challenge like a chicken farm. How long has it been since I watched a food show? I used to watch food shows for every meal, today I can finally see Tian eat chicken. God, let me cook for you. I love big plate chicken, lemon chicken shreds, spicy chicken cubes, braised chicken pieces, white cut chicken. Ah! I'm so hungry. If I were at home, I could lick the pot clean. Countless people excitedly discussed as if they could already smell the roasted chicken. Black smoke spread. Soon, a commotion arose from the depths of the grass. Gawk gawk. Gawk gawk. The calls of several wild chickens came in succession, drawn by that special aroma. They began to gather around the incense stick from all directions. Tian stood in place, bow in hand. He watched those wild chickens, their eyes filled with confusion, yet unable to resist the temptation. They moved closer step by step. Closer. Even closer. Tian raised his bow. Whoosh. The first arrow shot out. Thud. One wild chicken fell. Whoosh. Whoosh. The second and third arrows followed closely behind. Thud. Thud. More wild chickens fell. Tian's movements were smooth, each arrow drawn, strung, and released flowed like water. His arrows were precise and deadly. One arrow, one chicken. Half an hour later, the monster-attracting incense burnt out. All the wild chickens in this level were captured by Tian in one net. Tian carefully counted them, there were 10. One of them weighed about 20 kilograms, totaling more than 200 kilograms, quite a big harvest in the high tower. Feels great. Tian looked at his haul and let out a long breath. The live stream was already bustling with activity. Dragon Country Netizen, Su brother. Shoot me an arrow, I haven't hunted in ages. Dragon Country Netizen, Su's archery skills are really steady. Before the tower arrived, I was an archery coach. I swear even Olympic athletes with a compound bow can't shoot as accurately as Su. I'm in awe. Dragon Country Netizen, Su God, keep the wild chickens for yourself, no need to return them, we can bear the hunger. Sakura Country Netizen, Baka. Baka. So many chickens, and they're harmless, why? A 3 Country Netizen, Great Shiva, come take this little boy from Dasha. Dragon Country Netizen, where are the Kimchi Country Netizens? Does your kimchi really smell like chicken? The Kimchi Country Netizens angrily left the live stream. Chapter 13, Crit Refund, Everyone Eats Chicken. Tian checked his status panel. Life level, 3, 15%. Skills, level 2, archery, S grade, 30%, eagle eye, A grade, passive. The 10 wild chickens, each offering 1% of experience, made his life level progress bar advance quite a bit. This was almost as good as killing goblins. In addition, during the hunt, his archery proficiency increased by 10%. The rules of the high tower were cold and fair. To level up skills, aside from relying on precious experience books, the only way left was through repeated battles, honing skills into instincts. The higher the monster's life level, the more experience it provided. Besides experience, there were also spoils. 20 energy crystals quietly lay in his backpack. Almost every creature in the tower produced these crystals, they were hard currency and a universal energy source. Tian bent down and began picking up the arrows scattered on the ground, cleaning and putting the reusable ones back into his quiver. Then, he began to process the wild chicken carcasses. After removing the toxic organs and feathers, the pure chicken meat weighed around 150 kilograms. Looking at the mountain of meat, he thought of the 3 billion of his fellow countrymen in Dragon Country struggling on the brink of starvation. Without hesitation, he directly selected 100 kilograms of chicken meat. Do you want to use the million times resource refund card to return the resource, wild chicken meat times 100 kilograms? Yes. Refund successful. Based on food quality conversion, this time triggering the critical hit enhancement, total refund, 9,900,000 kilograms of wild chicken meat. A golden pillar of light shot into the sky, turning the 100 kilograms of chicken meat into countless glowing dots, merging into the void, and being transmitted back to Dragon Country. On Dragon Country's network, countless bullet comments flooded the screen. My God! Nearly 10 million kilograms. It's meat. Chicken meat. And it's from the high tower. Well, my son has been born for 3 years and hasn't even smelled meat. Just now he asked me what chicken is. I told him it's a gift from Su God. Su God. You are the rebirth parents of our Dragon Country. I have set up an eternal tablet for you. Thank you, Tian. Thank you for remembering those of us starving on the ground. Long live the people. Su God deserves a place in the Imperial Temple. Crying, he even removed the toxic organs for us. Grateful tears and fervent admiration instantly flooded the entire network. Inside the high tower, Tian stored the remaining 50 kilograms of chicken meat into his backpack. He skillfully set up a campfire, skewered a clean chicken leg with a stick, and roasted it over the flames. He took a few potatoes from his backpack, buried them in the hot embers, and placed a small pot with rice on top to cook. Soon, the oil dripped onto the flames, making a sizzling sound. The rich smell of meat mixed with the sweet fragrance of rice spread throughout the entire space. In the live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom, countless people were swallowing their saliva hard, staring at the screen. This is insane, I'm really going to go crazy from craving. The scent seems to be coming right out of the screen. This is a heart attack. A heart attack. I just got 2 potatoes and was about to treat them like treasures, and now XU has already started roasting chicken legs with potatoes and rice. Upstairs, you're thinking too small. We're eating the potatoes sent by XU, watching XU eat the roasted chicken. What is this? This is double the happiness. Ha 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 ha. I just want to go to foreign live broadcast rooms and ask them, does your kimchi smell like this? Will your pioneers bring you food? Will your country send you grain? Do we even need to ask? The Eagle Nation invented nutritional liquids, the supplies brought back by pioneers are all given to the capitalists, and the leftovers are turned into nutritional liquids for the haters. I really don't get what those people are so proud of. The chicken was roasted to a golden crisp, the potatoes became soft and sweet, and the rice was perfectly separated, with a fragrant aroma wafting through. Tian tore off a large piece of chicken leg meat and put it in his mouth. The meat was firm and chewy, and the delicious juices exploded in his mouth, an indescribable sense of satisfaction instantly sweeping through his entire body. The food from the high tower seemed to naturally carry a kind of soul-touching deliciousness. He chewed vigorously, swallowing the chicken, potatoes, and rice together. At that moment, a warm flow rose from his stomach, quickly spreading to his limbs. Eating the high tower special wild Koan meat, rice, and potatoes, your body has been nourished, experience points plus 5%. Tian's chewing suddenly paused. He quickly brought up the panel again. Life level, 3, 20%. Experience points, they really increased. Tian was so excited he almost shouted. And just from the first bite, it increased by 5%. Compared to this bite of food, killing monsters is nothing, enjoying a meal like this is way more worth it. Goblins and the like are weak, not even close to wild Koan meat. In the highest command room of the Dragon Kingdom, a graceful figure rushed in, wearing a torn combat suit with dried bloodstains on her face. It was Chu Baishue. In the high tower, death didn't really mean dying, it just meant being stripped of the permanent qualification to enter the high tower. She had returned, filled with anger and unwillingness. Why? Why won't you revive me? Her voice was sharp, filled with the pain of being betrayed. I clearly reached the 30th floor. I shed blood for the Dragon Kingdom. I endured humiliation, narrowly escaping death countless times. Why abandon me? She stared fiercely at the second manager, the grandfather she had always revered since childhood. Grandfather! Why won't you revive me? Her question was sharp, filled with the taste of blood and fire. However, none of the 5 people in the command room turned to look at her. Not even her grandfather, the second manager, turned his gaze from the central holographic screen, as if there was something on the screen 1,000 times more important than his granddaughter's life and death question. On the screen, a freshly updated line of data was emitting a soft yet piercing glow. Good, very good. The second manager exclaimed excitedly, his old face full of excitement. Pioneer Tian returned materials, high tower wild Koan meat, total, 9 million kilograms. Below this line was the emergency analysis report from the intelligent brain Pangu. High tower wild Koan meat, rich in unknown high-energy active factors, long-term consumption can greatly improve human functions, clear stubborn diseases in the body, and increase life levels. Theoretically, it can effectively suppress and even cure cancer cells. Strategic value, highest level. The first manager's old body trembled violently from excitement as he extended his withered finger to point at the report. This is no longer food, this is an elixir that can save lives. No wonder it's a creature from the high tower, it's truly magical. The second manager finally slowly turned his head. He looked at his granddaughter, whose face was filled with sorrow and anger, and in his eyes, there was no longer the usual love and concern, only fatigue and complexity. He waved his hand, his voice hoarse and distant. Bai Shui, you should first go to the medical department for a checkup, then write a detailed mission report and submit it. He paused and added a sentence. Grandpa now has no time to care for you. No time. These 3 words left Chu Bai Shui momentarily stunned. She slowly turned her head, looking at the young man on the screen. Tian? Chu Bai Shui questioned, confused, as she clearly remembered that this person was not among the top 10 pioneers of the Dragon Country. But why did he have such a high level of treatment, making 5 tower managers gather together and closely watch his livestream? A strong curiosity drove her to stop and watch the livestream. Chapter 14 Chu Bai Shui, no one understands unpacking better than me, Tian will not take risks again. After eating his fill, Tian found a quiet corner in the food court and rested soundly for the night. The rules of the tower gave the pioneers a chance to breathe. Every time they passed a small checkpoint, there was a 20-hour absolute safety protection period. Once the time ran out, unknown dangers would descend. According to the intellect Pangu's predictions about the tower, there were definitely more than just humans wandering in this towering giant. A night without words. When Su Tian opened his eyes again, he felt refreshed, and his fullness had also returned to maximum. It's time to move forward. He stood up, and the scene in front of him changed. 3 brand new light doors slowly appeared. Battle level. Inside there are 3 goblin giants. They haven't tasted fresh flesh and blood for a long time. Your appearance makes them ecstatic. Goblins' clubs are already eagerly waiting. Especially female pioneers should be cautious, as this could make them even more violent. Just kidding, male pioneers should also be careful. Challenge level. Inside there is 1 elite level monster with considerable strength, guarding a nice reward. A skeleton soldier at life level 6, with only pure battle instincts. Fighting it can provide the purest battle thrill. A generous reward is right in front of you. What are you hesitating for? Treasure level. Inside is quietly placed a bronze treasure chest. Want to try your luck? The tower's ELO mechanism is about to activate. You are very likely to open a monster this time. It's advised you don't choose. The moment the 3 doors appeared, the bullet comments in the Dragon Country livestream immediately began a heated discussion and predictions. This time it must be a battle level. 3 goblin giants. Although it sounds scary, they are just ordinary small monsters, not boss. To God Su, these are just 3 moving experience packs. I also think it's the battle level. What God Su needs most now is to level up, preparing for hatching pet eggs and exploring higher levels. The challenge level is also possible. Elite monsters usually provide much richer rewards than ordinary ones. God Su was bold enough, totally possible to take on the challenge. That's right. I prefer the challenge level. God Su's strength is unparalleled right now. Why is no one mentioning the treasure level? Don't joke around. Having opened outstanding rewards consecutively twice is already a perfect start. Opening again? That would be looking for death. The last Sakura Kingdom pioneer who opened boxes like that has grass 3 meters high on their grave. In the highest command room of the Dragon Country. After a night of digesting information, Zhu Baixue had a rough understanding of everything that happened after her death. She changed into a white shirt, a bodycon skirt, and her long legs wrapped in black stockings. She sat at the end of the conference table, her expression cold. The first manager slowly spoke. Comrade Zhu Baixue, given that you were once one of the top 5 pioneers in the Dragon Country, with rich experience in the tower. After unanimous decision by the 5 of us, you qualify to become the 6th seat of the Tower Management Bureau, participating in all subsequent decision-making. Now, as your first task, use your experience to predict Comrade Su Tian's next choice in action. If you can guess correctly 3 times in a row, you will have passed the test. A trace of confidence appeared on Zhu Baixue's cold face, and she nodded. She had climbed from the bottom of the high tower to the 30th floor, every step as careful as walking on thin ice, her understanding of the tower far beyond ordinary people. Predicting a newcomer's actions was nothing for her, just a simple matter. No problem. She cast her eyes on the screen, analyzing calmly. Based on Comrade Su Tian's current displayed strength, the optimal choice is undoubtedly the battle level. 3 goblin giants, though the level is unknown, will give him a lot of experience, aiming to raise his life level 1 more before the end of the 2nd floor. Next is the elite level. He might get hurt, but risk and reward go together. With his current food reserves, he can handle the recovery from injuries. Manager 1 nodded slightly, acknowledging her analysis. Very reasonable analysis. What about the treasure chest level? How likely do you think he will choose it? Zhu Baixue's delicate brows slightly furrowed, and without hesitation, she gave her conclusion. 0. He already has the Hawkeye skill and a pet egg. His strength far surpasses same-level pioneers. There is no need to gamble on that uncertain chance. A rational strong person would never put his life and the fate of the nation on luck. Hearing this, Manager 1 pointed to Manager 2 beside him, a meaningful smile on his face. You are just like your grandfather. He also believed Comrade Su Tian would not choose the treasure chest. And yet now we only have 2 more performances left unfulfilled. Manager 2's old face flushed. Clearing his throat, he reminded his granddaughter. Granddaughter, you should have seen the intel. Comrade Su Tian until now, he has never faced danger when opening a treasure chest. Zhu Baixue's expression instantly turned serious. Manager 2, this is work time, please use my title. She turned her head, her voice cold. I admit he is lucky, but luck will run out someday. I have walked to the 30th floor, seen and opened treasure chests with my own eyes and hands more than 10 times. How could a newcomer understand opening treasure chests better than me? Her emotions stirred. The tragic experience of dying to a golden treasure chest was a thorn forever in her heart. Treasure chests are traps. The tower's biggest scam. If I wasn't forced to a life or death moment, I would never touch the damned golden treasure chest. She took a deep breath and looked at Manager 2. Also, what bet did Manager 2 lose? As his granddaughter, I can repay it for him. Nearby, Manager 3, always silent while drinking tea, spoke slowly. Nothing much, just a headstand wash, plus eating this alloy table. Chu Baishue's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. She bit her teeth and said, if Su Tian chooses the battle or challenge level this time, the previous bet is cancelled. If he really chooses the treasure chest level, I will do the headstand wash with grandfather. Nonsense. Manager 2 stood up suddenly, Xiaoxuan number 6. You don't understand, you really don't understand, Comrade Su Tian. Wait until you see the first floor first. Chu Baishue stood firm, meeting her grandfather's gaze, each word resolute. Manager 2, you understand the tower even less, and the terror of opening treasure chests. I died from opening treasure chests, no one understands better than me. No one. Su Tian, he will definitely not choose the treasure chest level. Absolutely not. Bang. Her pale palm slammed heavily on the table, a dull sound, and the entire command room fell silent at her decisive words. Yet, at this moment, the screen showed that thin figure move. He did not go toward the battle door piled with skeletons. No one approached the deep challenging door. Under the gaze of billions worldwide, Su Tian walked steadily and firmly straight into that ancient bronze treasure chest door. For a moment, the command room was deathly silent. Chu Baishue still kept her palm on the table, her expression frozen in an instant. The slap came so fast, so loud, it caught her completely off guard. Chapter 15, Setting Traps, Fatty Eats Well. Silence is Cambridge in the Management Bureau. Chu Baishue cleared her throat to hide her embarrassment and sat back down, her body stiff like a puppet on strings. Lowering her head, she said nothing, the pale neck showing a layer of humiliating red. Ding! A soft notification sound broke the dead silence. It was a message from the number 2 manager, Xu Jintian. Chu Baishue instinctively raised her hand to click it open. On the screen, a video window popped up with a striking title, Zero Basis Handstand Learning, From Beginner to Fancy Hair Washington. In the video, a fitness coach enthusiastically explained the key points of core force. Chu Baishue's body trembled violently. The sound of the video was not loud, yet in the silent command room, every word echoed like a sharp slap, hitting her face hard. Inside the high tower stone chamber, Su Tian pushed open the door, the familiar bronze treasure chest quietly floating in the center. Beside the chest were some rewards. Congratulations to Pioneer Su Tian, entering the treasure chest stage for the 3rd time, received, Health Potion ×2, Potato ×20, Blueprint, Arrow Making. Current chest opening rank, 10,086. Tower tip, the treasure chest's gifts always come with risks. The more times you enter the chest stage, the better the quality and quantity of rewards, but the chance of surprises also increases. Su Tian collected the items, and the arrow-making blueprint immediately transformed into flowing light and merged into his forehead. Learning successful. You have mastered the method to make ordinary arrows. Making method, energy core ×1, satiety 2%, can make arrows ×100. Su Tian collected the rewards and looked at the bronze chest. All-seeing eye, activate. 3 completely different streams of information surged into his mind. Option 1, resources. Open the chest, get energy core ×20, mineral water ×100, potatoes 50 kilograms. Option 2, elite monster. Open the chest, 2 level 8 parasitic trees will break through the ground. They will block the entire stage, wrapping you in the gentlest way until you become their perfect nutrient. Option 3, boss. Hi, old friend, we meet again. Open the chest, your old friend the wasteland demon wolf will return with vengeful anger. This time, it will reclaim everything that belongs to it, wasteland demon wolf, level 10. This chest is really tricky. Su Tian complained, he was truly trapped by the tower. A newcomer just on the 2nd floor faced level 8 elites, even a level 10 boss. Is this fair? This is basically a death trap. Any other pioneer would have only one path, death. Where is the promised fairness and justice? Tower. I want to check the cards. Su Tian almost immediately wanted to choose the resource option, giving the tower a little shock with his golden finger. But his gaze was fixed on the 2nd option. Parasitic trees. Plant-type monsters? Su Tian suddenly had a bold thought. Tower plant's biggest weakness? They can't move, or move extremely slowly, that is agreed. Next. Afraid of fire. And this stone chamber has smooth walls, hard ground, no soil to root in. This means their power will be greatly reduced, not even half of it. Level 8 sounds scary. Life level suppression in the tower is iron law, 5 levels above challenge is almost suicide. But Su Tian glanced at his backpack. The 100 fire arrows lay quietly there. He licked his dry lips as a crazy thought grew in his mind. Kill it. Eat it fat. Level 3 killing level 8, crossing the 5-level chasm. Once successful, the experience, points, and the quality of the spoils obtained will definitely not be given by these meager resources. At least, it would allow me to level up completely. Let's do it. Tian gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Outside the tower. Seeing Tian standing in front of that bronze treasure chest, unmoving for almost a minute. The barrage went crazy on the screen. Eagle Country Netizen, oh? Why did he stop? Is he scared? I said, luck will run out someday. Sakura Country Netizen, ha ha ha. He's scared. He must be scared. Where's the courage to keep opening boxes? Show it. Hurry up, we can't wait to see you die. Country of 3, the god of the tower is fair, it gave you 2 chances, but you didn't appreciate it. Now, retribution has come. There must be monsters in that box you can't fight against. Dragon Country Netizen, you guys don't understand anything. God is observing. He is analyzing. This is called planning before acting. Dragon Country Netizen, exactly. God must be thinking about how to maximize his benefits. You idiots have no idea what God's realm is about. Sakura Country Netizen, tough talk? Hope you can still shout later. Although the netizens from Dragon Country spoke strongly, they were also sweating nervously. The longer Tian stayed silent, the more anxious they became. In the Tower Management Bureau. Chubaishue looked at the screen inside softly, her sigh carrying a hint of complex emotions, both pity and a sense of as expected. He shouldn't have gambled, she whispered, as if talking to herself, or announcing to everyone, the probability traps of the treasure chest have never been fair, continuously opening boxes only leads to a dead end. What a pity! The first administrator remained silent, only ordering the technicians, Pango, calculate the survival probability of Comrade Tian at present. Pango computing power activated. Data model established. Risk assessment in progress. The cold electronic voice echoed in the room. After calculation, the survival probability for the pioneer Tian in this treasure chest level is 20%. 20%. As soon as this number came out, everyone's hearts in the command room sank to the bottom. Isn't this an 80% chance of dying? Chubaishue spoke up, I suggest we prepare to vote to resurrect Comrade Tian. With his potential, resurrecting him would definitely be worth it. The first administrator crossed his hands, covering half of his face, and after a long silence, slowly spoke. Let's wait and see. Inside the tower. Tian didn't rush to touch the treasure chest, instead, he took a few steps back, then sat cross-legged and opened the tower's trading market. This scene left everyone stunned. Eagle Country Netizen, what is he doing? If he can't win, is he just going to sit down and shake people off? Sakura Country Netizen, shopping online before dying? What a guy who knows how to enjoy. Tian paid no attention to any external speculations, his fingers rapidly sliding over the virtual screen. Search, composite oil. Item, composite oil times 1 barrel, sustains burning for 24 hours, once attached difficult to remove. Seller, Zhao Tian, Dragon Country. Price, energy crystal times 2, potatoes times 10, Dragon Country and its allies, no need for potatoes. Purchase. Search, remote control device. Item, small remote control opening robot times 1. Seller, Sergey, Bear Country. Price, energy crystal times 1, pioneers of Sakura Country and the Country of 3 do not sell. Purchase. After finishing all this, Tian stood up. He opened the barrel of composite oil, carefully spraying it on the ground around the bronze treasure chest, creating a perfect circle with a diameter of 10 meters. After finishing, Tian felt a bit uneasy. Although plant-type monsters have weak mobility and depend on soil, they have strong vitality. What if 1 barrel of oil doesn't kill it? With this thought, Tian spent 2 energy crystals to buy another barrel. If you don't spare the child, you won't catch the wolf. If I can win, it will definitely be a huge profit. Tian applied another layer of oil. Then, he placed the small opening robot in front of the treasure chest and retreated to the edge of the stone chamber, holding the remote control in his hand. He made all the preparations. This series of smooth operations caused the foreign live broadcast room to burst into laughter again. Sakura Country Netizen, ha 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 ha. I'm dying from laughter. Does he think this is child's play? Using a fire ring? Eagle Country Netizen, what a self-righteous genius. Hasn't he thought that if a fire slime or hellhound comes out, his fire isn't just giving the enemy a buff? India Netizen, foolish. So foolish. He is digging his own grave. Kimchi Country Netizen, now you know to panic? Unfortunately, the tower's treasure chest seems to have eyes. Whatever trap you set, it will bring you that kind of monster. Otherwise, do you think you're the only smart one among the pioneers of the tower? Sun never sets, netizen, you useless people from Dragon Country, according to your words, are we ready to feast now, right? The mocking comments flooded in. And the protagonist, Tian, was focused on preparing to open the treasure chest. Open. Chapter 16, he is just too steady. His fingertip pressed down on the remote control. The mechanical arm of the opening robot made a subtle sound of gears meshing, and the metal claw gripped the edge of the bronze lid, flipping it back suddenly. Click. At the moment the chest lid was lifted, two twisted, dark green shadows squeezed out from the narrow chest interior. These were two bizarre plants, each over 3 meters tall, with wrinkled trunks and densely packed thorny leaves at the top. Parasitic tree spirits. The moment they hit the ground, the gray-brown roots at the bottom shot out like dozens of tentacles, trying to pierce the hard stone slab to find a support point. However, the instant the root tips touched the ground, the thick composite oil caused them to lose their footing. The roots slipped violently on the layer of oil, shifting sideways with a sharp scratching sound. Unable to take root, these two enormous creatures wobbled in the center of the stone chamber, their trunks crashing into each other, making a dull, meaty sound. At this moment, Tian had already drawn his long bow. 3-shot sequence. He released his fingertip. 3 rockets with orange-red tails drew 3 parallel lines in the air. The moment the arrowhead struck the oil surface, sparks flew. Boom! The entire floor of the stone chamber was engulfed in flames. The fire swiftly rose along the rings of composite oil, forming a 2-meter-high wall of fire. The 2 parasitic tree spirits were trapped in the center of the sea of fire. They emitted a sharp, screeching sound similar to human screams, and their trunks violently whipped through the air in the high temperature, creating a whistling wind. Tian did not stop his actions. He drew another rocket from the quiver, knocked it, and released. He maintained a frequency of 2 shots per second. One by one, the arrows pierced into the wrinkled trunks of the tree spirits, and the barbed tips tore through the woody fibers, causing charred sap to ooze out. In the sea of fire, the health points of the first tree spirit were visibly dwindling. Its branches and leaves curled and withered rapidly in the high temperature, eventually turning to ash. Tian's gaze locked onto the slightly raised dark area at the center of the tree spirit's trunk. That was its core. PSHH. An arrow accurately penetrated that area. The first parasitic tree spirit's movements came to a halt. Kill parasitic tree spirit, LV8, earn 200 tower points, life level difference correction points of 300. Your life level has risen to LV3, 80%, archery level has risen to LV2, 90%. A scorching heat flowed rapidly up along the spine. Tian felt his muscle fibers vibrating violently, and the original soreness was replaced by a feeling of fullness and power. The expansion of his lungs became stronger, and each breath could take in more oxygen. This physiological pleasure brought on by the leap in life level. His fingers holding the bow became more steady. One left. Tian muttered softly. Another parasitic tree demon showed a response capability beyond that of low-level creatures. It suddenly jumped toward the pile of blackened remains of its companion, its sharp roots wildly piercing into the body of the fallen. It was using its companion's remains as an insulator while greedily absorbing the nutrients that had not yet been drained. The previously withered branches, after absorbing the nutrients, strangely regained an eerie dark green hue. Quick reaction. Tian extended his hand and grabbed the second barrel of compound oil placed at his feet, still unused. He exerted force with one hand, hurling the entire barrel toward the center of the firestorm. The barrel exploded mid-air, struck by an arrow. A large amount of thick, black oil poured down, drenching the second tree demon's head. The flames instantly spread up its entire body along the oil. The tree demon let out a more pitiful screech, its trunk twisting into an exaggerated arc in the intense fire. It tried to break out of the fire circle. But with every step forward, the charred roots slipped on the oil layer, causing it to fall heavily. Tian expressionlessly repeated the action of shooting arrows. Each arrow made a whistling sound, shooting the tree demon's trunk with numerous holes. 10 seconds later, the second tree demon, in its unwilling convulsions, was completely reduced to a pile of charcoal. Kill parasitic tree demon, LV8, gain 200 tower points, life level difference adjustment 300 points. Your life level increases to LV4, 10%, archery level increases to LV3, 15%. Tian's bones made a dense cracking sound. He felt his vision had once again improved, and even the tiniest dust in the corner of the stone room was now clearly visible. This overwhelming sense of numerical dominance gave him the illusion that he could easily tear through the air. But he quickly suppressed this swelling feeling. The increase in life level is astonishing. If they had gotten close just now, I probably wouldn't have lasted even a second. He lowered the longbow, a bit of lingering fear in his heart. Tian decided that from now on, he would be more cautious and avoid fighting monsters above his level unless absolutely necessary. The level suppression is just too powerful. In the Dragon Country live stream room, the bullet screen exploded after an almost crazy silence. Level 3 kills level 8. Who would believe it? Who would believe it? Where's the Sakura Kingdom dog who just wanted to eat some Oreo? Come out. Start a live stream right now. 2 barrels of oil, calculated perfectly, Su God is just too steady. I am convinced. Did you see that? This is called dimensionality reduction strike. So steady, these 2 tree demons were really unlucky to meet Su Tian. The joy of the Dragon Country people almost spilled out through the screen. Meanwhile, in foreign live rooms, the previous shouts had completely disappeared. A large number of accounts were frantically leaving the channels. High Tower Management Bureau. Chu Baixue stared fixedly at the holographic screen. Her breathing became rapid, her chest heaving violently. How could he know that the chest contained a parasitic tree demon? Why is he so sure? Chu Baixue's voice trembled, a fear born from having her understanding completely overturned. That's an LV8 monster, he's just a level 3 newbie, why would he dare to set up a fire circle in advance? What if it was a fire demon? Wouldn't he be dead? Chu Tian, sitting next to her, finally relaxed the muscles of his face. He looked at his granddaughter and let out a short laugh. Shue, is this what you call no one knows chest opening better than you? Chu Tian's voice was filled with undisguised excitement. The number 1 administrator slowly stood up and said seriously. Update Su Tian's file immediately. Draw 1,000. No, 3,000 researchers, and study every detail of Su Tian's actions since entering the tower. We must find the pattern and develop a strategy. And one urgent command after another was issued. Everyone present could keenly sense the danger. If today's video spread, the Western countries would definitely react. The strike against Dragon Country will be increased. At least, they will try every way to get rid of Su Tian. After the order was given, number 1 briefly breathed out, jokingly saying. Number 6, you just said you would repay your grandfather's gambling debt? Chu Baixue's body froze in place. She turned her head, looked at the huge alloy table, then remembered the video of washing hair upside down. Her face became extremely vivid. She bit her teeth, avoiding the gaze of number 1 manager. Say it and do it. But I still hold my previous judgment, Su Tian should not risk going to the treasure chest level, it is really too risky. Chu Baixue said a little proudly. In her heart, she was already convinced by Su Tian's latest move. Inside the stone chamber of the tower, the flames gradually died down, and the air was filled with a sharp bird smell. Su Tian walked toward the pile of blackened debris. Among the remains of the treasure chest, a few things emitted tempting luster. Just right, let's see the drop rate of the level 8 tree demon. Chapter 17 Western Conference, Ambush Su Tian. Su Tian walked toward the pile of blackened debris. In the gaps of ashes and charcoal, several items were emitting soft light. Congratulations, you obtained 40 tree fruits, 200 kilograms, 6,000 milliliters, 6 kilograms of life tree sap, 60 energy crystal cores, level adjusted, 5 thorn barks, 1 perfect tree trunk, 2 parasitic cores, 5 million material return cards, 1 blueprint for thorn vine armor. A series of system prompts flashed in front of Su Tian. He picked up a fist-sized tree fruit, its surface green, a fresh grassy smell entered his nose. Got rich. This time really got rich. Water, food, a huge amount of energy crystal cores, and a pile of high-quality materials. Su Tian was sure that the things in his backpack now were more abundant than most pioneers struggling above level 10. These 2 level 8 tree demons were simply moving treasure troves. Su Tian looked at the 200 kilograms of tree fruits and 6 kilograms of tree sap in his backpack, then thought of Dragon Country's dazzling 3 billion population in the announcement. He took out half of the tree fruits and tree sap and used the return card without hesitation. Do you want to use the million times material return card to return materials? Yes. A golden beam shot into the sky again. Pioneer Su Tian successfully returned 20 million kilograms of tree fruits and 9 million kilograms of tree sap to Dragon Country. The food in the tower was very good, but facing such a large population base, this amount of material was still a drop in the ocean. Need to earn more, can't be hungry again. Su Tian smiled, then checked his own status. This battle consumed 50 rocket arrows, and his satiety dropped to 60%. It was time to rest a bit, replenish arrows, and fully recover his status. He leaned against the stone wall, opened a bottle of tree sap, drank a sip, the sweet liquid slid down his throat, a cool energy spread instantly through his limbs, dispelling post-battle fatigue. He took a tree fruit, bit it, the flesh crisp, juice abundant, satiety visibly increased. The food in the tower is really delicious. While Su Tian enjoyed a moment of post-battle peace. Outside the tower, led by Eagle Country, the Western Alliance was holding an emergency online meeting. In the dim virtual meeting room, the atmosphere was very oppressive. The Eagle Country representative, a middle-aged general with golden hair combed meticulously, slammed the table, virtual desktop rippling with data waves. See? Dragon Country is rising again and again and again. His voice was distorted with excitement, carrying uncontrollable rage. Why? Why every time they reach the national fortune critical point, someone stands up? Same as before, same as now, why? The Sakura Country representative curled his lips with a hint of disdain. Boss, don't get so excited. Didn't he just open 4 treasure chests in a row? This time, isn't it just monsters? It was only luck that let him dodge it, no need to make a big deal. The next chest, he will surely die. Before he finished speaking, the representative of Asen Country let out a snicker. Shaori, your days haven't been good for long. Back then you were beaten into that ghostly state, and now you dare to be careless? If your big uncle hadn't lost 2 little boys to save you, you wouldn't even be at the table now. Baka. The representative of Sakura Country instantly blew up, standing up sharply. Say that again if you dare. Do you want to fight? Come then, I'm not afraid. The Asen representative shot back. I've heard Sakura girls are very slick. Stop arguing. The representative of Kimchi Country tapped the table, breaking up the nearly out-of-control quarrel. We are here to discuss Dragon Country, to discuss the Su Tian who appeared out of nowhere. What's the point of fighting? He looked around the room. Better to think about why Su Tian can always get good things from treasure chests. The representative of Eagle Country took a deep breath, forcing down his anger, and sat back down. Exactly, now we should unite against the outside. He pressed his fingers hard on the table, and a dynamic world map unfolded in the center of the meeting room, with Dragon Country's vast red territory glaringly obvious. We have finally pushed Dragon Country into this situation, reducing their population from 7 billion to 3 billion. We must not let them rise again. We must increase our suppression. Agreed. Agreed. Sakura Country, Kimchi Country, Gaul Country, Sun Never Sets Country, all participants showed agreement. The representative of Eagle Country brought up the combat footage of Su Tian killing a parasitic tree demon above his level. According to the AI Zeus, it is possible that the rules of the tower have changed, the danger of the treasure chests is decreasing, and they are turning into real opportunities. Of course, it is also possible that low-level treasure chests have become more rewarding. He paused, then continued. No matter which possibility, we must respond. Our Western alliance has developed well over the past 3 years, with abundant national fortune points, but letting high-level pioneers try treasure chests is too risky. Therefore, I propose sending new pioneers into the tower. On one hand, let them open treasure chests to get massive resources and verify Zeus' predictions. On the other hand, a deadly intent came through his words. Ambush Su Tian. The representative of Asen Country frowned, but Su Tian is too strong. He can already defeat level 8 parasitic tree demons. The tower is already full of danger. The Eagle Country representative sneered, the pioneers we send are not meant to really kill him. As long as we injure him, consume his resources, force Dragon Country to use fortune points to rescue or revive him. With Dragon Country's current state, they can't handle multiple losses. Then, Su Tian's threat will completely disappear. And he is only on the 2nd level, our new pioneers can catch up quickly, and crush him before he grows strong. Thinking of the fear once controlled by that red spirit, a deep chill gripped all the representatives' hearts. That mental oppression made it hard for them to breathe. Do it! The representative of Asen Country was the first to declare, my Asen Country sends 5 people. Charge! The representative of Kimchi Country followed, my Kimchi Country sends 3 people. Do it! The representative of Sakura Country gritted his teeth, my Sakura Country sends 10 people. The representative of Eagle Country nodded in satisfaction, stood up, and gave the final order. Today, select the best warriors from across the country. Before tomorrow, they must depart. So that, there are no long nights full of dreams. Chapter 18 Tree Demon, the Despicable Outsider. After his satiety recovered above 90 again, Su Tian opened his attribute panel. Name, Su Tian. Life level, LV4, 10%. Talent, All-Seeing Eye, Divine Level Unique. Satisfaction, 91. Health, 100%. Tower Floor, 2, Progress, 75%. Skill, Archery level up to LV3, 15%, Triple Shot, Max, Eagle Eye, a level passive. Equipment, Longbow, Arrows times 50, Fire Arrows times 100. Supplies, Energy Crystal Nucleus times 70, Potatoes times 10, Million times Resource Return Card times 6, Complete Wolf Skin times 1, Sharp Wolf Fung times 2, Rice 7,000 grams, Mineral Water times 6, Health Recovery Potion times 2, Tree Fruit times 18, Life Tree Liquid 2800 milliliters, Thorn Tree Bark times 5, Perfect Log times 1, Parasitic Core times 2, Thorn Vine Armor Making Blueprint times 1. Pet Egg, 36 hours. Tower Points, 1000. His fingertips brushed the thorn vine armor-making blueprint. Learning successful. A green stream of light entered his forehead, and a new knowledge structure instantly took shape. Making method, thorn tree bark times 10, perfect log times 1, energy crystal nucleus times 10, satisfaction 10%. Equipment, thorn vine armor. Quality, rare. Effect, provides extremely strong physical defense, can return 15% of melee physical damage to the attacker. Description, made from the toughest skin and core trunk of the parasitic tree demon, has excellent resistance to piercing and chopping attacks, greatly reduces physical damage under level 10. Tian checked the materials, and he was still short of 5 pieces of thorn tree bark. He opened the trading hall and searched for keywords. Soon, several selling messages popped up, but the prices were outrageous. A piece of thorn tree bark was actually priced at 10 energy crystal nuclei, which was absurd, and the quantity was scarce, clearly a hot item with price but no market. The markup is too severe. Tian closed the trading page. It wasn't that he couldn't afford this price, but he just felt it was unnecessary. Thorn tree bark is a specialty of the parasitic tree demon, and such monsters are not rare in the first 10 floors. The reason for the high price is that a large number of pioneers are now on the 20th floor, rarely encountering tree demons. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry. With his life level of 4, wandering on the second floor was still easy. Just then, the space ahead began to twist, and 3 new gates slowly emerged. The left door exuded the fragrance of earth, and a plump potato was carved on the lintel. Resource Gate, a field of fertile potato land, a generous gift from the tower, you can return loaded with goods just by going in. Don't choose this, it has no challenge at all, it will only make you lazy. Become a glutton. The middle door was filled with blood energy, countless ghostly trees intertwined behind the door, forming a deep forest. Battle Gate, Thorny Forest. It is home to many parasitic tree demons, they are natural ambushers and stealthy creatures. The scenery is nice, suitable for a stroll, but be careful of your feet, don't trip over strange vines. Otherwise, you might never stand up again. The right door, however, was filled with noisy quacks, and behind it was a dark cave. Battle Gate, Goblin Denver. A large number of goblins gather here, it is said they have recently caught some lost cuties. Elves? No, it's goblins. Don't think too much about it. Be careful not to be turned into a cream puff. Tian only quickly skimmed through the information of the 3 doors. Resource Gate was immediately ruled out. The rewards were too stingy, and it meant little to his current reserves. Goblin Den? If the cute ones inside referred to his compatriots from Longwa, he would rush in without hesitation. But to brave a massive monster den for a few goblins or elves was not worth it. His gaze finally landed on the middle door. Thorny Forest, Parasitic Tree Demon. Isn't this just what he needed? He took a step forward and walked straight toward that battle door representing the forest. This choice instantly blew up the live stream room of Longwa. No. God. Why choose the Forest Gate? Supplementary medicine. Archers are most afraid of limited vision and ambush. There are obstacles everywhere in the forest, the effect of Eagle Eye will be minimized. I remember clearly, there was a shield warrior before, who was worn down to death by several tree demons in the Forest Gate. Those things can hide too well, they. No honor in fighting, likes to sneak attack, completely unprepared. He has become arrogant. This time he really has become arrogant. How could God choose this place? Worry and panic spread rapidly. And in the foreign live broadcast room, a thunderous celebration erupted. Sakura Country Netizen, ha ha ha. After a few days in the live room, I'm finally going to see something thrilling. Eagle Country Netizen, arrogance. He paid the price for his arrogance. I bet he won't last 10 minutes before getting entangled by tree vines and slowly drained. Country of Three Kings Netizen, the tower is just. His luck has run out. Just watch, he will die in a terrible way. The next level is the boss level, even if he survives by luck, he will definitely be in a seriously injured state, doomed. Sun never sets Country Netizen, prepare for the revival matters, but I don't know how many more revivals the Dragon Country's national luck points can withstand. In the highest command room, the atmosphere became tense instantly. Chu Baishue's gaze was sharp. What is Tian thinking? Clearly should have chosen the resource level. Her voice was cold and certain, carrying an authority of a professional. The forest terrain completely restrains the archers, the tree monsters have strong ambush capabilities, and the Eagle Eye's tracking effectiveness will be greatly reduced in a complex environment. Once he is ambushed at close range, he won't even have a chance to react. The key is. The next level is the boss level, he should be conserving energy. The second manager opened his mouth to retort but found he couldn't think of any reason. Chu Baishue was telling the truth, even though Tian had a level 4 life rank, he couldn't withstand repeated ambushes. This time, he also felt uncertain in his heart. Outside, the chaos was unknown to Tian. He pushed open the door, his figure being swallowed by the green light behind the door. He stood on a small hill, not far away was a dim and dense forest. Towering giant trees blocked the sky and the sun, with only scattered patches of light filtering through the gaps in the leaves. The air was filled with the damp scent of decaying wood, and beneath his feet was a thick layer of fallen leaves, which was silent when stepped on. For any explorer, this was the most dangerous hunting ground. However, there was no trace of tension on Tian's face. He didn't even draw his bow immediately, instead, he slowly opened the trading hall again. Purchase, composite fuel times 5. Seller, Tian, Dragon Country. Cost, energy crystal times 10. 5 giant wooden barrels, half a person tall, appeared out of thin air beside him. The audience in the Dragon Country live broadcast room, looking at these familiar barrels, first stunned, then a wild and unbelievable thought surged in their hearts. What the hell? He wouldn't want to. Set fire, burn the mountain? Set fire to the mountain and sit in jail. What, you say in the tower, then it's fine. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Tian raised his hand and drew a fire arrow. He aimed not at any tree but at a spot 50 meters ahead, the area with the thickest and driest layer of fallen leaves. V-room. The arrow broke through the air, with an orange-red tail flame, accurately pinning into that pile of fallen leaves. Boom! The orange-red flames exploded. The dry fallen leaves were the best kindling, and the fire spread instantly, forming a wall of flames. Beasts! From deep within the forest, the angry roars of tree monsters echoed. They clearly hadn't expected that this human would completely disregard the normal tactics. A few tree monsters that were nearby waved their vines, stirring up the damp soil, trying to extinguish the flames. At first, the fire was indeed being suppressed somewhat. After all, Tian was not the first explorer to think of setting the mountain on fire. But Tian didn't stop. He walked up to the barrels, grabbed one with one hand, and forcefully hurled it towards the area with the strongest flames. At the same time, the second fire arrow was released, accurately exploding the barrel in mid-air. Splash! The thick black fuel poured down like hot oil being splashed on the flames. Boom! The wall of fire instantly surged to more than 10 meters high, forming an insurmountable purgatory barrier. And with incredible speed, it wildly devoured its way deep into the forest. The scorching wave rushed towards him, blowing his hair backwards. He slowly raised his longbow, aiming at the struggling and screaming figures in the fire, marked with countless red weak points by the eagle-eyed system. Arrows continuously shot out, hitting them accurately. Zizz! Zizz! The tree monsters let out piercing shrieks, their bodies twisting and charring in the intense flames. If they could speak, their minds would surely hold only one thought right now. Despicable outsiders. Chapter 19, Shocking the Eagle Nation, a nation destruction level threat. Tian repeated the monotonous motion. Grab the oil barrel, throw it, shoot it to explode. Second barrel. Third barrel. 10th barrel. The sea of flames created by the composite fuel covered the entire forest floor, burning the roots of the tree monsters trying to escape underground to a crisp. His rocket arrows never stopped, one after another, striking the tree monsters' trunks. This great fire lasted for 6 full hours. When the last spark went out, Tian quickly calculated the losses. 400 rocket arrows, 35 energy crystals. This was an enormous cost in the early stages. For any second-tier pioneer, this was an achievement that could bankrupt them, impossible to replicate. With this simple scene, Tian left everyone outside the tower utterly dumbfounded. The live broadcast room in Dragon Nation was already flooded with passionate bullet comments, while overseas live streams, after long periods of silence, finally had a few stubborn comments pop up. Sakura Nation netizen, humph, what's so impressive about this? It's just throwing oil barrels and shooting rockets. Anyone can do this without skill. A 3 Nation netizen, exactly, this is purely a victory through resource stacking, completely lacking beauty. If we sent our warriors, they could tear these tree monsters apart barehanded. Kimchi Nation netizen, ah, damn. Only Dragon Nation is hyping this up. If we sent our appa, it would be solved beautifully. As soon as these comments appeared, they were immediately caught by Dragon Nation netizens who had been holding back their anger for a long time. Dragon Nation netizen, you can do it too? This thorn forest has been in the second level of the tower for 3 years. There have been at least 80 pioneers who died in there, including your Sakura Nation's god of fire, Tanaka. Why didn't we see you try to burn it? Dragon Nation netizen, the internet has memory. I still have the recording playback. 3 years ago, your Tanaka thought of setting a fire. What happened? The fire was just starting, and 3 tree monsters used mud to put it out, then dragged him underground without even a scream. Dragon Nation netizen, now you're talking trash? Where's your face? Oh, your face might be thicker than the bark of the thorn trees. Dragon Nation netizen, this is too funny. How many levels are Europas from Kimchi Nation? Would they dare enter the second layer? Outsiders watched the excitement, insiders watched the details. While ordinary netizens were still arguing about tactics, inside Eagle Nation's highest strategic command room, the atmosphere was suffocating. Five-star General Mike stared at the screen, the cigar in his mouth long extinguished, the tip grinding audibly in his teeth. Zeus. His voice was dry. Zeus, I'm here, General. Recalculate the resources held by the target Tian, and his potential threat level. On the virtual screen, the AI Zeus worked frantically, and a few seconds later, a new evaluation report was generated. Calculation shows that the target Tian currently holds a total amount of resources 380% higher than previously estimated. His resource acquisition efficiency far exceeds any pioneer in the tower's history. Threat level evaluation in progress. Evaluation failed, data model insufficient, unable to predict his upper limit. Reason: too many treasure chests opened by target Tian, unable to analyze. Recommendation: upgrade to the highest threat level, nation destruction level. Immediately establish a special research team, no matter the cost, to manually analyze its behavior patterns. General Mike leaned back in his chair in silence. He waved his hand, letting everyone else in the room leave. In the vast command room, only he and the figure on the screen preparing to step into scorched earth remained. Nation-destroying level. He chewed on the words, a chill crawling up his spine to the top of his head. Fortunately, the new batch of pioneers sent by the Alliance had already set out, all elite soldiers trained for years by their countries. The fastest had already passed the first layer. Hope, you meet him soon, Mike whispered to himself, lighting his pipe again, taking a deep breath, yet the smoke could not clear the gloom in his heart. Before he truly grows up. Must deal with him quickly. Inside the tower. Tian walked slowly into the forest burned to ashes. Underfoot was soft ash, the air filled with the sharp smell of burning. Since most of the tree monsters were killed by fire, he did not gain much experience. But that did not matter. His eyes swept the ground, the items flashing in the ashes were the greatest gain of this trip. He bent down and began to pick them up. Congratulations! Obtain thorn bark ×1, tree fruit ×2, energy crystal core ×2. Congratulations! Obtain thorn bark ×2, energy crystal core ×1. Congratulations! Obtain tree fruit ×5, energy crystal core ×3. A series of system messages kept updating. This forest was originally a small resource level, now burned clean by him, all outputs became unclaimed drops. This time, it was truly a fortune. Inside the Dragon Nation Tower Management Bureau, staff responsible for data statistics were already going crazy. Report 1. Comrade Tian's gains are too much. Pangu alone cannot perform real-time precise statistics. We need more manual calculations. The first administrator suddenly stood up and spoke. All staff, immediately stop other work. Switch to manual recording. Every single resource obtained by Comrade Tian must be clearly recorded. Also, immediately issue a nationwide announcement. He paused, took a deep breath, and announced with a trembling joy. Pioneer Tian brings back massive resources to Dragon Nation again. All previous resources will be distributed starting tomorrow. Notify all regions to send representatives to receive them. Prioritize women, children, and elderly in allocation. At the same time, recruit over 100,000 research staff and over 500,000 network managers. The whole command room erupted with cheers like mountains and seas. In the corner, Zhu Baixue quietly watched the holographic screen. On the screen, the thin figure bent tirelessly, picking up, bending again, picking up again. The action was monotonous, yet carried a steady calm that made hearts race. She remembered her own days venturing through the first 10 layers of the tower. Every battle felt like walking on thin ice, every choice was terrifying. She could not bring back any resources to Dragon Nation, and the country had to spend precious national fortune points to cover her mistakes and provide supplies. But Tian, an ordinary online streamer, a gambler no one believed in. Yet in the tower, he stirred up the storm, pushing back the sword of hunger hanging over 3 billion Dragon Nation people, again and again, by his own strength. He was far better than her. A feeling called admiration sprouted in her heart for the first time. An hour later, Tian finally cleared the scorched land. He found a relatively clean rock to sit on, took out the half-wild chicken left in his backpack, skillfully started a small campfire, and placed it on top. Fat dripped, sizzling loudly. The aroma of meat spread everywhere. He casually turned the roasting chicken while opening his attribute panel, he began to tally his gains. Chapter 20, Rich Beyond Measure. Thorn's Armor. This thorny forest housed around 50 thorn tree monsters. Their life levels fluctuated between 3 and 5, a terrifying force that could make any pioneer take a detour in the lower levels of the tower. Tian remembered that in the early days of the tower's arrival, there were only 3 or 4 scattered tree monsters in this area. Ironically, the reason this death zone grew to its current scale was thanks to the foreign pioneers who came here, one after another, to meet their doom. With their flesh and blood, they fed these few small monsters until they became bug-like existences. Unfortunately, no matter how fat they grew, they had now only become his spoils of war. Tian swiped open the attribute panel. Name, Tian. Life level, LV4, 40%. Skills, archery LV4, 5%, triple shot, max, eagle eye, A-class passive. From entering this forest to now, his life level experience had increased by a full 30%, and archery had directly broken through to the threshold of level 4. The experience gained could only be described with one word: delightful. Next, Tian checked this time's harvest. Energy crystal core times 100. Thorn tree bark times 100. Thorn tree trunks times 15. Tree fruits times 100, 500 kilograms. Tree sap times 15,000 milliliters, 15 kilograms. Tian quickly calculated, just the thorn tree bark and trunks were enough for him to craft a full 10 pieces of thorn armor. In the tower, equipment is almost always rare and valuable. If sold, it would only be to his own country or allied nations. Furthermore, a piece of thorn armor offers significant defense against monsters below life level 10. This is simply a sacred artifact for exploring the tower. Tian could honestly say he was now rich beyond measure. His backpack piled high with resources gave him an unprecedented sense of solid security. Besides this, there was food. In the tower, food is the hardest currency: medicine, stamina, and sustainability. As long as one is well fed, they can quickly recover from injuries, making it hard for pioneers to be killed. With Tian's current reserves, even facing continuous tough battles ahead, he could rely on massive amounts of food to pull through. However, without any hesitation, Tian decided to directly use half of the 500 kilograms of tree fruits and 15 kilograms of tree sap. Upload. Pioneer Tian has successfully returned 60 million kilograms of tree fruits and 12 million kilograms of tree sap to the Dragon Kingdom. A brilliant golden beam of light shot up into the sky, transforming the mountain of resources into countless light dots, fading into the void. Tian quietly watched the beam disappear, the massive weight that had hung over his chest since he entered the tower gradually lightening. With this food, at least 30 billion compatriots at home could go with one less meal hungry. After finishing all this, he tore off a large piece of golden, oily roasted chicken, biting down hard, then gulping down a big mouthful of sweet tree sap. His fullness slowly returned, and the fatigue in his body was swiftly driven away by the energy contained in the food. His thoughts drifted toward the end of the second layer, the Guardian. The tower had been open for 3 years, and countless pioneers had summarized various experiences with their lives, including methods to skip Guardian bosses using items or special mechanics. But Tian didn't plan on doing that. With his current strength, facing and killing a second layer boss wouldn't take much effort. What he truly craved were the unique rewards from killing the boss, the high-quality crafting blueprints and the guaranteed treasure chest at the end. Speaking of which, he hadn't encountered a treasure chest in several levels. Tian felt targeted by the tower. While he was recovering, he opened the crafting interface and began to replenish his used arrows. At the same time, he placed the materials needed to craft the thorn armor one by one. Consumption: thorn tree bark times 10, perfect tree trunk times 1. Energy crystal core times 10, satiety 10%. Manufacturing: thorn vine armor. This scene was clearly presented to the whole world through the live broadcast. In the foreign live rooms, those who had just mocked him for wasting resources were completely stunned. Eagle country netizens, armor? He's making armor? This is only the second floor. How does he have the blueprints? Sun never sets country netizens. This looks like the thorn armor, which has a low drop rate from ordinary monsters. How did he get it? The key is, he actually managed to craft it. Cherry blossom country netizens, baka. This isn't fair. Our country's elite explorers barely managed to gather a full set of whiteboard gear on the 5th floor. India country netizens, what a fool. So much food, so many precious tree fruits and sap, and he actually sent all of it back. Wouldn't it be better to keep it for himself? I just don't get it, I really don't get it. Kimchi country netizens, exactly. Just a lucky fool. He'll regret it sooner or later. When he faces the boss and doesn't have enough food for recovery, he'll realize his mistake. Cherry blossom country netizens, but this dragon country kid is really cautious. Even after the battle, he doesn't enjoy himself, immediately starts making arrows, crafting armor. Mockery and confusion flooded the screen in waves. Meanwhile, in Dragon Country's live room, in response to these doubts, what they showed was unprecedented unity and pride. Dragon Country netizens, ha 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 ha. A bunch of idiots, what do you know? Dragon Country netizens, this is us, Dragon Country people. You selfish thieves will never understand. Su Tian isn't fighting just for himself. Dragon Country netizens, behind him, stands 3 billion compatriots. What he sends back isn't food, it's life. It's the life of all of us. Dragon Country netizens, people's pioneers. This is the real people's pioneer. Long live Su Tian. The uproar from the outside world could not affect a single thing inside the tower. Manufacturing success. With the system prompt, a chest plate glowing with dark green light quietly floated before Su Tian. It was made entirely of tough vines and bark, its surface covered with small, sharp barbs. In the chest area, a perfect tree core emitted a faint life force. Su Tian reached out and grabbed the chest plate. A solid, heavy feeling transferred from his fingertips. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to equip it. The dark green chest plate transformed into a beam of light and instantly covered his upper body, perfectly fitting with his clothes, without hindering his movements. A strong sense of safety enveloped him. He looked at the attributes. Equipment, Thornvine armor. Quality, rare. Durability, 350/350. Effect, provides strong physical defense, can return 15% of melee physical damage to the attacker. Description, made from the toughest skin and core of parasitic tree demons, it offers excellent resistance to piercing and slashing attacks, significantly reducing physical damage from level 10 or below. As expected of a tower creation, this thorn armor could probably withstand a tank's main cannon if it was out there. It's just a bit risky. Should I make 2 more? Su Tian didn't hesitate much, as he had enough materials and food. Making 2 more was not an issue. When the battle comes, if one's durability is used up, he can immediately switch to the next one. Chapter 21, The 3 Brothers Under the Moon. Manufacturing success. Manufacturing success. 2 consecutive system prompts sounded, and 2 identical Thornvine armors floated before Su Tian. He didn't stop, reopening the crafting interface, inputting the newly acquired materials and energy crystal cores, and began mass-producing rocket arrows. Consumption, energy crystal core times 20. Obtained, rocket arrows times 200. Looking at the 3 Thornvine armors in his backpack and the ample amount of arrows, Su Tian nodded in satisfaction. Inside the Dragon Country's highest command room, watching Su Tian's seamless operations, everyone let out a long breath. The second manager patted his chest, his old face showing undisguised approval, a stark contrast to before. This kid is even steadier than I thought. 3 pieces of rare-grade armor, over 200 special arrows, he's preparing to crush the guardians of the second layer. No wonder I picked him, this performance is unquestionable, even better than what Xiao Shui did back in the day. The managers beside him looked at him with disdain. This old man has really lost all his face. When he saw Su Tian selected by Pangu earlier, he didn't have this kind of expression. In the corner, Chu Bai Shui watched the calm figure on the screen, a hint of unnatural redness appearing on her fair cheeks. She couldn't help but put herself in his shoes. If it were her, after experiencing such a thrilling victory and gaining a massive amount of resources, she would have long been unable to control her inflated feelings, rushing directly at the guardians with her weapon. Once, when she opened a rare-grade weapon from a treasure chest, she felt that she could easily pass through the next 5 layers. In the end, she was devoured to the last bit by the relentless scarlet ants. Steady? Non-existent, especially after experiencing the thrill of raising her life level, that feeling of mastering everything. This Su Tian, he hardly seemed like a young person in his early 20s, each step he took was chillingly calm, as if everything was under his control. Why is the gap between people so big? At that moment, the serious voice of the first manager broke the relaxed atmosphere in the room. The situation is not as optimistic as you think. He pulled up a report and projected it onto the central holographic screen. Just yesterday, the Western Alliance, led by Eagle Country, dispatched a total of 137 new pioneers into the tower. And their target? The first manager's gaze fell on Su Tian in the screen, is none other than Comrade Su Tian. Bang! Chu Bai Shui couldn't hold back, slamming her palm on the table and standing up suddenly. This is too much. How dare they? Her chest rose and fell violently as she said angrily, our Dragon Country has already been pushed to this step by them in the past 3 years, and they want to wipe us out. Don't they think they are going too far? The second manager also suppressed his anger. He glanced at his emotionally charged granddaughter and said in a deep voice, Number 6, you need to understand, truth exists only within the range of cannon fire. The enemy will not show mercy to you. The first manager raised his hand, signaling the two to calm down, but his expression grew increasingly helpless. The most troublesome thing is, this group of pioneers is very strong. Over the past 3 years, the Western Alliance has cultivated a real monster out of the resources gained from the tower. According to Pangu's monitoring, the fastest among them is about to rush up to the 3rd layer. They are searching everywhere for Comrade Su Tian. Moreover, most of them had already reached level 3 before entering the tower. The first manager's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all the optimism in the room. The atmosphere in the room instantly sank. Entering the tower at level 3 means they grew up eating food returned from the tower since childhood, with physical qualities far beyond normal people, paired with the best training from each country. They are simply a special forces team born for the tower. According to the calculations of the intelligence brain Pangu, Su Tian's overall strength is at most lingering around level 3. Facing one or two such enemies, he might be able to maneuver, but once the numbers increase and he's surrounded, the consequences are unimaginable. We believe in Comrade Su Tian, the first manager slowly spoke, his voice carrying a sense of determination, but we must also be prepared to revive him. Because it is a live broadcast to the whole world, the Western Alliance's large-scale dispatch of pioneers cannot be hidden. Once the news came out, the network of Long Country instantly exploded. Damn! This bunch of dogs, truly shameless. Over 100 people surrounding one? In the heyday of Long Country, we didn't eliminate all of you bandits, yet now you're trying to push us to our deaths? Despicable. Shameless. Is this your so-called knightly spirit? I spit. This is the nature of the West. Seeing Su Tian about to rise, they got anxious. A group of useless fools, do they really think they can handle Su Shun? Amidst the angry curses, there was also a thick layer of worry. The scene shifted. A young man dressed in a samurai outfit from Sakura country stood at the entrance of the thorny forest. His name was Yamamoto Kazuo, the captain of the 10 elite members dispatched by Sakura country. He looked at the burnt forest before him and the clearly marked, cleared, words on the light gate, and instead of disappointment, he revealed a cruel smile. Su Tian, it must be Su Tian. His breathing became rapid. Only that legendary kid from Long Country could single-handedly clear this death zone. He must be very weak now. Defeating the thorn tree demon that had sat on the second level for 3 years was definitely not easy. Take advantage of his sickness, take his life. As long as he killed Su Tian, the equipment, skills, and blueprints he dropped would all become his spoils of war. He would replace Su Tian, becoming the new legend, a true hero of the great Sakura Empire. Yamamoto Kazuo licked his lips and strode confidently into the light gate leading to the next level. Almost at the same time as his figure disappeared, 2 more figures appeared one after another on the scorched earth, equally undeterred as they followed him in. In the foreign live broadcast room, upon seeing this scene, it instantly fell into frenzy. Eagle Country Netizen, oh my god! Look who I saw! The heavyweight champion George from the Empire of the Rising Sun. The Sword Saint Yamamoto Kazuo from Sakura Country. And the super idol trainee Park Jae-sang from the Great Pickled Vegetable Country. They actually met in the same level. Empire of the Rising Sun Netizen, it's settled. This is definitely settled. Any one of these 3 can walk through the first level alone like a monster. That Su Tian is surely doomed. Pickled Vegetable Country Netizen, that's right. Arapa Park Jae-sang is a level 3 peak. With one punch he can kill that kid from Long Country. Sakura Country Netizen, are the wastes from Long Country still shouting? Watch our Sword Saint Yamamoto teach you a lesson with strength. Bear Country Netizen, 3 against 1, and you still shout so anxiously, truly a little fool. Batlon Country Netizen, shameless, you guys are really taken off like old foam, and still dare to mock. India Country Netizen, they are anxious, look how anxious they are, ha ha ha. In Long Country's live broadcast room, everyone's hearts tightened. Even though they were continuously counterattacking online to defend Su Tian, everyone knew in their hearts that this time, Su Shun was likely going to face the biggest crisis since entering the high tower. With 3 top pioneers teaming up, Su Shun would likely struggle against them. They had mentally prepared themselves to revive Su Tian. In the high tower, thorny forest. Yamamoto Kazuo was in the center, a blade of grass hanging from his mouth, sword resting on his shoulder, a lazy look on his face. To his left was the sturdy and muscular heavyweight champion George, and to his right was Park Jae-sang dressed in tight leather pants with smoky eyeshadow. The 3 exchanged glances, each seeing the greedy ambition in the other's eyes. They were the hunting team sent by the Western Alliance, already familiar with each other, having played many friendly matches and formed an established cooperation. They stood on the mound, not hiding their figures at first. In their view, this hunt had already ended the moment they stepped in. Yamamoto Kazuo slowly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, assuming a drawing stance. George cracked his knuckles, taking on the posture of the son of Zeus. The most flamboyant was Park Jae-sang, who made a gesture of cutting his throat in Su Tian's direction. Suddenly, they began to perform a powerful battle dance right on the spot. Under the moonlight, the 3 struck their most iconic poses. For them, all they had to do was keep hunting Su Tian. The strategy of the tower had nothing to do with them. What mattered now was the popularity, the heat. Chapter 22, Shooting the Boxing King. The 3 hadn't even finished posing. 3 gleaming arrows shot out from the dark forest 100 meters away, with a clear target, directly aimed at the vital points of the 3. Watch out! Yamamoto Ichifu shouted sharply, engaging his core and leaning back at an incredible angle. The arrow whizzed past his nose, the rush of wind making his skin tingle. Park Jae-sang reacted just as quickly, sliding down and flipping to the side, a flashy yet practical maneuver that narrowly allowed him to avoid an arrow aimed at his heart. However, the most robust member and backbone of the team, Boxing King George, was not so lucky. He instinctively raised his arm to try to block, but the arrow wasn't aimed at his upper body at all. Thud! A muffled sound erupted, as the arrow found its mark deep in his right knee, the powerful impact eliciting a groan as he staggered to one knee. This scene instantly ignited the Livestream room in Dragon Country. Ha ha ha. I once had a dream of being a boxing king too, until an arrow struck my knee. Classic reenactment. That'll teach you to act so cool. Posing for so long before the fight, did you really think you were filming a movie? Tian is awesome. One arrow took out the frontline tank on the other side, how can they even fight now? It's true that villains in movies and novels love to show off. I used to think it was unreasonable, but now it seems more reasonable. Meanwhile, the Livestream room abroad erupted into chaotic arguments. Eagle Nation netizen, F******. What are Yamamoto and that guy from Pickled Vegetable Country doing? Why didn't they warn George while dodging? Sun Never Sets Nation netizen, aren't we allies? That guy Yamamoto could have used some technique to deflect the arrows. Cherry Blossom Nation netizen, baka. Our Lord Yamamoto already warned him. It's that Boxing King's slow reaction. Who can he blame? Cherry Blossom Nation netizen, what deflection? Have you played too many games? A real person should dodge directly. What if deflection fails? That would be an instant injury. What a fool. Pickled Vegetable Nation netizen, Shiba. Didn't anyone see how cool Jae-sang's move just was? Sun Never Sets Nation netizen, not afraid of a godlike opponent, just afraid of two pig teammates. Cherry Blossom Nation netizen, baka. Say that again if you dare. Pickled Vegetable Nation netizen, even if Appa is a pig, he's still the coolest pig boy, Appa. Dragon Country netizen, they're all incredible people. Inside the tower, Tian wouldn't give them a chance to react. Not my compatriot, their hearts must be different. From the moment these three stepped into this area, the unmistakable killing intent and greed on them had already said it all. Buzz. The bowstring trembled again, and a triple shot was launched. 3 arrows shot at high speed, targeting George, who was still on one knee. Bastard. Yamamoto Ichifu and Park Jae-sang, shocked and angry, didn't have time to think and immediately surrounded from both sides, trying to block for George. Yamamoto Ichifu drew his sword, and the blade flashed, accurately knocking one arrow away. Park Jae-sang, on the other hand, pulled out a pair of silver short sticks from behind and danced them in a tight defense, blocking the other 2 arrows. However, this was just the beginning. Whoosh! 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 In the dark forest, arrows shot out endlessly, fast and accurate. Each arrow was cunningly aimed at George's vital points, forcing them into a desperate defensive position. With the blessing of the eagle eye, even at night, Tian was able to shoot precisely without any distraction. Yamamoto Ichifu and Park Jae-sang became increasingly alarmed as they fought. This Tian's arrows were too fast and too precise. Moreover, each arrow carried immense force, shaking their hands and making them feel numb. If this continues, sooner or later they will be worn to death. The two looked at each other and instantly made a decision. Abandon George. They no longer cared about the kneeling living target, one to the left, one to the right, they suddenly charged toward the forest. As long as they could get close, a fragile archer could be killed in countless ways. However, they had barely run less than 10 meters. Behind them came George's roar, full of pain and despair. No! Without the cover of his teammates, he had no ability to defend himself and was fully exposed within Tian's attack range. In just a few seconds, more than 10 arrows accurately struck his chest, shoulders, and thighs. If it weren't for his naturally thick blood and strong defense, he would already be a corpse. In the Dragon Nation's livestream, ridicule spread everywhere. Ha ha ha. This is your Sun Never Sets champion? Why is he like a punching bag, standing still letting people hit him? Where are the teammates? Help him. Oh, the teammates already ran away, never mind then. Is this the Western Alliance's team spirit? Love it, love it. Sure enough, when trouble comes, everyone flies away. In foreign live streams, the mocking comments instantly turned their fire. Sun Never Set netizen, Yamamoto. Park Jae-sang. You two cowards. Why not protect George? Sakura Country netizen, idiots. Now rushing to kill that archer is the best solution. Do you want all 3 to be shot as targets? Kimchi Country netizen, exactly. Standing still defending looks cool when there is no attack. Sun Never Set netizen, Yamamoto, I swear at you. Kimchi Country netizen, please be civilized. Sun Never Set netizens, don't insult our Appa, or heritage warning. Sun never set netizen, I at hashtag UN%. Yamamoto Kazuo and Park Jae-sang did not look back. They were not cowards, they just made the most rational choice. Sacrificing one George to gain a chance to kill Su Tian was absolutely worth it. Su Tian seemed to see through their plan and suddenly increased his shooting frequency. Another round of triple shots. George was already on an open dirt slope, with arrows in his knees, moving with difficulty, a perfect target. Su Tian did not even need to aim precisely. Puff. 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 3 arrows pierced his throat and both eyes precisely. Su Tian. I want you dead. George roared with hatred, his huge body stiffened, the life in his eyes quickly fading, and he fell heavily backward. Ding, killed Sun Never Set Nation Pioneer George, gained 100 tower points, received small experience bonus. Congratulations to Dragon Nation Pioneer Su Tian, earning 10 national fortune points for Dragon Nation. This pioneer has randomly dropped items. At the moment he saw the system notice, Su Tian's heart jumped sharply. Killing pioneers from other countries not only dropped gear and experience, but also gave national fortune points. This was the most precious. For Dragon Nation, now almost out of points, these 10 points were like giving coal and snow. On his personal panel, Dragon Nation's national fortune points quietly updated. Current Dragon Nation national fortune points, 260. The small number change made the whole Dragon Nation excited. Wow! As expected of Su God, always beyond my expectations. Su God is awesome. Haven't even seen him, already sent one away. Told you to show off. Ha ha ha, champion? I think he is a dead champion. The foreign livestream was dead silent, then replaced by even crazier comments. Sun never set netizen, don't celebrate too early, 2 against 1. The advantage is ours. Wait, once they get close, what use is an archer? Sakura country netizen, right. Our Yamamoto sword saint can cut him in half with one strike. Kimchi country netizen, you Dragon Nation people always pop champagne early, don't be silent when slapped in the face later. India country netizen, Dragon Nation don't celebrate too soon, even if they lose, we still have the dance king, Su Tian must die. Netizens from the pickled vegetable country, our country has already submitted the bow and arrow to UNESCO for heritage status. Don't even think about using it again. Chapter 23, Crushing Life Levels, One Punch at a Time. Park Jae-sang turned his head, his heart filled with shock and fear. His eyelids were twitching wildly as he watched George's body, which was already beginning to fade away. George's throat had been thoroughly shredded by 3 arrows, and his roar abruptly stopped. Yamamoto. Split up and go. Park Jae-sang shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice harsh in the empty dirt slope. Even if his bow is accurate, he can't attack in 2 directions at the same time. After we kill him, the reward will be split between you and me. Yamamoto Kazuo nodded, holding his sword horizontally across his chest. All right. In the next moment, his figure turned into a blur as he charged toward the edge of the forest. Park Jae-sang ran in the opposite direction, his leather pants rustling in the grass, making a faint scratching sound. His footwork was extremely strange, shifting suddenly left and right, with a rhythmic feel to it. This was the body coordination he honed during his trainee days, and combined with the boost from his level 3 life force, his movements were nearly impossible to track. Clearly, Su Tian's archery skills had put enormous pressure on them, forcing them to cooperate. Su Tian stood under the shadow of a tree 100 meters away, coldly watching the 2 men. In his sight, 2 red weak point markers were moving at high speeds, each with a different frequency. They were splitting up to encircle him. It was indeed a textbook approach to dealing with ranged classes. But this strategy was based on the assumption that the 2 sides' life levels were equal, and that the ranged class was a fragile one. Su Tian glanced down at the thorny green vine armor covering his chest. The barbs on the vine armor glistened with a cold metallic shine under the moonlight. His current life level was level 4. While these 2 men were merely level 3, having stacked their resources. In the early stages of the tower, every level difference in life force meant a world of difference. In the face of absolute numbers, technique seemed like mere decoration. Su Tian raised his longbow, his fingers knocking 3 arrows. The muscle memory from his level 4 archery made it so that he didn't even need to aim consciously. He released his fingers. Whiz! The 3 arrows spread out in a fan shape, blocking all of Park Jae-sang's possible escape routes. Park Jae-sang was about to slide to his knees again when he realized that 3 cold gleams had sealed off his retreat. He could only forcibly stop his charge and swing his short stick to block. Clang! The immense force traveled up the short stick to his palms. Park Jae-sang felt his whole body go numb for a moment, and the short stick nearly flew out of his hands. How is it possible for a newbie to release this kind of power? He was horrified, but his movements didn't stop, continuing to jump left and right, trying to confuse Su Tian with a dance-like step. On the other side, Yamamoto Kazuo had already closed the distance to 50 meters. Su Tian turned around and fired 3 arrows in the direction of Yamamoto. Triple shot. The arrows flew, tip to tail, forming a straight line. Yamamoto Kazuo's eyelids twitched. This shooting speed had already exceeded his understanding of archers. He suddenly stopped, his katana carving a circle in the air. Iato, swallow return. The sword edge accurately struck the tip of the first arrow. Sparks flew. But the second and third arrows, following closely, slammed into the blade, making a dull sound that made his wrist ache with pain. Yamamoto Kazuo was forced to retreat 3 steps under the impact, the earth beneath his feet flying in all directions. His right arm was trembling slightly, a sign of muscle overload. Damn! Yamamoto Kazuo gritted his back teeth, the feeling of being suppressed by a newcomer from the Dragon Kingdom nearly drove him crazy. In recent years, only the pioneers from the Dragon Kingdom had been so helplessly beaten. Park Jae-sang got a brief moment to catch his breath, but an arrow grazed his shoulder, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Thankfully, the two of them finally closed in on Su Tian, coming within 10 meters. This distance was a death zone for melee classes, one where victory was practically guaranteed. In the foreign live streaming rooms, cheers erupted instantly. Sakura Country netizen, Yosher. Lord Yamamoto is up close. The Dragon Country boy's time to die has come. Kimchi Country netizen, damn it. Jae-sang Appa is hurt, we must tear the Dragon Countryman to pieces. Absolutely must. Eagle Country netizen, the archer is face to face with 2 melee masters, in any game or real battle, this is a killing setup. This time, the Dragon Country troll is silenced. India Country netizen, I see he doesn't even have a chance to beg, Yamamoto's blade is very fast. Too bad, this boy looks good, soft skin and tender flesh, if our India Country pioneers were here, we would handle him well. Bear Country netizen, shut up India, your pioneers are all low class, they even attack men. Kimchi Country netizen, I agree, though allies, India Country pioneers are disgusting. Never let them see Jae-sang Appa. India Country netizen, black guy. Shiva said appetite and lust are natural, you understand nothing. Inside the Dragon Country Supreme Command Room, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Chu Baishue suddenly stood up, her pale palm pressing on the edge of the holographic projection. Why doesn't he retreat? Chu Baishue's voice carried a kind of anger that was impossible to understand. As an archer, when the enemy enters 20 meters, you should use the forest to pull away. He actually stands there to wait for death? Her 30-floor tower battle experience told her, being close to a melee class is every ranged class's nightmare. Especially a swordsman like Yamamoto Kazuo who is skilled in killing. Number 1, prepare the points. Taking a loss early isn't a bad thing, this way Comrade Su Tian will become more careful later. Chu Baishue closed her eyes, unable to look anymore. These two are elites trained from childhood, and Su Tian? In the end, he's just a streamer. Being able to kill a George is already a miracle, enough to be proud. Number 2 Administrator Chu Jintian sat in his chair, fists pressed hard on the table. He looked at the calm young man on the screen, feeling a wave of unease. This boy this time he really overestimated himself. At least he killed one, not a loss, worst case he revives and tries again. Number 1 Administrator said nothing. He just stared at Su Tian's fingers. Those fingers were still steady as rock, without any trembling of panic. This calmness did not seem like facing death, more like watching 2 clumsy clowns. Wait a moment. Inside the tower, Yamamoto Kazuo and Park Jae-sang stood left and right, surrounding Su Tian in the middle. Dragon Country boy, let's see where you run this time. His voice squeezed through his teeth, with a twisted pleasure. Park Jae-sang held the wound on his shoulder, spinning his short stick between his fingers. Every arrow you shoot, I will take back from your body inch by inch. I will break your fingers first, then cut off your tongue. Park Jae-sang's face with smoky makeup looked especially terrifying in the moonlight. Su Tian looked at them and smiled lightly, casually hanging his longbow back on his back. This move in their eyes was no different from giving up resistance. Do you really think you have one? Su Tian spoke lightly, his tone calm without a trace of fluctuation. Then what? Park Jae-sang sneered, slowly shifting his steps. You don't think you can escape, right? The 100 meters around are burned into open land, your broken bow is useless. Yamamoto Kazuo frowned, the sense of doom rising again. Stop wasting words, attack directly. Yamamoto Kazuo shouted sharply, his body suddenly leaping. The greatsword cut a straight white line through the air, aiming at Su Tian's neck. This was his best slash, speed so fast the naked eye could only catch a residual light. At the same time, Park Jae-sang moved too. 2 short sticks like poisonous snakes shot out of the hole, whistling through the air, smashing toward Su Tian's temples on both sides. The coordination between the two was flawless, blocking all of Su Tian's escape routes. The hearts of the Dragon Kingdom audience were in their throats. just when the blade was less than 3 centimeters from Su Tian's skin. Su Tian moved. He did not dodge. He let the slash hit him. Clang! A crisp collision sound. Yamamoto Ichibu's inevitable strike was unexpectedly stopped by the armor on Su Tian's body. Thorn armored durability -15. Yamamoto Ichibu's pupils suddenly shrank, feeling like his sword had struck an iron mountain, unmoving. Even more strangely, a countershock force traveled up the blade. Yamamoto Ichibu felt intense pain in his palm as blood flowed through his fingers. This was the passive effect of the Thornvine armor, 15% melee damage reflected. Yamamoto Ichibu was about to speak but found Su Tian's right fist already in front of him. There was no fancy technique, just a simple straight punch. Your life level isn't right. Yamamoto Ichibu's voice trembled, his eyes filled with fear. This was not the punch of a level 3 lifeform. Run! He tried to pull his sword back, but found Su Tian's speed shocking. Too late. Su Tian smiled faintly. Bang! A heavy, muffled sound. Su Tian's right fist slammed heavily into Yamamoto Ichibu's chest. The basic standard armor Yamamoto Ichibu wore was as fragile as thin paper in front of this punch. Crack! That was the sound of broken ribs. Then came the sound of muscles tearing and organs being crushed. Yamamoto Ichibu's back suddenly bulged, and then blood mixed with flesh sprayed out from his back. Su Tian's punch directly pierced through his chest. Yamamoto Ichibu's eyes quickly became vacant, and the katana in his hand dropped to the ground with a clatter. He couldn't even scream, his body going limp, hanging from Su Tian's arm. Ding! Killed the Sakura Nation pioneer Yamamoto Ichibu, gained 100 tower points, received a small amount of experience. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom pioneer Su Tian for earning 10 national luck points for Dragon Kingdom. This pioneer's items have been randomly dropped. Su Tian casually threw Yamamoto Ichibu's corpse to the ground. Park Jae-sang was completely stunned. His short club was still frozen in midair, less than 10 centimeters from Su Tian's head. But he no longer dared to move forward. He looked at the fist-sized blood hole in Yamamoto Ichibu's chest, then at Su Tian, whose face remained calm. A cold chill rushed from his tailbone to the top of his head. Park Jae-sang's legs gave way, and his short club fell to the ground with a crisp sound. He made gagging noises in his throat, unable to speak before Su Tian turned to look at his face. Your turn. Su Tian's voice was very light. But to Park Jae-sang, it sounded like the judgment of death. Park Jae-sang suddenly knelt to the ground, desperately clawing at the ground, trying to crawl backward. Spare me. Spare me. I'm a big idol in the great Kimchi nation, I have millions of fans, you can't kill me. He cried out, his face covered with snot and tears, no longer resembling the cocky look from earlier. Su Tian sneered, saying nothing more, and with one punch, turned him into a box. Chapter 24, Silver Treasure Chest, Overlord Bao. Su Tian shook his arm, wiping off the blood on his hand. He looked down at his hunger level, which had dropped from 91 to 70. Su Tian rolled his eyes in disbelief. Why can't you guys do something else? Why come to me to show off? Showing off makes you fly. He muttered to himself. To kill you 3, I've wasted more than 20 hunger points. You should be proud. He said this lightly, almost absent-mindedly murmuring. But under the tower's full-view live broadcast, every word clearly reached the ears of billions of people worldwide. The foreign live broadcast rooms, after a brief silence, began to instantly overwhelmed by furious comments. Eagle Nation netizens, oh my god, how can there be such an arrogant Dragon Kingdom kid, why is there not a warrior who can kick his ass with their shoe? Cherry Blossom Nation netizens, Baka Yuru. So arrogant. Too arrogant. He's insulting. This is trampling on our great Cherry Blossom Empire's Bushido spirit. Kimchi Nation netizens, Asiba. How dare he? How dare he talk like that about our perfect Zaishan Appa? He will face divine retribution. But even if Appa lost, he's still handsome as hell. India netizens, looks like we still need our pioneers. When the time comes, we'll take care of this kid. Sun never sets netizens, this kid's not right, I need to check his ID, there's something wrong with his ID. They were all enraged by Su Tian, yet they could do nothing against that young man standing on the scorched earth, calm as ever. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream room, a different scene unfolded. Ha 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 ha. Did you hear that? Su Shen said they have enough to be proud of. I'm dying laughing. I underestimated Su Shen. This bragging, I give it a full score. Pure numerical crushing, love it. What about those little bastards just now? Why aren't they shouting now? Your sword saint, your king of boxing, your idol, in front of Su Shen, they don't even have the qualification to make him lose a bit of hunger. Killing them and tormenting their hearts. Su Shen, YYDS. It's so satisfying, I enjoyed watching it. From now on I'm always going to Su Shen's livestream. Inside the tower. Su Tian had no idea that his unintentional words had ignited the outside world, as he was busy checking his spoils. The tower's rules were strange. When pioneers died, they didn't drop all their items, but a random portion. He first walked to the corpse of the boxing king, George, whose sturdy body was turning into light particles, leaving only a few items. A dozen potatoes and a few bottles of mineral water. Su Tian then walked towards the dropped items of Yamamoto Kazuo, which, like before, were a few dozen potatoes and some bottles of water. He weighed the food in his hand and immediately understood. To catch up with me, jumping levels all the way, and still didn't have time to collect resources? So poor, not a single drop of oil. Su Tian shook his head and put the food in his backpack. Just as he thought it had all been for nothing and was about to head toward Park Zaixiang's dropped items, he froze. Next to the shiny leather pants that Park Zaixiang wore, there was a silver glowing treasure chest, floating quietly there. Silver treasure chest. What the hell? Even Su Tian couldn't help but swear. This dog of a trainee from the Western countries is so lucky? Where did he get a silver treasure chest? Su Tian's heart churned with shock. A silver treasure chest, the chance of encountering one in the first 10 floors of the tower is lower than that of an S-level skill book. If it wasn't for that fat traveling merchant I met last time, I probably wouldn't have had the chance to get one until after the 10th floor. This guy with smoky makeup, what luck does he have? Su Tian quickly walked forward, his heart racing. He clearly remembered, his last silver treasure chest had dropped a pet egg. What would this one drop? Su Tian couldn't wait to reach out and place his hand on the cold chest cover. All-seeing eye. Activate. 3 clear pieces of information instantly flooded into his mind. Option 1, Elite Monster. Aminos, Minotaur, LV10, once a pure-hearted war god, but with this fierce appearance, he will use his horns to pierce your chest and then tell you what Minotaur love is. He really wants to find a partner, but sadly, no one can endure him. Option 2, Elite Monster. Female elf archer, LV15, a rebellious girl from the elven forest of the 30th floor, ran away from home due to an arranged marriage she was unhappy with, and now she is searching for someone or a monster she finds satisfying. She believes the tower's aesthetic is the best. Trust me, she's definitely a top beauty. Much better than your S-level archery. Option 3, Superior Equipment Blueprint. A powerful weapon blueprint, only a true Sigma man would choose it, not be lured by fleeting beauty. Warning, choosing this will make you miss a beautiful encounter, do not choose. Su Tian just quickly glanced. A level 15 elf archer? Top-class beauty? He didn't hesitate at all, his mind instantly locked onto the third option. What a joke! Who cares about minotaurs or female elves? What could be more important than increasing power, than letting 30 billion compatriots in Dragon Nation be full? He only cared about the great rejuvenation of the motherland. I choose 3. The silver light on the treasure chest flared brightly, then turned into a streak of light, entering his forehead. When the light faded, an old leather parchment blueprint lay quietly where the chest had been. Su Tian reached out and took it. Superior Overlord Bow Blueprint. Crafting method, Dogface Demon Spider Silk x 5, 1000-year Spirit Wood Branch x 2, Energy Crystal Core x 100, Satiety 50%. Equipment, Overlord Bow. Quality, Superior. Effect, extremely strong penetration, hitting a target 100 steps away, doubles arrow power, has certain tracking and adhesion effects. Description, a hard bow made from 1000-year spirit wood branches, only true archers can wield it. Awesome. Looking at the attributes on the blueprint, Su Tian felt a huge sense of satisfaction fill his heart. This overlord bow, once made, would far surpass his current novice longbow. 100% power increase, plus tracking and adhesion effects, it was practically a custom-made divine weapon for him. With it, he could easily use it all the way to the 30th floor. Inside Dragon Nation's Supreme Command Room. Su Tian's series of effortless kills, looting, and chest-opening operations completely refreshed everyone's 3-year understanding of the High Tower. If before, Zhu Baixue only half respected Su Tian, thinking he relied more on insane luck. Now, she truly respected him. Fully and completely. One punch instantly kills a level 3 peak elite pioneer. What does that mean? It meant Su Tian's life level was at least 1 level above the opponent. And that clean, decisive choice, facing the life or death threat of a silver chest, he didn't hesitate for even a second. This decision-making, made her feel ashamed of herself. She remembered, every chest she opened before made her heart race, carefully prepared. The first administrator's face was full of a smile, genuine relief and admiration. He slowly turned his head, looking at the second and sixth seated side by side. Regarding Su Tian's performance, do you two still have anything to say? Second Administrator Chu Zhentian shook his head, face showing a mix of pride and relief. Nothing more to say. He exhaled deeply, old face full of expectation. I can already imagine, the old guys in the Western Alliance, how shocked and speechless they must be now. They'll probably have an emergency meeting tonight. Who would have thought, Tian has already reached level 4 life level? The first administrator nodded heavily. He stood up, walked to the holographic screen, looked at the young man studying the blueprint carefully, and loudly issued orders. Immediately announced to the whole country the news of Comrade Tian bringing glory to the nation again. Notify the logistics department, starting tomorrow, all supply allocations will increase. Let the whole nation, together with us, celebrate nationwide. Chapter 25, Gatekeeper, Dog-Faced Demon Orb. Dragon Nation, a community called Happiness. At 6 in the morning, the sky slightly bright, a long queue had already formed at the community supply distribution point, quiet and orderly. Unlike the Western news footage, with soldiers in full gear and chaotic people scrambling for supplies. There is not a single armed personnel maintaining order here. Next, Grandpa Wang. The community staff's voice was gentle and clear. Grandpa, your total allocation is 50 grams of rice, 100 grams of potatoes, 3 bottles of mineral water, and 100 grams of tree fruits brought back by Comrade Tian. The administrator deliberately placed the green fruits on top and handed them over solemnly. He smiled and reminded, Grandpa, this is a good thing from the tower. Eating it can prevent diseases and strengthen your body. It was brought back by Comrade Tian from the tower. The old man's wrinkled hands carefully took the heavy supplies, a simple smile on his face. Thank you, Comrade Tian, thank you, Motherland. At that moment, a thin little figure suddenly rushed out from the back of the line, crying. Uncle, uncle. It was a little boy, around 7 or 8 years old. He ran to the administrator, looking up with his face covered in tear stains. My mom is seriously ill, I don't want food or drink, can you give me more tree fruits or tree sap? I heard they can cure illnesses. The administrator looked at him, showing a bit of difficulty on his face, and finally shook his head. Little friend, that's not possible, everyone's share is fixed. The boy's shoulders slumped, and his tears fell harder. The people in line around them cast sympathetic glances, but they were powerless. The resources for each family were precise to the gram, and no one was wealthy. Grandpa Wang sighed. He hunched his back and slowly walked to the little boy. He didn't say anything, just took the precious 100 grams of tree fruits from his own food bag and gently placed them in the boy's dirty hands. Take it back, give it to your mom for her illness first. The boy was stunned. He wiped his tears and deeply bowed to the old man. Thank you, Grandpa. The old man waved his hand, his smile gentle and kind. No need to thank me, if you're going to thank anyone, thank Comrade Tian. Without him, we wouldn't have so much good food from the tower. One sentence sparked the emotions of everyone present. Yes, watching Comrade Tian's livestream these days, it's really relieving. All the frustration we've suffered for the past 3 years is finally being thrown back at them. Exactly. Before, we saw those foreign pioneers flaunting their power, while our people were choked in the trading halls. Now it's their turn to suffer. The little boy nodded vigorously. He tightly clutched the tree fruits in his hands, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world. Brother Tian is my idol. When I grow up, I want to be a pioneer like him and bring honor to our country. The childish yet determined declaration made all the adults present feel a sense of comfort. It is because of generations like this, passing on their faith, that Dragon Country has stood firm time after time in the face of danger. Inside the tower, Tian carefully put the ancient drawing of the tyrant bow into his backpack. His current financial situation couldn't afford such a divine weapon. Just the cost of making 100 energy crystals would be enough to instantly wipe out all his savings. Let alone the other materials needed. He must move forward, obtaining more resources and rewards. It's time to enter the next level. Tian looked at the glowing door that slowly appeared not far away and murmured. In front of him, 3 brand new options unfolded clearly. Boss level, Gatekeeper, Belt Mumu LV4, a pitiful unknown creature. Because of social anxiety, it wraps itself with bandages in a frenzy. It cries whenever humiliated, beware of its belt. Don't be fooled by its weak appearance, it's deadly in combat. P.S. Mumu likes pure-hearted young women. If you're beautiful and comfort it, you might even tame it as a pet. Boss level, Gatekeeper, Lucky Cat LV5, a mascot symbolizing wealth and good fortune. When you see it, you'll be blessed. Pay 50 energy crystals and you can enter the next level, meow. And there's also a hot spring service included, meow. As long as you have energy crystals, most services can be bought, meow. Boss level, Gatekeeper, Dog-Faced Demon Spider LV5, the first creature to appear in the 10-level dungeon when the first dog bark echoes. It has the face of a Shiba Inu but 8 spider legs. Foot fetishists, you're in luck. If your last name is Tang, the dog-faced demon orb will activate the ancient bloodline, and your life level will increase by 3 levels. Su Tian glanced around, seeing mostly familiar monsters. Most explorers would choose the fortune cat, a harmless choice that could help with wealth loss and disaster reduction, even offering a nice soak in the hot spring to gain some experience points. But now, Su Tian, urgently in need of energy crystals, definitely wouldn't choose that. The Beltwood Wood, on the other hand, is the gatekeeper with the highest death rate in the second layer. Just as the tower's hint said, it may look pitiful, but when it kills, it's truly fierce. Its belt can whip out after images, impossible to defend against. But if it's a sweet-looking girl, this love-struck dog will let her pass, often giving female explorers boxes of treats. It used to be the gatekeeper with the most show effect. As for the dog-faced demon spider, Su Tian's gaze landed on the third door. The materials to craft the Overlord Bow were just missing the dog-faced demon spider silk. It's decided, you're the one. He stepped forward and headed straight toward the door leading to the spider's lair. This decision caused the global livestreams to fall into an entirely different atmosphere again. On overseas livestreams, the comments flooded in. Eagle Country netizens, oh my god. He chose the dog-faced demon spider. He actually gave up the safest fortune cat. Sometimes I just don't understand this fool. Cherry Blossom Country netizens, Oniai-chan, dog-faced demon orb, go for it. Please, you must kill this arrogant little guy from Dragon Country. Kimchi Country netizens, I heard this Dragon Country kid is actually named Tang Tian. His real surname is Tang. Dog-faced demon orb, activate your ancient bloodline and tear him apart. Third Country netizens, he should have chosen Beltwood Wood, maybe a disguise as a girl would have let him pass? Bear Country netizens, what threat could the second layer gatekeeper pose? Su Tian, with his level 4 strength, shouldn't he be able to crush it? Baton Country netizens, they just don't want to admit the truth. In Dragon Country's livestream, facing these powerless, angry prayers, the netizens began to mock mercilessly. They actually think a beast can kill Su God? Are they joking? How did they start begging for help, hoping a monster would do the job? Where is your confidence? Did you forget that Su God even defeated the level 8 parasitic tree demon? Do you really think he'll lose to a mere gatekeeper? Laughable, a bunch of useless fools. Looks like they're scared of Su God and now they're praying for a monster to save them. The mocking comments hadn't even filled the screen when the overseas netizens immediately retaliated. Never set Sun Country netizens, don't celebrate too early. He can win against 3, but can he win against 30? Kimchi Country netizens, that's right. Our Western Alliance's hunt has already begun. He'll soon encounter our real main force. Just wait. Third Country netizens, if he meets our third country's player, Su Tian won't have it easy. We'll make you collapse. Wait for it. Cherry Blossom Country netizens, third country, pay attention to your image. You have no shame, but we still care about ours. Don't think like that, okay? Third Country netizens, who cares about your small baka? Even your sword saint was beaten out of the air by Su Tian. Cherry Blossom Country netizens, baka. Say it again if you dare. Third Country netizens, I'll say it, what are you going to do? Cherry Blossom Country netizens, baka. Say it 2 more times if you dare. Chapter 26, Su Tian, I have an immature idea. The light door closed behind Su Tian. He appeared in a huge stone cavern, the air thick with a mix of dust and the scent of blood. On the cave walls, twisted spider webs layered upon each other, reflecting a faint white glow in the dim light. Good stuff. Su Tian looked at the spider silk and let out a faint sigh. This was not the ordinary spider silk from Blue Star, but the silk from the dog-faced magic spider, known for its toughness and stickiness, a necessary material for crafting many exquisite gear and advanced traps. In the mid-stages before the high tower, this thing was absolutely hard currency. Extremely rare. Rather than rushing to find the boss guarding the gate, Su Tian slowly opened the high tower trading post. His fingers quickly swiped across the virtual screen. Search, composite tool. Goods, multifunctional composite collector ×1. Seller, dwarf blacksmith, high tower merchant. Price, energy crystal ×5. Su Tian clicked to purchase without hesitation. 5 energy crystals instantly vanished from his backpack, and a metal device the size of a palm, covered with intricate gears and foldable blades, appeared in his hand. He skillfully unfolded it, transforming it into a collector equipped with sharp claws and automatic rollers. After completing all this, he leisurely reopened the trading post and searched for spider silk. Goods, dog-faced magic spider silk ×5 rolls. Buyer, Jean Bing, Pickle Country. Price, energy crystal ×10. Note, sold by Dragon Kingdom people, will only give a maximum of 8 energy crystals. Su Tian smirked and closed the interface. He walked to a spot with the densest spider web, activating the collector in his hand. The sharp claws precisely cut the root of the spider silk, and the rollers spun rapidly, neatly rolling the tough threads into a coil. The efficiency was extremely high. This scene made the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream laugh. Wait, is Su-God so relaxed? This is a boss level. How is he directly starting to collect resources? Ha ha ha. The person above must be new. You know nothing about Su-God's steadiness. What do we call this? This is called making off with the feathers as the wild goose passes, leaving the skin after the beast runs. Dog-faced magic spider, do I have no face? My home is being stolen. I seem to hear the dog-faced magic spider's roar. Are you kidding me? I haven't even appeared yet, and you are taking apart my home? Shrimp and pork heart. Shrimp and pork heart. Deep in the cave, a commotion arose. In the darkness, 8 furry giant limbs rapidly struck the ground, making a dense rustling sound. A giant spider, comparable in size to a small truck and with a Shiba Inu face, rushed out from the shadows. It was anxious. It could feel that the web it had woven after months of hard work was being swiftly dismantled by a bipedal creature. Woof! An angry bark erupted from that Shiba Inu face, extremely comical. Its 8 spider legs suddenly exerted force, and its massive body turned into a black flash, pouncing fiercely towards Su Tian's back. However, Su Tian did not turn his head. Just at the moment the dog-faced magic spider leaped into the air, his collecting motion abruptly stopped, and his body shifted at a subtle angle, revealing a longbow that had been fully drawn without him realizing. Triple shot! Buzz! The vibration of the bowstring almost coincided with the sound of the arrows piercing through the air. Thud! 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 3 muffled sounds of sharp objects hitting flesh, precisely nailing into the soft shell connection area of the dog-faced magic spider's abdomen. Ow woo! The dog-faced magic spider let out a chilling howl, its voice starting as a bark and then turning into a sharp wail. The intense pain caused it to lose balance in midair, and its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Su Tian did not pursue but took the opportunity to push off the ground, quickly pulling back dozens of meters. He steadied himself and raised his bow again. Whoosh! 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 Arrow shot continuously from his hands, each arrow landing accurately near the wounds on the dog-faced magic spider's body, continually enlarging its injuries. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, laughter and admiration had merged into one. See? I told you Su-God knows how to position and kite. Why didn't he use it last time? Because those 3 useless people were not worthy. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? This move, smooth as flowing water. Predict, sidestep, draw, shoot, retreat, all in one. A textbook-level archer. I feel like in terms of arrow skill, even Olympic triple champion Xia he isn't as accurate as Su Tian. Dog-faced spider, I'm dumbfounded, I only wanted him to stop breaking my house, why is he hitting people? So cool, this is real combat. Unlike some pioneers from other countries, who pose for ages before fighting. In foreign livestreams, the atmosphere was completely different. They were all cheering for that monster. Eagle Nation viewer, go! Spider! Don't give up! Kick his butt hard with your spider legs. Sakura Nation viewer, explode. Dog-faced spider. We don't ask you to kill him, just seriously injure him. Then our warriors of the great Sakura Empire will avenge you. Kimchi Nation viewer, right. This guy opened so many treasure chests, his backpack must be overflowing. If we can kill him once and get his gear, we win. Su Tian didn't know the situation outside. Level 4 life, level 4 archery, combined with the Thornvine armor defense, gave him absolute numerical advantage against this level 5 gatekeeper. Every arrow shot into the dog-faced spider brought up a puff of dark green juice, causing massive damage. In less than a minute, the once mighty spider was already covered with arrows, a moving target. Or rather, a porcupine. Woof! Woof woof! The dog-faced spider let out unwilling barks, realizing that no matter how fast it moved, it couldn't close the distance to that slippery 2-legged creature. It simply stopped, its belly suddenly retracting inward. It aimed at Su Tian, opening its mouth. Whoosh! A thick, white sticky web, cutting through the air, shot straight at Su Tian. Su Tian's eyes narrowed. With the eagle-eye talent, the web's trajectory and speed were instantly broken into countless slow-motion frames in his mind. He just sidestepped simply, easily dodging the attack. The web brushed past his clothes, sticking heavily to the stone wall behind with a muffled smack. The quality of this fresh web isn't bad. Su Tian glanced over and casually commented. Looking at the dog-faced spider panting heavily, preparing its second attack, Su Tian suddenly had an immature idea. He slowed his arrow frequency, changing from continuous suppression to intermittent harassment. At the same time, his dodges became difficult. Another web shot came, he no longer sidestepped gracefully but rolled awkwardly, barely avoiding it. This scene made the foreign livestreams erupt. Sun never sets nation viewer, ha ha ha. I knew it. He's at his limit. Watch him struggle. Eagle nation viewer, right. His stamina must be failing. Continuous high-intensity shooting and movement take a huge toll. Sakura nation viewer, wait. Soon he'll be trapped in webs, dragged into the depths by the furious dog-faced spider, slowly eaten. I can already see it. India nation viewer, better if both are injured, then our pioneers can clean up. Kimchi nation viewer, if your pioneers come in, it'll be another fully pixelated video. In the Dragon Nation livestream, it was all-knowing laughter. Didn't you notice? Tian is doing this on purpose. Webs are expensive in the market. Now there's a live, endlessly producing high-quality web machine, why not use it well? Even milking the boss for resources. God, you are my god. Pitiful fools from the Western Alliance, do they really think God is no match for them? God truly doesn't waste any opportunity to earn energy crystals. In fact, this was true. Tian licked his lips, he was in urgent need of energy crystals. Chapter 27, Killing the Dog-Faced Demon Spider, Clearing the Second Level. The dog-faced demon spider's webs were not endless. Every time it sprayed, it was burning its own life away. The sticky white thread was squeezed out from its abdomen at the cost of 1% of its life. In Tian's seemingly awkward dodging and distracting movements, unknowingly, the life of this gatekeeper had quietly dropped to a dangerous threshold. 10%. Woof. A completely different roar exploded from that Shiba Inu face, no longer filled with anger and impatience, but with despair and madness, full of violence. The air in the entire stone cave suddenly froze. The dog-faced demon spider's 8 crimson eyes locked onto Tian, its massive body now radiating a layer of ominous dark red light. Its muscles and shell expanded at a visible rate, with veins wriggling beneath the surface like twisted worms. Raging. In the foreign live streaming room, after a long period of tension, the excitement erupted like a tsunami. Eagle Nation netizens, it's in rage. It finally went into rage. I knew it. The boss's dignity cannot be provoked. Sakura Nation netizens, kill him. Kill him. Tear him to pieces with your spider legs. Kimchi Nation netizens, damn. This is what a boss should look like. That Dragon Nation guy is doomed. He's absolutely doomed. Indian Nation netizens, the 8 legs of the dog-faced demon spider still have a certain elegance. Sakura Nation netizens, being allies with your Indian nation, it's really embarrassing. Shouldn't we be watching the demon spider hunt Tian? Why are you only watching its legs? Kimchi Nation netizens, can you even turn this into something wrong? No wonder it's from the Indian nation. Indian Nation netizens, hee hee, jealousy. In the Dragon Nation's live streaming room, everyone's hearts were in their throats, and the worried comments filled the screen. Be careful. God. This is the boss's rage stage, all attributes will greatly increase. Quickly pull back. Never try to tank it. Don't be afraid, hang in there, it will run out of strength soon. The next moment, the dog-faced demon spider moved. Its massive body disappeared from its original position, turning into a black afterimage that was almost impossible to catch. It was too fast. 2 spider legs, covered in black bristles, struck towards Tian's chest with a speed more than 3 times faster than before, screaming through the air as they came from the left and right. Tian didn't even have time to make any evasive moves. Bang! Bang! 2 dull thuds rang out. Tian's body was sent sliding back several meters by a tremendous force, his feet carving deep grooves in the hard stone ground. He lowered his head to look at the thorny vine armor on his chest. Thorny vine armor durability -20. A final counterattack? Tian muttered, a searing pain spread from his chest, the pure physical force passing through the armor and injuring the muscles beneath. He didn't retreat, but instead, in the brief gap between the dog-faced demon spider's attacks, he seized the few moments of recovery. He forcefully pushed off the ground with his right foot, leaned his body forward, and powered his waist and abdomen. A punch back. Boom. His heavy fist landed solidly on the dog-faced demon spider's Shiba Inu face. Crack. The clear sound of bones cracking echoed through the stone cave. The dog-faced demon spider let out a painful howl, its massive body knocked backward, but the madness in its eyes only grew more intense. The intense pain completely ignited its savagery. Its 8 spider legs flailed wildly, attacking without any pattern, only pure, reckless, and violent slashes, forming a deathly spider web around Tian. Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. I can't let it live anymore. If this drags on, just the cost of repairing the equipment alone. It was enough to make his wool-pulling mission a loss. His body suddenly leaned back, dodging a sweeping spider leg, while his toes pushed hard against the stone wall behind him, launching him into the sky. Kick off the wall jump. In midair, his body stretched out, and the long bow was instantly drawn back to its full extent. Buzz. 3 arrows rested on the bowstring, their tips flashing with a chilling light in the dark stone cave. Catch the arrows. His fingertips released. 3 arrows were fired together. However, the enraged dog-faced demon spider had completely abandoned its defensive instincts. It ignored the 3 arrows that could pierce its shell, allowing them to deeply embed into its body, causing 3 sprays of dark green stinking liquid. At the same time, its 2 front legs acted like sharp spears, ignoring the distance and fiercely thrusting towards Tian, who was airborne and had no leverage. What a beast! Tian simply stopped trying to maintain distance. He endured the piercing strike of the spider leg, and the thorny vine armor on his chest let out a muffled sound, unable to bear the burden, its durability rapidly declining. As he landed, he drew 2 more arrows and ferociously plunged them into the soft abdomen of the dog-faced demon spider in a nearly savage manner. Injuring to trade injuries. This scene left everyone outside the tower stunned. A single archer actually gave up his greatest advantage, choosing to engage in close combat with a raging melee boss. Die! Tian called out lightly, even abandoning his long bow, gripping an arrow shaft with his right hand, gathering all his strength into one point, aiming at the deep wounds in the spider's abdomen, and thrusting it in violently. Put! The arrow's barbs completely tore through its internal organs. The crazily thrashing 8 legs of the dog-faced demon spider suddenly froze, and in its blood-red compound eyes, the brutality and madness quickly faded, replaced by a dead silence of grayish-white. It could no longer hold on. Boom! The massive body crashed heavily to the ground, shaking the entire stone cave. Immediately after, a series of crisp system notification sounds rang out in front of Tian. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the level 5 guardian of the 2nd floor of the tower, dog-faced demon spider. Gained a large amount of experience bonus, obtained 500 tower points. Congratulations, Explorer Tian, your life level has been raised to LV5. All attributes increased. A warm current rose from his spine, instantly sweeping through his body. Tian could clearly feel that his bones, muscles, and even every single cell were undergoing a transformative change under this energy's wash. But his fullness was also rapidly decreasing to enhance his physical strength. The demon spider's corpse turned into countless specks of light, leaving behind several enticingly glowing loot items at its original position. Congratulations, you obtained materials: dog-faced demon spider silk times 30, sharp spider legs times 8, venom core times 2, energy crystal core times 50, experience book, advanced, times 1, millionfold refund card times 2. The rewards were substantial. Tian exhaled a long breath, his heart, wildly beating from the battle, gradually calming down, filled with a great sense of satisfaction. Now, he had 8 hours of absolute safe time. The remaining spider silk in this cave could be thoroughly collected. He pulled out a fruit from his backpack and chewed on it, replenishing his dwindling fullness, while picking up the advanced experience book glowing with a purple aura. Use. Experience book used successfully. Congratulations, your archery skill level has increased to LV5, 20%. Once the archery skill level increased, Tian immediately noticed that the skill proficiency improvement speed had been significantly reduced by the system. But it didn't matter, as the monsters he would encounter on levels above in the tower would mostly be solved with bows and arrows. He would slowly improve over time. He looked down at the thorny vine armor on his body. The limit of durability is 350 points, and in the brief melee just now, more than 100 points were consumed. This is enough to show that the dog-faced demon spider's final desperate grasp had real power. Repair. Consuming 3 energy crystals, automatic repair in progress. Repair successful, current durability of thorn armor 330/330. Tian nodded. Not bad, repair doesn't require rare materials like thorn bark, just a few energy crystals. However, the durability limit drops a bit too fast. But Tian wasn't worried, he still had 2 brand new spare armors in his backpack and an enormous amount of materials in his warehouse, so he didn't need to worry about equipment in the short term. Right now, he was more concerned about something else. Tian's gaze passed over the loot on the ground and fell into the deepest part of the stone cave. There, an ancient and weighty bronze treasure chest slowly emerged with his gaze. The final treasure chest. This kind of chest is always of better quality than those in regular treasure areas. According to Pangu's analysis of vast data, the chance of them yielding monsters is only 50%, making them a gamble that most pioneers are willing to take. Tian did not approach immediately. He first moved the bronze treasure chest in front of him and sat down on it like a stool. Then, he built a campfire, with flames licking the dry wood, making a crackling sound. Potatoes and rice were poured into a small pot together with water to cook. Next, he exchanged a few tree fruits at the trading post for some fresh fish and beef. The fish was sliced thin, the beef cut into cubes, skewered with branches, and placed over the fire. Fat dripped down, sizzling. The smell of meat, the sweetness of rice, and the richness of potatoes, 3 aromas mixed together and spread throughout the stone cave. In the live broadcast room of Dragon Country, countless people were swallowing hard through the screen. I'm going crazy, I'm really going to be driven mad with hunger. Sue God. Please stop filming. I just munched on a piece of compressed biscuit, and now seeing this makes me feel like I'm eating sand. The freshness of fish, the chewiness of beef, the tenderness of potatoes, the fragrant sweetness of rice. I can't even imagine how delicious this mix is. This is food for gods. Woo woo woo. Sue God, please eat slowly, at least leave me a spoonful of soup. It's so fragrant, I haven't had a bite like this in ages. Meanwhile, in foreign live broadcasts, mockery and disdain once again dominated the conversation. Eagle Nation user, a bit of rice and potatoes paired with some meat, and you can brag about it? Our pioneer John eats roasted dragon meat every day. That giant dragon he brought down with one punch, roasting it on a volcano, that's what I call a thrill. Kimchi Nation user, exactly, Dragon Country people have never seen the world, and this coarse food can get them so excited. Before the mocking comments could fly in, Dragon Country users retaliated in droves. He eats roasted dragon meat, but can you guys eat it? We can't have roasted dragon meat, but the tree fruits that Tian God eats, we just got our share yesterday. The tree sap that Tian God drinks, we received it today too. Sorry, I forgot you haters can only have that cheap nutrient liquid. I heard that nutrient liquid is made from food scraps left over by your rich folks, mixed with excrement, is that true? Ha ha ha. Isn't Eagle Nation supposed to be a free country? Why isn't there freedom when it comes to distributing things? A comment quickly shot to the top. Today, I received 100 grams of tree fruits, which is my son's first taste of sweetness since he was born, sent back by Tian God, who risked his life from the tower for us. Do you have that? In an instant, the loud accounts in the Eagle Nation live broadcast room were silenced. Only Dragon Country users remained, responding with heart-wrenching questions. They felt frustrated. Anger, yet not a word could be spoken. This is the truth. What they envy the most is not Tian's powerful generosity, but that the high-level officials of Long Country actually dared to distribute such precious, life-improving, lifespan-extending tower food to the ordinary people at the bottom. Now, a regular civilian in Long Country has a meal that is even better than some of the minor nobles in their own country. With nearly 5 billion people in Eagle Country, 4.9 billion still eat that sticky nutrition liquid that gives off a weird smell every day. A single question, do you have this, almost broke the defenses of the Eagle Country netizens. Inside the tower, Tian had a wonderful feast. Fullness, 95%. He gently placed his hand on the cold bronze treasure chest. Food. If only there could be more food. Although the supplies in his backpack are still considerable, the countdown for the pet egg to hatch is getting closer, which will definitely be a huge cost. Moreover, there are still 3 billion compatriots in Long Country, many of whom are still struggling on the edge of hunger. After killing the dog-faced demon spider, 2 Millionfold return cards dropped, just in time to return a large batch of supplies. This scene had already drawn laughter at the emergency meeting of the Western Alliance. In the virtual conference room, Eagle Country Representative General Mike leaned back in his chair, cigar smoke swirling. This kid from Long Country doesn't want to open a treasure chest again, does he? His words were full of undisguised mockery. Zeus has established a brand new risk model based on his previous treasure opening data. This time, the probability of him opening a high-level monster is as high as 80%. And his survival rate will be less than 20%. This means he has an 80% chance of dying. The representative from Asen Country let out a sneer. He deserves to die. To continuously open so many treasure chests and still be safe, the tower's balancing mechanism does not allow such a person to exist. The representative from Cherry Blossom Country had already opened a bottle of champagne, raising his glass towards the screen. Wadashi has prepared the party, just waiting to celebrate his death. The representative from Pickled Vegetable Country said sharply, pinching his fingers. If he can open something good this time, I swear I will only eat pickled vegetables every day from now on. General Mike took a puff from his cigar, exhaling thick smoke rings as he gave the final order. Have each of your explorers get ready. Once he gets severely injured by the monster in the treasure chest, immediately swarm into the second level's boss stage. Kill him a few more times and make sure to get all his equipment to drop. Tian was unaware of the tumultuous outside world. All his focus was on the treasure chest in front of him. The all-seeing eye activated. 3 completely different pieces of information flooded into his mind. Option 1, Boss Monster. Twin Demon Spider, the revenge of the dog-faced demon spider. It had previously pretended to be sweet to catch you off guard, but this time it will attack in its complete demon spider form, bound to kill you and wash away the humiliation. Double rewards upon defeat. Very challenging. Option 2, Equipment Blueprint. Inside is a rare equipment crafting blueprint, whether you can unlock it depends on your luck. Let me set the drop rate to the lowest for you. Option 3, Food. A treasure chest full of tower specialty wishful thinking canned food, which will automatically turn into the flavor you desire the most. A reminder, eating too much is not good for your health. Tian quickly scanned over the 3 lines of text. He had no hesitation and instantly locked onto the third option. I choose 3. Click. At the moment the lid of the box opened, Tian instinctively took a step back. The sound of clattering metal collisions filled the air. Countless palm-sized, sparkling metal cans burst forth from the narrow interior of the treasure chest like a flood, instantly piling up into a small mountain before him. Tian roughly counted. This quantity is a full 2,000. This scene was clearly projected on the screen in the Western Alliance's conference room through the live broadcast. All the laughter, all the calculations, all the gloating, came to a sudden stop at this moment. Inside the conference room, there was a deathly silence. Above the heads of all the representatives, it seemed as if a giant question mark was hovering. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Open the boxes. General Mike dropped the cigar from his mouth, staring at the screen. Each word felt like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. Order our newly entered pioneers in the tower, half of them, to immediately start opening the boxes. Go open the treasure chests. The rules of the tower may have really changed. He suddenly stood up, slamming his hands heavily on the table. And let the other half, at all costs, level up. Quickly hunt down Tian. Make sure. All the food and equipment in his backpack, I want them all to drop. We absolutely can't let him run wild any longer. Chapter 29 Western Alliance doubles, Sakura Nation does not sell. Tian did not hesitate at all. He reached out his hand, sweeping over the mountain of cans in front of him, directly separating half. 1,000 shiny metal cans were selected by his mind and began to float. Use the Trillionfold resource return card. A golden beam of light descended once again, thicker and more brilliant than ever before. Ding, calculating according to resource quality, successfully returned Dream Come True cans x 100 million to Long Nation. 100 million. This number made Tian pause for a moment. But this thought lasted less than a second, before being scattered by an even larger number. 3 billion. 100 million cans, divided among 3 billion compatriots struggling at the hunger line, means that 30 people would have to share one. The burden is heavy and the road is long. Tian sighed and stopped thinking about it. He collected the remaining 1,000 cans into his backpack and then opened the tower's trading hall. A virtual screen unfolded in front of him, and he directly typed those words into the search bar. Material, 1,000-year spirit wood branch. Seller, Andre, Bear Nation. Price, 100 energy crystal cores. Description, Pioneers of Eagle Nation double, Pioneers of Sun Never Sets nations and other Western countries do not sell. The price of 100 energy crystal cores made Tian's heart sink. He glanced at his backpack, which contained a total of 135 energy crystal cores. To make the Overlord bow, at least 300 energy crystal cores are needed. Tian lightly tapped the screen with his fingers, calculating quickly in his mind. Looks like I need to find a way to earn some energy crystal cores. Just relying on monster drops is way too inefficient. His gaze swept across the material column in his backpack, finally settling on a few new thornvine armors and a massive amount of crafting materials. A thought instantly took shape. He opened the listing interface of the trading hall and began to operate quickly with his fingers. A brand new product information appeared on the trading interface of all pioneers on the second floor of the tower. Service, Thornvine Armor Commission. Seller, Tian, Long Nation. Equipment detailed information, click to query. Description, customers must provide all materials, the commission fee is 30 energy crystal cores. Note, Pioneers of Long Nation and its allied nations, commission fee is 10. Western Alliance members, commission fee doubles, Sakura Nation pioneers, do not provide services. Trading method, can exchange one thorn armor for a 1,000-year spirit wood branch. He did not stop there, immediately categorizing and listing the spoils from the dog-faced demon spider and previous victories in his backpack. Spider silk, spider legs, parasitic cores, venom. Each item underneath followed the same note. Western Alliance doubles, Sakura Nation does not sell. This series of operations instantly drew waves of curses outside the tower. In the live broadcast room of the Sakura Nation, the comments were almost drowning the screen. Baka. Why? Why discrimination? Everyone is a member of the Western Alliance. Why do our pioneers from the Great Sakura Empire not even have the qualification to purchase? This is extreme national discrimination. We must appeal to the United Nations. We need to apply for sanctions against the Dragon Country. That's right. Everyone is fighting to conquer the tower, for the future of humanity. How can he set up trade barriers like this? This is splitting the camp of human pioneers. He must apologize. This unfair clause must be cancelled immediately. Angry denunciations poured in from all sides, but these statements were quickly suppressed by netizens from the Dragon Country with even fiercer fire. Deserved it. Great job, Sue. We can't sell to you, a bunch of well-off beasts. Talk about fairness with us? Do you even have the right? 3 years ago, when the tower just arrived, who led the blockade of the trading post, using high-priced goods to choke our Dragon Country pioneers? We Dragon Country people will not forget history. In these 3 years, the ones who killed our Dragon Country pioneers the most were you Sakura Country. Sneak attacks, poisoning, setting traps, what despicable means have you not used? I have the data. The death list of Dragon Country pioneers, in the top 100, 73 died from backstabbing by Sakura Country pioneers. Now you talk about unity? Pa! A bunch of ingrate wolves, you should starve to death. And these little Sakuras still feel wronged, calling their relatives and friends here to spew. Inside the tower. Tian did not know that one decision of his had already stirred up a storm outside. He thought for a moment, and ultimately did not put the excellent Overlord Ball blueprint on the processing list. There were only 10 pieces of Millennium Spirit Wood branches in total at the trading post. If he made the demand for the blueprint public, it would only make those sellers raise the price even higher. Moreover, excellent quality weapons are strategic level items at this stage. Selling to others would be like arming his enemies. He would not make such a foolish mistake. At least, before he made the first Overlord bow, this blueprint had to be kept secret. Furthermore, as long as he sold off some of the materials, it would be enough for him to make one Overlord bow. It was just a matter of time. Tian closed the trading post. Now, he just needed to quietly wait for the energy core to arrive. He brought up his attribute panel and began to take stock of this time's harvest. Name, Tian. Life level, LV5, 15%. Talent, all-seeing eye, God level unique. Satisfaction, 90. Health, 100%. Tower level, 2, progress, 100%. Skills, archery LV5, 15%, triple shot, max, eagle eye, A-class passive. Equipment, long bow, arrows times 50, fire arrows times 192. Supplies, energy cores times 135, millionfold resource return card times 24, life recovery potion times 2, tree fruit times 60, life tree sap times 8000 ml, thorn tree bark times 75, perfect tree trunk times 13, dogface demon spider silk times 8, billionfold return card times 1, composite tool times 1, canned food times 1000. Pet egg, midnight. Tower points, 3200. Resources were plentiful, and his state was perfect. It's time to get to work. Tian stood up and put away the bronze treasure chest he had used as a stool into his backpack. He walked to the corner of the stone cave and picked up the palm-sized composite tool from the ground. The metal mechanism made a crisp sound, and the collector unfolded in his hand, revealing sharp claws and rollers. He walked towards the dense cobweb and began to collect. Chapter 30 Tian, Fate. Wonderful. Tian maintained a half-squat posture, his arm muscles rhythmically rising and falling with the movement of the rollers. 1 roll, 2 rolls. Thick liquid dripped along the edges of the claws, gathering into a small puddle on the ground. He avoided these strongly adhesive residues and moved on to the next cobweb. For 2 full hours, the only sounds in the stone cave were the subtle clicks of metal gears meshing. Tian stood up and moved his somewhat stiff knees. In his backpack, 50 rolls of dog-faced demon spider silk were neatly arranged. He opened the trading hall interface floating in the void, his finger pausing over the search bar for a moment. The current market price, 1 roll of spider silk stable at 2 energy crystal cores. Tian typed numbers into the selling bar, placing all 50 rolls of spider silk up for sale. Total price, 100 energy crystal cores. He typed a line in the remark bar. Dragon Nation and its allied pioneers, 20% off. Western Alliance members, price doubled. Sakura Nation pioneers, purchase forbidden. He clicked confirm. The originally empty personal account balance flickered. This rare material, just listed, immediately sparked a small buying frenzy. Tian closed the interface, his gaze falling on the center of the stone cave. The corpse of the dog-faced demon spider was gone, only a few spots of still wet dark green marks remained. He checked the quiver, confirming the number of rocket arrows. Time to go. Tian walked toward the gate radiating white light. As his body passed through the light membrane, the weightless feeling lasted about 3 seconds. The darkness ahead was pierced by bright light, the scent of grass and trees mixed with the smell of soil hit his nose. Congratulations on entering the 3rd floor of the tower. You gain tower points times 200, national luck points times 30. Current exploration, 0%. When exploration reaches 100%, the passage to the 4th floor will open. Tian stepped on soft grass, not yet able to observe the surroundings, when a dense stream of system broadcasts rang in his ears. Congratulations to Dragon Nation pioneer Xiaoshuaya for entering the 3rd floor, gaining national luck points 30. Congratulations to Dragon Nation pioneer Lin Fan for entering the 4th floor, gaining national luck points 50. Congratulations. Listening to these names, the tight lines of Su Tian's face softened slightly. Lin Fan had already reached the 4th floor, showing that Dragon Nation's top combat power was accelerating. But in the next second, the broadcast content changed drastically. The originally golden text was replaced by glaring blood red. Dragon Nation pioneer Fong Shoujuan was killed by Sakura Nation pioneer Yamamoto Kazuo. Fong Shoujuan chose to forego revival. Dragon Nation pioneer Chen Jiangwo was killed by Sunset Empire pioneer George. Chen Jiangwo chose to forego revival. Dragon Nation pioneer Zhao Chang was killed by Kimchi Nation pioneer Park Jae-sang. Zhao Chang chose to forego revival. A series of death lists jumped before Su Tian's eyes. In just a few lines, dozens of Dragon Nation pioneers' names disappeared. Of the original 200 elites who entered the tower, only 100 now remained alive. Su Tian stood still, his fingertip rubbing repeatedly along the edge of the bowstring. Yamamoto Kazuo. Park Jae-sang. George. These 3 names, he had personally ended on the 2nd floor not long ago. Revived? Su Tian muttered to himself, his voice very low. He remembered the Western Alliance had huge reserves of national luck points, the result of 3 years of plundering global resources. To target Dragon Nation, they even consumed precious points to forcibly revive these people they had killed. After revival, they did not restrain themselves, instead rampaging in mass slaughter. In those strategy manuals, the first 5 floors of the tower were dangerous, but with enough caution, the death rate would never exceed 10%. But now, Dragon Nation's casualties had already passed half. Su Tian opened the detailed kill record. Over 90% of Dragon Nation pioneers had died at the hands of these Western Alliance members. Most of those names were unfamiliar, clearly newcomers just entering the tower. Peace. Su Tian looked down at the wild grass under his feet. During the years Dragon Nation dominated the globe on Blue Star, it had always promoted trade and peace. Never had there been invasion, never colonization. But when the tower descended, when the rules were reshuffled, the hidden fangs that had once lurked could not wait to show themselves. They formed alliances, blocked trade, hunted their own. Su Tian felt the heat rising in his chest. It was a kind of long-suppressed, bloodied courage belonging deep in this people's bones. They want Dragon Nation to disappear. Su Tian lifted his head. His gaze became cold and hard. Then let's see who disappears first. Ahead, 3 beams of light slowly appeared. The door on the left gave off the golden smell of grain. Resource stage, vast rice fields. The rice here is heavy with grain, just swing a sickle, and you can get a lot of food supply. The middle door floated with the shadow of a metal box. Treasure chest stage, a bronze treasure chest. It waits for its owner, perhaps hiding an amazing secret inside. The door on the right spilled the smell of burnt smoke. Monster stage, thorny forest. Originally, there were more than 10 tree spirits here, but now they are suffering inhuman torture. Some pioneers are setting fires, killing them, and enjoying it. Su Tian looked at the 3rd door. Massacre. This word in the tower usually represents some sick way of having fun. In the Western Alliance's livestream, these bloody scenes often appear, to win the cheers of the so-called elite. Anyone who didn't defeat the Western Alliance's monsters ends badly. Especially after the 20th floor, with humanoid monsters, the dark side of human nature shows completely. Su Tian did not go toward the rice field, nor look at the treasure chest. He drew his longbow backward, fingers on the string, eyes sharp. Go collect some interest. He stepped through the 3rd door. The scenery twisted instantly. Su Tian appeared on a towering hillside. Below was a sunken valley, the originally dense thorn forest now burning high with flames. More than 10 tree spirits were blackened by fire. They had not died, but were nailed to the rock wall with thick iron spikes. 3 figures stood around the center of the valley. Yamamoto Kazuo held a great sword, the tip slowly sliding down along a young tree spirit's veins. The tree spirit made a piercing scraping sound, green juice flowing down the blade. This sound is really nice. Yamamoto Kazuo tilted his head, green spots on his face. George sat on a rock, tearing a piece of bloody raw meat with his hands. Yamamoto, move faster. Go to the next stage to find the Dragon Country pioneers, especially the one called Xiaohe, too smooth. We must humiliate them properly, revenge my arrow. Yes. Flower girl. And Su Tian, now our life levels are higher, seriously, he will definitely not be a match. Yamamoto showed a lewd smile. Park Jae-sang played with his silver short stick nearby. That Dragon Country kid must be hiding. His bow is a bit accurate, but in close combat he is useless. Besides, last time we were careless, didn't act immediately. Park Jae-sang spat out a grass root, kicked a screaming tree spirit nearby. When we catch him, I will nail him to the wall and peel him bit by bit. Su Tian stood on the hillside. His eagle eye skill activated to the extreme at this moment. The three people's movements became extremely slow in his sight, red weak point marks flashing on their bodies. Yamamoto Kazuo's neck. George's throat. Park Jae-sang's heart. Su Tian slowly drew his longbow. The string's tight sound was barely audible in the silent night. Hey! Su Tian spoke. His voice echoed in the valley, calm and cold. The three below froze suddenly. Yamamoto Kazuo almost dropped his great sword, turning sharply to look up the hillside. Moonlight fell on Su Tian's thorn vine armor, reflecting a dark green light. Yamamoto Kazuo's eyes trembled violently. Masaka. His voice had clear quiver. It was fear carved into his bones, still unerasable after resurrection. Su Tian's fingers slightly loosened, arrow aimed at Yamamoto Kazuo's forehead. Fate. Su Tian said coldly. Really wonderful. Chapter 31, The Unlucky Three. Buzz. The string's vibration exploded in the dead valley. Three cold lights shot out of the bow, extremely fast. Boxer George's whole body tensed instantly. A piercing sensation, like being watched by a beast, shot up his spine to his scalp. He saw clearly that the three arrows were all aimed at him. A feeling of rage, humiliated and furious, drowned out his fear. Don't think the same trick can work twice. He let out a furious roar, crossing his strong arms over his chest, pushing down with his feet, ready to take this blow head-on, then rush in the most savage way to crush the Dragon Country Kid's bones inch by inch. However, just as he posed for defense, the three arrows that were flying straight suddenly deviated eerily. They drew three arcs in the air, like three venomous snakes, avoiding his blocking arms. Thud. 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 Three dull sounds of sharp weapons hitting flesh hit one after another. The first arrow pierced through his right shoulder. The second arrow drilled through his left abdomen. The third arrow accurately embedded into his right knee, which had already been hit by an arrow. George's outstretched hand froze in midair, grasping at nothing. The intense pain surged like a tide, instantly draining all his strength. He looked down at the three gaping wounds bleeding profusely on his body, and a cold chill exploded from his heart. Not good, this arrow is dangerous. In an instant, his blood volume was down to just 10% and still losing rapidly. Help me. A sharp, distorted wail squeezed out from his throat. Yamamoto Kazuo and Park Jae-sang's nerves instantly tightened to the extreme. They focused intently, staring fixedly at the blurry figure on the hillside, ready to face the next wave of arrows. Buzz. Another bowstring resounded. New arrows followed in quick succession. Trivial skills. Yamamoto Kazuo whispered, forcibly suppressing his unease. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, sinking his body, gathering all his strength to one point. Iato, Subengeishi. The blade of his sword flashed, so fast it was almost unreal. But his sword could only cut through empty air. The target of the arrow was not him at all. A shrill scream echoed again from behind him. Yamamoto Kazuo stiffly turned his head and saw an arrow feather trembling slightly in George's throat. George's massive body swayed and fell heavily backward, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. In the Western Alliance's emergency meeting room, the representative of the Sun Never Sets Empire, William, slammed the table, causing the virtual surface to ripple with intense data waves. He jumped up from his chair, his face, usually known for its gentlemanly demeanor, twisted with rage. Why? His roar echoed in the silent meeting room. Why did that Dragon Country kid kill George first? Why target my Sun Never Sets Empire? Resurrecting him requires a full 40 national luck points. 40 points. He stretched out 4 trembling fingers, shaking from force. The other country representatives in the meeting room fell silent, just watching the screen showing the youth on the hillside, slowly pulling back his bow again. They found that Su Tian seemed to have become stronger once more. That composure, that absolute control over the battle situation, was more suffocating than the last time. The representative from the A country cleared his throat, trying to ease the tension. Your Excellency William, don't be angry, perhaps we shouldn't resurrect George, this could save some points. William abruptly turned his head, his crimson gaze pinning on the A country representative's face, his anger finding an outlet. Shut up. What right do you, a lowly slave, have to speak here? The A country representative's face turned livid, and he stood up abruptly. What did you say? You useless fool who can only rage impotently. If you have the guts, go trouble Su Tian. William was furious. You were just a master for a few days, have you forgotten how you used to beg for mercy? A country representative, if you have the guts, come and hit me now. Waste is just waste. Inside the tower, a cold system prompt sound rang in front of Su Tian. Ding, kill the pioneer of the Sunless Nation George, gain 200 tower points, gain a small amount of experience boost. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation pioneer Tian for earning 40 national fortune points for the Dragon Nation. This pioneer has randomly dropped items. 40 national fortune points. A thrill of excitement swept through Tian's heart. This number indicated that when the Sunless Nation resurrected George, his life level had already reached level 4. These guys really level up fast. It seems I need to harvest well. Tian drew his bow again, the cold arrowhead aimed at the two people below who were already in disarray. After suffering a loss, Yamamoto Kazuo finally awoke from his shock, a chill rushing straight up from his tailbone to the top of his head. Not good. He shouted out loud. His life level has increased again. And his archery skills have become even more exquisite. We are not his opponents. Run. To the light gate of the next level. Avoid his edge first. The two had almost no hesitation, turning around and rushing towards another exit of the valley. But no matter how fast they were, they could not outrun the arrows released from the bow. Moreover, after Tian's archery skill reached level 5, the arrows he shot had acquired a strange characteristic. They were no longer just straight-line attacks, but seemed to have their own life, making fine adjustments in the air, firmly locking onto the weaknesses marked by the eagle eye. Even at a distance of several kilometers, they would hit exactly where they aimed. Park Jae-sang felt a chill behind him, an arrow had already pierced through his heart. In disbelief, he looked down at the arrowhead protruding from his chest, his body's strength instantly drained away. West, 8. He let out a weak groan and fell to the ground. Ding, kill the pioneer of the Pickled Cabbage Nation Park Jae-sang, gain 200 tower points, gain a small amount of experience boost. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation pioneer Tian for earning 40 national fortune points for the Dragon Nation. Hearing the scream behind him, Yamamoto Kazuo ran even faster. Fear unleashed an unprecedented potential within him, the light gate was right ahead. However, an arrow quietly caught up to him, shooting from the back of his neck, piercing through his entire head. His forward momentum abruptly stopped, his body stumbled a few steps forward due to inertia, and finally knelt weakly to the ground. Ding, kill the pioneer of the Cherry Blossom Nation Yamamoto Kazuo, gain 200 tower points, gain a small amount of experience boost. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation pioneer Tian for earning 40 national fortune points for the Dragon Nation. In the Dragon Nation's live room, after a brief silence, it was completely ignited by the frenzied barrage. Wow! 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 120 points. In just a few minutes, Sushin earned 120 national fortune points for the Dragon Nation. No one can match the speed. Ha ha ha. I told you to resurrect. Each time you revive, we kill you once. Spill all your national fortune points. Didn't expect it, Sushin is already level 5. Killing you is as easy as pie. If you meet Sushin, you're out of luck, don't revive. Please. They called for hunting our Dragon Nation pioneers, but now they are killed by our Sushin, deserved. It really makes me feel good. It's been tough in other live rooms. Meanwhile, foreign live rooms fell into silence and panic. How is this possible? How did Tian's strength increase so exaggerated? This is just the beginning of the 3rd level. What on earth did this guy do? Every time he appears, his strength seems to outpace us by 1 level. This doesn't make sense. Could it be, he is a super warrior specially trained by the Dragon Nation for conquering the tower? Tian was unaware of the intense discussions outside. At this moment, he walked slowly down the slope, feeling very pleased. Not only did he earn 120 national fortune points, but the resources the 3 guys had collected hard in this level had also all turned into unowned drops. He jumped down the slope, ready to open the box. He walked toward where George had fallen, the huge body already dissolving into tiny points of light, leaving only a box behind. Box, tree fruit times 10, tree sap times 2000 ml, thorn bark times 10, thorn trunk times 2. Energy crystal core times 10. Just as expected, a poor guy. Tian curled his lips. He put the items into his backpack and then walked toward the drops from Park Jae-sang and Yamamoto Kazuo. Another box, also containing energy crystal cores, tree fruits, and materials. Alright, even mosquito legs are meat. Tian neatly sorted all the items. He looked at the few tree fruits in his backpack and calculated in his mind. Not much, but better than nothing. Return. With a thought, he split half of the tree fruits he had collected and used the return card without hesitation. A golden column of light shot up into the sky, even thicker than last time, piercing the clouds. Pioneer Tian successfully returned 500,000 kilograms of tree fruits to the Dragon Kingdom. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, the chat exploded instantly. Whoa! God Su just finished killing people and now is returning supplies. What efficiency! Truly a work model. Kill and burn with a golden belt. Taking Western stuff feels so good. 50,000 kilograms. Not much, but who can match Su God's speed? Those who say Su God is cold-blooded, come out and get beaten. This is called a true hero, serving the country and the people. Meanwhile, the Western Alliance livestream was completely silent. They were just arguing over George's death and feeling ashamed over Yamamoto and Park's pathetic escape, but the two barely ran a few steps before becoming boxes. Eagle Nation netizen, how dare he? Is he trying to make enemies with all the West? Sakura Nation netizen, baka. This is pure mockery. An insult. A trample. Sun never sets netizen, he's treating us like an ATM. We must increase pressure on the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the tower, Tian didn't know about the shouting outside. He looked at his own fullness, then glanced at the pitiful energy crystal cores in his backpack, frowning slightly. I must quickly increase my strength. Tian whispered. This time he easily shot 3 people, but that was because of terrain advantage and his superior archery level. If it were close combat, facing 3 level 4 elites, he would never be this relaxed. Moreover, these guys' life levels were increasing too fast, as each country's seed players, if time dragged on, they would be real threats. Tian didn't know exactly how many had come from the Western Alliance, 100, or 1,000? If these people surrounded him and his power grew too slowly, he couldn't stand alone. I must make the tyrant bow first. Tian opened the trading post. Many materials he had listed before were already sold, earning 200 energy crystal cores. Adding his own, he now had a total of 340 energy crystal cores. I can make it, but then I'll be broke. Tian muttered in his heart. Without energy crystal cores in the tower, every step would be hard. Buying supplies, repairing equipment, upgrading skills, even lighting a campfire all required energy crystal cores. Damn. But at this point, I can't care so much. I must increase my combat power first, or I'll be everyone's ATM. Tian made up his mind. Just as he was about to buy a Millennium Spirit Wood branch, he received a private message. Pioneer Saif, Comrade Tian, I was ambushed by Sakura Nation pioneers, now on the 3rd floor and a bit injured. I want to ask you to sell me some food and a thorn armor. I can give 1 Millennium Spirit Wood branch in exchange, the rest I'll find a way to repay later. I know it's a bit much, but please consider it. Xiaohe? Tian was stunned. The Olympic triple champion Xiaohe. Unexpectedly, even she struggled, ambushed by Sakura Nation pioneers. Sakura Nation, Western Alliance. Tian's eyes were full of killing intent. The thorn armor Tianguang wanted to make would cost 50 energy crystal cores, and if it was just 1 piece, it would at least start at 200 energy crystal cores. In the early stages, who had that many, even among the tough ones? Those 3 brothers just reached the 3rd level, and together they had less than 50 crystal cores, not to mention food on top. At any other time, Tian would never agree to such a borrow first, pay later deal. In the tower, this was pure fantasy, a deal that even the Western Madonna would not approve. But the word comrade made his heart tremble slightly. Agree. Tian did not hesitate at all. He took out 50 cans, 10 tree fruits, and clicked on the trade. Ding, Pioneer Tian successfully traded with Pioneer Xiaohe, wish-fulfilling cans times 50, tree fruits times 10, thorn vine armor times 1, received Millennium Spirit Wood branch times 1. In the Dragon Kingdom live stream room, the chat exploded again. Whoa! Xiaohe. It's Goddess Xiaohe. God Su actually linked up with Goddess Xiaohe. And even gave her food and equipment. Millennium Spirit Wood branch? That is something good. God Su does not lose. Not lose? If Goddess Xiaohe weren't a Dragon Kingdom compatriot, I believe God Su would never give it. God Su is sending charcoal in the snow. I'm crying. Soon, the Millennium Spirit Wood branch arrived. Tian opened the trade market again and spent 100 energy crystal cores to buy the last Millennium Spirit Wood branch. At this point, all materials for making the tyrant bow were ready. He lit a campfire and restored his satiety above 90. Craft. Tian focused his mind and clicked on craft. Consume, Dogface Demon Spider Silk times 5, Millennium Spirit Wood branch times 2, Energy Crystal Core times 100, satiety 50% to craft tyrant bow? Agree. The system's alert sound rang in his ears. Inside the stone cave, a dazzling white light shot up, lighting the entire space as bright as day. When the light faded, a jet-black longbow floated silently in front of Tian, carved with simple ancient patterns. It was longer and heavier than the novice bow in his hand, the string woven from unknown black threads, emitting a faint cold light. Tyrant bow. Tian reached out and gripped the bow. Try the power. He pulled out an arrow and placed it on the bowstring. The cold arrowhead seemed to have a soul as it was drawn by the string. He aimed at a huge rock 100 meters away. The rock was half a person's height, full of pits, and extremely hard. Swoosh. He released his fingers, the arrow left the string, no longer just flying, but drawing a trail in the air that was almost invisible, moving at extreme speed. Boom! A loud crash, the arrow hit the rock violently. The rock cracked, lines spreading quickly from the impact point. Finally, with a crash, the rock split into pieces, stones flying and hitting the ground, making small pits. Domineering! Su Tian exclaimed. This bow was clearly made for him. Its stats had increased so much. With this bow, even against level 6 or 7 lifeforms, he had the strength to fight. Almost time, I need to hurry to the next level. Su Tian turned to look at the light gate to the next stage not far away. Chapter 33, Speedrun Elite Stage, Tyrant Bow shows its power. 3 new light gates slowly appeared, each emitting a different aura. Puzzle stage, do you want to learn the heavenly rank burning technique? Brain-computer interface technology. Time passing in the gate will approach 0 until you fully master brain-computer interface technology. Expecting a genius to enter, current pioneers, 3025, paused thinking, 2999. Challenge stage, if you are a man, go down 999 floors, filled with endless monsters. The more you kill, the more rewards. A wealth beyond measure waits for you. Highest floor holder, Chu Baishua, 299 floors. Elite stage, inside is a giant troll, life level 6, very strong, holding a wolf tooth club. 1 hit per person. Better dodge if you meet it. Of course, killing him comes with a generous reward, because this guy is quite greedy and has stockpiled a lot of food. Su Tian merely took a quick glance and immediately ruled out the first option. A decryption level? A brain-computer interface? What kind of international joke is this? He knows himself very well and understands his own limits. Finishing his bachelor's degree smoothly is already the peak of his intelligence. Does he want to go in and become a statue like those 2999 who have stopped thinking? As for the middle challenge level, the rewards are indeed tantalizing enough to make one drool. But the words endless monsters practically scream you'll definitely die at least once if you go in. If the tower had just appeared and the Dragon Kingdom's fortune points were still plentiful, he might have gone in without hesitation for an exhilarating experience. But now it's not possible, the Dragon Kingdom has only a pitiful amount of points left, and reviving once is a huge waste he can't afford. So, his gaze naturally fell on the door to the right. A level 6 troll, at this third level stage, is indeed a downgrade attack for pioneers generally still struggling at levels 2 and 3, it's a father-level existence that they should run from upon seeing. But Su Tian is different. He is already a level 5 organism, holding the Overlord Bow, wearing thorn armor, and his backpack is stocked with ample supplies. Perfect, I'll use it to test my bow. Su Tian gripped the entirely black Overlord Bow behind his back and strode confidently into the light gate of the elite level. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, viewers erupted when they saw Su Tian's choice. Wow! Am I seeing this right? The steady Su God actually chose the elite level? That's a level 6 troll. It's not something those lower-tier monsters can compare to. What do you understand? Just look at the other 2 options, they're more absurd. Especially that brain-computer interface, I checked, and several top physics professors from our Dragon Kingdom have gone in and are still asleep like sleeping beauties, none have come out. I think he should take on the challenge, even Goddess Chu made it to layer 299. Su God could do well by just going down another 100 layers. Who knows, he might earn a ton of resources. Ah, I understand Su God's concern, dying once means reviving will cost 50 fortune points. It's too much of a waste, those are all points he earned arrow by arrow. Exactly, and what's a level 6 troll? I believe Su God can win, he might only get a little hurt. As the netizens debated, the atmosphere in the highest command room of the Tower Management Bureau was surprisingly relaxed. Chu Baishua looked at the screen and nodded lightly. A wise choice. She added, however, even if he chooses the challenge level, it doesn't matter, Comrade Su Tian has already made significant contributions to the Dragon Kingdom. Because of his presence, many small countries that were once trailing behind the Western Alliance have begun to waver, privately contacting us to withdraw their trade sanctions against the Dragon Kingdom. We can discuss these matters later, said the second administrator, Tian, waving his hand, his old eyes fixed with interest on the screen. Let's first see how long this kid Su Tian can last against that troll. A nearby administrator couldn't help but joke, Number 2, you've changed, you weren't like this before. You used to worry about him causing trouble. Hearing this, the second administrator Tian not only didn't get angry, instead, he raised his old face proudly and let out a humph. This kid has the style of my younger days. How did I not notice such an outstanding young man before? He would make a great son-in-law. Grandpa. Chu Baishua's fair cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly adjusted and returned to her cold professional demeanor, analyzing. Comrade Su Tian is currently at level 5, facing a level 6 troll, the level difference isn't that significant. However, trolls have tough skin and incredible strength. To defeat it, he's likely to go through a tough battle and some exhaustion. I estimate it will take about 2 hours. The number 1 manager nodded in approval. As expected of a seasoned pioneer, your judgment time is not far from the result just calculated by Pangadot. Hearing the affirmation from number 1, Chubaishua's face flashed a hint of barely noticeable pride. She actually calculated on the high side. After all, hunting a troll across life levels is an extremely difficult task. If it were someone else, Chubaishua thought they would be wondering just how long they could hold out under the troll's power. Inside the tower, Tian took a deep breath. He was now standing in a vast plain, where the grass grew up to his knees, the gentle breeze bringing waves of grass swaying. And at the end of his sight, about 3 kilometers away, a gigantic figure lay on the grass, snoring with a thunderous sound. It was a troll the size of a heavy truck, its skin a dirty gray-green, muscles bulging everywhere, even in sleep, exuding a fierce and violent aura. Next to it, there was a massive wolf tooth club covered with sharp barbs thrown aside. Tian hesitated not at all. He stood firmly in place, gripping the tyrant bow, knocking an arrow, drawing the string, aiming, the whole action flowing smoothly, one continuous motion. Vroom! The barely audible buzz of the bowstring's tremor filled the air. Whoosh! A black arrow tore through the air with a sharp whistle, instantly crossing a distance of 3 kilometers. The troll in the distance seemed to sense a deadly threat in its dreams. Its massive body shook violently, suddenly waking up, rolling over to evade. But this arrow was too fast, too dominating. It barely twisted its body, avoiding a hit to the heart. Thud! The arrow plunged fiercely into its right shoulder, the powerful force directly piercing its rock-hard muscles, bringing forth a pool of dark green, foul-smelling blood. Roar! A deafening roar exploded across the plain, filled with pain and fury. The troll's scarlet eyes instantly locked onto that tiny figure 3 kilometers away. It grabbed the wolf tooth club beside it and took heavy strides, charging madly towards Tian. Tian looked at the rushing figure with no change in expression. He did not stop, once again knocking his bow. The power enhancement from the tyrant bow was truly terrifying. With the last shot, he hadn't even used all his strength and could easily pierce the troll's proud defense. Seeing its painful reaction, the amount of blood spilled was definitely not small. In the top 10 floors, this bow is still too overpowered. Tian sighed, again knocking 3 arrows with his fingertips. He decided to stop pretending and reveal his true strength. Speed run. It must be a speed run. Let that group of people outside see what true crushing power looks like. Chapter 34, Tower Version of Extreme Cold Survival. Triple Shot. Vroom. 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 The tremor of the bowstring formed a string of noise. 3 black arrows drew 3 straight black lines in the air. The charging troll obviously did not expect Tian's attack frequency to be so fast. Its enormous palm subconsciously lifted, trying to block. However, it was all in vain. The arrows empowered by the tyrant bow had already exceeded the limits of its neural reactions. Thud. 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 3 dull sounds followed. The arrows precisely nailed into the troll's left knee, ankle, and thigh as it prepared to exert force. Grah! A scream 10 times more heartbreaking than before resonated across the plain. The troll's forward momentum suddenly halted, its massive body lost balance, crashing to the ground in a miserable heap. It was constrained, it was furious. Since waking up, it hadn't even been able to come within 100 meters of that tiny human, and it had already been shot to pieces. Its proud strength, defense, and speed were as fragile as paper in the face of such unreasonable arrows. Roar! The troll roared, struggling to get up, but the intense pain and numbness in its left leg prevented it from applying any force. He pulled out the arrow that had pierced his body. It was unimaginable how such a common arrow could penetrate his muscle and bone. Tian stood in place, his expression unchanged, once again drawing the overlord bow. 3 more arrows. This time, he aimed at the giant troll's massive head. In the troll's crimson single eye, a hint of the emotion called fear finally appeared. It gave up trying to stand up, its remaining right arm wielding a bone club, dancing a dense shadow of sticks in front of itself, trying to make a final struggle. However, Tian's arrows had no intention of reasoning with it. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, tracing a strange arc in midair, bypassing the defenses of the bone club, and accurately shooting into the troll's single eye from an incredibly tricky angle. Ha! All of the troll's movements froze instantly, the swirling bone club clattered and fell to the ground. Its massive body swayed, the vitality in its eyes rapidly faded, and it fell heavily backward with a dull roar. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the elite monster on the 3rd floor of the tower, Troll LV6. Gained a large amount of experience bonus, received 800 tower points. Congratulations on acquiring materials, Troll Shark Teeth ×2, Resilient Troll Skin ×5, Energy Crystal Core ×40, Million times Return Card ×1. Tian put away his bow and arrows, lightly exhaling a breath of stale air. The whole process was calm and serene, as if he had simply dealt with a stray dog blocking his way. In the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, the bullet comments went completely crazy after a brief pause. No way, this is over? I just made a bowl of noodles, and before I could add the seasoning, the boss is gone? Elite level? Level 6 troll? God, tell me how this is different from a slime in the beginner village? I seriously suspect God is not playing the tower, but a cracked version of the tower. GM. I report. Someone is cheating. His cheat is harder than my life. Meanwhile, in the highest command room of the Tower Management Bureau, there was complete silence. A few people's gazes subconsciously fell on that cold figure in the corner. Shubai Shue's fair cheeks flushed with a very unnatural redness. Her mind was blank, repeatedly echoing her earlier, determined judgment. It will take about 2 hours. 2 hours? Since Tian entered the elite level, it hasn't even been 20 minutes. That level 6 troll couldn't even come within 100 meters of him, but was completely kited to death. This is not a battle at all, this is one-sided slaughter. It's a complete annihilation. She could not imagine this was something a third-level pioneer could accomplish. Even she, back then, had to carefully maneuver and expend all her energy to barely win against an elite monster of this level. Cough cough. The second-level manager, Chujin Tian, could not hold it in anymore. A light cough broke the awkward silence. He looked at his proud granddaughter's stunned expression and felt a great sense of satisfaction. Having already faced this embarrassment several times before, seeing his granddaughter experiencing it now brought him clarity of mind. He cleared his throat, trying to lighten the mood. Well, even AI can make mistakes, the tower is mysterious, and even Pango doesn't have a very high accuracy rate, so there's no need to take it to heart. Shubai Shue suddenly clenched her fists, biting her lip. No, it's my judgment error. She took a deep breath, straightened her body, and the bright light in her eyes reignited with fighting spirit. I underestimated Comrade Su Tian's growth speed and equipment strength. I will write a detailed report for evaluation later. Next time, I will definitely make the right analysis. The first-level manager nodded in approval, a slight smile of comfort on his face. No need to blame yourself, number 6, Comrade Su Tian always brings us many surprises, even the strongest AI can misjudge, let alone a human. He shifted his tone and said seriously, however, your remarks have reminded me that we really should enhance our understanding of Comrade Su Tian. The rules of the future tall tower are unpredictable, we cannot let Comrade Su Tian bear all the pressure alone. We must master his resource situation and specific strength to facilitate more precise help in the future. Inside the tall tower, Su Tian was sitting on a stone, chewing on a tree fruit to replenish his hunger, while leisurely crafting arrows he needed. At that moment, a magnificent system notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind, while a huge virtual screen unfolded in front of all the pioneers in the tall tower. Recently, a large number of pioneers have flooded into the tall tower. In order to help novice pioneers adapt to the environment and fully experience the fun of the tall tower, a novice-exclusive dungeon will be opened early. Next is the rule introduction. Dungeon name, Extreme Cold Survival. Difficulty, extremely low. Life level limit, 10, level 10, including pioneers below level 10 can participate. Description, 1, this survival map is a snowy field, and pioneers will be randomly teleported in. There is no penalty for death, and no need to consume national luck points to resurrect. Completing designated tasks will grant rewards. 2. No food, medicine, or supplies can be brought into the survival, other restrictions do not apply. 3. Killing tower creatures in survival will not increase experience but will drop materials, items, and equipment, drop rates significantly increased. 4. Team survival is allowed, helping each other, but the difficulty will increase with more people gathering, and natural disasters will occur continuously, choose your teammates carefully. 5. Watch the sky, the tower will randomly drop supply rewards, containing precious materials that can help you thrive in the tower, provided you can see them. 6. Extreme cold survival will open in 48 hours, all pioneers should prepare. Novice dungeon? Su Tian paused in his chewing, a bit surprised. So soon? He clearly remembered that dungeons usually appeared only after the 20th floor, and most were small-sized dungeons for 3 or 4 players. This was the first large-scale event to throw thousands of pioneers into one map at once. When did the tall tower become so generous? Su Tian murmured, a sense of caution rising in his heart. Death without penalty, significantly increased drop rates, it all sounded appealing, but the words in the rules hinted at ill intentions. The level limit was 10, while he was only at level 5. If he encountered those elites from the Western Alliance who piled up resources to level 10, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Moreover, in every such event, the Western Alliance, led by the Eagle Nation, would use their numerical advantage to harshly suppress the pioneers of the Dragon Nation. If his strength couldn't ensure absolute dominance, he would surely suffer greatly once he entered. However, such a large dungeon would surely have unimaginable rewards. Su Tian licked his lips, a glimmer of heat flashing in his eyes. No! I must level up. Level up. He needed to seize every moment to enhance his strength before the dungeon started. He suddenly stood up, swallowed the last mouthful of tree fruit, and firmly locked his gaze on the glowing gate leading to the next level that was about to appear. Chapter 35, Rest Area, Pet Egg Hatching. Just as Su Tian's fingertips were about to touch the light membrane, an abrupt system notification sounded in his mind. Your pet egg is about to hatch, remaining time, 2 hours, please prepare sufficient food and a relatively safe environment. Su Tian's actions came to a halt. Is it finally time to hatch? A mix of excitement and anticipation surged from his chest. In the tall tower, the role of a pet is incredibly significant. It is not just a battle companion but also a source of solace for the soul. This endless tall tower, like a silent giant, devours the rationality and hope of the pioneers. Su Tian had seen too many cases in those strategy manuals. Many pioneers did not die by the hands of monsters, but were actually driven mad by endless solitude and pressure. With a pet by their side, at least this journey wouldn't feel so lonely. Su Tian withdrew his hand, and his originally firm steps became hesitant. He re-examined the 3 gates of light appearing ahead, his gaze becoming more cautious than ever. Battle stage, 15 3-headed dogs at life level 3. Their individual strength is average, but they coordinate exceptionally well. Please be careful upon encountering them. Crush them with your strength, you chose to upgrade. Elite stage, 2 clumsy bears fighting over honey, life level 7, extremely strong. However, they have been fighting for several hours, and their health has dropped below 50%. Their fur is premium material. When clams fight, the fisherman benefits. Rest stage, an absolutely safe little house, providing a day's worth of water, food, and a warm fire source. You can sleep comfortably inside, relieve your fatigue, and no one can disturb you. The choice of a coward. Su Tian quickly analyzed. The battle stage isn't difficult, 15 3-headed dogs may seem numerous, but before the absolute power of the Overlord Bao, they are just moving targets, delivering experience points right to him. The elite stage is the most tempting. 2 level 7 clumsy bears, 2 levels higher than him. Even though they are already heavily injured, if he gets close, they would have no strength to fight back. There are indeed many ways to drain their energy to death, but it takes some time. Su Tian whispered. Normally, he would absolutely choose the elite stage, patiently wearing down those 2 bears with his excellent archery skills. But today, he couldn't. The pet egg could hatch at any moment, and he couldn't let any lengthy battle hold him back. If the shell broke halfway through, and he couldn't handle it, that would be a huge problem. In summary, the rest stage, mocked by the system as the choice of a coward, became the best option at this moment. An absolutely safe and undisturbed environment is the ideal place for hatching a pet egg, isn't it? Although it would waste a precious chance to clear a stage, this small loss is completely acceptable compared to a pet with unknown potential. Su Tian no longer hesitated and stepped toward the rightmost gate, radiating a soft white light. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, viewers saw the scene, and question marks were flooding the screen. What the heck? Am I seeing things? How did Su God enter the rest stage? This isn't like him. Exactly. The previous 2 stages, one gives experience, the other drops premium materials. Don't any of them beat sleeping? What's wrong with Su God? Before they finished speaking, another wave of barrage immediately flooded in, drowning out these doubts. Are you devils? Since Su God entered the tower, hasn't every time been like walking on thin ice? Hasn't he been dancing on the brink of life and death? What's wrong with letting him rest for a bit? Yeah. Su God is also human, not a machine. He's just a 20-something kid. He hasn't really slept at all in these 3 floors. His mind has been under high concentration, it's time for him to properly rest. I actually think Su God's choice is wise. Haste makes waste, maintaining the best condition is what he needs to face the challenges ahead. Alas, what a pity. This means we won't be able to see Su God for a whole day, it feels empty inside. In the foreign live broadcast rooms, surprisingly, they were filled with sharp and cruel mockery. Eagle Nation netizen, ha ha ha. Look. He's scared. He must have heard about our league's hunting plan and is hiding. Sakura Country netizen, what a pathetic coward. At his age, can he really sleep? I thought he had some great ability, turns out he's just a scaredy cat that runs away. Kimchi Country netizen, that's right. He's definitely like a frightened mouse right now, trembling and hiding in a hole. Just wait for him to come out. The warriors of our country will let him know what true despair is. Indian netizen, that safe house is so boring, not even a woman, trash. The noise outside could not reach the high tower. Su Tian passed through the light gate, and a cold wind mixed with ice and snow hit his face. Before his eyes was a world covered in white snow, silver-dressed, all sounds silent. In the center of the snow, a small wooden cabin stood quietly, smoke curling from its chimney, looking especially warm in the cold air. He pushed open the cabin door, and a wave of heat rushed out to meet him. The house was not big, but very cozy. In the middle, the fireplace flames burned, crackling softly. A chair with soft animal fur lay before the fireplace, and on the wooden table beside it, water and some bread were neatly placed. The warmth blocked the wind and snow outside, and also blocked the ever-present spying from the high tower. "You have entered the rest stage, live signal temporarily closed." Hearing this notice, Tian's tightly wound nerves finally relaxed. He walked to the fireplace, carefully took the pet egg from his backpack, and placed it on a soft mat. Then, he took all the food from his backpack at once. Tree fruits, canned food, and the leftover roast chicken piled into a small mountain on the wooden table. He also opened the trading house, spent some energy crystal cores, and bought some fresh milk. He set a pot of tree sap over the fireplace to slowly heat, and opened 10 wish-come-true cans. When the cans opened, the rich smell of braised meat instantly filled the cabin. As his life level increased, his appetite grew more astonishing. Tian remembered when he first entered the high tower, 1 tree fruit could fill him up completely. But now, 4 or 5 tree fruits only made him 70% full. Food, really too scarce. Tian sighed, thinking no more. He leaned on the soft chair, holding warm tree sap in one hand and a large piece of braised meat in the other, eating heartily. Listening to the wind and snow howling outside, feeling the warm heat from the fireplace, a long mist feeling called comfort wrapped around him. He closed his eyes, enjoying this rare peace. Just as he was dozing off, a very subtle, crisp cracking sound rang out amidst the fireplace crackle. Crack! Tian opened his eyes sharply. In the firelight, the pet egg lying quietly on the mat had a crack slowly spreading across its shell. Chapter 36, Little Monster? Why do you look so sleepy with dark circles? Crack! That very subtle, crisp cracking sound stood out sharply against the fireplace flames. Tian looked at the system panel. The hatching countdown still had 1 hour left. Early? Tian straightened up, his heart skipping a beat. He was glad he had not been blinded by experience and materials to enter a combat or elite stage. Otherwise, being distracted by caring for a fragile newborn life in the middle of a fierce battle would have disastrous results. In the fireplace light, the crack on the egg lying on the soft mat spread quickly like a spiderweb. Soon, a piece of eggshell the size of a fingernail fell with a pop. A wet, furry black and white little head cautiously peeked out from the break. Tian held his breath, not moving, just watching quietly. The little creature seemed to adjust to the light and temperature outside, shook its head, then clumsily crawled out of the eggshell. Its body was black and white, fur soaked with egg liquid, sticking tightly to its small, thin body. Ayo ayo. Hungry 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 hungry. It let out a soft, babyish cry. Turning around, he faced the eggshell he had just left, opened his small mouth, and bit it bit by bit, making a crisp crack sound. Tian watched it and noticed that outside its dark pupils, it was naturally surrounded by a thick black circle, looking like it hadn't woken up yet. Why do you just be born, and already have black circles under your eyes? He asked softly without thinking. Ayo ayo. Something tasty. The little one replied, seemingly attracted by the smell of warm milk. It twitched its nose, followed the scent, and dove headfirst into the bowl Tian put nearby, drinking with a gulp-gulp sound. Why does it look like it was carved from the same mold as the national treasure panda of Blue Star Dragon Kingdom? Tian felt a strange sensation in his heart. Pandas seem like mammals, right? How did this little guy come out of an eggshell? He did not dwell on this question for long. Since the tower arrived, he had seen all kinds of strange things. He moved his mind, and a detailed data panel appeared in front of him. Pet, iron-eating beast. Life level, 1, 70%. Health, 10, extremely hungry. Favorability, 50. Talent, bottomless stomach, can never fill its belly, can eat all matter, and convert it into life experience. Talent, national treasure, has strong luck, can seek benefits and avoid harm, touching its head improves luck. Skill, none. It really is a panda. Tian was a little surprised. In the tower, there were only trolls or mutated monsters, all fierce beings. How did this little thing sneak in with just a different name? Ayo ayo. Delicious, delicious. Favorability increased by 10 points, experience increased by 20%. Awesome. Tian gave a thumbs up to the little head buried in the bowl. This leveling speed is really fast. He simply poured the rest of the hot milk into the bowl. Ayo ayo ayo. Human, so tasty, I will follow you from now on. Tian reached out and tentatively touched its fluffy back head, surprisingly soft to the touch. Drink slowly, there's still plenty, but it's time to give you a name. He thought for a moment. He had once fed a stray tabby in the community. That cat was the undisputed ruler of the neighborhood, so he called it Little Monster. Not bad, you will be called Little Monster from now on. I hope you can fight through the tower and be unbeatable. Ayo ayo. Understood. Su Tian looked at it. Not long after, the few portions of fresh milk he had specially bought were already finished. You really can eat. I'll buy you more. Gulong, gulong. Want that? Want it? Little monster lifted its head, milk traces still around its mouth. It wobbled to the pile of wish-granting cans, clawed at the cans with both front paws, held its palm in its mouth, drooling uncontrollably. Seeing this, Su Tian casually pried open 4 or 5 cans and put them in front of Little Monster. A strange scene happened. The cans, shining with metallic light, twisted and deformed the moment Little Monster touched them, turning into fresh green bamboo. Little Monster's eyes lit up, hugging a bamboo thicker than its body, biting it, eating with delight. Good heavens! The panda was confirmed. Su Tian sighed. Just as he worried whether this little eater could shoulder battle responsibilities in the future, a series of system prompts completely stunned him. Little Monster favorability increased by 30 points, life level continuously increased, current level LV2. Life level increased, current level LV3, 60%. You are cheating, right? Su Tian couldn't help but complain out loud. The leveling speed had no limit. His own levels, gained through life and death struggles, could be surpassed just by eating a bit? Even more absurd, Little Monster's body size was visibly expanding. It was previously below his calf, now it had reached his waist, growing more than 10 times in size, and its wet fur became fluffy and dry. It looks clumsy but endearing. The short few minutes of growth made his previous worries seem completely unnecessary. This guy really isn't special, just full of simple, ordinary stats. During the moment when Su Tian was checking the panel, the little monster had already eaten all the bamboo made from those cans. It smacked its lips, seeming somewhat unsatisfied, then turned its attention to the tree fruits and tree sap on the table, which were radiating life energy. Wait. Su Tian's mind went into overdrive. Don't eat anymore. If you do, you'll bankrupt me. That was the little bit of savings he had painstakingly built up, his source of security. Was it all going to be gone in an instant? A sharp pain surged through his heart. He suddenly remembered that the little monster had a talent called bottomless stomach. Earlier, he thought it was just an exaggerated description, but now, it seemed the system was too conservative. Stop. Little monster. Your health is full, eating more would be a waste. Gore. Can't hear. I'm eating. The little monster, holding a bottle of tree sap, tilted its head back and drank it like soda. Its feet restlessly kicked, and it scooped up a bunch of tree fruits into its arms, devouring them happily, one by one. Chapter 37, It's decided, you're the one, little monster. Su Tian watched this scene, his hand raised but frozen in midair. In the end, he helplessly lowered it. Forget it, a child who hasn't even been here a day is still growing. He sighed and simply took out most of the remaining food from his backpack. Looking at this fuzzy creature that had grown taller than him in just moments, a strange sense of relief washed over him, even overcoming the heart-wrenching pain. After resting for a while, once the little monster was full and satisfied, he opened the little monster's panel. Pet, iron-eating beast. Life level, 6, 10%. Experience gain decreases by 50% after surpassing the owner's level. Health, 100%, hunger. Favorability, 81. Talent, bottomless stomach, always hungry, can eat anything and convert it into life experience. Talent, national treasure, has good luck, able to avoid harm, petting its head improves luck. Skill, none. In just less than an hour, it had gone from a freshly hatched hatchling to level 6 just by eating. Health is full, but still hungry. So this is the bottomless stomach? Su Tian knew very well that this wasn't even its limit, it was his resources and level that were restricting its growth. Just by eating, it could level up infinitely. This talent was ridiculously overpowered. But I wonder, how's its combat ability? Su Tian scratched his chin, calmly analyzing. If it's no good, I'll have to rely on raising its life level and let it be a meat shield. For damage output, it's still going to be up to me. He had seen pets used by explorers from other countries. Most were just tools for exploration or attracting hate. After all, once a pet died, it would revive in 24 hours, losing only a bit of favorability. But Su Tian looked at the round, lip-licking little creature. How could he bear to send it to die? However, he instinctively glanced at his food inventory, and the sense of security disappeared in an instant. Resources, tree fruit times 10, tree sap times 1000 ml, canned food times 200. He clearly remembered that not long ago, he had over 100 tree fruits, enough for him to comfortably reach several levels. Now, this stockpile would only last him 2 or 3 days at most, especially the water supply, which was nearly gone. He couldn't stay any longer. Su Tian stood up, instinctively patting his body. Rest time's over. It's time to move on to the next level. He walked toward the glowing door at the entrance of the wooden house, gently touching it with his fingertips. Before his eyes, 3 brand new doors slowly opened. Battle level, there is a group of local snakes inside, specific numbers unknown. Life level 2, a lot of poisonous snakes lurking, not much difficulty, but be careful, they are everywhere. As the saying goes, even a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. I advise you to pick another one, snake. Elite stage, unexpected, right? The dumb bears are back. 2 big dumb bears fighting over honey, life level 7, extremely strong, but they got tired and decided to split it. The 2 bears are tasting honey together and became brothers. Their fur is top quality material. Big bear. Someone is coming to steal the honey. Boss stage, guardian, Kylo tiger, life level 9, terrifyingly strong. Killing it gives massive experience, and it guards a silver treasure chest, gnawing it every day. Challenge above your level, perfect chance to show your strength. Go rescue the silver chest. Tian quickly scanned the 3 options. He immediately ruled out the battle stage. A group of second-level poisonous snakes hiding to ambush, killing them won't give much experience, and they are really troublesome. Pure waste of time. As for the boss stage, level 9 Kylo tiger guarding a silver treasure chest, the temptation is huge. But he could explore this floor a few more times, no need to rush and risk his life. Step by step, steady growth is the way to go. Looking at it this way, only the 2 dumb bears in the elite stage are left. 2 spineless things, keep fighting. How are they enjoying it so much? However, the 2 bears had a big fight earlier, their health probably not much recovered. Now is a good time to harvest. Ayo ayo. Little monster wants honey. The little monster rolling beside him suddenly stood up, both paws pointing at the door in the middle, drool flowing from its mouth. What a glutton. Tian was amused, reaching out to rub its fluffy big head. 1 person, 1 bear, stepping into the glowing door that smelled sweet and sticky. Almost at the moment their figures disappeared, the interrupted live stream signal reconnected. In just 5 seconds, the online viewers in Tian's live room jumped from tens of thousands to over 100 million, still rising at a terrifying speed. Dragon Country netizens, here it comes. God Su is live. I can watch the thrilling adventure again. Dragon Country netizens, huh? What is that big meatball next to God Su? Black and white, clumsy and cute, even kinda adorable. Dragon Country netizens, this looks a bit like the giant panda recorded in ancient books. I saw a photo in the zoo when I was a kid. Dragon Country netizens, you're right. Could this be the pet egg God Su got earlier? Hatched? I thought it would be a fire-breathing dragon. Dragon Country netizens, this little panda okay? The tower is full of monsters that eat people without blinking. Don't tell me it's useless beauty. Dragon Country netizens, looks harmless and cute, probably no fighting power. God Su raising it is a big loss. Bear Country netizens, we know a lot about bears, unfortunately, this little one should not enter the tower. It's just a native of Blue Star. There were several previous, do not enter. Country 3 netizens, turns out a useless thing, scared me. Earlier a Northeast tiger went in, and what? Couldn't even beat a rabbit. Sakura Country netizens, ignore them. Kill 1 person and 1 bear, still get some protein. Baton Country netizens, sour. After all, your pioneers couldn't even catch a pet. Country 3 netizens, prove if it's useless in this stage. If not useless, I eat masala with Oreo. Dragon Country netizens, Country 3, why are you trying to reward yourself again? Comments in the live room surged like tides, everyone curious about this sudden new member. Inside the tower. Tian didn't know the outside situation, he waved his big hand, pointing at the 2 dumb bears. It's decided, little monster. Ayo ayo. Honey. Honey. Only numbers, no mechanisms. It's decided, it's you, little monster. Awah. Honey. Honey. Tian gave a simple command, and the little monster's round body curled up, like a giant black and white cannonball, rolling down the hillside with a rumble. Tian didn't pay it any more attention, drawing his bow, the dark tyrant bow exuding a solid feel in his hands. His full focus was on another huge bear, which was greedily licking the golden honey at the edge of the beehive. It had to be a quick battle. He calculated in his heart, the little monster had just been born, and although its level had soared absurdly, facing a level 7 elite monster, which was just 1 level higher, would still be a disadvantage. He needed to take care of his side quickly, then go help it. Roar! The alert for territory invasion finally drowned out the sweetness of the honey. The bear licking the honey suddenly raised its head, its crimson beast eyes locking onto Tian on the hillside, letting out an ear-splitting roar. It dropped to all fours, its massive body turning into a wave of brown rushing towards Tian, every step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Tian remained unmoved, releasing his fingers. Triple shot. 3 dark arrows tore through the air, emitting sharp whistles, forming a line straight for the bear's face. However, the scene of piercing flesh and blood did not happen as expected. Clang. 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 3 dull sounds, like metal clashing. The arrows, which could easily pierce the tough muscles of a level 6 giant troll, barely penetrated a short distance into the bear's thick fur before getting stuck in its dense muscles, the arrowheads not even touching the bones. The bear's momentum did not slow at all, it merely shook its head, as if brushed by 3 flies, its enraged roar even louder. Roar! Little brat! Tian's brow twitched slightly. Truly worthy of a level 7 life form. He murmured, his voice not panicking, just a hint of seriousness, the gap from one level up is astonishing. He drew the bow again, shooting several arrows, each accurately hitting the bear's eyes, neck, and other vulnerable spots. But the results were still unsatisfactory, the arrows simply failed to cause any effective penetrating damage. Normal arrows are a bit weak. Seeing the bear had closed within 100 meters, the fierce sense of pressure rushed towards him. Tian decisively drew several fire arrows with special oilcloth from the quiver. He set an arrow on the tyrant bow, lightly rubbing his fingertips over the bowstring. Boom! The arrowhead instantly ignited with fierce flames. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 fire arrows whistled out, exploding before the giant bear, flames quickly spreading, igniting the dry grass. Animal's innate fear of fire made the bear let out a panicked roar, its massive body retreating a few steps, warily staring at the wall of fire. Tian took the opportunity to pull back, quickly glancing at the other battlefield, ready to support at any moment. And with that glance, he was stunned. The scene he had imagined of the little monster being completely overwhelmed did not occur at all. 2 massive beasts were engaged in a brutal, primitive melee. It was a round after round of unreasonable combat. Roar! The level 7 Grey Line Bearman stood upright, its huge bear paw like a fan, slashing through the air with fierce wind, landing a heavy slap on the little monster's head. Bang! A muffled sound. The little monster's round body only swayed a bit, several black hairs floating down, it didn't even blink, instead, it stuck out its tongue to lick its nose. Then, it was its turn. Awah! The little monster also stood upright, its seemingly soft, chubby claws moving at an unexpectedly rapid speed, delivering a backhanded slap. Smack! A crisp, sharp sound. The 7-level gray-striped bear, with its massive body, was directly slapped and spun around twice before plopping down on the ground, its huge head swirling in visible dizziness. I didn't waste my food. Tian, watching this scene, sincerely sighed, this slap, it's really powerful. The gray-striped bear was completely stunned. Its brain was filled with a sharp buzzing sound, unable to comprehend what was happening. Where on earth did this clumsy, black and white creature come from? Clearly still in its juvenile stage, clearly with a lower life level than itself, why did that slap hurt so much? It hurt to the point where even its bones were crying out in pain. And its full force strike, it felt like hitting a cotton ball, all the strength dissipated by the thick fat and fur, leaving it unable to use any force. Awah! Serves you right for eating my honey. I'll slap you. I'll slap you. The little monster didn't care what the bear was thinking, it pounced and started slapping the bear's already swollen face, left and right. Smack! 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 The crisp sound of slaps echoed through the valley, full of rhythm. The bear's resistance grew weaker and weaker, and finally, after the little monster's countless caresses, the light in its eyes faded completely, and its massive body collapsed limply onto the ground. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Tower Level 3 elite monster, Gray-Striped Bear LV7. You received a huge experience bonus, current life level 5, 70%, gained 1000 tower points. Congratulations, you obtained materials, Gray-Striped Bear Fur times 4, Gray-Striped Bear Paws times 4, Energy Crystals times 50, Millionfold Return Card times 1, Warm Gray Bear Pants Crafting Blueprint times 1. Tian shifted his gaze and focused his mind back on the battle ahead. He drew his Dominator bow again and fired a 3-shot sequence. Having learned from the little monster's example, he no longer aimed for penetration, but instead targeted the giant bear's eyes. Whoosh! An arrow successfully pierced into the giant bear's left eye, and dark green blood gushed out. The immense pain drove the bear to madness. Ignoring the firewall in front of it, its massive body charged straight at Tian, allowing the flames to scorch its fur. In the blink of an eye, it was already right in front of Tian. Its remaining right eye was bloodshot, and the giant bear's paw, filled with immense fury and destructive power, came crashing down toward Tian's chest. Tian didn't have time to dodge and could only cross his arms, bracing for the strike. Bang! A force that couldn't be resisted surged through him. Thorn armor durability decreased by 70 points. Damage rebound. Tian was sent flying backward for more than 10 meters, crashing hard onto the ground. A wave of blood surged within him, and he tasted blood in his throat, nearly vomiting it out. That slap had too much force. He struggled to rise, but found that it felt as though the bones in his chest had cracked. The excruciating pain left him unable to move. If it weren't for the thorn armor absorbing most of the impact, he would have been completely incapacitated by that strike. "Awah! Don't hurt him. I'll pound your chest." A furious roar echoed from nearby. The little monster's massive body, not knowing when it had charged forward, saw Tian injured and collapsed, its black eyes turning bloodshot in an instant. It stood upright, and with all its strength, it swung an enraged slap at the gray-striped bear that had just slapped Tian away. This slap was louder and more terrifying than any previous one. The 7-level gray-striped bear didn't even have time to react before its massive body was sent flying into the air by the slap, spinning around in midair for more than 10 flips before crashing 100 meters away, landing heavily on the ground. It twitched twice, then fell completely still. A prompt sound followed. "Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Tower Level 3 elite monster, Gray-Striped Bear LV7. Current life level 5, 95%, gain 1000 points in the tower. Congratulations on obtaining materials, Gray Line Bear Fur x2, Gray Line Bear Paw x4, Energy Crystal Core x50, Million times Return Card x1. Tian made a swallowing motion on the ground. He looked at the smoking pit not far away, then glanced at the little monster swaying proudly towards him, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. The little monster ran in front of him, carefully bent its huge head, and rubbed its fluffy cheek against Tian's arm. "Caw caw. Human. Please praise me, please hug me." Tian reached out and patted its big head, then, holding onto his vaguely aching lower back, he got up from the ground. He looked at this child, who was taller than him and weighed more than 1,000 kilograms, and felt mixed emotions in his heart. "I still miss you as a child from half a day ago." Tian couldn't help but sigh like an old father. Time flies so fast, it feels like just yesterday. The last trace of doubt in his heart was completely dispelled. Earlier, he was worried that the little monster had no skills and would suffer in battle. Now it seemed, he was overthinking. This was clearly a pure numerical crush, who needed fancy mechanics. Chapter 39 Level Up, Star Pattern Arrow. "Go," Tian said softly. The little monster's round, plump body curled up, like a giant black and white cannonball, and rolled down the slope with a rumble. It rolled quickly, kicking up gusts of wind, straight towards the beehive not far away. Boom! The little monster crashed into the beehive, making a muffled sound. With one huge claw extended, it dug out a large chunk of golden honey and stuffed it directly into its mouth, making a satisfied gulping sound. "Goo goo, great food." Tian stopped paying attention to it. He walked to the spot he had fallen earlier and checked the thorn vine armor on his chest. Thorn armor durability -70. With a thought, he said, "Repair. Consuming 3 energy crystal cores, automatic repair in progress. Repair successful, current thorn armor durability 310/310. A warm energy came from the armor, repairing the damage. Tian let out a long sigh of relief, and only then did he feel a sense of emptiness coming from within. He took out 5 cans and tore open the pull tabs. The rich smell of meat instantly wafted through the air as he gulped it down, the food sliding down his throat, bringing a long-lost sense of security. This battle didn't last long, but the decrease in fullness happened extremely fast. He needed to replenish it quickly. The hunger gradually faded, and every cell in his body absorbed the energy from the food. Fullness, 95%. Tian felt his muscles refilling with strength, and a tingling sensation of growth surged through his bones. "Congratulations, your life level has risen to 2%. Tian moved his wrist a bit. As expected, leveling up by fighting higher-level monsters gives high experience. He muttered to himself, satisfaction evident in his voice. "If the remaining time is this efficient, I can level up a lot." Tian glanced at the time on the system panel. There were still 28 hours left in the dungeon countdown. He decided to leave as soon as the little monster finished eating the honey, and seized the time to level up. At that moment, the atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom livestream changed. Fewer people were discussing Tian, and almost all the attention was focused on the little monster. "Dragon Kingdom netizen, is the little monster that strong? Look at that giant bear, still dazed even in death. Dragon Kingdom netizen, so cute, the little monster is both adorable and powerful, I just want to pat its head. Rua. Dragon Kingdom netizen, the pet Sue obtained is too powerful, just crushing most pets, way better than the foot basin chickens raised in Cherry Blossom Country. Dragon Kingdom netizen, the little monster is so much like a supermodel, with such a helper, isn't Sue God invincible ahead? Bear Country netizen, Yura. This is simply a dream bear, I envy Sue God so much." In the foreign livestream, the comments were chaotic and confused. What is that thing? A bear's strength, a cat's agility, and that strange defense. This is not scientific. Baka. How does this Dragon Country kid always come up with these weird things? He's cheating. He's definitely cheating. Shiba. This pet is so ugly. It doesn't meet any kind of aesthetic. I really don't understand why anyone would like it. Hee hee, this thing looks so stupid. Probably just lucky, can only kill a bear. Our god beast from a sand country is way stronger. Stop talking nonsense, you're just jealous. The little monster sent that level 7 greyline bear flying over 100 meters with one slap, and you're calling it luck? Tian didn't know what was going on outside. He began to collect the arrows scattered earlier and carefully inspected them. Most of the arrowheads were already worn down, and some of the shafts even had fine cracks. These arrows would be a dream to pierce through the thick fur of a giant bear. Tian gently flicked one of the broken arrows in his hand. Looks like it's time to switch arrows. With a thought, he opened the high tower trading house. He typed arrows in the search bar, and countless product listings appeared in an instant. Tian's gaze eventually settled on an item called star pattern arrow. This type of arrow was stronger than regular arrows, made from the star pattern iron unique to the high tower. It had strong penetration against monsters below level 10, with many advantages, but the only downside was its price. One arrow cost as much as 100 regular arrows. Product, star pattern arrow ×1. Seller, Huaiyuan, Dragon Country. Price, energy crystal ×1, potato ×5. Note, allied explorers only need 1 potato, local explorers only pay for the energy crystal, and the Western Alliance price is 3 times more. Huaiyuan. Tian silently repeated this name in his mind. He knew this person. He was currently the second strongest in Dragon Country, with a life level of 30 and a level of 38. He was also the hero who had made the greatest contribution to Dragon Country, with posters about him all over the country's communities, even more famous than Chu Baishui. Tian sent a trade message. Comrade Huaiyuan, I would like to purchase 50 star pattern arrows. Can you make them when you have time? After sending it, Tian quietly waited. 1 arrow and 1 crystal was actually a loss. Because this didn't account for the food consumption. Once the number increases, the consumption would also rise significantly. So, generally, when local explorers seek help, they always inquire first. Not long after, Huaiyuan replied. Comrade Tian, I know you. I didn't expect you to make such contributions to Dragon Country at level 3. Your spirit is worth learning by everyone. I'll sell you 50 arrows for 30 energy crystals. Keep it up, for the prosperity of our country. The transaction was successful. 50 sparkling, cold-edged star pattern arrows appeared in Tian's backpack in an instant. He held one, and its heavy feel made him feel a weight in his heart. Though Huaiyuan's help wasn't much, every step up in the high tower was extremely difficult. For Huaiyuan to support him and help future fellow countrymen, it was truly admirable. This trust and support from his fellow countrymen made a warm current flow through Tian's heart, making his sense of responsibility heavier. He looked up and saw the little monster still eating the honey in the beehive not far away. Little monster, time to go. Tian called out. The little monster's giant bear head popped out of the beehive, still with golden honey on its mouth, making goo-goo noises. It held a few beehives and ran over with clumsy steps. The little monster handed the beehive to Tian with a joyful voice as if asking for praise. Goo goo. Human. Here's your food. Honey, eat a lot. Tian reached out and patted its furry head. Little monster, you're so good. Obtained king bee honey ×20 kg. This is a good thing. Tian put the bee king honey into his backpack. He turned his head, looking at the glowing white light gate not far away. It was time to go to the next level. Chapter 40, Perfect Cooperation, Hunting the Tusked Elephant. Tian reached out and touched the little monster's fluffy head. Little monster is so good. He put the bee king honey into his backpack and turned around, walking toward the glowing white light gate not far away. The figure of a man and a bear passed through the light barrier, and the scene in front twisted. 3 new light gates slowly appeared. Treasure chest level, inside lies a bronze treasure chest, quietly waiting for its master. Each entry into the treasure chest level stacks rewards, current entries, 3. Opportunity level, inside, random events may occur, could be monsters, challenges, or rewards, anything is possible, current chance of good event, 70%. Elite level, inside roams a tusked elephant, life level 7, huge body, extreme strength and defense, it occupies a spring, early encounters suggest avoidance, but if killed, rewards are extremely rich, at least enough pure water. Tian stopped, tapping lightly on the cold body of the tyrant bow with his fingertips. Treasure chest level was undoubtedly the safest choice. With the all-seeing eye, he could reliably get a batch of resources or equipment to refill what the little monster had just used up. The only drawback was no experience points, which was deadly for the upcoming beginner dungeon. He ignored the opportunity level directly. 70% chance of good events sounded high, but Tian never left his fate to fleeting luck. Gambling was for the desperate, and he, now holding absolute strength, did not need to risk it. His gaze finally fell on the elite level on the right. Tusked elephant. Su Tian had some knowledge of this creature. In the top 10 floors of the tower's food chain, the tusked elephant was pure strength and defense personified. Though the same level 7 as the greyline bear before, an adult tusked elephant could crush 2 greyline bears without a scratch. Its tusks could pierce rock, thick skin could resist most physical attacks, a very hard nut to crack. The reward for killing it would naturally be extremely rich. Ayo. Human. Choose the tusked elephant, trust me. A low roar full of battle intent interrupted Su Tian's thoughts. The little monster had somehow stood up, its 2 chubby front paws pointing at the far right elite level, black eyes shining with excitement. Seeing the little monster so eager, Su Tian's previously cautious heart wavered. He looked down at the tyrant bow in his hands, then felt the texture of the star pattern arrows in the quiver. Strength improved, equipment upgraded, no need to be timid anymore. He reached out and rubbed the little monster's big head. Okay, tusked elephant it is. Su Tian replied, no longer hesitating, and with the little monster, strode into the light gate leading to the elite level. Light flashed, blinding sunlight and moist air hit them. Su Tian stepped on soft soil. Before he could observe, a thunderous elephant trumpet exploded near his ear, making his eardrums buzz. He jerked his head up. A giant elephant, the size of a 3-story building, stood by a spring less than 300 meters ahead. Its 2 long tusks, shining with pale white light, pointed directly at them. This teleport distance was too short. Rumble. Rumble. The tusked elephant's 4 feet moved, its huge body carrying an overwhelming pressure, charging straight at them. The ground shook violently under its steps. Su Tian felt even the earth beneath him quiver. Standing steadily was difficult. Ayo. Fight. So fun. The little monster roared excitedly. There was no need for Su Tian to give an order. The round, plump body suddenly curled into a gigantic meatball, launching itself in a manner that defied the laws of physics. A black and white shadow sliced through the air. Boom! A deeply muffled roar echoed. The meatball that the little monster transformed into firmly crashed into the charging path of the toothed elephant. The terrifying impact capable of smashing city walls was truly forced to a stop by this small cannonball. Good job, little monster. Su Tian encouraged loudly, not pausing for a moment, quickly pulling back to increase the distance. Almost the moment he steadied himself, 3 arrows sparkling with starlight were already knocked on the tyrant bow. The bowstring was drawn tight. Triple shot. Buzz. The arrows flew free. This time, there was no sharp sound of slicing air, only 3 nearly untraceable beams of light. Thud. 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 The star-patterned arrows encountered almost no resistance, easily tearing through the toothed elephant's proud thick skin and deeply embedding into its body. Purple-black blood gushed out from the wound. Roar. The intense pain completely enraged the toothed elephant. It let out a painful roar, and tremendous power erupted from deep within its body. Its long and powerful trunk swung fiercely, carrying immense force, and struck the little monster still in its ball form. The little monster, weighing over 1,000 kilograms, was astonishingly sent flying like a top, spinning rapidly. Su Tian watched the scene, his heart tightening, but his actions did not stop. Star-patterned arrows are just powerful. He murmured to himself, drawing out 3 more arrows. But using one consumes an energy crystal core, which really hurts. However, there's no time to care about that now. Complaints aside, he released the arrows, 3 beams of light shooting forth, accurately piercing the toothed elephant's other vital spots. Ow. Don't underestimate me. The little monster that had been struck flew through the air and adjusted its stance before crashing to the ground. Shaking its dizzy head, it charged again at the toothed elephant. This time, it no longer used the meatball attack but stood upright, its 2 thick, fleshy paws directly meeting the sweeping trunk of the toothed elephant. Big and small, the 2 giant beasts engaged in a primal contest of strength by the clear spring. Seeing this, Su Tian let out a slight cold smile. He never adhered to any code of one-on-one combat. 3 more silent arrows were released. Whoosh! 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 The toothed elephant, hit continuously, obviously weakened. The little monster seized this opportunity. With a roar, all its strength burst forth, flipping the massive body of the toothed elephant completely over. Then, it jumped high. A perfect mountain-crushing move. Crack! That was the crisp sound of a skull shattering. The toothed elephant's gigantic body suddenly stiffened, the spark of life in its eyes quickly faded away, and it breathed its last. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Tower Level 3 elite monster, Toothed Elephant LV7. You have gained a lot of experience, current life level 6, 37%, archery level upgraded to LV6, 1%, gained 1,200 tower points. Congratulations for obtaining materials, Toothed Elephant skin times 10, ivory times 2, energy crystal core times 60, millionfold return card times 2. This is exhilarating. Tian looked at this series of abundant rewards and couldn't help but exclaim. Just a single tooth elephant provided an impressive 35% of experience, and his core skill archery had leveled up once again. The benefits of defeating a higher level monster indeed grew exponentially. Of course, this was also due to the perfect teamwork between him and the little monster. However, Tian did not know. The seamless cooperation between him and the little monster, this battle that he regarded as merely good rewards, had already shaken the Western Alliance command far away on Blue Star. In the highest command room of the Eagle Country, General Mike stared intently at the screen, watching the adorable little monster. Holding an ivory, the black and white creature was crunching and chewing hard, and his cigar had unknowingly dropped, burning the precious carpet. Monsters, both of these are monsters. His voice was dry, filled with anger. A level 6 pioneer, with a pet not even a day old, killed a level 7 ivory beast in seconds. Who can tell me how this is even possible? Inside the meeting room, there was a deathly silence. Chapter 41, The Preparation of the Western Alliance. After a brief outburst, General Mike forced himself to calm down. He picked up a new cigar from the table, cut it, lit it, took a deep puff, and the thick smoke rolled in his lungs, suppressing the burning heat that almost burst from his chest. Let's talk about the situation of other pioneers recently. He blew out a smoke ring, forcibly shifting his gaze away from Tian's live broadcast. Watching Tian from Dragon Country every day gives me high blood pressure. Seeing Mike force down his anger, the representative from Cherry Blossom Country quickly bent down, speaking urgently. General Mike, in fact, if we don't look at Tian, our newly entered pioneers have had a devastating impact on Dragon Country's fire seed plan. According to the latest statistics, the survival rate of Dragon Country's pioneers is already below 50%. With the death of high-level warrior Chubai Shui, our alliance's rule over the tower has become even stronger. This statement finally eased the oppressive atmosphere in the conference room a little bit. Mike's iron-gray facial lines softened considerably. Good. He heavily pressed the cigar into the ashtray. From a big-picture view, we are still absolutely ahead. But we must never be slack. Dragon Country, a nation with over 5,000 years of history, can never be underestimated. The representative from the Sun Never Sets Country, William, leaned back in his chair, adjusting his bow tie, regaining his noble composure. Just one Tian. He spoke steadily. He certainly has dominance in the first 10 levels, but what about afterward? The higher the tower, the more teamwork and comprehensive ability are required. By the time our pioneers level up, what good will he be, no matter how strong? I say, it's too tense right now. Time will prove that our champion from the Sun Never Sets will be the ultimate victor. Ha! A mocking laugh openly came from the corner. The representative from the three nations crossed his arms, looking at him with squinted eyes. Come on, your champion George was just killed by Tian like a dog. I've watched the replay. Every time he resurrects, can he survive 3 minutes in front of Tian? Still bragging about him, do you not feel embarrassed? William's face instantly flushed red, the composure he had just disguised ripped apart. You lowly slave! How dare you mock me? He suddenly stood up, pointing at the representative from the three nations, shaking slightly with anger. Do your dancers and those self-proclaimed kings really have any use in the tower? A group of clowns who can't even resist the tower being pixelated. That's right. The representative from Cherry Blossom Country immediately agreed, trying to shift the target. Your dancer, when encountering our sword Saint Yamamoto from the Great Cherry Blossom Empire, can only be killed in one strike. And what happened? The representative from the three nations stood up, fearlessly meeting the eyes of the two, mockingly twitching his mouth. In these few days, our three nations personally sent out 15 Dragon Country pioneers. What about you? Cherry Blossom Country goes to deliver fortune points to Dragon Country, and the champion from the Sun Never Sets has become Tian's exclusive ATM. Truly amazing. You filthy slave. William's projection was completely furious. He bypassed the conference table and seized the collar of the representative from the three nations. Are you declaring war on the Sun Never Sets Empire? Stop. General Mike slammed the table, the loud sound shocking everyone. What's the use of shouting right now? His bloodshot gaze swept across everyone. First, we need to deal with Dragon Country. At the tower, aren't we the ones in charge? First, report the strength of each ace. The atmosphere in the meeting room stiffened. The representative of Kimchi Nation pinched his fingers and spoke first. Kimchi Nation, Code 12 Pioneer, current life level 6, has mastered basic swordsmanship, food reserves are abundant. The Sakura Nation representative followed closely, a trace of pride on his face. Sakura Nation, Code 18 Pioneer, current life level 7, has mastered intermediate summoning, can summon 3 spirits equal to level 5 lifeforms at once. As each mysterious code was revealed, the expressions of the representatives gradually brightened. Eagle Nation, Code 10 Pioneer, current life level 8, has initially mastered A-level talent Power of Thunder. When General Mike spoke these words, the confidence that Su Tian had completely crushed earlier finally returned to these alliance leaders. In their hands, they still held aces capable of turning the battle. Su Tian is the greatest threat to our alliance right now. Mike sat back down, fingers interlaced on the table. This extreme cold survival dungeon is an opportunity. Our first goal is to completely crush Dragon Nation and their wavering allies. Then, win over more small countries. Once we hold absolute numerical advantage, the rewards of the large dungeon will be ours to command. He paused, adding, although we can't completely kill Su Tian in the dungeon, hitting his confidence is also a good choice. At least, we can't let him develop so easily anymore. Agree. Exactly. Seconded. The representatives of each country nodded. Su Tian's appearance made them feel again the pressure of being dominated by the Eastern Dragon. That sleeping dragon seemed to open its eyes once more. Start now, Mike spoke again, giving the final order. All pioneers are to avoid any confrontation with Su Tian for now. Do not make unnecessary sacrifices. All Western pioneers, prepare for the extreme cold challenge. Inside the tower. Su Tian did not know that a huge plot against him and the entire Dragon Nation was brewing. He was half-squatting by a clear spring. The spring water was crystal clear, with a hint of sweet coolness. He twisted open an empty plastic bottle and put its mouth into the water. The clear spring water gurgled into the bottle. This pure water, common in the tower, was now in Blue Star a strategic resource more precious than gold. Dragon Nation lacked water. This was something he saw in documents and experienced himself. In the hardest times, he drank only 1.5 bottles of mineral water in 3 days. Fortunately, this spring had enough water. He tightened the full bottle, put it into his backpack, and took another empty bottle to repeat the process. While collecting spring water, he calculated. This return should relieve a lot of Dragon Nation's water pressure. His million times return cards were few, so he couldn't empty the whole spring. Su Tian stored another full bottle, stood up, and looked at the little monster not far away happily gnawing on ivory. Its body seemed to have grown another size. Chapter 42 Pet Skill, Meet Bullet Tank. Su Tian looked at the 24 million times return cards in his backpack glowing faint gold, then at the 5 more brightly shining ones. A 10 million times return card on water resources seemed wasteful. He just didn't know how much water the million times card could return. Seems related to national luck points. Su Tian stopped thinking, took out the stack of million times return cards from his backpack, aimed at the clear spring water in front of him. Return. Current Dragon Nation national luck points, 750. Detected Pioneer Su Tian using 24 million times resource return cards, calculating maximum amount. 1 million times return card can return up to 75 million liters of water. Return successful. A total of 1.8 billion liters of pure water returned to Dragon Nation. A series of system prompts flashed in front of him. After returning the water, a huge stone pressing on Su Tian's heart loosened a little. 1.8 billion liters. Although for the whole Dragon Nation it was still a drop in the ocean, at least countless thirsty compatriots could drink a sip of clean water. In the Dragon Nation live room, the long-suppressed thirst and anxiety ignited at this moment. God Su should enter the Grand Temple. So much drinking water. I've been thirsty for 2 days. My lips are cracked. God Su. And the pioneers of Dragon Nation, you are all the best. We will always believe in you. I am a 40-year-old man, and I cried seeing this. God Su has resources, but the first thought is always a sigh. Whoa, God Su is our pride. You are really lucky. In the Bear Nation live room, a netizen expressed sincere admiration. Su Tian truly is an excellent pioneer. And a good comrade. Such a person is a real hero. Netizens in the Baton Nation also cheered for their allies. Inside the Tower Administration Bureau. Several administrators saw this message and felt much relieved. Number 2 said, many regions already lack water seriously. 1.8 billion liters can exactly ease the urgent situation. Number 3 nodded, Comrade Su Tian, though not high in levels, brings contributions to Dragon Nation far beyond some senior pioneers. At present, the resources Comrade Su Tian contributed are the highest in the current Fireseed plan. Counting past contributions, he has already entered the top 1,000. All the administrators showed smiles, and the atmosphere became light and lively. They understood in their hearts that the value Su Tian showed cannot be measured simply by contributions, of course, if only counted by contributions. The resources he contributed alone are more than double the combined total of the other 199 people. After all, in the early tower, obtaining resources was extremely hard. One might not even have enough for oneself, let alone share with the nation. A pioneer can only really generate gains fastest after level 15, someone like Su Tian is an anomaly among anomalies. Looking across the world, no pioneer is like Su Tian. Inside the tower. Tian did not know the emotional tide outside. Doing this felt as natural as sending something home. He waved his hand. Little monster, are you full? Drink a little more. Open your belly and drink. Ayo. Full. The little monster shook its huge head and burped. Tian walked toward the glowing door, slowly appearing not far away. Time was short, he had to seize every chance to improve his strength. The Western Alliance had accumulated deep foundations over 3 years, they barely cared about the lives of the lower people, all resources focused on the top of the pyramid. This meant that the pioneers trained specifically to conquer the tower would be very strong. Some might even have life level 5 when they first entered the tower. This could be seen from George, Yamamoto, and the other 3, and they were not even the strongest. Tian reached out and touched the cold glowing door. 3 new options appeared before him. Treasure chest level, inside is a bronze chest, but also a huge python guarding it, tightly wrapping the chest like a pillow. Be careful, the python's life level is 7. Resource level, inside is a star-patterned mine, or star-patterned or can be dug. But it is visited daily, the surface has been dug empty, to get more ore, one must go deeper. With good equipment or special skills, there will be rich rewards. Challenge level, inside are 3 iron-armed gorillas, life level 7, they killed the master who took care of them, and gave birth to a baby gorilla. At this moment, the little gorilla was asking, why can only humans not be killed for meat? The adult gorilla replied, sure, didn't we just kill a silly human? They had a pet skill book in their backpack, Meatball War Chariot, left by their owner. Tian's attention had originally been on the treasure chest. He hadn't opened a treasure chest in a long time, the level 7 giant python was a significant source of experience points. But when the information from the third door flooded his mind, a cold rage surged up his spine, instantly spreading throughout his body. Kill their kind owner? And teach their young with such a twisted mindset? If left unchecked, these 3 beasts would surely commit even more insane acts. Moreover, the pet skill book. Meatball War Chariot? Tian murmured softly as he glanced at the little monster beside him. This guy seemed to love rolling into a ball to slam into monsters. So, little monster, do you want to learn the Meatball War Chariot? Goo goo. Yay. I love rolling. The little monster excitedly bounced once, shaking the ground beneath it. It was now a 2,000-kilogram child. Then let's go. Tian rubbed the little monster's head, his voice emotionless. Go and deal with those 3 beasts. The man and bear stepped into the right door that emitted faint light. As soon as they entered, a wave of rotting stench hit them. Not far away, in a dark cave, a massive male gorilla was squatting beside a long-decayed human corpse. Beside it, a smaller young gorilla, not yet as tall as its leg, was curiously poking at the skeleton. Squeak squeak. The male gorilla's coarse call echoed in the cave. Humans are the dumbest animals, when you meet them, just act pitiful, and they will give you water and food. When they are weak, that's when you can kill them, got it? Goo goo. Got it. Next time, I want to eat a woman. This old thing doesn't taste good. The young gorilla let out a sharp cry, excitedly clapping its hands. Tian stood at the entrance of the cave, shadows completely covering his figure. He slowly drew an arrow shimmering with starlight from the quiver on his back. Chapter 43, Awakening the Fear Dominated by the Terror of Upright Apes. The stench inside the cave grew stronger, the massive male gorilla reacted first, sensing a cold presence in the air that did not belong here. It abruptly turned around and grabbed the female gorilla, cleaning herself next to it, pulling her in front of itself. Be careful, a human has intruded. Its roar created an echo in the cave, filled with alertness and brutality. Oh. Human. I want to eat humans. I want fresh meat. The young gorilla, not fully grown, heard its father's warning and did not feel fear, instead, it let out a sharp, greedy cry. It remembered its father's words, and saliva instantly dripped from the corner of its mouth. In its mind, humans were also a kind of gorilla, but the only difference was that their hands were longer, their bodies tougher, and every aspect of their physique far superior to humans. Why should they be their masters? Goo goo. Tear. We will tear the human apart. The young gorilla screamed excitedly as it grabbed a vine hanging overhead, swinging its body like a nimble meatball, rushing towards the shadow at the entrance of the cave. The little monster watched the small and slender gorilla, which was several sizes smaller than itself, swing over and was slightly taken aback. It had been fighting against high-tower monsters like giant bears and tusked elephants since birth, and instinctively took a step back when facing an opponent of this size, then reached out its seemingly chubby paw, curiously probing forward. Smack! A crisp and extreme sound of bones cracking echoed. The small gorilla that had been showing off in mid-air. The head twisted at a strange angle, spinning dozens of times in an instant, the whole body flew out several meters from inertia, fell stiffly on the ground, twitched twice, then went completely still. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the tower 3rd floor normal monster, Iron Arm Gorilla LV2. Gained a small experience bonus, current life level 6, 40%, but. Congratulations on obtaining materials, Gorilla Claw times 1, Gorilla Skin times 1, Energy Crystal Core times 5, million times return card times 1. Ayo. Just this? The little monster tilted its huge head, looking at the already dying stupid gorilla on the ground, full of question marks. With this kind of strength, how dare it fight humans? If its master attacks, wouldn't it be dead in one arrow? The Dragon Kingdom livestream, after a short silence, was instantly flooded by bullet comments. Well done. This rebellious beast is born a disaster, the earlier it dies, the better. Do you know what natural selection is? Humans fought their way up from the bottom step by step. If you put them tens of thousands of years ago, you would have lost, not to mention now. Little monster is cool. I declare, from today I am the #1 fan of the little monster. How can it have the illusion it can beat humans? Was its brain caught in a door? Even now with the tower coming down, resources disappearing, humans still survive, still the rulers of Blue Star. These beasts simply do not understand. Forgot the front, forgot the back, anyway let the galaxy burn. After a short confusion, the little monster regained its confidence. It curled its finger at the 2 stunned adult gorillas deep in the cave, human-like, as if saying, how about we go together? Ayo. The mother gorilla, seeing its child killed by a slap, its cloudy beast eyes instantly filled with blood red. It let out a sharp roar, completely mad, picked up a grinding stone-sized rock from the ground, and with all its strength, hurled it fiercely at the little monster. Behind it, the male gorilla silently stepped back, already thinking of retreat. Seeing the mother gorilla rush madly, the little monster growled, rolled its round body into a huge meatball again, and charged forward. Over 2,000 kilograms, plus terrifying acceleration, made it look even more fearsome than a runaway van. Boom! At the collision, the rock in the mother gorilla's hand was smashed to pieces, and she herself, like a kite with a broken string, twisted unnaturally in the air, flew dozens of meters, smashing heavily against the hard rock wall. Sliding down, all her bones were shattered, dead beyond death. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the tower 3rd floor normal monster, Iron Arm Gorilla LV6. Gained a small experience bonus, current life level 6, 48%. Congratulations on obtaining materials, Gorilla Claw times 4, Gorilla Skin times 2, Energy Crystal Core times 20, million times return card times 3. The reward is ordinary, can't compare with the Tusk Elephant, even the experience only increased 8%. Tian looked at the system message, couldn't help but complain. Not far away, the male gorilla saw his wife and child die miserably in just a few seconds, and his last fighting spirit completely collapsed. He completely gave up, turned, and ran wildly toward another exit of the cave. But Tian would not give him a chance. Almost the moment he turned his first step, 3-star patterned arrows, long ready, had already flown from their bows. Hum. The arrows tore through the air, arriving faster than expected. Pooh. 3 streams of light pinned precisely on the male gorilla's legs and back, huge force nailing his massive body to the nearby rock wall. Now let's see how you run. Tian put away the overlord bow, stepped slowly to the immobile male gorilla. Goo goo gua gua. Spare me. Give me life. I am willing to be your pet, to fight for you. The gorilla watched the slowly approaching Tian, its eyes filled with fear. It struggled and let out a pleading screech. Tian hadn't responded yet, but the little monster beside him became anxious first. Oh whoa. Trying to steal my job. The human is mine, you get lost. Not even worthy to be my little brother. It bared its teeth at the gorilla pinned to the wall, looking very protective over its food. Tian reached out, gently petting the little monster's furry big head, and it instantly quieted down, obediently sitting to the side. Tian raised his head again, and in his calm eyes, there was only a chilling killing intent left. He slowly drew a star-patterned arrow from his quiver, holding it in his hand, the arrow tip aimed at the gorilla's head. It's engraved in your genes, he spoke, his voice plain but extremely cold. Humans are not something you can provoke. Eek. No. I'm wrong. I was wrong. The gorilla let out a desperate wail, struggling violently. In its eyes, Tian looked like a devil, his hollow eyes glowing with dark light. In an instant, it awakened the terror ingrained in its genes, dominated by the horrors of standing apes. Eat? Ah. Tian showed no mercy, thrusting the arrow sharply forward. Thud. The sharp arrow tip easily pierced through its skull. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the ordinary monster on the 3rd floor of the tower, Iron Arm Gorilla LV7. Gained a small amount of experience, current life level 6, 63%. Congratulations, gained materials, Gorilla Claw times 5, Gorilla Skin times 3, Energy Crystal times 30, Millionfold return card times 5. A pet that can betray its master, keeping it will eventually lead to betrayal again. Such a beast deserves to die. After finishing all this, Tian withdrew the arrow, letting the corpse slide to the ground. His gaze fell on the filthy backpack next to the corpse. Time to teach the little monster a new skill. Tian walked over and used the arrow tip to pry open the backpack's clasp. A stronger odor of decay mixed with the stench of blood rushed out. The backpack was stuffed with moldy rations and a few useless ores. At the very bottom of the mess lay a book tightly wrapped in oilcloth, the only clean thing in the whole backpack. Tian took it out, unwrapping the oilcloth. On the cover, 4 ancient characters danced, "Meat cannon vehicle." Meat cannon vehicle. Wheels rolling, rolling. I like it. An excited low growl sounded behind him. The little monster sensed it and instantly curled up its huge body, rolling to Tian's feet in an oddly skilled manner. It stopped, then slowly unfurled. Although its height now exceeded Tian's by 2 to 3 heads, it instinctively lowered its furry head, ready for Tian to touch it easily. Tian reached out and rubbed its warm, thick fur. Learn well, and I'll see how it turns out. He handed over the skill book. The little monster extended its pudgy paw, carefully taking it. In the next moment, that thick skill book turned into a gentle white light that entered its forehead. Ding! Your pet little monster has successfully learned the skill, Meat Cannon Vehicle. So fast? Tian was a bit surprised. He clearly remembered that in those repeatedly studied strategy documents, learning skills for pets was a long and luck-based process. A pioneering explorer in the eagle country once captured a rare rift eagle. It took him 3 whole days to make it learn a skill called Rift Claw, and that was under highly compatible circumstances. For incompatible skills, forcing learning often took a week to start. Yet here, the little monster just touched it gently and learned? Tian was a bit uncertain. Immediately, he pulled up its attribute panel. Pet, iron-eating beast. Life level, 7, 80%. Health, 99%, hungry. Affection, 70. Talent, bottomless stomach, can never fill its belly, can eat anything, and digest it into life experience. Talent, national treasure, has great luck, can avoid harm and gain benefit, touching its head makes luck better. Skill, Meat Bullet Tank, uses 10 fullness points to activate, curls into a ball, charges forward, during activation is immune to 90% of damage. This talent, if you say you were born with it, I believe you. Tian couldn't help sighing. Immune to 90% of damage, this is basically made for its rolling fighting style. He pulled a normal arrow from the quiver and placed it on the tyrant bow. Stay back, little monster, try your skill. I'm invincible. The little monster roared excitedly, its huge body stepping back 100 meters, then without hesitation, instantly curled into a massive black and white meatball. It charged forward. Tian's eyes narrowed, a triple shot unleashed. Buzz. 3 arrows flew from the bow, leaving 3 straight black lines in the dim cave. But this time, there was no dull sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh. Clang! 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 A series of harsh metal impacts exploded, sparks flying everywhere. The 3 arrows, empowered by the tyrant bow enough to pierce rock, met the spinning little monster, their tips instantly ground blunt. The great force only made its charge pause slightly, then completely bounced off, falling helplessly to the ground. The Meat Bullet Tank boost was that high? Tian was truly shocked. Before, when fighting the level 7 Grey Line Bear, his normal arrows, though unable to do real damage, at least pierced the fur and caused bleeding. But this time, hitting the little monster with the skill activated, only sparks flew, not even leaving a white mark. He calculated that to harm the little monster now, he would probably need a star pattern arrow. But that thing costs a whole energy crystal per arrow. For testing, Tian couldn't bear to use it. Human. I'm stronger now, reward me with a hug. The little monster's charge stopped right in front of Tian. It happily stretched out, opened its huge, chubby arms, looking at Tian full of expectation. Tian's face instantly went black. Though to him, the little monster was still like a newborn child, less than a day old, but over 2,000 kilograms. He instinctively touched his lower back, a chill rushing from the tailbone to his head. If he hugged it, his old back could not take it. Good, little monster, next time for sure. Tian forced an awkward smile. You did not meet the pet's request. The little monster is unhappy, appetite increased. Please do not refuse next time. Tian looked at the big guy in front of him, who instantly drooped its head and started sadly drawing circles on the ground with its paws, and made up his mind. He had to quickly raise its life level. As its master, how could he not even take a hug from his pet? Too weak. In the Dragon Nation live broadcast, all viewers were laughing at this scene full of cute contrast. The little monster is both cute and strong. Now it can even take Sushin's arrows without harm. I wonder what its life level really is. Not sure, the official hasn't released data, but I guess at least level 6, maybe even level 7. I think Sushin went easy. after all it's his own pet, surely didn't hit hard. Don't be silly, even if he didn't hit hard, those are arrows from the tyrant Bao. To take them with no harm, its defense is already godlike. Bear Nation netizens, hooray! Su Tian's pet is really strong, with such an invincible meat shield. Would the Western Alliance's pioneers skilled in close combat dare to approach? They'd probably be crashed to death. Netizens from Baton, with Su Shen around, our big brother from Dragon Country is indeed getting better, finally reaching the end. Please take us along in the future, big brother. Inside the tower. Su Tian sighed helplessly, walked over to the little monster, and patted its belly, which seemed softer due to its low spirits. Okay, don't be angry. Wait for me to level up a few more times, and I will definitely hug you. The little monster did not respond, still drawing circles on the ground. Su Tian simply sat down and lay directly on the little monster's soft and elastic belly. The warm body temperature and thick fat isolated him from the cold and damp ground, more comfortable than any mattress. He adjusted to a comfortable position, ready to browse the trading hall, to shop a bit and prepare for the upcoming extreme cold survival dungeon. Chapter 45, Making Warm Bear Pants. Su Tian did not plan to go to the next level immediately. Because the next level was the guardian of this floor. Although he now possessed strength far beyond his peers, holding the Overlord Bao, and with the little monster as a bug-level meat shield beside him, the mechanism of the tower was too strange. It seemed to have an invisible detection system. You get stronger, and it raises the difficulty. If he were hurt in the battle with the Guardian, even if it was just a minor injury, not recovering fully before the dungeon started would spell disaster for extreme cold survival. He could distinguish the important from the trivial. A virtual light screen opened in front of him, with a dazzling array of product information scrolling by. Su Tian first filtered the selling information of the pioneers from Dragon Country and its friendly alliance. A purchasing request caught his attention. Requester, Fong Lingxian, Floor 3. Exchanging 2 perfect logs for 12 energy crystals, I urgently need to find Su Tian to exchange for a thorny armor. Please help, fellow countrymen. Su Tian lightly tapped his fingertips on the screen. The market price for a perfect log was stable at 5 energy crystals. The request for 12 in exchange for 2 logs was indeed overpriced. However, since they were his compatriots, he decided to help a bit. Without hesitation, he clicked to agree. Trade agreed, received perfect logs times 2, lost energy crystals times 12. Almost as soon as the transaction was completed, a private chat message popped up. Pioneer Fong Lingxian, Su Tian. It's really Su Tian. I'm your fan. Thank you for your help. I will trouble you to make a thorny armor for me later. I've gathered most of the materials. The words conveyed an uncontrollable excitement. Su Tian quickly replied. No need to thank me, we are all one of us. Later, you will give me the materials, and I will make the thorny armor for you without charging extra energy crystals. On the 3rd floor, in a certain absolutely safe wooden house. A girl dressed in novice cloth was sitting on a bed, her long legs tightly wrapped in cloth, swinging nervously at the edge of the bed due to her excitement. Ah. He replied to me. Fong Lingxian stared at the words one of us on the screen, a rush of warmth surged to her cheeks, and her heart raced as if it would leap from her throat. I can't believe the person helping me is really Su Tian himself. She covered her hot face with both hands, and her mind involuntarily conjured up a blurry figure. That person, with his own strength, intimidated the entire Western Alliance, causing those who originally rampaged and butchered pioneers from the Dragon Country to restrain themselves. He is simply her idol. He is the guardian of all pioneers from the Dragon Country. If only I could meet him in extreme cold survival. The girl smiled sweetly, her previous fear and confusion about the tower replaced at this moment by an emotion called expectation. Su Tian closed the chat window with Fong Lingxian. During this time before the dungeon opened, the trading hall was unusually active. His thorned armor crafting service business was booming. In a short moment, 3 or 4 allied explorers came knocking. At a fee of 50 energy crystals per item, after subtracting the hunger consumed during production, each item could net about 30. The number of energy crystals in his backpack became plentiful again. He glanced at the few full gray-line bear skins in his backpack. It was time to make the warm clothing. Crafting warm gray bear pants. Consume, dogface demon spider silk times 5, gray-line bear skin times 3, energy crystals times 30, hunger 20%? Agree. Crafting, warm gray bear pants. Crafting successful. A thick but not bulky dark gray pair of pants appeared in front of him. Equipment, warm gray bear pants. Quality, rare. Durability, 500/500. Effect, greatly increases cold resistance, with slight defense. Description, pants made from gray-line bear skin, wearing them makes you as cold resistant as a bear. As long as durability is not 0, you will not feel cold, not recommended for extreme cold challenges because it might cheat. This effect is so strong? Su Tian immediately put on the pants. In an instant, a steady warm flow wrapped his lower body, as if he were in a perfect temperature field, with the body temperature precisely held at 23.5 degrees, neither dry nor hot, extremely comfortable. Awesome wear. Su Tian gave a very high evaluation. He didn't keep it to himself, immediately putting the warm Grey Bear Pants crafting service online. Note, Dragon Country explorers pay a small food fee for craftsmanship, Allied explorers pay 30 energy crystals, Western Alliance members, triple the fee, Sakura Country explorers, service not provided. The extreme cold challenge was imminent. This equipment that perfectly resisted the cold was hard currency, a chance to earn more energy crystals. This move instantly triggered a new round of scolding outside the high tower. In Sakura Country's livestream, the comments exploded. Sakura Country netizen, baka. Trash. Why treat differently again? Su Tian, you don't treat people right. What does not selling even mean? Sakura Country netizen, is there no good person in Dragon Country? They are all Western Alliance. Why? Sakura Country netizen, those from the third country killed most Dragon Country explorers. Why can they pay 90 crystals to craft? This is unfair. In the third country's live stream, netizens also exploded when seeing the price. Third country netizen, 90 crystals? Are you little bakas crazy? How is this different from just robbing? Who would buy? Third country netizen, yeah. Where do you get so many energy crystals early on? If you want to exchange, you can only rely on national luck points, right? In Kimchi Country's livestream, people immediately joined. Kimchi Country netizen, exactly. Even dogs won't buy. In Dragon Country's livestream, people laughed at their misfortune. Dragon Country netizen, lol, aren't they fighting over it? Su Tian God is already selling, they still pick and choose. Dragon Country netizen, let your Eagle Country daddy buy it for you. In Eagle Country's livestream, the tone was completely different. Eagle Country netizen, hee hee, who would care about your broken Grey Bear Pants? We have higher level warm equipment for extreme cold survival, and every explorer is guaranteed one. Sun never sets country netizen, right, just spend some national luck points. Over the years, taking national luck points from Dragon Country, even if not 3,000, at least 1,000. Swap for warm gear easily. Eagle Country netizen, didn't you see our Captain Mamba already has a top level warm set? Gull Country netizen, don't think one Su Tian can fix the gap between big countries. Dragon Country people are still too naive. The fact was indeed so. Top forces in Eagle Country, Sun Never Sets Country, Gull Country, and other Western Alliance nations could spend national luck points without hesitation. From the high tower market, exchange fine warm gear for your ace pioneer. But for the second-tier countries like Pickled Vegetable Country and Country A, it won't work. In the emergency meeting room of Pickled Vegetable Country, 4-star President Park Guk-chang, looking at the screen with prices tripled, felt the muscles on his face twitch. He weighed the options over and over, ultimately gritting his teeth and ordering the assistant beside him. Transfer a portion of national luck points from the treasury to exchange for supplies and energy crystals. Let Park Jae-sang go to Su Tian and have a pair of Grey Bear Pants made. With this, his survival probability in extreme cold survival can greatly increase. Remember, it must be kept secret. The assistant nearby froze, wanting to say something but hesitating. Mr. President, but... He remembered very well that not even a dog would buy it. Comment was typed by the president himself. Park Guk-chang cleared his throat heavily, his face stern. That was purchased by Park Jae-sang. Chapter 46 News from the Homeland. Su Tian swiped through the virtual screen, and the trading interface was instantly flooded with incoming order requests like a flurry of snowflakes. Almost all were aimed at the warm Grey Bear Pants. The Grey Line Bear, an elite monster, posed a formidable barrier for most ordinary pioneers still struggling on the 3rd and 4th levels. But there were always some strong teams or lucky solo players who managed to hunt them down successfully. They lacked materials, but what they truly needed was that design blueprint monopolized by Su Tian. In the National Luck Tower, blueprints are extremely scarce. They could only occasionally be found in treasure chests, and the chances of getting a treasure chest. Su Tian did not accept all the orders. He prioritized a few familiar ID compatriots from the Dragon Kingdom. Consumption: Dogface Magic Spider Soap ×5, Grey Line Bear Skin ×3, Energy Crystal ×30, Satiety 20%. Manufacturing success. A pair of Grey Bear Pants appeared out of nowhere, and he placed them in the trading bar, clicking confirm. Burp. A loud burp uncontrollably burst from his throat. A feeling of fullness, as if stuffed to the brim, filled his stomach, yet at the same time, a stronger, deeper hunger burned within him like wildfire. This feeling was very bizarre, like a person about to burst who was still desperately craving food. Here we go again. Su Tian twisted open a bottle of sap and drank it down, which slightly alleviated that contradictory sensation. He knew that this was the tower's rules at work. The satiety consumed when crafting items is a conceptual energy, not entirely equivalent to physical hunger. He made 2 thorns armors, and then crafted 3 pairs of gray bear pants. The stormy feelings in his stomach were almost at their limit. Goo goo, human. You are eating alone. A small monster had somehow snuck over, its large head resting on his shoulder, 2 shiny black eyes fixed on the bottle of sap in his hand, drool stringing out from the corner of its mouth. Goo goo. Baby's tummy is rumbling, hungry, hungry, hungry. Tian looked at this little guy who was always shouting about hunger. A thought suddenly emerged. This task seems to be meant for you. After all, this fellow's stomach was an endless pit. Whether it ate or not didn't matter, what mattered was the process. He swiped the screen, a new order message popped into view. Buyer, Park Jae-sang, Pickled Vegetable Country. Request, Warm Gray Bear Pants ×1. Commission price, Energy Crystal ×90. Tian's fingertips stopped moving. Park Jae-sang? That unfortunate fellow who he had killed twice, has revived again? Really rich. Tian muttered to himself, a chill running through him. No wonder he is the ace cultivated with all efforts by Pickled Vegetable Country, with national luck points enough to squander. He clicked agree. I'll make you one. Next time we meet, I'll personally make sure to blow it up for you. In the Tower Management Bureau, in the highest command room. The atmosphere felt a bit oppressive. The chief manager silently watched the latest data compiled on the main screen, his usually calm face now filled with seriousness. New pioneers from Eagle Country, average life level LV5. Coverage rate of warm gear. 90%. Even the country of in recent years relying on oppressing our country, has reached a coverage of 60%. Every word he spoke seemed to drop the temperature in the meeting room by a degree. And we, the Dragon Nation, only have 10%. This number was like a heavy hammer, striking fiercely on everyone's heart. Chu Baishues stood beside, her fingertips slightly curling. She spoke, her voice a bit dry. Currently, the national fortune points reserve of the Dragon Nation is only enough to maintain the most basic resurrection guarantee. We simply cannot provide additional material support to the pioneers. Only by truly sitting in this position did she experience the crushing weight of responsibility. This pressure was no less than fighting terrifying monsters in a desperate battle on the 20-plus floors of a high tower. Her gaze instinctively fell on the slightly stooped figure of an old man not far away. That was her grandfather, Tian. At this moment, she truly understood him for the first time, and from the depths of her heart, she felt the purest respect. What is there to panic about? The second manager, Tian, spoke, his voice was steady, as if carrying a power to calm people's hearts. The more it is like this, the less we can be chaotic. Our resources are limited and must be used wisely. He raised his hand and circled several names on the virtual screen. Tian, Lin Fan, Xiaohe. These are the most outstanding pioneers and must be prioritized for assistance. We cannot allow them to fall too far behind because of a beginner mission. I agree. The third manager nodded immediately. I suggest prioritizing contact with Comrade Tian. He is our breakthrough point. Without his presence, the Western Alliance would be even more reckless. We should give him greater support. The first manager pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Okay. He glanced around at others. According to regulations, using national fortune points requires a vote of agreement from all managers. Since the 4th and 5th are not present, we will vote among the 4 of us. There were no objections. 4 hands simultaneously pressed the agree button on the virtual screen. Ding, will 10 national fortune points be consumed to contact the pioneer Tian? Note, regardless of whether the other party accepts or not, points will be consumed. The cold system prompt sounded in the empty meeting room. 10 national fortune points. This used to be nothing, but at this moment, it felt incredibly heavy. The first manager showed no hesitation. Yes. In the cave, Tian burped again. He tossed the freshly made gray bear pants into the trading bar, feeling tortured by the simultaneous sensation of being stuffed and hungry. Aoo. Human. I feel a bit of understanding. The little monster was jumping around anxiously beside him, watching Tian continually create and then stuff food into his mouth, making it feel greedy and restless. Tian patted its big head, amused by this little guy. As long as you can learn to make equipment, I'll make sure you get to eat everything. Burp. Aoo. I want to learn. I want to learn. Ding, your pet little monster has a strong desire to learn and is observing your actions. Ding, your interaction with your pet increases, affection +2. Really? Tian raised his eyebrows in surprise. Sure enough, this little guy's potential was all pushed out. Just as he was about to take another order and let the little monster observe well, a completely different system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. The Dragon Nation is trying to contact you. Do you wish to establish a connection? Note, please ensure your surroundings are safe. All of Su Tian's actions came to an abrupt halt at that moment. Contact? After a brief hesitation, an indescribable warmth surged from deep within his chest, instantly flooding through his limbs. It was not just simple joy, but a serious feeling of being recognized and remembered. He understood better than anyone how tense the national fortune points of the Dragon Nation were right now. At this moment, they were actually willing to spend precious points to contact him. This shows that he was no longer fighting alone. Behind him stood the entire country. An indescribable emotion surged and swirled in his heart. Su Tian slowly straightened his body, the nonchalance and casualness on his face faded away, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. Little monster, sit properly, we are going to meet important people. Awu, sitting down. Establish. Thanks to all the readers for updating and commenting. Every new reader's comment will be liked and taken seriously. Replied, if you like it, you can support a little with free gifts, thank you. Chapter 47. Who said I have no energy crystal cores? At the moment Su Tian finished speaking, the air in front of him began to twist, and a translucent virtual screen unfolded out of thin air. Countless snowflake-like noise points flickered and gathered, ultimately forming a slightly aged but dignified face. Hello? Comrade Su Tian, can you hear me? A warm and rich voice came from the screen, carrying a calmness that had weathered many storms. In the command center of the Tower Management Bureau. Chu Baishua looked at the main screen, where the rare, kind and gentle face of the number one manager appeared, and she felt a bit unaccustomed. She still clearly remembered that when she fought bloody and desperately to break through the 20th level and first obtained the qualification to contact the rear, what greeted her was a harsh scolding. Questioning her why she didn't choose a more secure route, why she wasted precious chances of resurrection on reckless challenges again and again. And how did she treat Su Tian? Probably more kindly than her own grandson. Sure enough, comparing people can make you angry. I can hear you. Su Tian replied steadily. Awu. I can hear you, old man. The little monster beside him also shouted loudly, with a strong and powerful voice. Su Tian showed no unusual expression, but the elbow hidden by his side nudged back lightly, neither too hard nor too soft. The little monster's huge body swayed and it closed its mouth with grievance. Comrade Su Tian, the number one manager's voice carried a hint of emotion. I would like to first express our most sincere gratitude on behalf of the 3 billion compatriots of the Dragon Nation. Also, allowing a gem like you to gather dust is a serious mistake in our work. I have ordered the relevant departments to conduct a thorough investigation, and we will definitely give you, and all the heroes who were overlooked, a satisfactory explanation. Su Tian responded with a soft hmm. This indeed was the case. He had worked hard for 3 years of live streaming, accurately predicting treasure boxes and analyzing levels each time, yet his live streaming room had never been noticed by the authorities. If it weren't for the intelligence brain Pango catching his anomaly among vast amounts of data, perhaps he would still just be an ordinary streamer struggling for daily meals. The specific matters next will be explained to you by number 6, Comrade Chu Baishue. The number one manager stepped aside, giving way to the position behind him. I believe you have also heard of her. The image on the screen switched. A cold and beautiful face appeared, a white shirt outlining her good figure, and her sparkling eyes carried a hint of uncontrollable curiosity at this moment. Chu Baishue lightly cleared her throat. Under the conference table, those long legs wrapped in black stockings crossed slightly and quickly separated again. She had too many doubts, too many questions to ask this mysterious young man for answers. But his calm and composed demeanor instinctively suppressed all her curiosity. She returned to her professional and serious demeanor. Comrade Su Tian, hello. Based on your current situation, we have prepared the production blueprint for the star pattern arrows, for you, which we believe is what you need most right now. Chu Baishue had indeed put in a lot of effort on this point. She repeatedly watched all of Su Tian's battle recordings. He discovered that when using ordinary arrows and fire arrows, his 3-shot bursts were almost continuous, flowing like a stream. But once he switched to star-patterned arrows, his attack frequency would noticeably drop. After the battle, he would immediately retrieve every shot and carefully examine it for wear. This subtle hesitation was enough to explain everything. He had no blueprints, unable to mass-produce. Each star-patterned arrow was a precious consumable to him. However, Su Tian merely shook his head. I don't need the blueprints for star-patterned arrows for now. If there are extra national fortune points, it's better to provide some material help to other compatriots, or to filter a batch of excellent pioneers into the tower. He was not pretending to be humble. A rare blueprint would require at least 100 national fortune points to exchange in the tower's shop. That was too wasteful. He could still bear the consumption of star-patterned arrows. Each one required an energy crystal nucleus, which was of excellent quality, and most could be recovered and reused after shooting. Moreover, he was confident in himself. He would eventually obtain such a level of blueprint from treasure chests. Su Tian, this is what you deserve. Chu Baishua's confidence did not waver in the slightest. She understood all too well the difficulties pioneers faced in the early stages. And, as someone who has been there, the rarity of blueprints exceeds your imagination. Based on my calculations, your current life level should be around level 5. To hatch pets and craft so much equipment should have drained the resources in your backpack, leaving you short on energy crystal nuclei, right? A faint, certain smile appeared on her face. This data was derived from her staying up several nights, combining it with the original model of Pangu, every step verified repeatedly and recognized by everyone in the command room. However, Tian simply tilted his head, his face showing pure confusion. Who told you that I am only at level 5 and short on crystal nuclei? As these words came out, the command room of the Tower Management Agency instantly fell into silence. The calm expression on Chu Baixue's face suddenly became awkward. How is that possible? The third manager furrowed his brow slightly, speaking up to defend her. The data calculated by Manager 6 is already very rigorous, even specifically overestimated in many places. Tian, you don't have to only report good news, you must trust us. You must know, Tian was not one of those foreign nobles trained as heirs from a young age. When he entered the tower, his initial life level was only 1. To advance from the 3rd level to level 5 in just a few days was a miracle that had never been seen before and likely wouldn't be seen again. Looking at the shocked reactions of everyone on the screen, Tian was unfazed. He simply stated a fact. My current life level is 6, with 70% experience progress. He paused, patting the belly of the little monster beside him. The little monster next to me is higher than me by 1 level. It is level 7, with 85% experience progress. Level 6. Level 7. Chu Baixue murmured these two numbers unconsciously, her mind buzzing. She suddenly stood up from her seat, the chair scraping against the ground with a harsh sound. In her mind, she kept replaying the data model she had organized, every formula, every variable, all seeming absurd and laughable at this moment. If Tian was level 6, then the Grey-Line Bear, the Tusked Elephant, the Iron-Armed Gorilla he previously dealt with were at least elite monsters at level 7? How could he have fought so easily? That was not a battle, it was a crushing victory. Then how many energy crystal nuclei do you have left? Chu Baixue's voice trembled slightly, a quiver she was unaware of, the last, most unwilling question. Tian reached out and patted the little monster's head. The little monster eats a lot. Over the past days, feeding it has probably cost me about 200 energy crystal nuclei. Now, there are only about 500 energy crystals left in the backpack. As soon as he finished speaking, the little monster beside him twisted its massive body in dissatisfaction and let out a protesting roar. Ow ow. I haven't eaten. It's all food for humans, woo woo woo. Ah. In an instant, Chu Baixue felt as though all her strength had been drained away, like a balloon that had been popped. She slumped heavily back into her chair. She stared blankly at the young man on the screen with an innocent expression and the giant panda beside him, looking a bit disgruntled, feeling everything before her turned dark and hopeless. Chapter 48, Extreme Cold Survival begins. 500? The first manager repeated the number, leaning back against his chair. The room fell silent for 5 full seconds. Everyone present was well aware of the tower's operational mechanism. It was an extremely stingy system. Monsters respawn quickly, attack fiercely, and have thick health bars, but the rewards they dropped were pitifully few. And don't even mention the treasure chests, 9 out of 10 are traps, and the items that come out are mostly just monsters. In the first 5 floors of the tower, an ordinary explorer who could gather 50 energy crystals was considered strong. 500. This number, in the history of the entire tower, was enough to be recorded in the top 10 of the first few floors. The first manager remained silent for a while before slowly speaking. Tian, your resource acquisition efficiency far exceeds our most optimistic estimates. Tian didn't respond. 500 sounds like a lot, but he knew very well that with the little monster's current food consumption and his own consumption rate, it wouldn't last too long. This guy's bottomless stomach is a bottomless pit. On the screen, Chu Baixue finally snapped out of the worldview collapsed daze. She stared at the black and white giant beast beside Tian, which was about the size of a small truck, and a question burst into her mind. Wait. She leaned forward slightly, her hands propped up on the conference table. Don't you need additional energy crystals to hatch and train pets? I watched the live replay with my own eyes. The little monster's appetite is outrageous, just the cans and tree fruits. Ow ow. The little monster's enormous head suddenly pushed up to the screen, baring its teeth and blowing a puff of air at Chu Baixue's image. Ow ow ow. You're the one with a big appetite. Stinky woman. Chu Baixue instinctively shrank back at the sight of the image on the screen. Tian raised his hand and gave the little monster a light tap on the back of its head. The little monster withdrew its neck in grievance, still muttering under its breath. It really does have a big appetite. Tian glanced at the little monster, nodded, and looked pained. All the food he had stocked up early on had basically been devoured in one go by it. Things like tree fruits, cans, and chicken, not a single thing left. Ow ow. Wronged. You ate 200 cans yourself. The little monster lay on the ground, its paws covering its face, protesting. Chu Baishue stared at the giant panda, then at Su Tian's helpless expression, as if raising a gold-devouring beast, and a strong sense of dissonance flooded her. She opened her mouth, about to ask again. Number 6. The first manager's voice wasn't heavy, but it clearly cut off all her thoughts. Chu Baishue's body stiffened. Those 2 words were calm, with no emotional fluctuation, but it was exactly because of this that her back immediately straightened. She lowered her eyes, realizing that since just now, she had been relentlessly pursuing Su Tian's data, completely forgetting basic communication etiquette. Especially now, every second was precious. She silently sat back, her legs together, fingers interlaced on her knees, adopting a professional posture once more. However, the faint redness at the back of her ears couldn't be suppressed no matter what. The first manager didn't glance at her any further, his gaze returning to Su Tian on the screen. Su Tian, my apologies, I made you laugh. He paused. Since your energy crystal reserves are ample, and you temporarily don't need the star pattern arrow's blueprints, let's shift direction, warmth gear. Su Tian's eyes lit up. It's similar to the thermal suit you're wearing, the one with the grizzly bear design, said number 1. The extreme cold survival instance is about to open, and you know better than anyone that in such frigid environments, warmth gear is a matter of life and death. Su Tian didn't respond immediately. He looked down at his grizzly bear pants and then touched the thin thorn armor on his upper body. The thorn armor had decent defense, but its warmth performance was practically zero. In extreme cold, the loss of body heat would increase exponentially, and the consumption of food would also soar. Without adequate warmth gear, just maintaining body temperature would eat up a large portion of food supplies. He had calculated all of this clearly. All right. He didn't hesitate anymore. This wasn't the time for politeness, nor was it the time to show off. When help comes from the country, you take it. Ding. Equipment support from Longwa, please check. Thermal fleece jacket ×1. Thermal fleece hat ×1. Thermal fleece shoes ×1. Thermal fleece gloves ×1. 4 pieces of equipment appeared in front of Su Tian, one after another. The gray-white fleece fabric wasn't finely made, but it felt thick and dense, with a resilient texture. Su Tian put them on one by one. A warm sensation spread from his limbs. It didn't have the constant temperature field effect like the grizzly bear pants, but it did block most of the cold. It was enough. Su Tian, comrade. Number 1's figure stood straight in the light screen. He didn't salute or make any extra gestures, he simply looked straight at the screen, at the young man wearing the gray-white fleece gear, with a giant panda squatting beside him. The rest is up to you. We believe in you. 6 words. Light as if they had no weight, but heavy enough to make something inside Su Tian's chest suddenly slam. He didn't speak, only giving a slight nod. The image on the screen began to distort, snowflake-like static began to eat away at the picture. Number 1's figure gradually blurred and finally turned into a void. The connection was cut off. The cave returned to silence, with only the crackling sound of the campfire. Su Tian stood there for a few seconds before reaching up to stroke the little monster's head. Are you full? Whoa. No. But I'm sleepy. Then sleep first. He glanced at the countdown on the system panel. There were 6 hours left before the extreme cold survival opened. That was enough. Su Tian found a corner by the wall, leaning against the cold stone wall and sitting down. The little monster naturally snuggled up to him, its massive body lying beside him, the natural body heat dispelling the chill from the depths of the cave. He placed the overlord bow within arm's reach and closed his eyes. His breathing gradually became long and steady. A few minutes later, both the man and the bear were fast asleep. Meanwhile, the foreign livestream rooms were in an uproar. Su Tian's livestream signal had already resumed, and although his conversation with Longwa's management hadn't been broadcasted, the scene of him putting on the full set of warmth gear and immediately lying down to sleep was clearly visible to everyone. Eagle Country netizen, he's so young and already sleeping? Our Mama captain is still on the 4th level, crazy grinding monsters. Now, that's a real warrior. Eagle Country netizen, fear this, Longwa. General Mike personally confirmed that for the extreme cold survival, our country used 2,000 national points to arm the explorers. 2,000 points. Does Longwa have enough combined? Longwa netizen, 2,000? You're killing me. How much did your agent Smith embezzle? Spending 2,000 points on warmth gear? Did you buy a bunch of golf clubs to throw snowballs? Kimchi Country netizen, Longwa, stop calling for help this time. In extreme cold survival, our Western Alliance's hundreds of elites are attacking together, ready to punish you. You think one Su Tian can turn things around? 3 Country netizen, we've put up with you for so many days. This time, watch and learn what it really means to gather wood to make a fire burn higher. Can one person, no matter how strong, hold back 100 people? Dragon Nation netizen, yes. India netizen? Sakura Nation netizen, Dragon Nation people really aren't normal. What will he use to block 100 elite over level 6? That mouth? Sun never sets Nation netizen, just wait, in extreme cold survival there's no terrain advantage for him to hide, on the endless snowy plain, he won't even have a place to hide. Our boxing king George will personally avenge the shame. Dragon Nation netizen, George? The George repeatedly used as an experience bag by Su Shun? Fine, resurrect him a few more times, we'll treat it as earning points. Sun never sets Nation netizen. 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Su Tian patted the little monster beside him. Time to get up. Whoa. The little monster rolled over, one claw covering its face, its two back legs kicking, looking like it hadn't slept enough. Su Tian patted again, this time a bit harder. Whoa. 5 more minutes. No more 5 minutes. The little monster reluctantly propped itself up, stretched long, and yawned. Its whole body relaxed, over 2,000 kilograms of muscle and fat slowly tightening under its fur, re-entering battle-ready state. Su Tian glanced at his and the little monster's status panels. All were at peak condition. Extreme cold survival is about to begin, all pioneers please prepare. Teleport countdown, 10-9-8. Su Tian stood firm, the little monster quieted down, obediently squatting by his side. 3-2-1. The ground beneath suddenly collapsed, an irresistible force swallowed him and the little monster at the same time. Light exploded. Piercing cold wind carrying ice shards smashed down, hitting with full force. Su Tian opened his eyes, finding himself standing on a boundless white wasteland. The boundary between sky and earth blurred into a gray-white line by snow fog, no buildings or shelters visible in all directions. Wind drove snow grains from the north, hitting his face with fine stinging pain. Temperature must have dropped below -90 degrees. The insulated fur suit immediately worked, warm touch keeping the cold out, the grizzly pants were even better, lower body barely feeling any temperature change. The little monster had no reaction either, its thick fur slightly puffed in the cold wind, its two claws stepping on the snow with a creak. Welcome to extreme cold survival. 23 hours 59 minutes left until the first snowstorm arrives. All pioneers please find shelter quickly. Su Tian looked up at the gray sky, wind and snow compressing visibility to less than 500 meters. He looked back at the little monster. Let's go. In Dragon Nation's live room, online viewers exploded past 1 billion the second teleport finished. Comments surged from the bottom of the screen, overwhelming everything. Long live Su Shun. Dragon Nation will win. Su Tian couldn't hear these voices. He could only hear the wind. And the sound of feet stepping in snow, one step, then another. Chapter 49 Ranking Rewards, Pet Egg. Snowstorm? Su Tian murmured, his white breath instantly torn apart by the fierce wind. In the high tower, rule prompts were always stingy. Since it specifically pointed out snowstorm, it meant this was no ordinary natural phenomenon, but a threat deadly enough to kill. Though rules explained little, to encourage battles among pioneers, the rewards were shockingly rich. And every detail was extremely clear. A faint blue virtual screen silently unfolded before his retina. Extreme cold survival ranking rewards. First place, Pet Egg ×1, Golden Treasure Chest ×1, National Fortune Points ×500. Second place, Perfect Grade Random Equipment Blueprint ×1, Silver Treasure Chest ×3, National Fortune Points ×200. Third place, Fine Random Equipment Blueprint ×3, Bronze Treasure Chest ×5, National Fortune Points ×100. Fourth to 10th place. Ways to earn points: obtain food, per kg, ×1 point, open airdrop treasure chest, open map treasure chest, kill map monsters, kill pioneers, by life level, survival time, complete special missions. Note, points will not reset after a pioneer dies. But the clearing of rankings would only happen after the extreme cold survival ended. Extreme cold survival remaining time, 6 days 23 hours 59 minutes. Su Tian quickly scanned through it. There were many ways to get points, but the main ones were opening airdrop chests and map chests. The tower's intention was clear: use these high-value targets as bait, drive all pioneers to a fixed area, and force them to kill each other for limited resources. Reduce numbers, filter out the strongest. But the reward for first place was indeed rich. Pet Egg, Golden Chest, and a full 500 National Fortune Points. Ayo. Am I going to have a little brother too? The little monster came over, rubbing its huge head against him, black eyes full of expectation. Su Tian reached out and petted its thick fur. Then you have to work hard, or your little brother will run away with someone else. Ayo. I will work hard to earn points. The little monster suddenly stood upright, clapping its two front paws on its chest with a bang, full of energy. Su Tian opened the built-in map of the dungeon, a chest icon glimmering lightly less than a kilometer away. Come on, little monster, let's go try our luck with a chest. In the Dragon Nation live room, the bullet comments completely erupted the moment the rewards were announced. Dragon Nation netizen, awesome. The tower is suddenly so generous, is this reward for real? Pet egg. 500 points, I wouldn't even dream of this. Dragon Nation netizen, the reward is rich, but the competition is too fierce. Over 1,500 pioneers. Dragon Nation netizen, so many people is good, it means the map is big, low chance to meet others, just hide and grow. Survive 7 days, the reward is still rich. Dragon Nation netizen, what the above says makes sense, very friendly to our Dragon Nation, anyway dying is not a loss. Dragon Nation netizen, haven't seen Godsu open chests in a long time, so many chests, isn't this Godsu's time to shine? Dragon Nation netizen, true, I almost forgot Godsu made his fortune by opening chests. However, this joy was quickly broken by bullet comments from the Western Alliance live room. Sakura Country netizen, Yoshi, why are you still so excited? We in the Western Alliance have a full 1,000 people. Gull Country netizen, we already divided the rewards internally, Dragon Nation, go polish our shoes. Eagle Country netizen, no matter how strong that Tian is, can he stop 1,000 elite attacks? This time we will clear Dragon Nation first. Asan Country netizen, hunt Dragon Nation pioneers. This time, let you see the might of our Asan Country pioneers. Dragon Nation netizen, you guys were bragging the same before, still swollen face? Sakura Country netizen, times change, you know the outcome in your hearts. Although Dragon Nation netizens were fighting crazily online, everyone felt heavy in their hearts. They knew Tian's strength, but 1,000 people was almost an overwhelming advantage, including elites from many countries. The number advantage was too big. Dragon Nation netizen, no need to give Godsu so much pressure, no matter what he achieves, he is our pride. Dragon Nation netizen, Godsu, go. We believe in you. On the other side, Asan Country's live room was extraordinarily popular. A man, bare-chested with only a cloth around his waist, face covered in paint, was twisting his body in the wind and snow. A K-slave monkey, a monkey run. He chanted in a strange tune, dancing with a primitive power, as if truly drawing heat from the void. In front of the screen, countless Asan Country people swayed with him. Asan Country netizen, so thrilling. After the dance of the king, I feel I don't even need dinner. Asan Country netizen, with this dance, the king doesn't even need a warm suit. Asan Country netizen, yes, with Shiva's blessing, the king will win. Look. Our dance king is the closest to Tian from the Dragon Country. A barrage floated by abruptly. Dragon Country netizen, then isn't your dance king about to die? Baton Country netizen, coming to the Asan Country's livestream is just torture, you know AK is a laborer. Bear Country netizen, by the way, isn't he cold? Our Bear Country pioneer could only handle it after drinking 2 bottles of vodka. Asan Country netizen, foolish. It's not afraid to tell you now, our dance king is already level 7, invincible in close combat with the Shiva dance. Asan Country netizen, no seat. Time will prove the dance king. Dragon Country netizen, so what if he's level 7? When he faces Tian the Great, the outcome is unknown. Asan Country netizen, just keep talking tough, remember to open your mic when you get slapped in the face. In the tower. After the dance king finished to dance, he forcibly suppressed the slight tremor caused by the cold deep in his muscles. If it weren't for his life level reaching 7, he might have already been frozen into a rigid chunk of meat. It's cold. If I had known, I wouldn't have boasted, I should have bought a set of warm gear. No, I must find a shelter. He discreetly scanned his surroundings, suddenly, his movements froze. In front, why is there a house? And a treasure chest? A fluffy black and white monster was lying in front of the house, looking silly and adorable. The dance king's breath quickened for a moment. Truly, the Shiva god is showing favor. Indeed, dancing a battle dance was the right choice. That fur. If he pulls it off and wears it, it must be very warm. This is simply the protection of the Shiva god. A gift bestowed upon him by the divine. Chapter 50, Terrifying Divine Power, One Slap Killing. The dance king drew out a shiny machete. The blade reflected a chilling light under the gray-white daylight. He licked his cracked lips, the paint on his face cracking because of the tension in his muscles. In the Asan Country's livestream, frenzied barrages accompanied by strange chanting echoed continuously. Asan Country netizen, isn't that Tian's stupid cat? Asan Country netizen, so satisfying. That Dragon Country kid isn't here, just right to kill his pet in exchange for points. Asan Country netizen, come on. Dance king, first perform a Shiva dance, sacrifice for victory. Asan Country netizen, a K-labor monkey running. The dance king had never seen Tian, of course, he did not recognize this black and white creature. He thought this was the kindness of the tower, the blessing of the Shiva god. A silly and fat creature guarding the treasure chest. How did such a creature end up in the tower? Could it be a welfare sent just for itself? The Dance King sneered, feeling delighted inside. The news spread rapidly within the pioneer's internal channel. Asan country's Dance King encounters Su Tian's pet. In an instant, countless curious, gloating, and tense gazes pierced through the network, flooding into the Dance King's livestream that originally had only a few tens of millions of viewers. The online number instantly broke through 2 billion. Dragon Country Netizen, is this specifically coming to send ahead? Dragon Country Netizen, when you meet the Great Su, you might have a chance to run, but when you meet the little monster, TSK, you're going to suffer greatly. Sakura Country Netizen, Dance King, don't be careless. This guy is just a fierce beast. Bear Country Netizen, fun fact, pandas are not felines, they are bears, and they are the best in the bear family. Baton Country Netizen, just now, someone from Asan said that the little monster is a stupid cat, I laughed so hard my stomach hurt. Asan Country Netizen, don't forget, our Dance King is level 7. Howl. What is that black spot dancing? The little monster tilted its huge head, raised its meaty paw, and rubbed its black circles. It was a bit nearsighted and could only see a blurry black spot twisting in the distance, moving in a large range, looking very strenuous. However, the dance it was doing was quite beautiful. Ignoring this, the little monster pulled out a large tree fruit from behind, skillfully split it in half with its claws, and stuffed one half into its mouth, making a satisfied chewing sound. Then he sat down, eating while quietly watching the black dot perform. Ake the hard-working monkey running. A battle dance filled with raw power ended, and the Dance King felt his blood burning, driving away the cold. He saw that the big cat was unexpectedly sitting down, eating without a care, completely exposing its weakness to him. His eyes shone with fierce light. Good opportunity. The Dance King's body slightly sank, his leg muscles instantly tensed, and he transformed into a fleeting shadow, silently rushing toward the little monster. The machete in his hand was raised high. Ow! Is he finished and going to high-five me? The little monster heard the wind behind it, excitedly turned around, and saw the black dot rapidly enlarging in its sight, with a hand held high. It immediately stood up, happily raised its chubby paw, and welcomed it. Smack! A crisp, metallic breaking sound rang out. The machete in the Dance King's hand shattered into 2 pieces, and an irresistible terrifying force came from the creature's fleshy paw, instantly sending him flying away, rolling through the air for several circles before heavily crashing into a snow pile a dozen meters away. Little monster, what happened? Inside the log cabin, Su Tian was analyzing the 3 options of the treasure chest with his all-seeing eye, when the huge noise outside interrupted his thoughts. Goo, nothing, just stretching my limbs. The little monster replied vaguely, shaking its paw. Once the atmosphere inside the cabin returned to calm, the little monster stood up, stepping slowly towards the snow pit. It lowered its huge head, looking at the Dance King within, who was frothing at the mouth and convulsing. Ow, let's high-five. No, don't come over. The Dance King had a face full of fear, the immense power left him completely dazed, his insides dislocated, several ribs broken, and his body felt like a storm was raging within. Both being level 7, why was there such a huge gap? What kind of divine power was this? No way, I will die. A survival instinct overcame the excruciating pain. Grant me strength, Lord Shiva. Ake the hard-working monkey running. The Dance King roared, using his last bit of strength, leaping from the snow pit, a faint red light glimmering on his twisted right fist. Shiva punch. Ow! High five. The little monster saw the other party raise his fist again, feeling even happier, and once more extended its fleshy paw. Bang! The next second, the Dance King's entire upper body was smashed to bits. Scalding blood and shattered innards sprayed out, instantly melting the surrounding snow into a large area of crimson. You have killed a level 7 pioneer of Asan country, gain points times 7, current points, 7. Su Tian heard the noise, his brow furrowing, and walked out of the cabin. Outside, the little monster was squatting on the ground, awkwardly using its 2 front paws to cover something with snow, looking guilty. Goo. Human. Why are you out? Nothing happened here, I'm here guarding. The little monster stood up abruptly, its huge body blocking Su Tian, trying to conceal the headless corpse behind it. Su Tian said nothing but took a step forward. Did you kill someone? Awa. No. I didn't kill anyone. The little monster wildly waved its chubby paws in front of its chest, denying firmly. However, with its movements, a few drops of still fresh blood splattered from its fur, landing right on Su Tian's face. It was warm and had a strong fishy smell. Tell the truth. Su Tian touched the blood on his face, his voice very soft. He worried that the little monster might mistakenly harm a fellow or an ally. He had specifically reminded it that if it encountered anyone, it had to report to him first, but this guy turned around and forgot. The little monster's huge body stiffened. It could feel that Su Tian was really angry. Ow, human. I was wrong. I didn't see clearly, I just wanted to say hello to him. It lowered its huge head, its two paws rubbing restlessly, the voice filled with grievance. As long as you admit your mistake, it's fine. Next time, no matter what the situation, you must report first. Tian wiped the blood from his face and, seeing its appearance, the anger in his heart subsided by more than half. After all, the one killed was a pioneer from the Asen country, it didn't matter. However, there still had to be a punishment, otherwise, it would easily rebel in the future. This time, your punishment is that your dinner will be halved. Ayo, dinner, hungry. Hearing that dinner would be halved, the little monster's glossy black eyes instantly filled with tears, a huge wave of sorrow and anger surged up. Ayo, it's all your fault. Little monster's food is gone. It suddenly turned around, raised its hind legs, and with all its strength, kicked fiercely at the body of the already half-buried corpse. The broken corpse of the Dance King was kicked directly hundreds of meters into the air, becoming a small black dot, disappearing into the vast snowstorm. Chapter 51, Extreme Cold Treasure Chest, Full Map Manhunt. The Asen country's live broadcast room fell into a deathly silence at the moment when the Dance King's body disappeared into a parabolic curve. A few seconds later, barrage comments from the Dragon Country flooded in like a tidal wave. Dragon Country netizen, silences the honcho of Dance King's live room. Dragon Country netizen, some people won't be able to sleep now, hope you turn on the mic. Bear Country netizen, Yura. Tian, this bear, is like a dream bear, I want to drink vodka with it. Dragon Country netizen, it feels like the little monster didn't even exert much effort, and that Dance King just fell down, even Sushin didn't need to make a move. After a brief moment of chaos, netizens from other countries also joined in the frenzied celebration. Sunset Country netizen, did you see? Our boxing king George's value is still rising, he at least lasted a long time. Kimchi Country netizen, trash Asan, don't come and mock our appa next time with this little power, all you do is brag. Baton Country netizen, still bragging? I told you to stop boasting about your Dance King every day. Sakura Country netizen, besides AK's labor, what else can your Dance King do? The Asan country's live room finally reacted, but the passion turned into frantic curses. Asan Country netizen, boxing king, just a punching bag, our Dance King didn't perform well, he underestimated them. Asan Country netizen, you guys are kicking us while we're down, aren't we allies? Asan Country netizen, wait for it, if we can't beat Tian, can we not beat you? Just wait. Tian was completely unaware of the outside chaos. He returned to the wooden cabin, the virtual light screen unfolded before him, and the data on the leaderboard was clearly visible. Current points, 7, rank, 186. Surviving people, 1420. Over 1,400 people. It seemed there were many strong players. In just a short time, over 100 people had earned points. The competition was fiercer than expected. He couldn't waste any more time, after opening the treasure chest, he had to leave immediately. Tian shifted his attention back to the glowing treasure chest in the center of the room. Experience category, contains a large amount of life experience, and 10 kilograms of sweet potatoes, enough for a big meal. Can't see. Monster category, Snow Pig, life level 6, a regular snow pig, encounter it and you'll be happy, kill it and you can enjoy a delicious meal, and earn points. Pig charge. Equipment category, provides you with a set of warm gear, so you'll be a little warmer, recommended. Tian didn't hesitate. He had indeed been debating whether to choose the snow pig. At least one snow pig weighed over 100 kilograms, and killing it would make for good reserve food. But now, that thought was completely snuffed out. The Asan country's pioneer he had just encountered had reached life level 7, one level higher than his own. Although its strength was weak, once the numbers stacked up, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. In the early stages of the tower, the suppression effect of life levels was very strong. I must reach level 7 as soon as possible. He made his choice in front of the treasure chest. In the next moment, the treasure chest opened with a click, and a huge warm current surged into his limbs and bones. A small bag of heavy sweet potatoes fell to the ground. Successfully opened the extreme cold treasure chest, points times 10. Gained a lot of life experience, current life level 6, 96%. Experience increased by 30% in one go, it was indeed a lot. Tian clenched his fist, feeling a steady stream of power surging within him. In the extreme cold survival game, although killing monsters provides no experience, eating and resting still slowly increase experience points. He estimated it wouldn't be long before he could level up. At that time, even if he was surrounded by 3 or 4 level 7 pioneers, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Little monster, it's time to go. Tian called out. Because the inventory was disabled, he could only tie the bag of sweet potatoes and several bottles of mineral water he scavenged from the room with vines and hang them on the little monster's broad back. A rich, sweet aroma wafted into the little monster's nose. Aowa, human. So fragrant. I want to eat sweet potatoes. Su Tian smiled faintly. If you want to eat, sure, you have to earn it and help me gain points, and I will share with you. Aowa, really? I have a way. Before Su Tian could react, he saw the little monster lean down, its huge nose pressed to the ground, sniffing hard at something. Soon, it seemed to discover a new land and happily ran in a direction. Su Tian followed behind. Not long after, he saw many scattered footprints in the snow ahead. Judging by the number, there should be 3 people, and from the freshness of the footprints, they were not far from him. Well done. Su Tian smiled, took out 3 roasted sweet potatoes from the bag, and threw them to the little monster. Aowa. So fragrant. The little monster ate them one by one, enjoying itself thoroughly. At this time, less than 500 meters away from Su Tian, 3 figures were trudging through the snow, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Lord Yamamoto, being able to resurrect together is the Cherry Blossom Emperor's divine will. This time we must hunt the pioneers of the Dragon Kingdom well. One of the short men excitedly rubbed his hands. Another pioneer of the Cherry Blossom Nation named Meituan Kucha also echoed, yes. The Alliance has offered a huge bounty this time, pursuing that pioneer named Su Tian across the map. Lord Yamamoto, I heard you've encountered him. Is this person very strong? Yamamoto Ichifu, walking at the front, scoffed disdainfully when he heard this. He's just a little imp with some strength, only knows how to ambush. Although I lost last time, he also didn't have it easy. He's probably still badly injured now. Meituan Kucha immediately flattered, as expected of Lord Yamamoto, will rely on you again this time. Lord Yamamoto is the strongest man of our Cherry Blossom Nation, we pledge to follow you to death. Listening to their flattery, the frustration Yamamoto Ichifu had felt for the past few days disappeared, and he felt completely at ease. That's right. When I see Su Tian again, I will let him experience the supreme Cherry Blossom sword technique. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint sound of something being chewed drifted through the wind. Seeing this scene, the viewers from a 3 country in the live broadcast were in high spirits and almost rushed to the Cherry Blossom Nation's livestream. A 3 country viewers, just now you guys were teasing us little idiots, now it's your turn. A 3 country viewers, this sword saint named Yamamoto has been killed by Su Tian twice. Is this going to be the 3rd time? In a sense, that's also good luck. A 3 country viewers, where are those who just mocked our dance king? Come out. Dragon country viewers, please welcome the next victim to the stage. Cherry Blossom country viewers, idiots. Sword Saint Yamamoto has already killed 2 gatekeepers. Even though his life level is only 6, he was supported by the supreme swift knife, Purple Palace, much stronger than the dance king. Cherry Blossom country viewers, and with the Meituan brothers providing support, 3 against 2, how could they lose? Baton country viewers, it's okay, soon you'll know how they lost. A 3 country viewers, self-castration? Is your sword saint going to self-castrate? Dragon country viewers, don't make Su God laugh at you. Going up with this kind of thing is just sending yourself to death, right? Sakura country net citizen, how dare you? From Asen country, are you spies sent by Long country? Why are you talking with them? Asen country net citizen, aren't you learning from us? Sakura country net citizen, Baka, wait until Yamamoto the sword saint slays Su Tian. I'll have all you Asen pioneers sterilized. As Yamamoto Ichifu's voice fell, a cold light tore through the wind and snow. Meituan Kucha was excitedly rubbing his hands, when his peripheral vision caught a black shadow, followed by that shadow piercing through his brother Meituan Kuzi's throat. Thud! With a muffled sound, Meituan Kuzi fell straight onto the snowy ground, his body convulsing twice before going silent. Kuzi! Meituan Kucha cried out in grief and anger, his voice shattered by the wind and snow. He lunged toward his fallen brother, trembling fingers touching that cold skin and the bright red blood gushing from the neck. How dare you? How dare you? Who killed my Odo? How could he be so bold? He suddenly looked up, his crimson gaze searching the vast wind and snow, only seeing the snowflakes drifting in the air, hearing no response. At the moment Kuzi fell, Yamamoto Ichifu's body tensed up. He didn't turn back, but the intense sense of danger made him instantly draw the quick blade at his waist, Zigung. The blade hummed low in the fierce wind as he scanned his surroundings warily. He glanced sideways at Kuzi's corpse, the arrow wound on his neck, precise to a shocking degree. The arrowhead was embedded, leaving only half of the fletching trembling outside. This arrow was too accurate, too swift. In the blizzard obscuring vision, amid the howling winds, to hit with such precision, an arrow sealing the throat. This feeling, this force, he was all too familiar with. Su Tian. Yamamoto Ichifu uttered this name, his voice dry, filled with an unbelievable fear. The fear in his heart was awakened again by this sudden attack. Su Tian. That damned pioneer from Long Country. Why do I have to encounter him again? His body trembled slightly, not from the cold, but from being dominated by deep fear. He forced down the trembling in his heart, suddenly kicking toward Meituan Kucha, his voice trembling slightly. Get up! Fight! Avenge your brother! Meituan Kucha was shoved off balance, but he got up from the ground, his teeth chattering. Die! I want him dead! Avenge my Odo! He clenched his fists tightly, nails digging into his palms, the pain momentarily clearing his mind clouded by sorrow and anger. He suddenly charged toward the direction the arrow came from, his whole body turning into a blurry shadow. Whoosh! 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 Another 3 arrows broke through the air. Yamamoto Ichifu instinctively dodged to the left. 2 arrows brushed past him, creating a gust of cold wind. The light of the Zigong blade flashed, accurately striking the 3rd arrow. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing stood out starkly in the wind and snow. The blade trembled, a familiar massive force transmitted from the handle, numbing his grip. This familiar force, this familiar 3-shot volley. He was certain this was definitely Su Tian. 10 o'clock direction. Go! I'll cover you! Yamamoto Ichifu shouted, his voice filled with a desperate urgency. He couldn't see Su Tian's figure at all, but the arrow's trajectory clearly indicated the direction. Aha! Give me my brother's life back! Meituan Kucha roared as he charged, his body staggering through the snow, yet he showed no sign of slowing down. He was completely consumed by the fire of revenge, oblivious to the dangers around him. Yamamoto Ichifu watched Meituan Kucha's almost suicidal charge, a chill rising in his heart. Without any hesitation, he turned and ran. Xuanbu! He growled, his body instantly transforming into a fleeting shadow, speed suddenly accelerating. This was a newly learned skill meant to shorten the distance for executing his supreme Sakura sword technique. But why was he so unlucky, and why did he have to meet this weirdo Su Tian? This time, I must survive. I still want the reward. I want to see the cherry blossoms of my hometown. Yamamoto Kazuo roared in his heart, a desire to live instantly exploding the potential within his body. Only after fighting Su Tian would one understand, this guy was ridiculously strong, probably only a few freaks from the Eagle Nation could compare. Whoosh! 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 The familiar sound of breaking air came again by his ears. Yamamoto Kazuo wanted to turn his head to defend, but this time, the arrow had changed. The arrowhead was extremely hard, with a fierce force tearing through the air, and its penetration was very strong. Put! The first arrow instantly pierced through his throat. Masaka! Yamamoto Kazuo's body stiffened violently, he lowered his head, unbelievingly looking at the arrow completely embedded in his neck. Warm blood gushed from the wound, blurring his vision. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He looked at the crack on his Kujin Dao, made by the star-patterned arrow, a wave of desperate sorrow surged in his heart. His body began to shake uncontrollably, stiff. Not far away, a huge black and white bear held Mikowa Kucha, its chubby paws tearing hard, and Mikowa Kucha was already splitting into parts. One desperate scream after another came. Until death, he never saw Su Tian's figure. It was as if the arrows appeared from nowhere. Congratulations, you have successfully killed Sakura Nation Level 6 Pioneer, Yamamoto Kazuo. Earned points times 6, current points, 23. Congratulations, you have successfully killed Sakura Nation Level 5 Pioneer, Mikowa Kucha. Earned points times 5, current points, 28. Congratulations, you have successfully killed Sakura Nation Level 5 Pioneer, Mikowa Kuko. Earned points 5, current points, 33. Su Tian looked at the kill notifications popping on the system panel and put away the Overlord Bao. He could clearly feel Yamamoto Kazuo had grown stronger. Ordinary arrows no longer worked, star-patterned arrows had to be used. This meant these pioneers were getting stronger very fast, at least not much slower than himself. I must speed up earning points. Su Tian murmured quietly. He raised his head, looking at the endless wind and snow, a sense of urgency flashing in his eyes. At this moment, in the Dragon Nation live broadcast room, the bullet comments surged like a tide, completely boiling. Dragon Nation netizen, is this it? Can't even see him and Su God still severely injures? Boasting without proof? Dragon Nation netizen, this Yamamoto immortal is so unlucky, from entering the high tower until now killed by Su Tian 3 times, must have mental demons. Bear Nation netizen, the little monster is strong, tore Mikowa Kucha in half in one hit, Dream Bear. Baton Nation netizen, Su God be careful, the big brother of Bear Nation has his eye on your bear. Sakura Nation netizen, no way. Suggest turning off bullet comments. Inside the high tower management. The atmosphere was completely different from the excited and high-energy mood in the live room. In the command room, it was solemn. The third manager's hand holding the data trembled slightly, he spoke with difficulty, his voice heavy with suppression. 6 hours since the extreme cold survival started, over half of Dragon Nation pioneers have died. He paused, taking a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm the inner turmoil. Most were surrounded and killed by the Western Alliance, many casualties among allied nations too. The West this time acts with no mercy. His voice echoed in the empty meeting room, each word like a heavy hammer, striking everyone's heart. Beasts. Truly a bunch of beasts. Chubaishua couldn't hold back, slammed the table, swearing loudly. She really didn't expect Dragon Nation's situation to be so terrible. These days, her attention had almost entirely focused on Su Tian. He brought so many surprises to Dragon Nation that she even naively thought Dragon Nation was about to rise. No wonder Grandpa. 1 and 3 both had a frown on their faces, looking at themselves, still too shallow. A strong wave of self-blame and anger surged in her heart. Manager 2 raised his head, his voice carrying a deep exhaustion. Our pioneers' resources, equipment, and even our starting points are too poor. He spoke slowly, each word accompanied by a heavy breath. Many pioneers were drained by the cold and snowstorms, and when facing the Western siege, they couldn't unleash their full strength. Some were even frozen into ice sculptures. Manager 1 lowered his head, his body trembling slightly. He stared at the screen, where signals representing Dragon Nation's pioneers dimmed one by one, eventually disappearing completely. History is always eerily similar. Scalding tears uncontrollably welled up from his eyes, sliding down the old man's cheek. I am a sinner of Dragon Nation. His voice was low and hoarse, filled with endless self-blame and pain. Chapter 53, The Trapped Fellow Countryman. Su Tian strode towards the 3 corpses gradually being buried by snow. The howling wind whipped ice shards against the warm clothing, making a rustling sound. He bent down and opened Yamamoto Kazuo's box. Inside was a bag of potatoes and several bottles of ice water. He kicked aside the headless body of Meichuan Kucha, and from another box, he pulled out some hard black bread. Over 20 kilograms of potatoes and ice water piled up in the snow. Pitiful. Su Tian swept the supplies into his backpack. But, this actually saved time, not having to search for basic supplies in the storm. With Little Monster's insatiable appetite, just finding food every day could drain most of his energy. Little Monster nudged forward, its big head poking into the snow on the ground. It caught the scent of the potatoes and opened its mouth to bite. Su Tian slapped its back head. Save it for reserves. Su Tian tapped the virtual light screen, and the map of extreme cold survival unfolded before his retina. Several faint light spots scattered around, marking small resource points and abandoned shelters. These places give too few points, and scavenging them is time-consuming and labor-intensive. No points, better to just rob it directly. His finger slid across the light screen, and his gaze froze. At the edge of the map, 2 closely positioned golden light spots were flickering. Double treasure chests. Su Tian tapped his finger twice on the Overlord bow. The drop rate of extreme cold treasure chests was lower than that of bronze treasure chests, but the appearance of 2 at once made up for the difference in quantity. The key point was the high points it gave. Moreover, to stimulate battles among the pioneers, the nearby resources would be rich. Little Monster, let's go. Little Monster immediately stood up, its 4 limbs on the ground, trampling a wide path through the snow. Su Tian followed closely behind, quickly charging towards the target. When they were 1 kilometer away from the target, Su Tian stopped in his tracks. The snowstorm continued to rage, but ahead in the snow, countless footprints crisscrossed, the edges hardened into ice from being stepped on. The number of footprints was surprisingly large, with varying depths, clearly not left by just 1 or 2 people. He raised his hand, signaling Little Monster to be quiet. Eagle Eye activated. His sight pierced through the heavy snowstorm, bringing the distant scene closer to his retina. In front of a dilapidated wooden house, 5 figures dressed in thick, warm clothing were gathered, seemingly discussing something. The number of online viewers in Dragon Nation's livestream instantly skyrocketed. Dragon Nation netizen, it's Su God. Su God is here. She Goddess is saved. Dragon Nation netizen, these animals are too much, even our War King Lin Lingfeng's thigh was pierced, and old Li's ribs were broken. Dragon Nation netizen, Su God, save them quickly. They can't hold on any longer. Foreign netizens' bullet comments quickly followed, filled with unreserved malice. Kimchi Nation netizen, what's the use of Su Tian coming? There are 5 pioneers here, all level 6. Is he going to die alone? Netizens from Sakura Country, the 3 weaklings from Dragon Country are too stubborn. They've been beaten for 2 hours and still won't surrender. Wouldn't it be better to hand over the treasure chest honestly? Netizens from Eagle Country, if it weren't for avoiding injuries, they would have died long ago. Captain John is playing a game of cat and mouse. Netizens from Asen Country, that little beauty with the surname Chi is really pretty. Come on, rush in. Tear off her warm clothes. Netizens from Dragon Country, beasts. You uncivilized beasts. Inside the wooden house, the cold wind poured in through the broken window. Li Bagua leaned against the wall, his chest rising and falling violently. With every breath, his broken ribs scraped against the flesh, bringing waves of excruciating pain. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, his fingers tightly gripping a broken wooden stick beside him. The barbs on the wooden stick dug into his palm, but he felt nothing. Either way, it's death. I will fight to take one with me. Lin Lungfeng knelt on the ground, a bloody hole clearly visible in his thigh. He tore off a piece of cloth and tied it tightly around the base of his thigh. His muscles spasmed from the excessive effort, and sweat mixed with blood dripped onto the cold wooden floor. Blood flowed down his pant leg, pooling into dark red ice chunks in the gaps of the wooden planks. Useless. He gasped for breath, tying the cloth into a tight knot. Those 5 outside are all level 6. With 3 against 2, we might have a chance, but with 5 people fully guarding, there's no way we can win. Lin Lingfeng looked up at the 2 icy treasure chests piled in the corner. If it weren't for these 2 treasure chests, they wouldn't have negotiated their interests and would be on guard against each other. We wouldn't have been able to withstand even the second wave of attack. Chi Xiao pushed herself up from the ground. Her once fair cheeks were now covered in mud, and her lower lip was bitten, leaving a row of deep blood marks. The cold wind penetrated her thin warm clothing, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. She walked to the door, pressing her palm against the wobbling wooden door. I'll open a breakthrough for you. Run if you can. As long as I live, there's hope. Li Bagua's eyes widened. Are you crazy? Don't you know what they will do to you if they catch you? Chi Xiao did not turn back. She knew very well what would happen if she fell into their hands: humiliation, torture, even a fate worse than death. But along the way, Lin Lungfeng and Li Bagua had taken too many blows to protect her. Even if she would be tortured and humiliated if captured, she would not hesitate as long as one of them could escape. They won't kill me easily. She drew a dagger from her waist, the blade reflecting cold light in the dim glow. As long as she could buy them 1 second of escape, she was willing to fill that gap with herself. Chi Xiao's fingers had just touched the door latch. Ah! A shrill scream exploded outside the house, piercing through the howling wind. In the snowy ground outside the wooden house, a pioneer from Kimchi country clutched his right knee, rolling on the ground in agony. A black arrow had accurately pierced through his kneecap. The arrow had emerged from behind his leg, carrying a string of bright red blood droplets. The shattered bone pierced through the muscle, and blood gushed out, instantly staining the snow beneath him red. Hot blood melted the ice layer, rising into puffs of white mist. Oh my God! Who is it? Who is not following the rules of war? Eagle Country pioneer Frank suddenly drew his long sword from his waist, looking around. In the wind and snow, there was not a single shadow. The Dragon Country live chat room instantly erupted. Netizens from Dragon Country, wow! That arrow was incredible. God Su made a move. I knew he wouldn't abandon his compatriots. Netizens from Dragon Country, over 100 meters away, shooting accurately through the snowstorm. Directly taking out one. This is the dominance of God Su. Netizens from Dragon Country, a new worldview. The snowstorm cannot block God Su's arrow at all. Netizens from Eagle Country, impossible. With such heavy snow, how did he hit the kneecap from that far? This defies physics. Netizens from Kimchi Country, this is treachery. What a despicable sneak attack. Our warrior was shot in the knee. Netizen from Asen Country, it must be luck. 5 against 1, he will soon be torn to pieces. John kicked away the wailing pioneer from the Kimchi Country on the ground, raised the heavy shield in his hand, and blocked in front of him. There. Be careful. He pointed his finger toward the deep snowstorm ahead. A huge black and white meatball was walking slowly and heavily toward them. Beside it, a young man wearing gray-white warm clothes, holding a jet-black longbow, walked steadily. Frank's Adam's apple rolled once. Master with arrows, and a black and white big cat beside him. He stared at the tyrant bow in the young man's hand, which gave off a cold feeling. This should be the new pioneer from the Dragon Country, Tian. John's breathing instantly became heavy. Fear only stayed for half a second when recognizing the identity, then it was swallowed by an almost crazy greed. It's really him. He slammed the heavy shield in his hand, the metal hitting sound echoing across the snowy plain. This is the biggest bounty in the alliance. Kill him, the reward is enough for us to retire, go home, and be nobles for life. Power, fame, countless national fortune points, at this moment, walked vividly in front of them. The other 4 pioneers exchanged a glance. The grudge from the unequal distribution of 2 treasure boxes vanished at this moment. Do it. Share the reward equally. The 3 crippled ones in the cabin, and the 2 extreme cold treasure boxes in the corner, instantly lost all attraction. In their eyes, Tian walking slowly not far away was a moving huge treasury, steadily coming toward them. The kimchi country pioneer endured the sharp pain of his shattered knees, pushed himself up with both hands, and stood up forcibly, fingers tightly clutching a short knife. Su Tian stopped, still 100 meters away from them. He did not speak. His left hand firmly held the tyrant bow, the right hand drew 3 arrows from the quiver, glimmering like stars. The cold arrow shafts touched his fingers, he placed the arrow tails on the bowstring, aiming at all of them. Chapter 54. Inside the room. Listen, you are already surrounded by me. In the Tower Administration Bureau, on the virtual light screen, Su Tian's live broadcast was enlarged to the center. Chu Baishua leaned forward sharply, her breath caught. She stared at the 5 blurry figures on the screen, hands tightly clenching her clothes. Not good. Her voice was sharp, with a hint of panic. Su Tian met 5 Western pioneers, the situation is bad. Number 2 quickly asked, what are the strength of these 5? What chance do they have to escape? Chu Baishua shook her head, her face full of worry. All 5 are life level 6 pioneers, exactly like Comrade Su Tian. She pointed to the blurry figure on the screen. Although Comrade Su Tian wounded one with the bow, his location is exposed now, very dangerous. What? Number 2 administrator's body trembled, his big body stumbled back, hitting the chair. The chair made a dull impact sound. All 6 level. His voice shook, repeating the number in disbelief. How did the Western pioneer's strength rise so fast? Chu Baishua continued flipping documents, quickly reading the information above. Frank, elite archer; John, shield soldier; the other 3 all warriors, with defense, ranged, close combat, a very all-round team. Number 2 administrator paced back and forth, anxiously rubbing his hands. Comrade Su Tian is not the time for personal heroism, run. Survive and develop. His voice carried urgency. Number 3 administrator sighed, slowly sat back in the chair. It's okay, just one dungeon run, there will be many opportunities later. Her voice was low, the key is we must do emotional guidance work, can't let Comrade Su Tian collapse. Chu Baishua's body stiffened slightly, slowly sat down. Actually, dying once or twice may not be a bad thing. Her voice was a bit hoarse, carrying a hint of self-justification. Comrade Su Tian has had too smooth a journey, just like me. I only became strong after experiencing death multiple times. This time of death might just allow Comrade Su Tian to go further in the future. The second manager glanced at her, a barely noticeable curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Granddaughter, don't flatter yourself, he teased, his voice laced with sarcasm. In my opinion, Comrade Su Tian's character has long surpassed that of ordinary people. Chu Baishua's cheeks instantly flushed red, and she abruptly lifted her head, glaring at the second manager. Number 2. Her voice carried a hint of suppressed anger, her body trembling slightly with rage. During work hours, please refer to my title, and be more serious. The second manager chuckled awkwardly, ignoring her, and cast his gaze back to the screen. In the tower. Su Tian released his fingers. V-room. 3 arrows shimmering with starlight sliced through the wind and snow, letting out sharp whistles. After a setback, Frank, John, and 3 other pioneers instinctively retreated. They quickly hid behind John's massive heavy shield, their bodies pressed tightly together. Clang! 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 3 dull collision sounds burst in the wind and snow. The immense recoil made John's body shudder violently, his arm muscles tightening, veins bulging. He gritted his teeth, a low muffled grunt escaping his throat. Each arrow hit with such force that John's hands were numb, his blood surging inside, a tight pain in his chest. He felt his insides were about to burst out, a strong wave of nausea rising in his throat. He turned his head, speaking to Frank behind him, his voice tinged with complaint and anger. Frank, take your bow and shoot his butt. John's body trembled slightly from the recoil, his voice shaky. As an archer, why aren't you attacking him? Frank frowned, his face filled with impatience. John, you are more unreasonable than David next door. His voice dripped with disdain. At this distance, with a blizzard and wind, how could you possibly hit? John's breathing became hurried, his chest rising and falling violently. If they can, why can't you? Aren't you an elite archer? If you're so skilled, then you do it. Frank's voice carried anger. He couldn't understand why Su Tian's arrows could be both fast and accurate, it didn't make any sense. The 3 other pioneers, witnessing the argument between the 2, felt anxious. They knew that this was not the time for infighting. One of them hurriedly spoke up to persuade them. You two, why don't we hide inside for a bit and come out when he gets closer? His voice was urgent, pointing towards the dilapidated wooden house behind. Frank and John exchanged glances. A glimmer of insight flashed in Frank's eyes, and John nodded as well. Good idea. Both shouted in unison. Frank suddenly lifted his foot and kicked hard against the rickety wooden door. Bang! The wooden door swung open, making a piercing creaking sound. The 5 rushed inside eagerly, their figures vanishing from Su Tian's view. Su Tian observed them dash into the house, his brow slightly furrowed. Then, a series of intense battle sounds emerged from inside, weapons clashing, fists and feet hitting, along with some familiar dialect. Su Tian's body jolted suddenly. Not good. His heart tightened. The dialect was from the pioneers of the dragon country. Little monster, quickly go to the front. Su Tian ordered, his voice carrying urgency. Little monster didn't hesitate at all, its massive body curled into a giant meatball, rumbling towards the wooden house. Su Tian followed closely, but he stopped about 10 meters away from the wooden house. Silence fell inside. Su Tian had no need to go in. In such a narrow space. It is hard to bring out the best in your own bow, and it is easy to get hurt. It would be better to let the little monster tear down the house directly. Su Tian stood at the door of the wooden house and said calmly, "Those inside the house, you are surrounded by me." The little monster stood beside Su Tian, its huge head suddenly shoved at the door of the wooden house, letting out a roar. "Awah! You are surrounded." Chapter 55, Comrade. Shoot arrows at me. Inside the house, a Western warrior dressed in heavy warm clothing danced his long sword, creating a flurry of sword flowers. Surrounding us? What a boast! He exhaled a puff of white air that quickly dissipated in the cold air. At most, it's a distance of 30 meters, I can eliminate him with a single dash. His body leaned forward, muscles tensed, ready to spring. Go! Another warrior gripped his battle axe tightly, the blade reflecting murderous intent in the dim light. Killing him will bring us endless glory and wealth. Otherwise, we will be crushed by the high medical bills when we return. With these words, the fighting spirit of the three warriors instantly ignited. They exchanged glances, and each weapon emitted a low, resonant hum. John wanted to charge in too, but was held back by Frank beside him. Frank's palm pressed heavily on his shoulder. "Oh, my friend, that kid from the Dragon Kingdom is definitely not easy to deal with." Frank's voice carried a hint of coldness. "Look at that big cat beside him, I swear, if you get too close, it will hit you hard. Its strength is much greater than my Uncle David next door." Hearing this, John's body stiffened, his momentum to charge coming to an abrupt halt. He and Frank met each other's gaze, and they instantly understood each other's thoughts. "Oh. Frank, you are a good brother. But how did you know?" Frank smiled, his expression a bit unnatural. "My mother told me. Even my father doesn't know about this." After saying this, the two quietly took a step back, giving the charging position to the three warriors whose spirits were ablaze. The three had no idea, their eyes only on Su Tian and the little monster, as well as the seemingly easy-to-reach huge bounty. Su Tian stood at the doorway of the wooden house, gripping his overlord bow tightly. He took in the movements of the little monster beside him, the charging poses of the three warriors, and the halt of John and Frank, all under his perception. Charge! The Western warrior roared, his long sword gathering power, the tip pointing directly at the little monster. His body transformed into a blur, leaving a straight trail in the snow. A faint layer of red light vaguely appeared on the sword, demonstrating how he condensed all his strength onto the sword blade. It was also his swordsmanship. However, what came head-on was the little monster's unstoppable body. The little monster's enormous body suddenly curled up, like a gigantic black and white cannonball, rushing out with a roar. Its body spun rapidly, creating a raging wind, and the snow on the ground was swept up, forming a white tornado. Die! The warrior's sword slashed down with the sound of wind splitting, striking fiercely against the little monster's spinning body. The blade and fur made contact, creating a piercing grinding sound. Sparks flew. The warrior's sword only managed to chop off some fur from the little monster, with a few black hairs drifting in the air. Not even breaking the skin. The enormous recoil from the sword made the warrior's grip tear open, blood flowing down the sword handle, the warm liquid shocking his nerves. His body shuddered violently, his insides churning fiercely. How is this possible? The only thought remaining in the warrior's mind was this. Boom! A dull, thunderous bang resounded. The little monster's high-speed rotating body, with terrifying momentum, crashed solidly against the warrior's chest. The warrior's body flew backward as if struck by lightning, feeling his ribcage collapse, his inside seemingly squashed into a lump. An intense pain erupted from his chest. The feeling spread through his whole body instantly. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out, only a gush of crimson blood mist. His body, like a broken sack, smashed a huge hole through the wooden house wall and went straight through. It arced through the air and crashed heavily into the snow dozens of meters away, raising a cloud of snow mist. The warrior's body twitched a few times, then went completely still. Congratulations, you have successfully killed an Italian level 6 pioneer, earned 6 points, current points, 42. Was it really that fast? Su Tian looked at the system message, a trace of surprise flashing in his heart. He really did not expect the small monster's stats to be so high. After activating the flesh tank, the impact was so strong that even a level 6 warrior could not endure it. Little monster, kill them, and I'll reward you 20 roasted sweet potatoes. Su Tian spoke, his voice carrying a hint of temptation. Aoo. Roasted sweet potatoes. 20. Hungry, hungry, hungry. The moment the little monster heard the words roasted sweet potatoes, its shiny black eyes lit up. It roared excitedly, its huge body standing upright, its chubby paws slapping in front of its chest with a bang. The stimulation of food made all its muscles tense, a wild power surging inside. The next second, the little monster's panda-like eyes gleaming with excitement looked at the two Western pioneers outside the wooden house. In an instant, the two Western pioneers felt a chill from head to toe. Their bodies stiffened, as if their blood had frozen. Fear, like an invisible hand, gripped their throats tightly. Yet, the two did not run. They were battle-hardened pioneers selected from various countries, knowing that running would only make them die faster. The instinct to survive forced them to suppress the fear in their hearts. Kill! One warrior roared, his long sword slicing through the air, stabbing straight at the little monster's belly. The other warrior swung his battle axe, attacking from another angle, trying to distract the little monster. The two moved left and right, front and back, their sword and axe techniques fast, tricky in angle, working in perfect coordination. The little monster's huge body could not dodge in the narrow wooden house, it could only take the damage. The long sword stabbed into its thick fur with a dull thud. The battle axe hit its shoulder, sparks flying. The little monster's body shook, a few drops of bright red blood seeping from the wounds. Pain made its black eyes instantly turn red. Aoo! I am angry. The little monster let out a deafening roar, full of fury. Its huge body shook violently, pushing the two warriors away. The little monster caught one pioneer off guard, its chubby paw slammed down with unstoppable force. The warrior did not even have time to react, his long sword bent and deformed instantly, and his body, like a flattened meat patty, slammed into the wooden wall. The wall of the wooden house collapsed instantly, the warrior's body embedded in it, limbs twisted, no sound. The other warrior saw this, a trace of despair flashing in his eyes. He roared, raising his battle axe high, trying to strike the little monster while it was attacking. However, a black streak tore through the air, whistling sharply. Phew! A star-patterned arrow hit his head precisely, the tip piercing through the back of his skull, sending out a string of crimson blood beads. The warrior's body stiffened, the battle axe fell weakly with a crisp sound. His huge body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of snow dust. Congratulations, you have successfully killed an Eagle Nation level 6 pioneer, earned 6 points, current points, 48. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a Kimchi Nation level 6 pioneer, earned 6 points, current points, 54. Su Tian put away the tyrant bow and strode to the little monster's side. He glanced at the little monster's status bar, its health dropped by 20 points. Goo goo, ouch. The little monster let out a wronged cry, its huge body sat down on the spot, licking the wound on its shoulder with its tongue. Inside the room, John and Frank were stunned at this sight, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. This big cat was simply a beast, looking adorably silly while its combat power was off the charts. After taking so many slashes, it seemed completely unfazed. John's breathing grew rapid, his chest heaving violently. Frank, what should we do? His voice trembled slightly. Use your super brain to think of a way. Frank was anxious, scratching his ears and searching the wooden cabin with his eyes. Suddenly, he saw 3 Dragon Nation people in the corner, Qi Xiao, Lin Lingfeng, and Li Baozu. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Frank's mouth. Got it. Before long, John grabbed Lin Lingfeng like a chick, the wound on Lin Lingfeng's thigh was torn open, a sharp pain made his body shudder violently, yet he couldn't make a sound. John stepped out of the door slowly. He placed Lin Lingfeng in front of him, leaning his body slightly forward. Fuck, Su Tian. John's voice was particularly harsh in the wind and snow. If you have the ability, shoot. The long sword in his hand pressed closely against Lin Lingfeng's neck, its blade shimmering with a chilling light. Your compatriots are in my hands, you wouldn't want them to die, would you? Now lower your weapon. John's body trembled slightly, he knew this was his only chance for survival. We'll let the person go and leave, it's not easy for all of us to get rewards. Upon hearing this, Su Tian frowned tightly. However, he did not lower the overlord bow in his hand. Lin Lingfeng was tightly restrained by John, the intense pain causing his body to spasm. He saw Su Tian, his eyes, previously unfocused, suddenly locked on, a surge of red willpower allowing him to reclaim his body. Don't believe him, comrade. Lin Lingfeng struggled violently, his voice carrying a hint of desperate shouting. There are still comrades inside aiming arrows at you. Comrade. Shoot at me. He desperately twisted his body, trying to escape John's grip, even if just for a moment. Chapter 56, Move Forward for Us. Su Tian looked at Lin Lingfeng's bloodshot eyes, there was no fear of death there, only a resolve that disregarded life and death. His fingers gripping the overlord bow trembled slightly. At this moment, his rational mind told him this was the right choice. But deep within his emotions, a strong pain was tearing at him. These were living compatriots, not data, not monsters. He could not shoot. Could not. He just couldn't do it. Tian took a deep breath, about to speak, but Lin Lingfeng's eyes suddenly widened, filled with deep determination. Comrade. These two words hit Tian's heart like a heavy hammer. He understood. Lin Lingfeng was not begging for death, he was using his life to fight for a glimmer of hope for him and for the Dragon Nation. To hesitate now would be an insult to this determination. Tian's fingers instantly tightened, pulling the bowstring back fully. Buzz. 3-star patterned arrows shot through the wind and snow, drawing 3 straight silver lines. John's body suddenly stiffened, his eyes bulging wide. He saw the 3 arrows and heard the scream that tore through the air. He was stunned. He had never seen such fearless madmen. Crazy. You Dragon Nation people are all crazy. He yelled hysterically, his voice filled with disbelief and fear. Frank! Save me! He twisted his body, trying to shield Lin Lingfeng, but Lin Lingfeng's frail body could not fully cover the path of the arrows. The penetrating power of the star-patterned arrows was extremely strong. Thud. 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 The 3 arrows, the first one accurately pierced through the heavy shield John held, shattering it. The second arrow, carrying immense energy, brutally pierced into John's chest. The third arrow pierced through Lin Lingfeng's chest, carrying a string of crimson blood beads. Lin Lingfeng's body shuddered violently, he opened his mouth, gasping deeply. But on his face, there was no fear of death, only a kind of joyful satisfaction. Awesome! A low roar came from his throat. This life of mine was worth it. Comrade Tian, thank. Lin Lingfeng's last words were left unsaid, his body stiffened suddenly, the light in his eyes dimmed quickly, finally returning to calm. You have killed Dragon Nation Pioneer, Lin Lingfeng, gained points times 6, current points, 60. John's body fell heavily onto the snow, he spat blood in large gasps, his body convulsing violently. His hands pressed tightly on his chest, blood foam flowing through his fingers. These points can't even pay back my student loan, I can't die. I have to live to earn more points. His eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. Frank, good brother, save me. Congratulations, you have successfully killed Eagle Nation level 6 Pioneer, John. Gained points times 6, current points, 66. Inside the house, Frank's body trembled violently. He looked at the kill notification on the screen, then at John's miserable figure. His hands gripped the bowstring tightly, knuckles turning white. Sorry, John, I have a family too, I need points too, sorry. His voice was very soft, with a slight, barely noticeable tremor. He turned his head, aiming the bow at another Dragon Nation pioneer inside the house, Li Bagua. In his eyes, there was no mercy, only a thirst for points. Points. Eagle Yuan. This was his only reason to survive. Swish. Swish. 2 arrows shot straight at Li Bagua with a sharp slicing sound. Li Bagua's body stiffened, he tried to dodge, but his body had become rigid from long battles and the cold. He closed his eyes, waiting for death to arrive. However, the expected pain did not come. Awah! An angry roar exploded inside the house. A small monster's huge body charged in, leaping high, blocking the 2 arrows with its body. The arrows hit its thick fur, making a dull impact sound. Awah! Do not harm humans, friend! It roared angrily, its black eyes staring fiercely at Frank. Frank's body shuddered violently, looking at the suddenly appearing black and white giant beast, his face full of disbelief. Oh my god, you damn beast, you're even more agile than my next-door grandma. He couldn't help but complain, but his body reacted instinctively. He tried to hold with arrows while running. As long as he escaped, there was a chance to live. He turned and ran toward another direction of the wooden house. However, just as he took a step, a figure suddenly sprang up from the ground. It was Li Bagua. Don't try to run. You killed Qishao, you will also pay with your life. Li Bagua's body lunged forward, his hands gripping Frank's legs tightly. His face was covered in mud and blood, but his eyes burned with a nearly crazy fire. Madmen. Really a bunch of madmen. Frank kicked Li Bagua desperately, but no matter how hard, the other would not let go. Instead, he hugged tighter. Let go of me. Let go of me. He shouted hysterically, his body trembling violently from fear and anger. But Li Bagua clung like a rock, sticking to him firmly. In the next second, a jet of black light tore through the air. Puff! The star-patterned arrow precisely hit Frank's head, the tip piercing out from the back of his skull. Frank's body stiffened, his bow slipping weakly from his hands to the ground. His body collapsed with a crash, turning into a cold box. Congratulations, you have successfully killed Eagle Nation level 6 pioneer, Frank. Gained points times 6, current points, 72. Tian rushed in, supporting Li Bagua. Sorry, comrade, I came late. Li Bagua's body trembled violently, gasping for breath. His body was on the verge of collapsing, yet those eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. It's not too late. A deep roar escaped his throat. I just didn't expect that the one who could intimidate the Western pioneers, Tian, would be so young, not at all like. Tian's heart sank suddenly. He could feel the life force inside Li Bagua rapidly fading away. Comrade, don't talk for now. Eat something to regain your strength. With me here, everything will get better. He took a sweet potato out of his backpack and urgently handed it over. Li Bagua shook his head. He reached out and tightly gripped Tian's arm. That icy touch made Tian's heart drop to the bottom. No need. Me living just holds you back, move forward. Advance for us. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable command and determination. Comrade Tian. Tian fell silent, wanting to say something but unable to, yet he felt he should still be able to do something. Li Bagua's body suddenly stiffened. He used his last bit of strength to clutch Tian's hand tightly. The future of the Dragon Country depends on you. You have successfully killed level 6 pioneer of the Dragon Country, Li Bagua. Gain points times 6, current points, 78. Current ranking, 9. Little rookie promises here, as long as I can still eat full attendance every month, I will keep updating, so readers please rest assured to follow. Thanks to all the supporters of my readers, thanks for all the comments and following, gifts. Chapter 57, Fishing Law Enforcement. Tian lowered his head, pressing one hand on the round head of the little monster. The little monster whimpered, its huge body slowly sitting down. It could feel Tian's heavy emotions, but didn't understand why a person could be so sad. The wind and snow howled, seemingly mourning for this warrior. 3 minutes. In the silent wooden cabin, only the soft sounds of wind and snow against the doors and windows, and Tian's heavy and steady breathing could be heard. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the barrage surged like a tide, instantly flooding the screen. Dragon Country netizen, Dragon Country is awesome, unity is strength, only Dragon Country has such cohesion. Dragon Country netizen, impressive. I am proud to be of Dragon Country. Bear Country netizen, this red spirit is worth learning from, the 3 comrades are true heroes. Baton Country, no wonder Dragon Country is the big brother, without comparison there is no harm, Eagle Country is simply a mess. Dragon Country netizen, although our pioneers may not be the strongest, they can definitely be trusted on the battlefield, unlike some Western countries that love to stab in the back. Among the barrage, there were also discordant voices. Eagle Country netizen, have you said enough? This doesn't change the current situation of your Dragon Country. Eagle Country netizen, isn't it just one victory, and a miserable one at that, 5 for 3, not even a loss, okay? Sakura Country netizen, I won't hesitate to tell you, now the surviving pioneers in Dragon Country are less than 50, and the number is still decreasing. Who knows how many will die when another snowstorm comes? Kimchi Country netizen, isn't it just Tian in Dragon Country? Who else can step up? I really don't know what you are so excited about. Tian ignored the uproar from the outside world. He walked to Li Bagua's box, bent down, and collected the supplies from his backpack. Next were Lin Lungfeng and Qi Xiao. He gathered all the boxes together and opened them simultaneously. Ding, obtained baked potatoes times 200 pounds, baked sweet potatoes times 100 pounds, bottled water times 50, energy crystal cores times 30. Tian swept these basic supplies into his backpack. This food and water were guarantees for their survival. In the extreme cold survival copy, food was the most scarce resource. He continued to rummage. In the boxes of 2 Eagle Country pioneers, he found something unusual. Obtained, Power Enhancement Agent times 1, Skill Book, Stealth. Eagle Country pioneers are just fat. Tian sighed lightly. Previously, he had found in the boxes of the other 3. Almost all were food, and some energy crystal cores. But these 2 Eagle Nation pioneers could carry power injectors and skill books with them. This clearly shows that Eagle Nation pioneers still take the bigger share of profits, growing strong by sucking their allies' blood. However, Tian felt no empathy at all, one willing to strike, one willing to take it, that's all. Tian picked up the Yi Power Enhancer, vial. Power Enhancer, after use, increases strength by 50% for 1 hour, when effect ends, reduces hunger by 30%. Strength up by 50%? Tian weighed the enhancer in his hand. The effect was indeed strong. And the side effect was mild. A mere 30% hunger could be easily restored by eating something. He glanced at the Overlord bow in his hand. Because his strength was not enough, the bow had never shown its full power. Tian had calculated. To draw the Overlord ball fully, life level needed to reach level 10. Otherwise, he would need a skill to increase strength. This enhancer was undoubtedly a gift in the snow. An extra 50% strength was enough for him to reach level 9 power. With a 3-shot sequence, John's heavy shield might just crack. Good stuff. Tian stored the enhancer. He then picked up the skill book, Stealth. Tian was puzzled. Why didn't this person learn it? Shouldn't a skill be learned instantly once obtained? He opened the skill book and saw the faint golden seal. Unsealed skill book, Stealth requires parasitic core ×2, centipede scorpion core ×2, queen bee honey ×20 gene, each minute of unsealing consumes 2% hunger, max 60 minutes. No wonder that Archer Frank didn't learn it, Tian suddenly realized. The conditions were too harsh. In extreme cold survival, learning this skill book was a nightmare. The food consumption alone was terrifying. But that works out cheaper for me. My food supply is still good, so I can find a chance to learn it. Stealth is a divine skill for archers. Tian spoke, then put the skill book back in his inventory. As expected. A golden belt for killing and arson. He turned his gaze to the not far off spot. 2 extreme cold treasure chests lay quietly there. They were the spoils Li Bagua had guarded with his life. Ayo. Open the chest. My tummy is rumbling. The little monster came over, bumping its huge head against Tian's arm. Because of previous injuries, its hunger was dropping fast. Tian reached out and patted its furry head. You did well just now, that cancels your mistake. Extra reward, 50 gene of roasted sweet potatoes. Goo goo. Human. You are too good. The little monster roared excitedly. Its huge body curled up instantly. It rolled around the hut, shaking it, as if it might collapse at any moment. The adorable look slightly relaxed Tian's tense heart. Just as Tian was about to open the chest, a subtle curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. A plan. It appeared in his mind. Little monster. Tian leaned close to its ear, lowering his voice. He pointed outside the hut, then pointed to the 2 chests. Move the boxes and chests to the door. Then. Tian whispered, yet every word passed through the live broadcast signal, reaching every corner of Blue Star. Indian netizen, despicable. Fishing for law enforcement, why are Dragon Nation people always tricky? Sakura Nation netizen, using that big cat as a treasure chest monster, too sly. Tian really follows no rules. Kimchi Nation netizen, our country strongly protests this behavior, it's not at all helpful for unity. I will appeal to the UN for a strong protest. Dragon Nation netizen, you allow the Western group to hunt our Dragon Nation pioneers? But we can't fight back? Dragon Nation netizen, support Sioux God. Winning or not doesn't matter, but we must kill them hard. Eagle Nation netizen, that's different. We are fair and open. Eagle Nation netizen, so what, just killing a few of you pioneers makes you so nervous? After hearing Tian's plan, the little monster nodded its huge head. It excitedly straightened up. With its 2 chubby claws, it carefully lifted the 2 freezing treasure chests and the scattered supply boxes on the ground. Step by step, it slowly walked toward the cabin's exit. Tian watched the little monster limp, and the corner of his mouth curled up again. He picked up the Overlord bow. He walked to another corner of the cabin. There was a broken window. Through the window, he slowly drew the bow. Chapter 58 Park Jae-sang, see that big cat? Let's do something big. Tian's idea was very simple. As long as he didn't open the chests, the 2 golden treasure chest icons would stay lit on the map, like 2 lanterns swaying in the wind and snow, attracting everyone. Searching for supplies alone on the snowy plain is too slow for points. Better to let them carry the scavenged things and deliver them themselves. Goo goo. The little monster pushed the last box to the door, making a sound to claim credit. Tian patted its fluffy head. Well done. Not far away, a low area covered by snow. 4 blurry figures were struggling to scavenge a small resource point. They bent over, searching the cold ground for scattered supplies. 3 of them wore rough warm clothes, dark-skinned, and crude in manner. The other seemed out of place. His warm clothes were also dirty with snow and mud, but clearly more finely cut, and his body was much thinner. Sing. Look at that sticks, but so perky, skin so white, can't resist. Saha clicked his tongue, swallowing, and kept nudging his companion with his elbow. His gaze greedily wandered over Park Jae-sang's back, full of naked desire. The pioneer from Aizen called Sing had been holding back too, rubbing his fingers stiffened by the cold. Saha, it's too cold here. If we take off our warm clothes, we'll freeze to death. Shall we wait until a safe spot, then act? Saha's body trembled slightly, not from cold, but from that suppressed urge. He forcibly moved his gaze from Park Jae-sang to the virtual map. There's a shelter not far from here. And 2 treasure chests, icons haven't disappeared, means no one went. Shall we call him to join us? Sing grinned, the smile looking fierce in the wind and snow. The 3 quickly agreed. Sing strode to Park Jae-sang, slapping his butt with his right hand. The sudden touch made Park Jae-sang's body stiffen, a chill shooting from his tailbone to his head. He felt his lower body tighten, a wave of indescribable nausea rolling in his stomach. Park. Sing's rough voice carried a sly smile. There's a shelter ahead in 2 treasure chests, must be lots of food inside. We are allies, let's go together. Park Jae-sang's body tensed, muscles stiff. He knew these Asian pioneers were all perverts. If they reached the shelter, his livestream would be full of mosaics. After retiring and returning home, he might not even be able to be an idol. But if he refused, he knew the 3 would immediately kill him for points. Refuse, instant death. Agree, maybe a slim chance to survive. Park Jae-sang finally nodded, his voice trembling slightly. Okay. The 4 tidied up and moved toward the treasure chest point. In the Kimchi Nation livestream, the chat exploded instantly. Kimchi Nation netizen, your Asian pioneers are so disgusting. Zai Xian Appa has been defiled by you all. Pickled cabbage country netizens, Zai Xian Appa, hurry and leave. Don't be with them, it's dangerous. Country and netizens, nonsense. It's clearly your Zai Xiang who seduced our pioneers. Country and netizens, that's right, he clearly wants it himself. In the Dragon Country livestream room, netizens were gleeful. Dragon Country netizens, don't worry, they have already fallen into Sushin's trap. Country and netizens, 4 against 1 might not lose. Pickled cabbage country netizens, who's fighting 4 against 1 with you? Sing and the others walked quickly, they had been suppressed for too long. Desire burned like a blazing fire within them. They couldn't wait to find a warm place to release all their repressed urges on Park Jae-sang. When we reach the sanctuary, we will directly sandwich him. Sha licked his cracked lips, his eyes flashing with lust. Wait. Sha suddenly stopped, his gaze tightening sharply. He looked around, a hint of vigilance appearing on his face. There is a monster guarding the sanctuary ahead. And there are signs of a battle nearby. We must be cautious. Sing also looked over. He saw several boxes scattered at the door of a wooden cabin, covered by a thin layer of white snow. 5 boxes. 5 pioneers actually died here, so rich. His voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Sha nodded, his reason wavering between greed and caution. Rich it may be, but to kill 5 pioneers shows that monster is very strong. How about we forget it and find a different shelter? Anyway, there's another sanctuary not far from here. In Country A's livestream room, the comments surged again. Country and netizens, look, this is the vigilance of our pioneers, clever tricks, they will never be fooled. Country and netizens, Sha is the smartest Brahmin warrior among us, he will never fall for a trap. At the moment he saw the little monster, Park Jae-sang's body trembled violently, and the hairs on his skin stood on end. The massive figure and the silly appearance were exactly as he had learned from his country's intelligence before entering the instance. Tian. This name flashed through his mind like lightning, bringing intense fear. This big cat is Tian's pet. He knew this was a trap, but with no other way out, rather than lose everything, why not let them go to their deaths? He had to survive. I don't think so. Park Jae-sang suddenly spoke. His gaze was fixed on the black and white giant beast, a satisfied look on his face. Look at that big cat, it looks really dumb. And although it killed 5 pioneers, it must be low on health. This is a perfect opportunity. He turned to Sing and Sha, enticing them. Think about it, if you kill that big cat, occupy the shelter, and open those 5 boxes. Wouldn't you immediately move to the top of the leaderboard? By then, when you retire and go back home, you can still enjoy a superior life. Sing and Sha's breathing instantly became heavy. Points, wealth, shelter, and... In an instant, greed surged like a tide, washing away all their vigilance. The 3 stood stiff for a moment, then the suppressed desire deep in their eyes reignited. Park Jae-sang looked at the fire of desire igniting in their eyes, a cold pleasure surged in his heart. Die. You all should die. In Country A's livestream room, insults poured in. Country and netizens, this little stick is too malicious, he's pushing our pioneers into the fire pit. Country and netizens, aren't we allies? Why the backstab? Dragon Country netizens, hilarious, it's dog eat dog, but this time I support Pickled Cabbage Country. Pickled Cabbage Country netizens, isn't it your malicious intent? You can't blame Appa. Park Jae-sang saw the expressions of the 3 and knew his words had taken effect. He took a deep breath, leaning slightly forward, his voice carried a stirring energy. Let's pull off something big. How about I serve you all after it's done? This sentence made the greed in the eyes of the three pioneers from Asan country overshadow everything. Let's do it! Sing exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 59, Killing 3 in a row, ranking in the top 3. Sing swung his strong arm, and the other two pioneers immediately understood. All three were warriors, level 6 in life, specialized in close combat. I'll go first, you two cover me from the sides. Sing let out a low roar, pulling out a small one-handed shield from behind, while his other hand tightly gripped a curved dagger. The two companions nodded heavily. No problem. The four instantly spread out to form a line, intentionally or unintentionally pushing Park Jae-sang to the back like an irrelevant trinket. They charged towards the dilapidated wooden hut, towards the limping black and white giant beast. In Asan country's livestream, there were cries of despair. Asan country netizen, it's over, this little stick is really harmful, it ruined all our people. Asan country netizen, fermented cabbage country, just wait for military court. In the fermented cabbage country's livestream, however, it was full of pride. Fermented cabbage country netizen, hee, is it our fault? The person was clearly killed by Tian. If you want to find someone, find dragon country. Baton country netizen, this really cannot be blamed on Park Jae-sang, after all, they had bad intentions from the start. Dragon country netizen, we don't want to take the blame. We won't carry the pot. Asan country netizen, this is really unjust. Sing, shaha, hurry and run. However, in the howling wind and snow of the tower, no one could hear their shouts. Sing had already charged up close. He clearly saw that the black and white big cat was clumsily clawing at a box, struggling, with a few wounds on its body, blood coagulated into dark red ice shards. It was very weak. It was very foolish. Sing's heart raced with joy, his mouth unable to suppress a grin. He was excited to the point of having a crooked smile. This is it. Everything is set. Points. Honor. And that kid from the fermented cabbage country. All of this will be mine. Ah! Sing let out a roar filled with extreme excitement, channeling all his strength into his legs, his speed increasing again, carving a deep trench in the snow. The curved dagger raised high, aimed at the little monster's neck, ready to deliver a fatal blow to this foolish creature. Just as he closed in to within 5 meters, Sing suddenly noticed that the black and white big cat, which was originally lying on the ground, stood up without warning, with a smoothness completely unmatched by its size. It stood up. Its huge body cast a massive shadow, towering over him by half a body height. On what was once a clumsy face, there now hung a human-like mockery, as if saying, "Little one, you fell for it." Bang! A pair of giant paws, covered with thick pads, slammed down with a fierce wind that tore through the air. In that moment, all of Sing's blood almost froze, a chill shot from his feet to the top of his head. He instinctively raised the small shield above his head, trying to block. But his strength was just a pathetic joke in front of the little monster. The moment the shield met the paw, there was no metallic clang, just a dull crushing sound. Sing felt that what he had raised was not a shield, but a thin piece of paper. Fearful strength passed through the shield unimpeded, crushing his arm bones, and finally, solidly smashed onto his skull. In an instant, Sing's entire upper body was smashed into his chest. Blood, shattered bones, and a viscous mix of brain matter and organs sprayed out from every hole in his body, splattering everywhere. Sing! Shaha's eyes bulged with extreme anger and fear, filled with bloodshot veins. In the next moment, 2 black streaks of light flashed past the broken window of the wooden cabin. Whoosh! Whoosh! Saha didn't even have time to react when he saw 2 blood holes suddenly appear, front and back, on the forehead of the last companion beside him. The expression on that companion's face was still frozen in the ferocity of the charge, but his body had already lost all strength. Thud! He fell straight down, making a shallow pit in the snow. Damn it! Damn it! Saha felt like his lungs were about to explode. He turned back sharply and shouted behind him. I said we shouldn't have come. It's all your fault, little stick. I'm going to punish you properly now. But when he unbuckled his belt and turned his head, the view was empty. Park Jae-sang, who had been following them, was now more than 100 meters away, running headlong into the storm without looking back. A blurry figure was about to disappear. Liar! A wave of icy despair instantly gripped Saha's heart. He lifted his head and let out a desperate wail to the gray sky. Lord Shiva above. Please send divine punishment. Punish this treacherous liar. Tian would not show mercy. These people looked pitiful now, but when they caught a pioneer of the Dragon Nation, their cruelty was horrifying. They deserved death. In the next second, Tian's arrow tore through the blizzard, a single shot to the throat. Saha's wail stopped abruptly. He lowered his head, touched the cold arrow shaft on his neck in disbelief, his body wobbled, and he fell to the ground, lifeless. Congratulations, you have successfully killed Dragon Nation level 6 pioneer, Saha. Earned points times 6, current points, 102. Current points rank, 3, current survivors, 920. Tian put away the Overlord Bao, looking at the numbers on the system panel, muttering, "Are the dead this fast?" Over 500 died before the first day ended. The little monster carried the 3 boxes near the corpses over, piling them at Tian's feet. "Oh whoa! One person ran away, can't catch." Its cry carried a hint of frustration, as if blaming itself for the mistake. Tian reached out to pat its head and gave it a few gene of potatoes, comforting it. "It's okay, an old acquaintance, he wouldn't dare come." When the little monster killed, Tian had been observing with eagle eye. He saw Park Jae-sang at the start make several very fast gestures, even silently mouthing a sentence. "Let him go, he will bring more people." Tian believed him. After all, killing him would only give 6 points, far less useful than letting him continue as a guide. Maximizing efficiency, that was what Tian wanted. Otherwise, with his personality, the first to be shot would be the one fleeing. Chapter 60 Park Jae-sang, "My lord, this way." Tian opened the 3 boxes one by one. A scent of food quickly spread. Most were baked potatoes and some hard bread, obviously scavenged from small resource points in the snow. These were the most common food resources in the tower. Successfully collected supplies, points plus 20, current points, 122. Not bad, even a mosquito leg is still meat. Anyway, collecting food also gives points. Tian put all the food into his backpack, and just as he was about to stand, a yellowed parchment slid out from a box compartment. He picked it up. Star pattern arrow crafting diagram. Tian's fingers paused on the diagram. A heat surged from his chest, and he almost immediately studied the diagram. "Ding, you have successfully learned star pattern arrow crafting diagram. To craft star pattern arrows, requires energy crystal core times 1, satiety times 1%. With this, he would no longer be restrained by the consumption of star pattern arrows. With his current resources, he could fully sustain a high-intensity continuous battle. The drop rate for extreme cold survival is too high, completely unlike the style of the tower." Tian whispered softly to himself, his heart filled with excitement as he looked in the direction where Park Jae-sang had disappeared. "I hope you'll bring me more surprises." At the other end of the snowy plain, Park Jae-sang was panting heavily, his lungs feeling as though they were filled with ice shards, every breath a searing pain. He looked back, the snowstorm raging, and saw nothing. I made it, alive." He wasn't a fool. He clearly remembered that when Tian shot Shaha, he used a 3-shot burst, but in the end, only 2 arrows were fired. Where was the remaining arrow? That arrow was supposed to be aimed at his forehead. Tian let him go. And from the speed and accuracy of the arrows, it was clear that this dragon country person had grown stronger. And his growth was rapid. Park Jae-sang's body trembled violently from the cold and the lingering fear. He had figured it out. It's not wrong to rely on the strong. He remembered the expensive gray bear pants he had bought from Tian, the constant warmth wrapping around his legs. He shouldn't be too heartless, right? After all, I bought his stuff with energy crystal cores. Park Jae-sang muttered to himself, his voice torn apart by the wind and snow. He thought of his experiences after joining the Western Alliance, where those from the Eagle Nation and the Never Sunset Nation were so high and mighty that they couldn't even be bothered to give him the leftovers. Meeting those perverts from the Asen country was even worse, they treated him as nothing more than a toy. A surge of humiliation and anger rose in his heart. "I'll cheat them again." He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. "These people aren't worthy of being my allies. If I cheat them, so be it. If they have the guts, they can go find Tian. Anyway, I didn't kill them." After figuring this out, Park Jae-sang no longer felt any psychological pressure. At that moment, through the snowstorm not far away, several figures slowly approached. "Yo, this hall is really rich. The resources in this snowfield are way more than in the high tower." A voice with a heavy accent rang out. "And we caught 2 dragon country minnows." Park Jae-sang focused his eyes, and saw a small 5-person team, all pioneers from Sakura country. At the back of the team, 2 thin figures were being dragged across the snow by ropes, already unconscious. The leader of the group, a tall man with a calm demeanor, had a life level that clearly reached level 7. Park Jae-sang's eyes lit up, the opportunity had come. He immediately put on a flattering smile and waved at the group. "Taikun. Over here. I'm from Kimchi country. We are allies." The leader of the Sakura country pioneers, Okabe Taro, stopped in his tracks, furrowing his brows. He looked Park Jae-sang up and down, and hearing the smooth Kimchi accent, confirmed his identity as a person from Kimchi country. "Yo." Okabe Taro snorted through his nose. "But our team is already full, you can go away." Park Jae-sang's smile didn't change in the slightest, instead growing even more eager. "Taikun, I know of a shelter. There are 2 treasure chests inside, and a bunch of boxes on the ground. At least 8 of them. As soon as these words were out, the 4 Sakura country pioneers behind Okabe Taro immediately began breathing heavier. Okabe Taro's expression also changed, but he remained somewhat cautious. A shelter, with boxes? Such a rich place, why didn't you go there? Park Jae-sang immediately put on a look of lingering fear. It's because there are monsters specifically guarding the treasure chests. I'm no match for them, that's why I came out to find someone to team up with. What do you say, Taikun, interested? Okabe Taro fell silent. He glanced at the 2 Dragon Country people being dragged behind him, then weighed his team's strength. 1 level 7, 4 level 6s, a powerful and strong team. And there were 2 ready-made bait. Killing one of those chest-guarding monsters? That should be a piece of cake. These extreme cold survival monsters, how strong could they really be? Could they be stronger than the gatekeepers in the high tower? I'm the man who even conquered the mastodon. Lead the way. Okabe Taro grinned. Showed a mouthful of yellow teeth. When the time comes, the benefits will not miss you. Park Jae-sang's mouth curled ever so slightly, almost unnoticeably, and he immediately bowed at 90 degrees, bending his waist to the limit. Hey! Sir, this way please. This scene instantly exploded on live streams outside. Sakura country netizens, baka. How can this pickle country's bastard be so cruel? Screwing over Asen is bad enough, why come to trap our people too? Asen country netizens, little baka, what do you mean? What do you mean by screwing over our country's pioneers is fine? Aren't our pioneers human? Bear country netizens, Asen's pioneers are human? Go sit at a table with goblins. Asen country netizens, you. How can you all bully people like this? Sakura country netizens, don't change the topic. Pickle country, answer directly. Pickle country netizens, who trapped you? Is there anything wrong with what our Jae-sang Appa said? There are treasure chests, there are boxes, it was your own greed that made the choice. Sakura country netizens, still want to quibble? Baka. You are a bunch of damn fence-sitters. Pickle country netizens, Shiba. If you don't agree, go to the military court and sue us. The live streams of the 2 countries argued endlessly, while the Dragon Country livestream was a sea of joy. Dragon Country netizens, Sue God's move is too cruel, an open strategy. Directly splitting them from inside. Dragon Country netizens, I thought Sue God would show mercy and let him go, now it seems, I was too shallow. Dragon Country netizens, didn't you notice? Park Jae-sang's bowing and reaching out motion, too perfect, almost carved into DNA. Dragon Country netizens, but this time there are 5 people, and 1 is level 7, will Sue God fail? Dragon Country netizens, new here above? Sue God and the little monster cooperate, they only have to run. Dragon Country netizens, sorry, I am Ing Xinshin, brother of Ing Yuan Yuan, first time in Sue God's livestream, my brother was caught by them. Dragon Country netizens, Ing Yuan Yuan? Ah. I know this person, one of the compatriots tied by little Sakura. Dragon Country netizens, don't worry brother, with Sue God here, your brother will surely be saved. Immediately, the bullet comments changed tone, countless old viewers started explaining Su Tian's glorious achievements to this newcomer, comforting his anxious heart. Ing Xinshin, thank you all, hearing about Su God's power, I am relieved, in the future I will also watch other pioneers more and cheer for them. Inside the high tower. Park Jae-sang nodded and bowed as he led the way. Soon, Okabe Taro and the group of 5 finally saw the ruined wooden house in the snow. And at the wooden house door, that black and white giant beast lying on the treasure chest, looking clumsy but cute. Chapter 61, Instant Kill, Rescue Compatriots. Yoshi. Yoshi. Okabe Taro squeezed out 2 suppressed shouts of joy from his throat, his thick cheeks trembling slightly from excitement. There really are 2 treasure chests, and a floor full of boxes, this is going to be rich. He stretched out his short thick fingers and heavily tapped Park Jae-sang. You, work big work. However, that surge of greedy heat only lasted a few seconds before being extinguished by a cold sense of caution. Okabe Taro squinted, re-examining the scene in front of the wooden house. That black and white giant beast lay on the ground, motionless, looking foolish and clumsy. But under and around it, at least 8 boxes were scattered. Each box represented the life of a pioneer. One fool, able to kill 8 people in a row? Something was wrong. Every part felt extremely strange. Okabe Taro turned his head, lifted his chin toward Park Jae-sang, and spoke in a commanding tone. You, go first, we will cover you. The flattering smile on Park Jae-sang's face stiffened instantly. He was dumbfounded. This little Sakura is too sneaky. There are 5 of them, plus a level 7 strong one, dealing with a seemingly injured monster, yet they want him, an outsider, to go first? This is not leading the charge, this is clearly sending him to his death. Compared to this, the pioneers from the third world are much easier to fool. If he just walks up, that Tian hiding in the wooden house will definitely shoot an arrow through his head without hesitation. What to do? Park Jae-sang's brain raced, cold sweat dripped from his brow, sliding down his cheek, bringing a chilling sensation. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Taijun. Park Jae-sang suddenly bowed deeply, his posture humble to the extreme. Let me take those 2 dragon country people. They still have some flesh on them as bait, this way I can buy more time. Okabe Taro's gaze swept back and forth between him and the 2 dragon country people dragged in the snow. He hesitated for a moment. However, he quickly understood. Having 1 level 7 and 4 level 6s on his side was an absolute advantage. Surely this little stick wouldn't dare to pull any tricks. Go ahead. Okabe Taro waved his hand impatiently. With us here, you won't miss out on the benefits. Hi. Park Jae-sang responded heavily, turning and walking quickly to the 2 unconscious dragon country pioneers, untying the ropes on their feet, then dragging them half-pulling, half-tugging toward the wooden house. Each step felt like walking on a sharp blade. The cold sweat on his forehead surged even more, his back's thermal suit was nearly soaked. He gambled that Tian wouldn't make a move against him. At least, he wouldn't attack him, who was escorting his fellow countrymen, in front of their own people. He was right. In the wind and snow, no arrows were shot at him. Finally, he dragged the 2 to lean against the cold wall of the wooden house. Park Jae-sang gasped for breath, just about to relax when he looked down, and his whole body felt like it had been struck by lightning. That black and white giant beast lying on the ground, was it really sleeping? Its big black eyes were wide open, staring right at him, even with a hint of mockery. This creature has become cunning. It was pretending to be asleep. Just when Park Jae-sang was frozen in place, unable to move, a cold, emotionless voice floated from the broken window of the wooden house behind him. Don't play tricks, bring them over. It was Tian. Park Jae-sang's throat tightened violently, he made a swallowing motion, forcibly suppressing his fear. He turned around, waving his hand below and shouting with all his might. Taijun. This stupid cat is severely wounded and sleeping to recover, it's a great opportunity. To make his words more persuasive, Park Jae-sang lifted his foot and stomped hard on the furry backside of the little monster. Ah! I am wronged. Only humans can ride me. A voice of grievance echoed in Tian's mind. Tian made a shoe gesture and lowered his voice. Don't say controversial things, I haven't ridden you. In the distance, Okabe Taro watched everything closely. He saw that the little guy from the pickled vegetable country stood unharmed next to the monster, even daring to kick it. The last trace of doubt in his heart completely vanished. One survivor from a pickled vegetable country is unharmed, how could they 5 well-equipped Sakura warriors be in danger? Go! A cold murderous intent flashed in Okabe Taro's eyes as he drew his samurai sword, pointing its blade forward. First, subdue that monster, then kill that little stick for points. The 4 Sakura country pioneers behind him revealed cold smiles, drawing their weapons in unison. 5 figures turned into 5 blurry shadows in the wind and snow, charging toward the wooden house. However, just as they entered within 30 meters of the wooden house. Whoosh! 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 3 dark, cold beams shot out from the broken windows of the wooden house without warning, tearing through the howling wind and snow. Danger! There's an ambush! Taro Okabe's pupils suddenly constricted, letting out a hoarse shout. His companions behind him reacted quickly, instinctively raising their weapons to block. Clang! Clang! 2 loud metallic sounds rang out, as 2 pioneers successfully knocked the arrows away with their weapons, but the enormous force shattered their palms and numbed their arms. The 3rd pioneer, however, was not so lucky. Whoosh! The penetrating power of the star-patterned arrows exceeded his expectations, the thin blade could not stop it at all, and the arrow pierced right through his weapon, mercilessly embedding itself into his chest. He looked down in disbelief at the gaping wound in his chest, blood oozing out constantly, his body swayed and fell to the ground. And it wasn't over. Swish! 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 More arrows shot out from the wooden house, fast enough to form an impenetrable net of death. Tian's bow-drawing arm was moving so rapidly it seemed to leave after images, the string of his bow humming together as one. No longer worried about arrow consumption, he shot 6 arrows in a single second. Can't block it. These arrows are too fast. Too strong. Baka! What kind of attack speed is this? Screams erupted one after another. To perfectly block the star-patterned arrows, one had to seize the opportunity to slice from the side, but Tian's arrow speed was too fast, and the angles were too tricky, they simply couldn't react. In just a few seconds, 2 more companions fell, pierced by no less than 5 or 6 arrows, their deaths tragic. Taro Okabe's heart sank to the depths. He was horrified to discover that the black and white giant beast, which had originally been pretending to sleep, had somehow stood up, its massive body curled into a giant meatball, rolling towards him with a thunderous sound. It's over. Everything is over. For the Cherry Blossom Emperor. Eternal. Taro Okabe let out a desperate roar as he suddenly turned his katana towards his own neck. A perfect head flew into the sky, hot blood gushing out, instantly dyeing the white snow beneath him red. With his act of suicide, he prevented the enemy from gaining his points. And the last pioneer from the Cherry Blossom Nation, watching the giant meatball roll towards him, had completely lost the courage to resist. He didn't even get the chance to end his own life before he was crushed into a meat pancake by the monster's 2,000-kilogram weight. The whole battle lasted less than 20 seconds from start to finish. The wind and snow continued to blow. In front of the wooden house, only chaos remained in 5 cold corpses. Beside them, Park Jae-sang was completely dumbfounded. He opened his mouth, staring blankly at everything, his mind a blank. This killing efficiency is just too ridiculous, right? Is this guy named Tian really one of the pioneers who entered the tower with him? The gap is just too large. Even a level 10 pioneer wouldn't have such fast killing efficiency. A sense of lucky survival mixed with a deep-rooted fear surged within him. He was relieved that he hadn't acted hot-headedly and rushed in with the group of little cherry blossoms. Tian walked out of the wooden house, he ignored the dazed Park Jae-sang, and did not look at the corpses or the boxes. He resolved the battle quickly to save people. He hurried to the corner, crouching down to look at the 2 compatriots, bruised from being dragged, who were already gasping for breath. Their breaths were already very weak. Without hesitation, Tian directly bought 2 bottles of gleaming green special recovery potion from the trading market. He opened the bottle caps and carefully poured the liquid into the mouths of the 2. The potion slid down their throats, and a warm energy instantly spread within them. Their faces, which were originally pale as paper, began to visibly regain their redness. The faint breath also became steady and strong again. This series of actions left Park Jae-sang staring in shock once more. Special Effect Recovery Medicine. That was the top-tier restorative potion from 20 levels ago, with a market price of 30 energy cores per bottle. And now, in this extreme cold survival special dungeon, the tower's trading system charges an extra 50% sky-high tax. 2 bottles, that's a full 90 energy cores. Just like that used it? Used on 2 Dragon Nation people who seemed certain to die? Was it worth it? Park Jae-sang's mind was full of question marks, he felt his values were violently shaken. Wealth, points, these beliefs he lived by, in front of Tian, seemed worthless. In his heart, no, in the hearts of all Dragon Nation pioneers, there was a purer spirit, a spirit Park Jae-sang could not understand. After finishing all this, Tian slowly stood up, brushed the snow from his clothes, and his deep eyes became icy again, without a trace of warmth. Take a box, you can go. His voice was calm, yet carried an unquestionable command. I let you go this time, next time you won't be so lucky. Park Jae-sang shivered all over, instinctively wanting to force a smile, to say some friendly words. But when his eyes met Tian's cold gaze, all words stuck in his throat. What kind of look was that? Indifferent, purely indifferent. As if looking at a stone, a speck of dust. He had no doubt, if he said one more word, the next second, a star-patterned arrow would pierce his throat. All of Tian's patience was for his own people, not a bit was left for them. Park Jae-sang stiffly turned around, dared not show any provocation, grabbed the nearest box, and staggered into the blizzard, each step heavy and deep. Ayo. The human. Just let him go? He just kicked me. The little monster carried a pile of boxes back, stacked the loot in front of Tian, then leaned its huge head forward, looking sorrowful. Tian reached out and patted its furry head, soothing it. Next time we meet, I'll make you kick it back. Ayo. Okay. This scene, transmitted live, spread clearly across the entire Blue Star. Dragon Nation netizen, what kind of hell joke is this? That kick from the little monster, wouldn't Park Jae-sang just fly away? Dragon Nation netizen, smart little guy, used 2 compatriots to save his own life, but next time he won't be so lucky. Bear Nation netizen, this pioneer from the Kimchi Nation is the first to survive under Tian. Impressive. Sakura Nation netizen, baka. That's all by betraying allies. Kimchi Nation is a shame to the Western Alliance. Kimchi Nation netizen, allies? Damn it. That Okabe Taro of yours wanted to betray after use, isn't that betrayal? Sakura Nation netizen, nanny. That's called smart strategy, understand? What do you mean betrayal after use? Kimchi Nation netizen, hee, the Eagle Nation is right, no one is better at ambush than little Sakura. Baton Nation netizen, in short, none of them are good people, just stop arguing. Bear Nation netizen, this kind of alliance is not worth staying in, all backstabbing. Eagle Nation netizen, don't shout, Bear Nation, see how many of your pioneers are still alive. Bear Nation netizen, at least our pioneers are not cowards. If we die, we drag someone with us. In the tower. Tian opened the boxes dropped by Okabe Taro and the others one by one. As expected, there was nothing special inside, almost all were baked potatoes, roasted sweet potatoes, and similar food. Fortunately, the quantity was enough. With these deliveries his food reserves were already very sufficient, enough to survive the entire extreme cold challenge. He organized the loot and found a wind-sheltered corner to sit down. Xiaoguai immediately lay beside him, its huge body like a thick wall, blocking the piercing cold wind. Warm currents surged inside Tian. Eating could also increase experience. Ding, congratulations Explorer Tian, life level increased to LV.7. The tower's notification sounded in his mind. In the next moment, strength, speed, reflexes, every function of his body surged upward in a nearly savage way. Tian could clearly feel his muscle fibers reorganizing, bone density increasing, and nerve reaction speed continuously breaking limits. Tian suddenly opened his eyes, an unprecedented sense of power flooding every limb and bone. He clenched his fist, and the air made a faint explosive crack between his fingers. Sure enough, every life level increase brought the most direct and thrilling feedback. There was a feeling of controlling everything. Ding, 1 minute until the first snowstorm arrives, all explorers please prepare. The cold notification pulled Tian out of his intoxication with power. He immediately stood, walking to the center of the wooden house, checking that the campfire was still burning steadily. Then, he carefully carried the two still sleeping Dragon Nation companions to Xiaoguai's side. This guy's fur was thick and warm, a natural top-level warming mattress. As long as there was shelter, a stable fire, and enough food, the so-called white snowstorm was actually very little threat. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the wooden house, the wind and snow suddenly turned violent without warning. The wind no longer howled but shrieked sharply, like countless tortured souls wailing. Snowflakes turned into ice shards, mixed with stones, wildly hitting the already shaky wooden house. Ding, explorers exposed to the snowstorm will lose 1% of life per second. Tian could clearly feel the temperature inside dropping rapidly, and the satiety level depleting faster. Not bad, about 10% an hour, easy to endure. He did not care, even a bit bored, opening the virtual screen to check the number of survivors in the dungeon. Currently surviving, 710. The number flickered. 690. Dropping this fast? Tian was a bit surprised. He did not expect the snowstorm to be this fierce. It just started, and in 1 or 2 minutes, over 100 had died. Those outside who had not found shelter, or whose shelter was not strong enough, were probably facing a desperate slaughter. Tian shook his head, not thinking further. He took some sweet potatoes from his backpack, tossing them into the fire, and poured a bowl of steaming potato soup. Outside, a bone-piercing storm strong enough to shred steel. Inside, he drank hot soup, eating roasted sweet potatoes. This contrast gave him a subtle sense of comfort. Dragon Nation netizen, I'm stunned, what kind of life is Sushin living? Outside is disaster and apocalypse, inside he is peaceful? Someone would think he is on vacation. Dragon Nation netizen, the contrast is too strong. Other explorers freezing in the snow, Sushin drinking hot soup in a cabin. Bear Nation netizen, Yura. This is a true strong one, no difficulty can stop him from enjoying life. Baton Nation netizen, is this even a dungeon? Next door Western Alliance is losing their minds over a shelter. At this moment, a faint groan sounded. The two Dragon Nation companions leaning on Xiaoguai, eyelashes trembling, slowly opened their eyes. First time so many people read the newbie's book, so many following, comments, gifts, thank you readers, wow, the newbie loves reading readers' comments, whether bad reviews. Chapter 63 Tian, simple. Just kill through. Hugwa suddenly opened his eyes wide, his body reacting faster than his brain, flipping up from the ground like a carp. His muscles tightened in an instant, instantly entering battle mode. Little Sakura. I want you all dead. He let out a low roar, searching everywhere for anything that could be used as a weapon, even a wooden stick. Calm down, you are safe now. Tian leaned against the wall, arms crossed over his chest, speaking calmly. The familiar yet strange Dragon Nation tone made Hugwa's muscles relax, and the extreme killing intent slowly dissipated. He panted, his chest rising and falling violently, finally seeing Tian clearly. It's a Dragon Nation person. A comrade. Hugwa breathed a sigh of relief, then a surge of post-disaster excitement rose in him. He stepped forward, straightening his body. My name is Hugwa, Western Warzone Divine Dragon Special Forces. Tian, ordinary citizen. Tian replied simply. He truly had no official status worth mentioning. Hugwa's eyebrows knitted together. Comrade Su, although I don't know how you were chosen to enter, the high tower is very dangerous. Later, hide behind me. If danger comes, you run first, don't worry about us. Hugwei continued, instinctively placing his body between Su Tian and the door, assuming a protective stance. Earlier we were ambushed by 5 Sakura Nation pioneers, the situation is bad. The leader's life rank reached the terrifying level 7, we are no match. We must leave fast, before they return. After speaking, he bent to lifting Yuan from the ground, preparing to break out by force. Su Tian just waved his hand, his face calm. Comrade, the 5 little Sakuras you mentioned are already boxes, stacked in the corner. What? Impossible. Hugwei instinctively shouted back. He had personally experienced how strong those 5 were. Coordinated, fearless of death, each one an elite among elites. If it were on Blue Star without life ranks, he could handle it, but here, he had no chance. But when he followed Su Tian's pointing, his whole body froze. In the corner of the wooden house, 5 supply boxes marked with Sakura Nation symbols were stacked neatly. Next to those 5 boxes, there were even 5 more. Ah, this. Hugwei's mouth opened, but no sound came out. His mind was in chaos. Could it be the ancestor dragon showing power? He couldn't think of any reasonable explanation, just touched his forehead, feeling like his brain might explode. It wasn't his fault, Dragon Nation's national luck points were very tight, making it impossible to contact every pioneer. Ordinary pioneers like them knew almost nothing about the outside world, let alone Su Tian's past deeds. Hugwei turned his head with difficulty, testing his words. Comrade Su, these you did this? Su Tian nodded. Hugwei was completely silent, the air seemed frozen, only the wind and snow outside reminded him this was not a dream. He stood there, unable to say a word for a long time. In his memory, Dragon Nation had no such legendary person, had never heard of one. None of the 5 high tower managers had the surname Su. Could it really be a master among common people? He couldn't understand, and didn't want to think further. Hugwei suddenly straightened his back, facing Su Tian. He saluted with a standard military salute that was impeccable. Comrade Su is amazing. Hugwei, admire you. What orders do you have? I will follow them unconditionally. After speaking, he turned and walked to Yuan's side, grabbing him and lifting him up, slapping his face a few times, which still wore a confused expression. Slap. Slap. Yuan. Wake up. You're hugging a thigh. The crisp sound echoed in the wooden house. The latter's head buzzed from the slaps as he struggled to steady himself. Who am I, where am I? Hugwei shook his body, which was about 1.7 meters tall, to forcibly boot him up. He turned back, showing a big white smile to Su Tian. Comrade Su, you don't need to worry. We are brothers from the same battle zone. Though he looks small, this guy can fight 3 of me. He was the ruthless one who ranked 2nd in the last comprehensive ranking of the entire battle zone. Su Tian nodded and casually asked. Then who is first? It's the Soldier King, Linlongfeng. Hugwei answered. I'm not losing to him. Yuan, who had been confused, suddenly woke up like a cat that had its tail stepped on, defiantly retorting with a stiff neck. If it weren't for him being level 2 back then, he wouldn't be my opponent. Oh, it's him. Su Tian whispered, memories surfacing of that young man who had resolutely pointed a bow and arrow at him not long ago. Losing is losing. Come, let me introduce you. This comrade is called Su Tian, who just killed those ghosts, saved us. Hugwei interrupted. Yuan froze for a moment, hesitating for several seconds before turning to Su Tian and saluting him again. Comrade Su, hello. I am a member of the Shenlong Special Forces team from the Western Theater. Hello, I am Su Tian. Su Tian returned the salute. Yuan felt something was off. He scrutinized Su Tian's thin figure and turned to quietly ask Hugwei. Captain, why do I find it hard to believe? How did he manage to defeat those 5 cherry blossom pioneers? He doesn't look like he has any martial arts training at all. Shut up. Are you so loud that others can't hear? Hugwei slapped him on the back of the head again and then turned back, smiling a bit awkwardly. Comrade Su, forgive me. This kid is a bit thick-headed, but I guarantee he can be trusted on the battlefield. He paused, his smile fading, and a serious expression replaced it. Comrade Su Tian, our situation is not good. We are being completely encircled by the Western Alliance. Most of them have reached level 7, and some top pioneers, like the super soldiers of the Eagle Nation, Thunderboy, and Green Dwarfs, might even be level 8. Our current situation is terrible. What should we do next? Su Tian smiled lightly. What to do? Simple. Just kill through. Chapter 64, ranked first. Su Tian's words were light but hit like a boulder crashing into still water, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. The air in the wooden house froze for a moment. In the Dragon Nation's live broadcast room, the comments exploded at that moment. Dragon Nation netizen, wow. Comrade Su's words are just too domineering. Kill through. I love this word. Dragon Nation netizen, this is the man from our Dragon Nation. What super soldiers, what Thunder Boy, in front of Comrade Su are just chickens and dogs. Dragon Nation netizen, Comrade Su is mighty, it's time for those from the Western Alliance to feel fear. Sun never sets nation netizen, what gives him the confidence to say such things? What's his rank? He just killed a few low-tier enemies, does he really think he's invincible? Eagle Nation netizen, please, Dragon Nation netizens, open your eyes to the world. Go watch the Super Soldiers and Captain Mamba's live streams, stop getting high on Comrade Su's stream every day. In the tower. Even Hihugwa, with his usually calm demeanor, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He looked at Su Tian in shock, organizing his words. No, Comrade Su, we need to be realistic. Every road must be walked step by step. Though I don't know how you defeated those 5 pioneers from Sakura country, the surviving pioneers will only be stronger. Hihugwa's face was serious, he felt it necessary to make this seemingly unrealistic young man recognize the cruelty of the tower. Su Tian simply nodded, reaching out to stir the campfire. They are indeed strong, but my arrows are not without advantage. Hihugwa did not speak further. He opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words back. He felt Su Tian was a bit unrealistic, even arrogant. At the early stages of the tower, the suppression effect of life levels is extremely strong, just a one-level difference could be like heaven and earth. How dare he speak of one person breaking through several alliances? However, he had just been saved by Su Tian, so it felt awkward to expose his naivety directly. At that moment, a cold system prompt echoed in everyone's minds simultaneously. Ding! The first round of the snowstorm is over, supply acquisition rate decreased. Monsters will actively attack the Pioneer team. Airdrop treasure chests have been released. Second round of snowstorm arriving, 23 hours 59 minutes 0 seconds. Current score ranking list is now open. Phew. Finally over. Hihugwa let out a sigh, his tense body relaxing. He and Ing Yuan had long run out of food, he had just shamelessly eaten a lot from Su Tian. Although they were all compatriots, always eating and drinking without contributing made him feel bad. Right, the score ranking. It was just in time to let Su Tian see how strong those top 10 monsters really were. The top pioneers from the Western Alliance had grown up eating special food flowing out from the tower since childhood, and even before entering the tower, they had already reached levels 3 or 4 of life. Once inside, they would roll the snowball with resource advantages, the earlier levels were simply a massacre for them. He directed his gaze to the leaderboard on the screen. 10th place, King of the Ring George, affiliation, Sun Never Sets Nation, points, 98. 9th place. 3rd place, Captain Mamba, affiliation, Eagle Nation, points, 115. 2nd place, Green Dwarf, affiliation, Eagle Nation, points, 120. As expected, the top spots were almost dominated by the elites of the Western Alliance. Hihugwa's heart sank as his finger hovering over the list paused briefly. That first place must be that super soldier for sure. With a heavy heart, he slowly moved his gaze to the top of the list. In the next second, Hihugwa's body froze. He felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, his thoughts coming to a halt. He stared intensely at that name, and the emblem of the country behind it, his mind going blank. He even raised his hand, rubbed his eyes hard, and looked again. No mistake. The color drained rapidly from his face, only to flush bright red again. His mouth opened and closed unconsciously, making a cough-cough sound from his throat, like a duck being choked. Captain! Captain! Look! The first on the ranking list is Su Tian from our dragon country. Ing Yuan jumped up excitedly, pointing at the screen, his voice rising with excitement. Did you see? It's Su Tian. Comrade Su Tian is number 1. Shut up. I'm not blind. Hihugwa snapped back irritably, interrupting his enthusiasm. He took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling violently, then slowly exhaled. When he raised his head again to look at the young man who was still calmly roasting sweet potatoes, his entire aura changed. It was a mix of shock, ecstasy, and deep admiration from the depths of his soul. In his understanding, the instructors in the battle area were the idols he admired the most, unreachable mountains. Already equal to the teacher. Hihugwa suddenly tightened his stomach and puffed out his chest, standing with his legs together in front of Su Tian, saluting with a perfect military gesture. Comrade Su. Just now, I spoke a little too loudly, please don't take it to heart. Please, comrade, give the orders. I, Hihugwa, and Ing Yuan will unconditionally follow any of your instructions. Ing Yuan immediately responded, quickly standing in military posture as well, but his gaze towards Su Tian became even more excited and fiery. Su Tian pulled the baked sweet potatoes out of the fire, blowing off the ash on top. No need to be like this, just like before is fine. He handed one sweet potato over. Our goals are the same, for the prosperity and revival of the motherland, to ensure that all our compatriots can eat. Helping you is helping Longwa. He Hugwa and Ing Yuan nodded heavily and took the sweet potatoes. Comrade Su Tian. Ing Yuan swallowed the hot sweet potato in 2 or 3 bites, wiped his mouth, and stepped forward, filled with fighting spirit. Please accept my challenge. If I can defeat you, I will also be the first. Slap. He Hugwa slapped the back of his head again, fuming with fury, his eyes wide. Ing Yuan. Is there something wrong with your head? Don't be rude to Comrade Su Tian. Woof woof. I've heard you want to bully someone? A deep, displeased growl suddenly emerged. The black and white giant beast, often treated as a warming blanket by the two, rose to its feet without warning. Its massive body cast a huge shadow as a furry paw reached out, easily lifting Ing Yuan, who was over 1.7 meters tall, into the air as if he were a chick. He Hugwa and Ing Yuan froze at the same time. They then realized with horror that this thing was alive. Once He Hugwa saw clearly, he blurted out a national treasure phrase. Wow! How did you sneak our national treasure into the tower? Cough cough. Su Tian choked a little on his words, helplessly explaining. This is a pet I got in the tower, it just looks a bit similar. I didn't abduct any national treasure. Be careful, or I'll accuse you of slander. This scene sent the external livestream completely into fits of laughter. Longwa netizens, ha ha ha. Captain He, how could you say such a big truth? You're not giving our comrade Su face. Longwa netizens, quickly calculating Yuan's psychological shadow area, he must be collapsing. Just wanted to challenge the first, but got taken out by the first's pet. Xiongwa netizens, Yura. Please give us a couple of these dream bears, we need them too. Batangwa netizens, envious of those two, they can actually sleep on a small monster, that must be so warm. Ing Xinshin, sorry, my brother is just too embarrassing, he just wants to prove his masculinity. Longwa netizens, it's okay, it's brave to challenge when you know Comrade Su ranks first, this spirit is worth learning from. Longwa netizens, exactly, although his name sounds a bit feminine, he truly has masculinity, we admire him. Ingwa netizens, you still have the leisure to chat here, your hunter is coming to harvest you. Sakura country netizens, look at how many pioneering live streams from your Longwa are still on. Before the second snowstorm hits, they'll all be eliminated, ending this copy. Eagle country netizens, what good is ranking first? The true winner is the one who laughs last. Thanks to all the reader lords for your gifts, following updates, comments, and support, thank you. Chapter 65, Continuous Unboxing, Lord Level Creature. He Hugwa realized he had misspoken, his old face turned red, he cleared his throat and quickly changed the topic. Comrade Su Tian, now that the snowstorm has stopped, we need to hurry and get points. Do you have any plans? Su Tian did not answer immediately, his attention fell on the 2 silent and still extreme cold treasure chests in the corner. Now, the pioneers outside the shelter, basically all died in the first snowstorm. He spoke slowly, analyzing the situation. The rest are organized teams, waiting will be very slow, better open the chest first, increase combat power. He walked toward one of the treasure chests. Comrade Su Tian, wait. He Hugwa took a quick step forward, blocking Su Tian, his face full of open worry. The chest cannot be opened. He said urgently, spittle almost flying out. I understand the tower's mechanism, the chests in the dungeon, the chance of monsters appearing is lower than normal chests, but still at least 50%. You are first in points now, holding your rank is most important, no need to take this risk. Su Tian stopped and turned his face to him. It's okay. He said calmly. My luck is a little better than others. All Hugwa's persuasion stuck in his throat. He remembered that glaring first place on the leaderboard, and remembered his face just slapped by Papa, his weathered cheeks uncontrollably heated. He silently stepped back, no longer blocking, but his body tensed, right hand tightly holding the military knife at his waist, ready to fight to the death. Since he could not persuade, then prepare for battle, even if die, must protect Comrade Su. Su Tian ignored him, focusing again on the chest in front. All-seeing eye activated. Skill experience, large amount of skill experience, no matter your current skill level, forcibly upgrade 1 level. Tower skill transmission, enlightening, recommended for 99% of pioneers. Monster type, a big group of snow monsters approaching. Barrier snow monster, iron bucket snow monster, rugby snow monster. Protect your brain. Equipment type, gives you 2 random fine quality equipment. Recovered after extreme cold survival. This monster description quite funny. Su Tian complained in his mind. Monster type immediately deleted, it's winter, he does not want to waste stamina on meaningless fight. Equipment type also not considered, temporary equipment, too low value, will be recovered after dungeon, too much loss. Looking this way, skill experience is the best choice. His archery just reached level 6 not long ago, really needs the simple and brutal number increase. I choose skill experience. Next second, the chest opened with a sound. No dazzling light, no scary monsters, only a huge and pure warm flow gushed out from the chest, instantly filling Su Tian's body. Ding! Congratulations, your archery level increased, current level, LV.70%. Hua exhaled long, the palm holding the knife already full of sweat. He looked at Su Tian unharmed, sincerely sighed. Such good luck, this round is pure gain. However, before his sigh ended, he saw Su Tian walking toward the second chest without hesitation. Hua's heartbeat skipped a beat. What a joke! Again? In the tower's rules, consecutive chest openings increase monster chance geometrically. He remembered the instructor mentioned, opening the second chest consecutively, monster chance reaches 80%. His lips moved, the words cannot do almost slipped out. But finally, he bit his lips hard, swallowing the words. Since chose to trust, must go all the way. Hua gave a look to Yuan beside him, the two quietly gripped their weapons again, adjusting their bodies to the best power stance. At worst, use their lives to hold monsters, give Comrade Su a chance to escape. Su Tian naturally did not know the two behind had already prepared to die bravely. His attention was completely absorbed by the options of the second chest. Elite Monster, the strengthened Snow Monster is coming. Snow Giant, Red-Eye Snow Monster, Dance King Snow Monster. Wants to eat your brain. Strong choice, can experience the most exciting battle. Lord Monster, a huge snow demon is rushing over, life level 10, defeating it will drop rich rewards. Very challenging, choose fast. Item, Deadly Poison Potion ×1, crafted from 9,999 poisons of the tower, creatures below level 10 touching it are sentenced to death, can be applied on weapons, but do not lick. Here to eat brains again? Su Tian looked at that familiar description, feeling the tower had a bit of dark humor. He quickly eliminated the first two options. Elite monsters were acceptable, but that Lord Monster life level 10. This was already the entry limit in the extreme cold survival dungeon. Outside the dungeon, a Lord level monster would never be only level 10. This was not a challenge, it was a death sentence. The tower must be afraid the pioneers would not die fast enough. Looks like I can't recklessly open boxes in a row. If 3 monster options appear, I really can only run away. Su Tian quietly warned himself. His choice was, without doubt, the third. I choose the item. The treasure chest slowly opened. This time, inside lay a dark glass bottle sealed with thick soft cork. Su Tian picked it up and shook it gently. Inside, dark green liquid swirled thickly, not much, enough to coat 50 arrows. But this thing was simply a deadly weapon. Below level 10, touching it meant death. Unless the enemy had special immunity or antidote skills, under his god-level archery, it was 1 arrow, 1 victim. Good treasure. Seeing Su Tian open the loot safely again, Hua felt his breath stop. He inhaled sharply, feeling unbelievable. Luckily I held back from speaking just now. Otherwise my face would be ruined today. Teacher said right, do more, speak less, trust the power of believing. Hua spoke slowly. Successfully opened extreme cold treasure chest, points ×20. Successfully opened extreme cold treasure chest, points ×20. 2 chest openings gave Su Tian 40 more points. He glanced at the leaderboard. His points already led the second place, Green Dwarf, by a wide gap, forming a crushing lead. Let's go, the snowstorm stopped, time to move around. Su Tian stored the deadly potion and picked up the tyrant bow. I'll take you to earn some points. Hua and Yuan exchanged a look, both seeing uncontrollable excitement in the other. Yes. Comrade Su Tian. However, just as Su Tian was about to push the door, his movements suddenly froze. A strong, suffocating pressure came from afar with no warning. The wooden cabin trembled slightly, and the campfire flames were pressed downward by an invisible wind. Su Tian sharply looked up, peering outside through the broken window. In the wind and snow, a massive white shadow, almost touching the sky, walked heavily toward their shelter, step by step. It moved slowly, but each step was like a small mountain sliding. Su Tian immediately opened the info panel. Monster, Snow Demon, Lord level. Life level, 10. Skills? Description? A series of question marks made Su Tian's brain freeze for a moment. He remembered clearly, he did not select the Snow Demon just now. What kind of tower ELO mechanism was this? No running. Su Tian whispered, his fingers sliding hard along the cold body of the tyrant bow. It looked slow, but that was because of its size, actually, it was insanely fast. On the snowfield where snow reached thighs, escaping was very hard. Chapter 66, Fugitive, No Way Back. Run! Su Tian shouted loudly, his voice squeezed and slightly distorted. He did not hesitate at all, his body tensed, and in a leap, he flipped onto the small monster's broad back. An indescribable feeling of happiness, mixed with a thrilling sensation like electric currents, instantly spread from the monster's spine throughout its entire body, causing its massive frame to tremble slightly.
Oh whoa! Human! You finally want to ride me!
This makes me happier than eating 10 pounds of roasted sweet potatoes.
Shut up!
Tian smacked its furry rear head, a rare blush rising on his old face. Don't say such controversial things.
As a pet, it's completely normal for you to act as a mount for your master.
The small monster let out a sorrowful whimper, but its forelimbs were already moving, frantically digging through the snow that reached its thighs, turning into a black and white blur as it raced away from the snow demon.
This scene instantly ignited the global live broadcast. Sakura Nation netizens, Yoshi! He escaped. He finally knows fear. Look how arrogant he was before. Ha ha ha. Kimchi Nation netizens, the tower's mechanism has finally worked. Weren't you lucky with the treasure chest and didn't summon monsters? The system directly gave you a Lord level 1.
Just wait to die, Western bastard.
Eagle Nation netizens, his sinful life is finally coming to an end. The super soldiers will rid the world of him.
In the Dragon Nation's live room, countless netizens felt their hearts sink to the bottom, but the speed of their keystrokes did not slow down at all.
Dragon Nation netizens, you can only shout a few times now.
Usually, Sushin tears through, slapping your faces while you all keep silent, not daring to make a sound.
Dragon Nation netizens, it's those nation's pioneers who were scared silly by Sushin. What right do you have to be arrogant? Bear Nation netizens, hooray! Comrade Tian is still honorable despite his defeat. Is it really shameful to be chased by a Lord-level monster?
If your people were here, they would have already peed themselves in fear.
Dragon Nation netizens, I don't believe so. Sushin must have a way.
He can surely create a miracle.
India Nation netizens, there are no miracles in the tower. You're still dreaming. All I can say is, Tian, have a good death.
A sudden comment stopped the celebration of the India Nation.
Dragon Nation netizens, you're not doing any better, are you? Over 30 of you from the Western Alliance gathered together, and aren't you also blocked outside by a Lord-level snow demon? Eagle Nation netizens, so what? We have more people. Over 30 level 6 or higher elites can wear it down. What about your Tian? He's alone. Sun never sets Nation netizens, exactly, would all our pioneers together be worse than just your Tian? Inside the Tower Management Bureau.
Chu Baishui looked at the tiny figure being chased on the screen, a deep sense of helplessness gripping her heart. She understood better than anyone the terror of Lord-level monsters. The giant dragon that had torn her apart was a Lord level 1. Back then, her life level had already reached 21, yet she still had no room for even the slightest resistance. Although the snow demon in front of her was suppressed to level 10 due to the instance rules, that destructive power would not change in essence. She slowly spoke, her cold voice carrying a hint of exhaustion. Comrade Tian's performance has already been outstanding. It's a pity that the variables in the tower are unpredictable. With his current points, he can at least secure a top 3 position. This reward is already extremely generous, and it's the first time in 3 years that someone from our Dragon Nation has broken through the Western Alliance's blockade. The second administrator, Tian, nodded heavily. Ultimately, it's a lone strength against many. Unlike the Western Alliance, where so many gather together to share damage and take turns fighting. At worst, many could survive by fleeing. It's fine. Chu Baishui forced herself to perk up. Number 4 has sent back news. He has found a group of exceptionally qualified pioneers, and the second phase of the Spark Plan can just be launched. By then, Comrade Tian will also receive considerable assistance. No rush. The always silent number 1 administrator suddenly spoke. I believe Comrade Tian still has a chance. Chu Baishui suddenly frowned deeply. How is that possible? Number 1, you have never seen a Lord-level monster with your own eyes. Each of them has nearly unreasonable power. On the open snowfield, he is surely dead. No chance of survival at all, absolutely none. Number 1 did not argue, only lifted his head, those eyes like a still ancient while quietly looking at her. Do you dare to bet? One sentence blocked all of Chu Baishui's rebuttals. She remembered that she still owed 2 unfulfilled bets, and her cheeks instantly turned red, burning hot. But that pride rooted in her bones drove her to straighten her back. Bet. I, Chu Baishui, always dare to do and take responsibility. She met number 1's gaze and said word by word, if Comrade Tian dies this time, the previous bets are cancelled. If he survives, I will fulfill those 2 bets live on stream. Ha ha ha. Number 2 Administrator Chu Tian could no longer hold back, letting out a hearty laugh. Good granddaughter, don't cry when you lose. Number 1, don't look at him now with a stern face, very serious. He used to be very cunning, you can still change your mind, Grandpa will decide for you. Number 2.
Chu Baishua's body tensed, she glared at her grandfather. Here, I am not your granddaughter. During work, I am number 6. Please show me the most basic respect. I trust my judgment, it is my experience climbing to the 30th floor, it is my confidence. Chu Tian leaned back, carelessly waving his hand. He knew his granddaughter too well, a spirit in her bones that would never give up. Unfortunately, she had sailed smoothly for more than 20 years, only to meet a freak like Tian. Number 1 nodded. Fine, then let's see Comrade Tian, hope he can create another miracle. In the high tower. Wind and snow howled in his ears, Tian's face became serious for the first time. Eagle Eye, activated, the snow demon's enormous body infinitely drew closer in his vision, but the feedback was a complete blank. No flaw. This 30 to 40 meter high ice giant, entirely made of the hardest cold ice, structure seamless, no place could be called a weakness. He could even see his ordinary arrows, the moment they touched its body, frozen and shattered by the emanating extreme cold, not even leaving a white trace. This was even after his archery and life level had reached level 7. To cause any effective damage, only star pattern arrows could work. Just as Tian prepared to risk turning back, trying to pull with a star pattern arrow to test its reaction, the small monster beneath him stopped without warning. Inertia made his body lurch forward, he grabbed the small monster's thick fur to stabilize himself. Tian lifted his head. Ahead, no path forward. Beneath him, a bottomless cliff. He had become a fugitive, no retreat left. Chapter 67, No Cost, Full Power Output. This scene caused Tian's live stream room to flood with mocking comments. Sakura country netizens, shout. Dragon country, shout now. Forced to a dead end, tell me, how to fight. India country netizens, this is a disaster sent by Shiva, it is his own sin. Not worthy of pity. Eagle country netizens, seeing this scene is so satisfying, love to see dragon country netizens stubborn. Death penalty. Execute immediately. The mocking comments overwhelmed the screen, dragon country and allies' counterattacks were equally fierce. Dragon country netizens, God Su lost to a lord-level monster, not to your Western Alliance trash, what are you barking? Dragon country netizens, losing to a high-level monster in a high tower, is that something rare? How many times do the pioneers of your Western Alliance die in one day? Even in defeat, we are glorious. Bear country netizen, you can only talk now, in Master Tian's hands, you are nothing but a roadside dog. Eagle country netizen, bear country, don't talk, what right do you have? A bunch of freeloaders who come up with nothing, dare to speak to us? Sakura country netizen, saying more is useless, time will prove it, now I want to enjoy Tian's execution. At the edge of the cliff. Hubwa felt icy cold all over, every step that huge snow demon took, he could feel the ground tremble beneath his feet, a fear from the instinct of life nearly crushed his will. He turned around, his face showing the resolve only a soldier can have. Comrade Tian, kill us. He pulled Ying Yuan over beside him. Together our points are more than 10, even a little more is good. For Dragon Country, grab a little more resources. Ying Yuan bowed her head, her body trembling violently with fear and unwillingness. All the martial arts she had pursued all her life, the combat skills she was proud of, seemed so laughable in front of this towering giant. A crushing sense of helplessness almost swallowed her whole. Tian did not turn back, still showing the same calm expression, only his deep eyes burned with an unstoppable will to win. There is still a chance. His words pierced the wind and snow, clearly reaching the two of them. You two hide, don't die. Before the words fell, Tian already took out the E-Power Enhancer from his inventory. Without hesitation, he drove the needle hard into his thigh. The icy liquid injected, a burning sting exploded instantly, then a violent, indescribably strong power surged from the injection point into every limb. He could clearly feel his muscle fibers tearing and recombining stronger, his bones making subtle crack sounds, density crazily increasing. Blood roared through his veins with a deep thundering sound. A feeling of being able to do anything filled every inch of his body. Little monster, go! Tian shouted explosively. A roar of extreme excitement echoed in Little Monster's mind. Its massive body curled sharply, the meat cannon tank, skill activated, turning into a huge black and white cannonball, rushing toward the snow demon with a crash. Roar! The snow demon's huge head lowered, two cold blue lights locked on the charging little monster, it let out a deafening roar. The fist, made entirely of ice, bigger than a truck, tore through the air with a force that could shatter mountains, striking at little monster. Boom! The fist collided with the meatball, producing a dull thunderous sound. As expected, little monster's massive body was blasted away by the unstoppable force, rolling in the air along an exaggerated arc. But Tian knew, during meat cannon tank, 90% of the damage is immune, little monster only flew far, without real injury. And that was enough. Now! Tian spread his legs, sank his body, his back and waist stretched like a ready bow.
His arm muscles bulged, veins popping. For the first time, he slowly drew the tyrant bow into a full moon shape. The bowstring stretched to the limit, groaning under the burden. A terrifying energy gathered on the bow. Whoosh! 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 3-star pattern arrows left the string. The air screamed sharply. Then, another 3. Round after round, Tian's drawing arm moved so fast it left afterimages. The metal flood of star pattern arrows covered the snow demon's massive knee joints with deadly precision. Cling! 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 A dense series of. The crisp sound of metal striking cold ice exploded. The snow demon, capable of shattering glaciers, suddenly froze in its tracks. The enormous impact forced its massive body to stumble backward several steps, with each step cracking the ground like a spider's web. A series of insignificant damage numbers floated above the snow demon's head for the first time. Effective! Tian uttered quietly, his eyes bursting with a frightening brilliance. Though the damage was low, it proved that its defenses were not invincible. With his firing speed, as long as he had enough time and arrows, he could wear it down. At that moment, a black and white shadow rolled back from the distant snowstorm like a flying bullet. Ow! Pain flying away, I'm back again, I'll crash you. The little monster, filled with grievance and anger, took advantage of the snow demon's unstable balance caused by Tian's rain of arrows, and once again charged forth, smashing into the snow demon's shins. Bang! This time, the snow demon's massive body staggered from this unimaginable impact, its huge form tilting dangerously to one side, almost toppling over. Everyone was stunned by the little monster's overwhelming strength. This was no cute pet. It was clearly an ancient beast wearing a panda skin. What a great opportunity! Tian seized the moment of the snow demon's imbalance and went completely insane. He held back nothing, his bow arm moving so fast it almost sparked. He disregarded any cost, transforming all his satiation and energy cores into deadly star-patterned arrows, outputting at full power. Ding 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 ding! A torrential downpour of arrows rained down on the same knee joint of the snow demon. Roar! The snow demon let out a roar of furious rage. Insult! Though the damage wasn't high, the insult was severe. As a noble lord-level monster in the outside world, it was a ruler on the first level of the tower. When had it ever been humiliated like this, being pressed by 2 mere ants that weren't even level 10? It wildly swung its arms, trying to swat the annoying fly to pieces. But Tian's arrows kept limiting its movements, pushing it to the edge of frustration. Finally, under Tian's reckless barrage, the indestructible icy joint showed a tiny crack. Under the scan of Eagle Eye, a red dot flickered deep within the crack. A flaw. Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. He drew the last star-patterned arrow from his quiver, while his other hand pulled out a bottle of dark green, venomous potion. He carefully removed the cork, slowly applying the thick, ominous liquid onto the arrowhead. This potion was his final trump card, the true reason why he dared to face a lord-level monster head-on. So-called lord-level monsters, under the suppression of the extreme cold survival rules, were, after all, just level 10 creatures he, Tian, would not hesitate to kill. Tian drew back the bow, the bowstring forming a perfect, moon-like arc filled with terrifying power. This time, there was only one arrow knocked. An arrow with its tip coated in the thick, dark green liquid. He released his fingers. Hum! The arrow flew from the bow without the sharp explosive sound, only a dull, tearing vibration in the air. It flew slowly, even somewhat sluggishly, but the air around the arrow twisted bizarrely. For the first time, the snow demon's deep blue eyes locked onto Tian completely. It abandoned the thought of swatting away the little monster, allowing that black and white ball of flesh to crash into its leg. It had decided to withstand all damage and first turn this annoying ant into a puddle of meat in the snow to relieve its rage. Roar! Another roar erupted. The sound waves turned into solid shock, shaking the cliff under Tian's feet and splitting it with several cracks, his body shaking uncontrollably. But the arrow he shot did not stray, piercing exactly into the deep crack on Snow Demon's knee carved by countless arrows. Pooh! A soft sound, almost inaudible. The arrow sank in, leaving only half the fletching quivering outside. The deadly poison instantly rushed through the wound, flowing into Snow Demon's raging blood, spreading through its entire body. -800. -1500. -2500. A series of absurdly high damage numbers jumped wildly above Snow Demon's head. Snow Demon's huge body froze, it lowered its head in confusion. With just one glance, it saw its lower body turning an ominous purple-black at a speed visible to the naked eye. The spot on the knee hit by the arrow had ice and flesh completely rotted, turning into a puddle of stinking pus, dripping down endlessly. This poison is too fierce. In just a few seconds, it's already in this rotten state. Tian was also shocked by the effect.
Only a Lord-level monster like Snow Demon, with insanely long health, strong resistance, and abnormal recovery, could withstand this. If it were another level 10 elite monster, or some gatekeeper, one arrow might rot the entire body instantly. Touch it and die, the tower does not lie. Oh whoa! Man! That's awesome! The small monster, seeing the big one weakened, let out an extremely excited cry. It curled its body into a ball again, carrying an unstoppable momentum, and slammed hard into the unsteady Snow Demon. Boom! They collided again. This time, the small monster rolled back only a few times and stabilized. Clearly, the deadly poison had made Snow Demon extremely weak. Tian's Hawkeye swept again. The huge body of Snow Demon, around the knee joints, was now almost covered with deadly red spots. The small monster's charging speed grew faster, each hit precisely hitting Snow Demon's leg as it tried to move, making it lose balance again and again, unable to rise, only waving its arms in exhaustion. With a safe environment to shoot, Tian's arrows flew faster and faster. His bow arm moved so fast it was hard to see, ordinary arrows became a flood of death pouring out. Now, each arrow took more than 200 health points from Snow Demon. 1 minute later. The poison had spread to Snow Demon's head, its deep blue eye sockets now oozed purple-black pus. Snow Demon could no longer hold up its massive body. In its final moment of falling, its hateful gaze fixed on Tian, full of boundless hatred. It opened its rotten giant mouth and spoke a low whisper not of this world. I.A. Shub Nigurath. The next moment, Snow Demon's massive body crashed to the ground. Unlike monsters in the tower turning into points of light, in this dungeon, killing a monster caused rewards to explode out to stimulate conflict among explorers. Now, a Lord-level Snow Demon fell, golden light shot into the sky, countless food, materials, and energy cores covered the snowfield, almost flooding the cliff edge. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the extreme cold survival Lord monster, Snow Demon LV10. Gained massive skill experience, current archery level LV.10, 15%. Learn skill, invisible arrow, max. Your Dragon Kingdom successfully killed the first Lord-level creature, resource return efficiency increased, 10%, citizens' constitution increased, 10%. Gained points, 2,000, current points, 2240, ranking, 1. Seeing the series of system prompts, especially the huge points, even Tian was stunned. 2,000 points? This was completely against the tower's usual stingy style. He glanced at the leaderboard, the second-place green dwarf barely reached 170 points. The total points of everyone from 2nd to 10th on the leaderboard don't even add up to a fraction of his score. The tower probably couldn't even imagine that there would be a pioneer who, on the first day, could single-handedly defeat a Lord-level creature. And the moment the Snow Demon fell, Tian's livestream hit an unprecedented peak. The number of viewers watching globally at the same time broke 50 billion. A historic number. Dragon Country Netizen, whoa. 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 Whoa, whoa. Dragon Country Netizen, I have no education, so all I can say is this is awesome. Dragon Country Netizen, Western Alliance, don't leave the livestream. Where are you? Weren't you just mocking a second ago? Come back and keep calling out. Dragon Country Netizen, who said Tian couldn't do it? Who said he was doomed to fail? Stand up and shout loudly. Dragon Country Netizen, this moment must be written into history, it will shock the whole world. Bear Country Netizen, hooray. Tian's power shocks the West. This is how it should be done. Baton Country Netizen, so exciting. Dragon Country's big brother is rising again. Dragon Country Netizen, I'm witnessing a historic moment. At the same time, in the Joint Command Center of the Western Alliance, the atmosphere was as oppressive as it could get. The generals who had already opened champagne, preparing to celebrate Tian's death and divide the extreme cold survival ranking rewards, were now completely silent. The leading general from the Eagle Country, Mike, took heavy puffs of his cigar, the smoke swirling around him. He opened his mouth several times but stopped each time. Tian's actions couldn't be described as genius anymore. This was defying the heavens. Even though he had seen countless storms in his life, he had to admit that this young man from Dragon Country was creating an irreplaceable miracle. Or rather, he was the very definition of a miracle, a monster born from that eastern nation. That was a Lord-level creature. The entire Western Alliance's top combat power, after years of joint efforts against the tower, had only managed to kill a handful of Lord-level monsters. Every kill came at the cost of several top pioneers falling in battle. And Tian, a complete rookie who had just entered the tower less than half a month ago. A newbie who hadn't even passed the 5th floor of the tower yet. And he actually single-handedly killed one. If this person keeps growing. A ruthless light flashed in General Mike's eyes, and the fear once dominated by Dragon Country came rushing back. He put out his cigar and made a firm decision. Tian could not be allowed to keep growing. Otherwise, the cost to the Western Alliance to deal with him in the future would be 100 times, 1,000 times more tragic than now. Dragon Country must never be allowed to rise again. Hehe, thanks to all the readers for their support, gifts, and comments. Chapter 69, Zhu Baixue's Embarrassment. In the Tower Administration Bureau, the deathly silence was torn apart by an uncontrollable scream. We won! Then, the entire command room erupted like a barrel of gunpowder, instantly boiling over. We won! We are the champions! Oh my god! He really did it! He single-handedly killed a Lord-level monster. Everyone, no matter their position, gender, or age, completely abandoned their usual decorum and seriousness at this moment. They jumped up, faces flushed, waving their fists, and tightly hugged the people they knew best or even strangers. The joyful shouts, crazy cheers, and out-of-tune howls nearly lifted the ceiling of the command room. A few elderly professors, with their hair turning gray, now cared nothing for their scholarly dignity. They took off their glasses and let the burning tears flow freely down their cheeks. They kept repeating, "This is so great, so great. Dragon Country really needs this victory." Dragon Country had been suppressed for too long, it needed a decisive victory to boost the morale of the entire nation. And Tian's nearly miraculous hunt, without a doubt, was the most resounding victory. The most exhilarating jolt of adrenaline. Even the usually calm and steady number 1 manager slowly stood up from his seat. The lines on his face, marked by the passage of time, couldn't hide the curve of joy. He looked at the somewhat slender figure on the screen, raising both hands and clapping vigorously. Clap. 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 The applause was steady and powerful, drowning out all the noise around. The more he watched, the more he found Tian pleasing to the eye. This was the dream minister he had been searching for over 3 years, the one who could support the crumbling tower in times of danger. Beside him, Zhu Baixue was the first to leap up from her seat to cheer. At the moment when the snow demon crashed to the ground, all her pent-up emotions, worry, excitement, and joy erupted. She was even more excited and thrilled than when she had climbed 30 floors up the tower back in the day. Tian did it. He accomplished what she herself had not been able to do. He brought a victory to Dragon Country that would be recorded in history. So much so that she completely forgot about the vow she had just made not long ago. Just now, it seemed she had said that if she lost the bet, she would have to livestream fulfilling her promise in front of the whole country. Headstand shampoo. Eating the corner of a metal table. Who is she? She is Zhu Baixue. She is the Ice Mountain goddess in the hearts of countless young people in Dragon Country, one of the strongest 5 in Dragon Country, who once stormed the tower and made the Western Alliance tremble in fear. If she really had to do something so humiliating in front of the whole nation, she would completely collapse, inside and out. Of course, being willing to bet and to lose is no big deal. The key is she actually has a bit of social anxiety. The reason she always had a cold face was not out of arrogance, but because she didn't know how to interact with so many people. If she really did something so embarrassing, how could she face the elders and fellow villagers of the whole nation after that? She would rather go back to the tower and be torn apart by that giant dragon once again. While everyone else was still immersed in the sea of celebration, Zhu Baixue quietly lowered her head, her step stiff as she moved in front of Tian. She tugged at her clothing, her voice as faint as a mosquito's whisper, gently calling out, "Grandpa." Tian was grinning, enjoying this hard-won joy when he saw his beloved granddaughter come over. Without thinking, his big hand like a fan heavily patted her shoulder. "Xiao Shui, cough cough, number 6, why are you still wearing that serious face? Such a big joyful event, why don't you smile?" Boom! These words felt like a thunderclap to Zhu Baixue. She felt as if the sky had collapsed. Her heart turned to ashes, and her body began to sway slightly. She swore she would absolutely never make a vow again. The moment Tian spoke, he sensed something was off. Seeing his granddaughter's face lose all color in an instant, he immediately reacted. Knowing his granddaughter's prideful nature, she might really do something foolish to escape. He cleared his throat, reining in his smile and straightening his face. "Xiao Shui, you have to stick to your word. If there's something you can't accept, you have to finish the livestream. A real man stands by his actions." Zhu Baixue's face grew even paler. "Grandpa, I am a woman, not a real man." Her voice trembled slightly, but she still held herself upright. "However, I will do it." Seeing Zhu Baixue's desperate look as if she was facing death, Tian's heart softened. He sighed deeply, patted her shoulder again, and his voice slowed considerably. "Xiao Shui, Grandpa also lost the bet, so let's do this, I'll start the livestream first. At that time, I will call my unruly child over, and our whole family will stream together. When there are more people, you won't look so special anymore." Hearing this, Zhu Baixue suddenly raised her head, and a glimmer of light finally reignited in her dim eyes. Indeed. Streaming alone is like a public execution, it's extremely awkward and embarrassing. But if the whole family does it together, then it seems relatively normal. She lowered her head, her voice delicate. Thank you, Grandpa. Hearing this long-awaited, reliant gratitude, Tian's smile became even more satisfied than before. Since this girl grew up, she has been too independent, too strong. It has been a long time since she sweetly called him Grandpa like she did when she was young. This thank you instantly brought back the feeling from the past for Tian. He felt that if his old face was lost, then so be it. In the tower. When the aftermath of the snow demon collapsing completely settled, the exhilarating feeling that supported Tian's battle also receded like a tide. The negative effects of the strength enhancer surged up without warning. A strong sense of dizziness suddenly seized his brain, everything in front of him began to spin, and his legs went weak, his body uncontrollably leaning forward. Comrade! Hugua, quick-witted, leaped forward in a swift motion, using his solid arm to steady Tian's swaying body. You worked hard. Yuan also hurried over. He clumsily pulled out a few still warm baked potatoes and sweet potatoes from his pocket, then fumbled to open a bottle of mineral water, awkwardly handing it to Tian's mouth. Tian received it, leaning against Hugua, gasping heavily. His voice was somewhat weak. You guys go collect supplies first, there are many bonus points. I will rest for a bit and eat something. He raised his head, looking toward the snow-covered ground bathed in golden light not far away. The rewards dropped by the snow demon piled up like a mountain, almost covering the entire edge of the cliff. He glanced at it. As long as they collected some of these rewards, Hugua and Yuan's points would soar like a rocket. At the very least, they could firmly secure a spot in the top 3 on the leaderboard. Chapter 70, Rich Rewards, Profit. The hunger in his stomach, which felt like it could burn through his insides, finally eased only after swallowing dozens of pounds of food. He slowed down his eating. Not because he was full, but because he was sick of it. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, black bread, the specialty of this hellish instance was so bland it could make a bird cry. Tian even began to miss the wishful thinking canned food in his inventory that he hadn't dared to open yet. Especially the braised beef flavor, it was absolutely delicious. The little monster next to him wasn't picky at all. As soon as the fight ended, it dove headfirst into the pile of food, its massive body buried between the baked potatoes and sweet potatoes, leaving only a round, plump but sticking out, wiggling around. The chewing speed did not slow down but rather increased, making a sound like thunder. Eat, eat. Look how hungry the kid is. Tian smiled faintly. This time, they managed to defeat the snow demon, and the little monster put in a lot of effort. If he hadn't been using the meat shield to keep the snow demon busy, he wouldn't have had such a good output environment. Moreover, activating the meat shield consumed 10 points of satiety, so getting hungry was completely understandable. Tian withdrew his gaze and took a quick glance at his rewards panel. Ding! Congratulations, your archery level has improved, current level, LV.10, 15%. His skill jumped 3 levels, and his archery grew even stronger. Ding! You have mastered a new skill, Invisibility Arrow, Max. Invisibility Arrow, the arrow shot will enter an invisible state, completely disappearing on the physical level, as if entering another space, only appearing at the moment it contacts the target. Strong. Tian felt a stir within. Although there is no direct damage bonus, the tactical value of this skill is immeasurable. Invisible means it can't be blocked or easily dodged. Used for sneak attacks or in combination with skills like stealth, it's simply unbeatable, unpredictable. The only regret is that, because it's an extreme cold survival dungeon, the snow monster didn't grant him any life experience bonuses. Otherwise, he would at least be a level 10 explorer by now. Comrade Tian. Hugua's heavy breathing rang in his ears, interrupting Tian's thoughts. He couldn't help it, he ran back from the pile of supplies, and the face that was usually tense, serious, and determined, now radiated an almost happy glow. The rewards are truly massive. We collected all the energy crystal cores, and there are about 1,000 of them. He carefully handed a bag full of crystal cores to Tian. Take this first, we'll go collect more. Tian nodded and reached out to take it. The bag was heavy in his hand. When his fingers touched those cold crystal cores, filled with massive energy, the pain he had felt earlier from shooting the star-patterned arrows without hesitation instantly vanished without a trace. You see, just a few minutes ago, that brief battle had almost exhausted all his previous accumulation. His savings were nearly empty. If the battle had dragged on for another minute, he might really have run out of arrows. Luckily, he won this big gamble. The feeling of suddenly becoming rich made all his tense nerves completely relax. With his reserves replenished, Tian could no longer hold back. He directly pulled out the skill book, Stealth, from his item bar. Originally, he had planned to wait until this extreme cold survival mission was over to learn it, since learning it inside the tower could save a lot of transaction tax. But now, there was no need for that at all. Resources were more than enough. Increasing his strength was the way to go. Ding, would you like to consume parasitic core times 2, centipede scorpion core times 2 to learn the skill, stealth? Learn.
Ding, purchasing materials will consume energy crystal cores times 200.
Purchase and learn.
The next second, the skill book transformed into a flash of light and merged into Su Tian's body.
On the other side, He Hugua and Ying Yuan were experiencing a joy comparable to the autumn harvest. They roughly estimated that just the food dropped by the snow monster exceeded 3,000 pounds. Next, there were various materials of all kinds. They couldn't understand why a monster made of ice and snow would drop over 100 types of materials with different attributes and origins. But, after a simple check of the prices in the trading market, each one was worth quite a lot. In addition, there were precious items like rapid recovery potions, agility enhancers, explosive arrows, and even 2 silver glowing treasure chests. Yuan, collect all these and send them to Comrade Su Tian.
He Hugua straightened his back, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at the quiet figure in the distance, sincerely marveling. Our dragon nation is truly lucky to have Comrade Su Tian. We must work hard and improve our strength, so as not to let down the expectations of the people.
Ying Yuan replied softly.
He Hugua sensed something was off, so he turned around and saw Ying Yuan crouched on the ground, holding a pair of black metal tiger claws, staring at them in a daze.
He Hugua walked over and snatched the tiger claws away.
Comrade Yuan, his voice was somewhat stern, you can't let an item corrupt your thoughts. Don't forget, it was Comrade Su Tian who trusted us and allowed us to organize these supplies.
Ying Yuan suddenly looked up, standing straight from the ground.
Captain, I just really like. His voice was a bit dry, but there was no trace of greed in his clear eyes. But don't worry, I stand firm and am clean. I will never take a single needle or thread that does not belong to me. He Hugua fell silent.
How could he not know that his team member was a natural-born martial arts genius?
With a single hand in mixed martial arts, he was invincible across the entire western battlefield, a true tough guy who forged his future with a pair of iron fists. Unfortunately, after entering the tower, he was left empty-handed, facing all sorts of strange monsters, suffering too many losses. And this fine-quality knuckle duster was practically tailor-made for him. But a fine-quality weapon, in the tower, was a truly strategic resource, priceless and extremely rare, its scarcity beyond imagination.
Su Tian had only torn apart the snow demon's defense with the help of his overlord Bao.
Otherwise, even with a different Bao, not even a star pattern arrow could break through the defense.
He patted Ying Yuan's shoulder and softened his tone. Don't worry, it's just a piece of equipment. After we get through these tough days, I'll get you a whole new set.
Yes, Captain.
Ying Yuan nodded heavily.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the extreme cold survival, a team led by Eagle Nation's super soldiers, made up of over 30 top explorers from the Western Alliance, finally drove away the snow demon that had attacked them, after suffering heavy losses of 7 dead and 8 injured. However, when a pile of rewards exploded onto the ground, every single person's eyes were filled with greed. The teammates who had just fought side by side now became their greatest competitors. Chapter 71, A Sharp Contrast, The Fair Eagle Nation. In the global live broadcast room, the bullet screens from different countries formed a sharp contrast.
Sunset Empire netizen, did the Dragon Country see this? Who said our Western Alliance isn't united? Didn't we drive off a Lord-level monster too?
Eagle Nation netizen, our super soldiers and Captain Mamba both have leadership charisma, that's key.
Sakura Country netizen, that's right, thanks to Eagle Nation's protection, we were able to defeat the Lord-level monster. Kimchi Country netizen, Western scum, how much do you have to suck up? Your national idol, Gaoshi Miao Miao, was just dragged out by the super soldier to block a knife, and you can tolerate that? Sakura Country netizen, Baka. Who asked for your opinion?
Gaoshi Miao Miao blocking the knife for Eagle Nation is her honor, unlike you, who are afraid of death.
Kimchi Country netizen, afraid of death? Our leader, Appa, performed just as well. Dragon Country netizen, this is your so-called unity? You're fighting again over just a few words, don't you think it's ridiculous? Baton Country netizen, don't remind them, I think they'll fight some more.
Bear Country netizen, I think Kimchi Country contributed more, Sakura Country is still a little lacking.
Kimchi Country netizen, did you see that, little idiot? The eyes of the crowd are sharp. Sakura Country netizen, no way. Just wait and see when the rewards are distributed, the super soldier will give more to Eagle Nation. In the tower.
Over 30 explorers slumped in the snow, panting heavily. Their bodies were covered in scars, their thermal suits tattered, and each of their health levels had dropped to a dangerously low point. But in front of them was a vast expanse of loot, scattered across the snow. The rewards for driving off the snow demon weren't as many as the direct kills from Su Tian's side, but with the addition of the large number of iron barrel snow monsters and roadblock snow monsters they had cleared along the way, the total reward was still astonishing.
Golden and silver lights flickered across the snow, stimulating every survivor's exhausted nerves. Everyone's breath grew heavier, and within their tired bodies, the flames of greed were reignited. A burly man with blonde hair and blue eyes stood up from the crowd. He was the top powerhouse of Eagle Nation, the Super Soldier. The Super Soldier scanned the group, his face showing a gentle yet powerful confidence. Everyone, don't worry. Eagle Nation is the most fair and just. Any explorer who participated in the battle will get the reward they deserve. His words helped ease the tense atmosphere in the room a little. The Super Soldier gave a subtle signal to Captain Mamba beside him, and the latter immediately understood, leading several Eagle Nation pioneers to start distributing the spoils. Captain Mamba moved quickly, roughly dividing the supplies into piles. Pickle Nation, 1 share. He casually pointed to a small pile. Eagle Nation, 1 share. He gave a larger pile to his own people. Cherry Blossom Nation, 1 share. Another small pile. Eagle Nation, 1 share. A bigger pile. India, 1 share. Eagle Nation, 1 share. This process repeated over a dozen times, the supplies on the snow visibly decreasing, while the Eagle Nation pioneers' piles grew into small mountains at their feet. Before long, the rewards were all distributed. The Super Soldier stepped forward, his face still wearing that gentle smile. How is it? Anyone with objections, speak now. The air was deathly silent. All the non-Eagle Nation pioneers stared hard at the huge piles of supplies, their chests heaving violently, teeth grinding. A surge of humiliated anger raged inside them, almost burning away their reason. Finally, a small-statured Cherry Blossom Nation pioneer stepped forward. It was Sasaki. Watashi. His voice was sharp from excitement. Super Soldier, our Takashi Minami sacrificed herself to protect you. I think we should get a bigger reward. Oh? Really? The Super Soldier's smile grew wider, but a chilling coldness hid in it. He slowly walked to Sasaki, his tall figure casting a huge shadow that completely covered him. Sasaki instinctively stepped back half a pace, but still forced himself not to lower his head. In the next moment, the Super Soldier moved. His arm became a blur, and before Sasaki could react, with a soft PSH, the whole arm had pierced his heart. Is this enough? Warm blood splashed on his face, making his gentle smile look utterly savage. Blood gushed from Sasaki's mouth. He lowered his head, staring in disbelief at the arm that went through his chest. Masaka? WHY? The Super Soldier slowly withdrew his arm, wiped it on Sasaki's clothes, shaking off the blood. Humph, little cherry blossoms are best at ambushes. I just feared you might sneak attack me, just self-defense. Sasaki's body shook, then fell straight down, becoming a cold box. The Super Soldier picked up the box, turned around, and looked at the remaining pioneers. Anyone else have objections? This time, no one dared speak. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Anger, humiliation, fear, all emotions mixed, eventually turning into powerless silence. They had used many precious items to drive away the snow demons, and their health was nearly gone. Meanwhile, the Super Soldier and his core team had only rushed out at the last moment, and their status was almost full. Resistance meant death. Seeing this, the Super Soldier let out a hearty laugh, with a righteous tone. We are all from the same alliance. Eagle Nation will never treat anyone unfairly. He pointed to the leaderboard. When rewards are settled, we will take the top 10, the rest you can divide by your own strength. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Everyone understood, all their efforts were just to make clothes for Eagle Nation. This scene made the live broadcast outside explode again. Dragon Nation netizen, why is everyone silent? Don't you like to talk? Dragon Nation netizen, it's really fair, 1 share for you, 1 share for me, no problem. Dragon Nation netizen, they really never learn from history. Pickle Nation netizen, little cherry blossoms, did you see? Who contributed more is clear now. Netizen from country A3, Lord Shiva above, this must be losing the wife and soldiers at the same time. I still remember, last night Gao City Myo entered the tent of Eagle Country, 7 or 8 people, the scene is unimaginable. Netizen from country Baton, country A3 netizen is cultured. It is just that in some way they are not good. After a few minutes Gao City Myo's live room signal recovered. Netizen from Sakura Country, shut up. Baka. Baka. Gao City Myo is pure, you are not allowed to stain her. He must have gone in to discuss something. Netizen from Kimchi Country, ha, useless husband. Netizen from Sakura Country, this is just that we are not working hard enough, next time we will definitely help Eagle Country better, you are just jealous. Netizen from Eagle Country, Sakura Country speaks correctly, moreover this kind of reward distribution has no problem, distributed by contribution, it should be that our country's pioneers work harder, nothing wrong. Netizen from Dragon Country, 666. Eagles have really thick faces. In the tall tower, a heavy silence covered everyone.
At this moment, a sharp whistling sound came from the sky.
Everyone instinctively looked up.
They saw two huge, entirely red metal boxes, dragging long tail flames, falling rapidly from the gray sky.
Airdrop boxes. They were like burning meteors, instantly attracting everyone's attention.
Chapter 72, Fighting for Airdrops, Scene Out of Control. The super soldier raised his head, finger pointing to the sky.
2 airdrop treasure boxes.
He turned, his eyes scanning everyone present.
Our Eagle country takes one, all the rest of you share the other. Anyone has a problem?
Several pioneers from Country A3 shook their heads continuously, bending very low.
No, no. One of them loudly agreed.
This is fair, just.
Truly the great Eagle Empire.
The super soldier nodded with satisfaction. He waved his big hand, pointing to the farther airdrop box.
Go, the reward that belongs to you is there.
As soon as he finished speaking, elites from Sakura Country, Kimchi Country, Country A3, and Sun Never Sets Country rushed out one after another.
Snow on the ground instantly rose in white dust.
They were afraid of being a step slower, so the good things in the box would be taken by others.
Captain Mamba looked at the retreating backs, walked to the super soldier's side. Really giving them?
He snorted coldly.
These people now hurt and broken, no use at all. Giving them an airdrop treasure box is not a waste?
The super soldier adjusted his collar.
Giving them? Dream on.
He turned to the other 5 core team members behind him. Wait until they fight enough, both sides hurt, then our Super 7 group directly goes to reap. People and supplies, all ours.
Hearing this, the remaining 6 Eagle Country pioneers grinned, showing white teeth.
On the other side, at the cliff.
Ding. Stealth skill, learning successful, current level, 1. Effect, silent and traceless, stop breathing. Tian looked at the skill description on the virtual screen. Level 1 effect is simple.
No footstep sound when moving, no footprints left on snow, remove scent, hair, and other physical traces.
At the same time, can completely block own breathing and heartbeat.
Unless the opponent has special scouting skills to counter, very hard to be discovered at early stage. Of course, using it face to face has no effect.
Enough. Tian closed the screen.
He raised his head, looking at mid-air. 2 airdrop boxes were falling rapidly, one landing less than 2,000 meters in front of this cliff.
Tian's heartbeat slightly accelerated.
Rewards in the airdrop box were extremely rich, guaranteed to have a high-quality blueprint, if lucky, even perfect-level blueprint, or some very rare special items.
Every airdrop instance, the competition is very fierce.
Besides high drop rate, the most important point is, airdrop boxes never contain monsters. This is the main reason all pioneers rush for it. But this most important advantage to others was, in fact, the least relevant to Tian. Tian turned his head, looking at Hihugwa and Yuan, who were collecting the snow demon's dropped items.
You 2 comrades, stay here and continue collecting the rewards.
He stretched out his hand and patted the little monster's back beside him.
The competition over at the airdrop box will definitely be intense. It's too dangerous to take you with me.
Hihugwa stopped his actions and stood up straight. His lips moved, wanting to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. He pressed his legs together, raised his right hand, and gave a standard military salute.
Comrade Su, take care on your journey. Tian returned the salute and then mounted the little monster's back.
The little monster exerted force with its limbs, its massive body charging through the snow, soon disappearing into the storm. Hihugwa watched the direction Tian had left, letting out a long breath of white air. The high tower was full of twists and turns, with deadly intent lurking everywhere. He understood that this farewell might very well be a permanent one.
Hihugwa knew that a person like Tian was destined for greatness.
He was a true dragon soaring in the heavens. To have fought side by side with such a person was already a great honor. When Tian completely disappeared from view, Yuan casually scanned the snow, and suddenly, a faint golden light caught his attention.
A brilliant golden glow seeped through the snow beneath.
He quickly increased his speed and cleared the surrounding snow.
An exaggeratedly styled, dark golden knuckle duster quietly lay there.
Yuan stood still, his mouth slightly open. This was exactly the ultimate close combat weapon he had been dreaming of, hoping to obtain.
This.
He couldn't utter a word for a long time. Hihugwa came over and slapped him on the shoulder.
Take it. This is left for you by Comrade Su. Make good use of it. Yuan nodded heavily, muttering an as he put the knuckle duster on his hand.
At the other end of the snowfield, the airdrop box slammed heavily into the ground, creating a huge crater. The metal box emitted scorching heat, melting the surrounding snow into a puddle of muddy water.
A dozen elite members of the Western Alliance surrounded the airdrop box. No one took the initiative to open the box. Everyone was on guard against each other, weapons drawn, the atmosphere tense. In the fight for this only airdrop, all kinds of underhanded tricks brewed wildly in their minds. Park Jae-sang stood on the edge of the crowd, his right hand quietly moving toward his waist. He had long disliked the Asen country pioneers in front of him. If it hadn't been for Tian being the one lying in ambush at the shelter earlier, he probably would have lost his chastity by now. Now that the Eagle country person was absent, it was the perfect opportunity for revenge. He pulled out his nunchucks, his arms suddenly exerting force. Whoosh! The nunchucks created a fierce gust of wind as they smashed toward the back of an Asen country pioneer's head without any warning. Bang! The Asen country pioneer didn't even have time to scream, his head caving in, and he fell stiffly to the ground, turning into a rectangular box. Everyone around was shocked by the sudden turn of events. Park Jae-sang immediately shouted, "Western bastard! I saw this person secretly colluding with the Dragon Country people. He deserves to die." The airdrop was right in front of them, and no one cared to distinguish whether his words were true or not, nor did they care about the box on the ground. Park Jae-sang grinned, showing 2 rows of teeth. He secretly rejoiced. Sure enough, after fighting with a strong person like Tian a few times, you really can learn a lot of practical things. At this moment, on the other side, King of Fighters George suddenly erupted as well. His fist, as big as a clay pot, with a whooshing sound, slammed into another Asen country pioneer's chest. Crack! The sound of broken ribs was sharp and ear-piercing. The person flew backward several meters, dying on the spot. George couldn't even be bothered to come up with an excuse. He shook the blood off his fist. "You filthy slave, see if you dare to look down on the empire of the rising sun again." The remaining few pioneers of the Asen kingdom were completely enraged. "Brothers, this man is racist. Hit him." The Asen kingdom pioneers shouted loudly, lifting their weapons as they charged at George and Park Jae-sang. The scene instantly spiraled out of control, a full-scale brawl erupted. Meanwhile, Tian had already activated stealth, arriving at a sloped area over 100 meters away, quietly watching this farce. Chapter 73, The Power of the Invisible Explosive Arrow, Total Annihilation. Tian hadn't even had time to make a move, yet this so-called Western Alliance elite group began fighting on their own. Good, it saved him a lot of trouble. Harvesting them became much easier. This scene, broadcast live, spread across the globe, flooding the chat of every country's livestream. Netizens of Dragon Country, it's over, God has become sly again, this Western Alliance pioneer group is in big trouble. Netizens of Dragon Country, this spot is perfect, high above, clear view, wind blowing from his side, sound can't reach him, truly God, so sneaky. Netizens of Dragon Country, upstairs, what are you talking about? This is called strategy, understand? Netizens of Bear Country, luckily we are allies with Dragon Country, otherwise facing a master like Tian, our pioneers would have gone insane. Netizens of Baton Country, thinking about how the Westerners bragged about their unity, I can't stop laughing, so united, they just fight in a mess. Netizens of Sakura Country, Tian has no samurai spirit. Just hiding and ambushing, a deceitful coward. Netizens of Kimchi Country, exactly. If you're brave, fight face to face, so unmanly. Netizens of Asen Kingdom, serves them right, all of them. When it comes to ambush, who can beat you? Shiva above, please bless Tian to kill them all. Netizens of the Sun Never Sets Country, losing the fight is fine, Asen must die. Your Asen pioneers are already all eliminated. Netizens of Italy, oh my god, what's the point of talking now? Soon Tian will ambush them, stop it. Netizens of Gaul Country, right, now is the time to unite. Netizens of Dragon Country, unite now? As soon as you stop, Tian's arrows will shoot immediately. Netizens of Gaul Country, humph. I admit Tian is strong, but he is only one person, he can't kill all of us before he runs out of energy. Netizens of Dragon Country, you speak so boldly. In the tower, the bloody brawl finally came to an end. On the snow, bodies lay scattered, hot blood melting the white snow, quickly frozen by the cold into dark red ice, eventually forming rich boxes. Only 12 people survived. Gasping for breath, they clutched their weapons, watching each other warily, each with marks of battle on their bodies. Park Jae-sang's chest heaved violently, he glanced at the boxes on the ground and then at the distant airdrop chest radiating an enticing scent. Should we just forget it? He suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. Open the airdrop, split the rewards, and after we leave, we are still the Alliance. The remaining people exchanged glances. After a few seconds of silence, someone nodded. Agreed. No need to fight more, let's open the box first. Yes, split the stuff first. Indeed, with fewer people dividing, each could get a bigger share. Continuing the infighting would only benefit others. The 12 reached a fragile consensus, sheathing their weapons, dragging their tired bodies step by step toward the airdrop chest. Watching them approach, Tian smiled faintly.
He drew an unusual arrow from his quiver. The arrow was entirely red, with a triangular tip, engraved with complex explosive runes. The explosive arrows, a rare item dropped after killing the snow monster, total of 30, non-sale item. After landing, there is a violent explosion within a 5-meter radius, causing extremely high damage. He knocked the arrow on the overlord bow, the bowstring slowly pulled back. Whoosh! The arrow left the string, drawing an inconspicuous red line in the air, hitting the metal shell of the airdrop box precisely. Boom! A deafening roar exploded. The raging shockwave mixed with metal fragments swept all around. The nearest several pioneers reacted slowly, without even having the chance to scream. Their bodies were blown to bits, with severed limbs flying everywhere. A few quick-reacting ones rolled to the ground at the moment of the explosion, barely dodging the deadly shockwave, yet were still thrown away, dazed and injured, their bodies marked with deep wounds that exposed bone from shrapnel. Fuck! Which little loser did this? A Gaul pioneer, covering his blood-soaked arm, got up from the ground and cursed loudly. Didn't we say to cease fire? The surviving people around looked innocent, still shaken, staring at each other, each bearing wounds. Su Tian. Park Jae-sang's body stiffened, a cold chill shot from his tailbone to the top of his head. The fear he had finally suppressed was awakened once again. He didn't know why the explosion happened so suddenly, but in the whole instance, the only one capable of launching an attack so silently was that elusive Su Tian. He couldn't think of another. Run! The only word remaining in Park Jae-sang's mind. He didn't care about the airdrop, didn't care about the rewards. If he was even a moment slower, the next arrow could land on his head. He suddenly turned around, using all his strength, sprinting away from the airdrop box. Park! Where are you going? King George clutched his pounding chest, confusedly shouted. Earlier in the chaos, the two had been allies fighting side by side. Park Jae-sang didn't look back, terror written all over his face. Su Tian is here. Take my advice, run. Don't look back. His voice was torn apart by the wind and snow. Run? Is it necessary? George snorted dismissively. It's just Su Tian, right? We still have so many people now, he should be the one scared. Before George could finish his words, Park Jae-sang's figure had nearly disappeared at the end of the snowstorm. He turned his head, spitting a mouthful of bloody saliva. Coward from kimchi country. Just as he turned around, a strong sense of crisis coming from the meat shield profession made all the hair on his body stand on end. He didn't have time to think, his body made the most instinctive reaction, like a hungry dog pouncing. He awkwardly dropped to the ground. The next second, another violent explosion sounded at the spot where he had just stood. Boom! A few figures close by were lifted high by the shockwave of the explosion, tracing a parabolic arc in the air, then fell heavily onto the snow, silent. George felt his mind go blank. He screamed in despair. Where? Where is he? What flew by? Unfortunately, responding to him was the third explosive arrow shot by Su Tian. Ah! Help me! Save me! A pioneer from Cherry Blossom Country lay in the snow, his legs blown off, crying out in pain. At this moment, George had no mind to care about him. He looked around and discovered that of the original 12 people, except for Park Jae-sang who had already run away, only he remained standing. As for the Cherry Blossom citizen, he was just a fish on the chopping board. Fuck! Fuck! George shouted in despair. Su Tian was like the White Reaper in the snow, silently harvesting their lives. What scared him the most was that feeling of unknown oppression. From beginning to end, he didn't see a single person's shadow, and he didn't even know from which direction those deadly arrows on the ground had been shot. It was as if they appeared out of thin air. Die. On the reverse slope, Su Tian spat out the cold word. He switched to an ordinary star-patterned arrow, shot it, and it pierced straight through George's still screaming throat. Looking at Park Jae-sang, who was already completely vanished in the distance, Su Tian put away the overlord bow. This guy runs really fast, without any hesitation at all. Consider yourself lucky. Next time, I'll catch you first. He removed his stealth status and slowly walked out from behind the snow slope, step by step, until he reached the airdrop crate. Su Tian was already somewhat excited, wondering what surprise this airdrop crate, bought with more than 10 lives, would bring him. Chapter 74 Perfect Grade Equipment Blueprint, Silver Bullets, and Golden Bow. It's time for the thrilling unboxing again. Su Tian couldn't help it, his mouth curved into a smile, and he even hummed a little off-tune song. This joy of gain was enough to wash away all the discomfort brought by bloodshed. His calm and satisfied look was clearly transmitted through the live broadcast signal to every corner of Blue Star. In the Western Alliance's live room, countless viewers felt like their lungs would explode, the anger that could not be released finally turning into jealous curses. Sakura Country viewer, Baka. Su Tian, you are such a small fry. Only hiding in the dark, despicable person. I curse you to die badly. Kimchi Country viewer,
Damn it, he tricked this kid again. How come people from Dragon Country are all sneaky? India Country viewer, doesn't matter, we were already eliminated anyway. Luckily, Shiva gave power. You heretics will die badly. Sakura Country viewer, stop arguing. Haven't you noticed? That Kimchi Country Park Jae-sang ran away. This guy must have a problem. Maybe Kimchi Country is secretly Dragon Country's spy in our alliance. Sun never sets Country viewer, what problem? Before leaving, Park Jae-sang even warned our boxing king. You were just greedy, if he ran, he could definitely escape. India Country viewer, I see, your Sun never sets Country is also a traitor. Sun never sets Country viewer, scoundrel. You are the traitor. You should be sent to plant cotton. India Country viewer, come on, with the barrier protecting, I dare you to try. In the live rooms of Dragon Country and its allies, it was a sea of joy. Baton Country viewer, they are arguing again. I just want to quietly watch Su God open a crate, is that so hard? Dragon Country viewer, no problem, just close the foreign comment channels, and the world instantly becomes quiet. Bear Country viewer, it's true, I tried it, and after closing, all the comments were discussing what good stuff Su God could get. In the tower, Su Tian had no idea about the outside noise. He rubbed his hands and placed his palm on the cold airdrop crate. All-seeing eye, activate. Food category, obtain 10 pieces of silver glow food. After use, permanently increases all attributes, raises fullness limit, strongly recommended, lets you enjoy a meal you will never forget. Silver glow food. Su Tian's heart skipped a beat. The airdrop indeed had all good things. This level of food was not seen at all in the tower's trade hall, an absolute luxury. From the sparse information released by the tower administration, he knew that silver glow food only appears with extremely low probability in the plains above the 10th floor of the tower. Even the top noble explorers of Eagle Country would find it very difficult to obtain. Permanently increases attributes. Raises fullness limit. These two alone were enough to make any explorer go crazy. This was not just taste pleasure, but real strength enhancement and stamina boost. He forcefully pressed down the thumping in his chest, shifting his gaze to the second option. Equipment, obtain 3 random high-quality pieces of equipment, not recommended, may make your stats grow too fast, lose the early tower experience. 3 pieces. Su Tian felt his breath pause for a moment. Equipment, at any stage, is always the most direct and effective way to increase strength. And tower-grade items are guaranteed fine quality. 3 high-quality pieces could boost his combat power to another level, meaning below 10 floors he could crush opponents just with stats. He was silent for a moment, already deciding in his heart. Let's see the next one, if not, I'll pick this. He turned his gaze to the last option, a line of words shining with brilliant gold light. Blueprint, obtain a perfect grade blueprint for an archer, special drop rate for you, touched, right. Just hard to craft, think carefully. Perfect grade. And it's for an archer. Su Tian felt his blood ignite at this moment. Although this blueprint might not bring immediate power now, what about the future? When he reaches tower floor 10, 20, once he crafts this equipment, it could change everything. The tower has been open 3 years, even with the Eagle Nation's early advantage in shameless plundering, their top pioneers only managed to gather 12 perfect grade equipments. And each perfect grade equipment is enough to change a battle, a strategic weapon at a national level. The value of one perfect grade equipment cannot be measured with energy cores. I'm gambling. Su Tian gritted his teeth. His current Tyrant Bow, though only high quality, has excellent stats, enough for him to use before floor 20 without thinking about replacement. This was the confidence that allowed him to take the gamble. Otherwise, he might as well choose the 3 high-quality equipments for a bigger immediate power boost. I choose the blueprint. Next moment, the supply box made a soft click and slowly opened. No dazzling light, no shocking sound, just a simple old-fashioned blueprint with a faint golden glow lying quietly at the bottom. Su Tian reached out and picked it up. Silver Bullet Golden Bow Crafting Blueprint. Description: weapon of a 3-eyed young god general from the eastern heavens, though just a broken fragment, its power is still formidable. Crafting materials. Su Tian roughly glanced at the materials, hundreds of rare items densely listed, making his scalp tingle. He decisively chose not to think about it for now. As for that eastern 3-eyed god general, the hint is too obvious, so hard to guess? Su Tian silently complained in his mind. Just as he was immersed in the joy of obtaining a perfect-grade blueprint, a cold alert sound rang suddenly in his mind, echoing in all survivors' ears. Due to the extreme cold survival dungeon, survivors are less than 30, and the first place points have formed a crushing gap. The dungeon will end early. Reward settlement in progress, all pioneers prepare. Already ending? Su Tian said in doubt, realizing that after opening the supply box, he already had 3,000 points, even the Eagle Nation pioneers couldn't reach that by dungeon's end. Perfect, ending early, I can get the reward and climb the tower sooner. He clenched his fist. He still needed time to collect materials for the blueprint. Thanks to all readers for watching ads and giving little gifts to the newbie, really grateful. Chapter 75 Solid Foundation, Assaulting the Guard. Due to the extreme cold survival dungeon, survivors are less than 30, and the first place points have formed a crushing gap. Copy will end ahead. Reward settlement in progress, all pioneers, please prepare. Before Tian could think much, a pure white light descended from the sky, enveloping him and the little monster completely. The surrounding wind, snow, cliffs, and all the spoils of war were instantly stripped away, leaving only endless white in his vision. A sense of weightlessness, as if being forcibly pulled away, seized his body, but it didn't last long, and soon the solid feeling returned under his feet. Extreme Cold Survival Dungeon ends. Dungeon rating, SSS, current rank, 1. Rewards, Pet Egg X1, Golden Chest X1, National Luck Points X500. A series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Tian quickly glanced over them and immediately opened the final leaderboard. First place, Tian, country, Dragon Nation, points, 3,000. Second place, Hihubwa, country, Dragon Nation, points, 852. Third place, Yuan, country, Dragon Nation, points, 736. Fourth place, Super Soldier, country, Eagle Nation, points, 610. Seeing this result, the last trace of doubt in Tian's heart completely vanished. Hihubwa and Yuan, neither of them killed a single pioneer, merely relying on helping him collect food and materials dropped by the snow demons. They fought their way from the bottom ranks straight into the top 3. As for the fourth place Super Soldier, despite his frantic final harvesting and opening airdrop chests, his points barely broke 600. It seems that early point calculation really benefits our Dragon Nation, Tian muttered softly. At least the top 3 rewards have already been swept by Dragon Nation, something that would have been unthinkable before. In past dungeons, the top 30 spots were firmly occupied by the Western Alliance, and it was a difficult task for Dragon Nation's pioneers to even survive under their joint hunt, let alone compete for ranking. A result like the extreme cold survival can be considered the highest achievement Dragon Nation has managed so far. If we really had to wait until the very last moment, it might not have been possible to secure the top 3. As his words fell, another prompt followed closely. Current Dragon Nation's national luck points, 1050. Seeing this number, Tian's tense nerves finally relaxed, a feeling of relief surging from deep within. 1,050 points. Dragon Nation has finally temporarily escaped from the cold, fatal line of execution. For the past 3 years, since the tower's descent, countless small nations on Blue Star have been wiped off the map due to their national luck points reaching 0, suffering nation-ending disasters. That Damocles sword hanging over their heads had been an unshakable shadow in the hearts of every Dragon Nation citizen. And now, he had finally earned a small chance for this heavy, suffocating nation to breathe. Not enough, not nearly enough. Tian gritted his teeth. If they truly wanted to nurture the top-tier strong in the tower, they would need to continuously test and explore opportunities. But the tower is fraught with danger, each floor is a deadly challenge. Without large amounts of national luck points backing them up, they couldn't dare to take risks. At present, the most elite pioneers were almost all from the Western Alliance, led by Eagle Nation. They gained an advantage in rewards by harvesting the points of Dragon Nation and the small nations of Blue Star. Half of the top 10 strongest pioneers are from Eagle Nation. On the other hand, Dragon Nation's high-level pioneers had to be cautious with every step, taking the safest route. While this approach could preserve their lives and avoid wasting too many national luck points, they lost many rewards they could have fought for. This vicious cycle left them constantly hindered by the west. The surrounding white light slowly faded, and the familiar cold metal walls and dome of the tower reappeared in his vision. Gurgle. I'm hungry. I want food. As soon as the little monster regained its freedom, it immediately rushed over, rubbing its huge head affectionately against Tian's arm, making a pitiful gurgling sound in its throat. Tian stumbled from the rub, but a smile appeared on his face. He directly took out 30 kilograms of roasted potatoes from his backpack. Piled in front of the little monster. Eat, eat, now that the family wealth is strong, just go ahead and make it. At the same time, the item slots that had been locked in the dungeon finally unlocked completely. Supplies. Items: Energy Crystal Core times 795, Composite Tool times 1, Life Recovery Potion times 2, Explosive Arrows times 25, Rapid Recovery Potion times 1, Agility Enhancer times 1, Strength Enhancer times 1, Deadly Poison Potion times 1, Pet Egg times 1, Silver Treasure Chest times 2, Gold Treasure Chest times 2, Millionfold Return Card times 9, 10 Millionfold Return Card times 5. Materials: Gorilla Claw times 10, Gorilla Skin times 6, Mammoth Hide times 10, Ivory times 2, Thorn Bark times 75, Perfect Trunk times 13. Food: canned food times 180, chicken times 80 kg, royal honey times 20 kg, roasted potato times 1920 gene, roasted sweet potato times 1200 gene, black bread times 800, mineral water times 3000 liters. Looking at this dazzling list of supplies, a sense of unprecedented safety filled Tian's whole body.
This was only what remained after he gave half of the food to Yihugua and Ing Yuan Yuan.
If he added everything together, the amount would be even more terrifying. The wealth Su Tian had now was comparable to pioneers 20 floors below, many of whom weren't even as rich as him. He didn't hesitate and moved his mind. Return. Ding. A millionfold return card can return up to 100 gene of potatoes each time. Su Tian confirmed without hesitation. Return successful. 100 gene of potatoes amplified 1,000,000 times. Returned 50,000 tons of potatoes. Seeing that exaggerated number on the system panel, Su Tian's heart skipped a beat. 50,000 tons. This was the largest return of supplies so far, enough to support the consumption of a medium-sized city. He suppressed his excitement, because the dragon country now had 3 billion people, and this amount of supplies sent back was still just a drop in the ocean. He used the remaining 8 millionfold return cards and all the sweet potatoes scavenged in the dungeon. Dang, this time a total of 300,000 tons of potatoes, 150,000 tons of sweet potatoes returned. As for the 5 even more precious 10 millionfold return cards, Su Tian didn't plan to use them on these staples now. He would save them for the next time he got a large amount of meat, to do an even bigger return. After all, eating only potatoes and sweet potatoes every day, without protein, would greatly lower the physique of the people of Dragon Country in the long run. After finishing all this, Su Tian looked at the familiar glowing portal not far away. Almost done, time to go to the next level. He remembered clearly that last time he had reached the end of the 3rd floor, and the next level would have the Guardian. Chapter 76, The Western Encirclement, Son of Zeus. At the same time, compared with the peaceful celebrations in Dragon Country's livestream room, the Black Palace of Eagle Country was already in chaos. The current president, Tang Chuan Telepai, was furiously throwing a war report onto the face of 5-star General Mike. The papers scattered everywhere, and Telepai's pig liver-colored face shook violently from the extreme anger in his fat, thick gift crab. General Mike, I swear, you are the worst 5-star general in Eagle Country history, bar none. His roar made the whole office buzz. How did you guarantee it to me before? Ha! Before the first snowstorm, drive all Dragon Country pioneers out. So that our warriors could party in that cursed snowfield, celebrating Christmas early. Telepai spread his hands exaggeratedly, forcing a smile uglier than crying, full of sharp mockery. And what happened? Our party? Dragon Country people had it on our faces. They took the top 3. And our super soldiers, our great Captain Mamba, ended up 4th like a clown. Is this the Christmas gift you gave me? General Mike stood straight, letting the papers slide down from his resolute face. He pressed his lips tightly, his jawline hard and straight, and a vein on his neck bulged slightly from tension. Mr. Terribly Absurd, this time it was my mistake. His voice squeezed out a few dry words, suppressing the anger that was about to burst forth. I underestimated that kid called Su Tian from Long Country. I didn't expect he actually has such strength. He raised his head, and the eagle-like eyes surged with a cold killing intent. Don't worry, I will completely eliminate him before he reaches the 15th floor, no, before the 10th floor. Hearing this guarantee, the fury on Mr. Terribly Absurd's face eased a little, and he sat back in the huge office chair, leaning forward with his elbows on the desk. General Mike, remember your promise. His voice lowered, carrying a hint of chill. I don't want to see that damn giant dragon from the east have any signs of taking flight again. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will meet God before that Su Tian. General Mike's facial muscles twitched for a moment, but he ultimately nodded heavily and turned to leave the suffocating office. The door slammed shut behind him with a bang, isolating everything inside. A young assistant immediately came forward, respectfully handing him a well-maintained pipe. General. The assistant's voice was very low. Son of Zeus has already successfully defeated the 10th floor guardian, and his life level has now reached level 12, mastering several powerful combat skills. Very good. General Mike took the pipe, took a deep puff, and the spicy smoke filled his lungs, calming his heart, which was pounding from anger and humiliation. He exhaled a thick white smoke ring. Surrounded by the smoke, his features appeared even more cold and ruthless. Let him slow down, just on the 10th floor, waiting to kill Su Tian. His command was devoid of any warmth. Let Long Country, and those Southeast Asian small countries that are on the fence, see the true strength of our Eagle Country. Son of Zeus Duncan is the super race he personally trained, a monster created with all his resources. Before entering the tower, Duncan's life level already reached level 6. He was originally a secret weapon prepared by Mike to climb to higher levels in the tower, a pawn to conquer the future. But now, Su Tian's sudden emergence has completely disrupted all his plans. Su Tian. General Mike gritted his teeth and squeezed out the name between his clenched teeth. Just wait, the 10th floor is your end. He turned his head and continued to issue orders to the assistant. Immediately notify all allied countries, have all pioneers staying on the 10th floor ready. Surround and kill Su Tian with all their might.
The assistant's body trembled, but he immediately nodded in response.
Mike took 2 more puffs of smoke, the ember flickered uneasily, and he felt it wasn't enough insurance. Double the bounty on Tian, no.
He suddenly raised his voice.
10 times.
Killing him once is a 10-fold reward.
Oh my god.
General! The assistant could no longer maintain his calmness, he exclaimed in shock, his face filled with despair.
That's 10 times. Just for equipment, at least a fine quality item. Not to mention other materials and energy cores.
If that Tian dies a few more times, we will go bankrupt. The assistant could not understand why it was really worth paying such a crazy price just to kill a newcomer at the 3rd level.
Fool! Mike scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the assistant. Who said we have to actually pay them?
He tapped the pipe against his palm, ash falling down. We only need to reward 1 or 2 people who successfully kill him, then heavily publicize it. The others will simply get nothing. If they have the ability, they can go ask Son of Zeus.
Mike's voice was full of unmasked cruelty. The key now is to kill Tian. We must suppress Long Country's national fortune points. Never again let them have any space to develop or a chance to breathe.
Yes.
General. The assistant shivered, instantly understanding the key point.
In the tower, Tian had no idea that a net of traps initiated by the entire Western Alliance, targeting him personally, was quietly unfolding. At this moment, he was standing in front of the light gate leading to the 3rd level's final checkpoint. 3 completely different options appeared in front of him. Guardian, Golden Spiked Porcupine, the pig family has 4, the pig father's life level, 8, other life levels, 7, specializes in charging. Their spikes are true gold, if you could raise a nest, you'd be completely free of wealth. Guardian, Adult Tusked Elephant, life level, 9, be careful, the tusked elephants hold grudges, if you kill one, you'll be marked, a mere 9th level, strongly recommended to choose, if you die once, it lowers your difficulty. Guardian, 3-headed crocodile, life level, 10, it was originally the layer guardian of the 10th floor, met a self-proclaimed son of God from the Eagle Nation, got beaten badly, and now comes down here to nurse its wounds, be careful, a starving camel is bigger than a horse, this one snuck in, the original owner here was a sharp-toothed shark, and now it has become its meal. Tian carefully scanned through, and the muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch. The tusked elephant and 3-headed crocodile, this is too ridiculous. He murmured to himself. Is this the difficulty level suitable for the 3rd floor? It's more reasonable to say they are guardians of the 7th or 8th levels, the tower's adjustments are way too obvious.
Tian complained.
The tower's hints were filled with malice, but the information revealed was valuable.
Tian did not hesitate for long.
The 3-headed crocodile was a level 10 elite, although injured, it was still not something easily dealt with at the moment, defeating it would require a cost not worth paying.
After ruling that out, the choice became very clear.
He turned and patted the little monster's fluffy backside.
Let's go, little monster, tonight we're having pork.
After saying this, he confidently stepped into the light gate corresponding to the first option. Not only easy to kill, but also the highest quality protein, just right to take back so that all the fellow countrymen can enjoy some meat.